Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Here, we provide high-quality novel audiobooks for free. Many of you might think that web novels and web novel audiobooks are the same, but they are actually quite different. Simply converting a web novel into an audiobook without adaptation often leads to a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every chapter to create an immersive and enjoyable experience. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to ensure the narration flows naturally, just like reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I want to be transparent. I've adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. Please know that this does not violate copyright policies. I do all of this for one simple reason: I'm a huge fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. We also have many more audiobooks available for free on Patreon, including I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, The Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, The Mighty Dragons Are Dead, Naruto, Leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, Your Lord Has a Screw Loose, Apocalypse I Can See the Health Point Bar, Killing Monsters Drops Loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, My Monster Fuses Everything, Naruto, I Traveled with a Max Level Account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, Killed for 100 Years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen Invited Me to Soul Society, The World Conquest Giving Birth to Become a God, My Master Only Breaks Through on the Edge of Death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece The Strongest Female Pirate Cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, Must I Offend the Entire Ninja World, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King. In Hueco Mundo with Shindu Template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, My Journey as Fourth Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the Strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DxD, Fate I Heard After Death, You Can Ascend to the Throne of Heroes, Fate DxD Archer Reborn, Fate Beginning with Type Moon, A Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece Take the Uchiha Clan to the Grand Line, One Piece Don't Worry, I'm a Doctor, Building Harem and Dungeon with Monster Girls, DxD, Multiverse The Day-to-Day Life of the Sephiroth Hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, Many Children Bring Happiness, A Shameless Start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto Sleeping Invincible, One Piece, Life Choice Ask Me to Kiss Marine Goddess Hina, Reborn as the Genius Son of the Richest Family, Start by Eating Jacket Fruit Model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit, The Days of Being the Richest Man in the Ninja World, The Witcher and Madara Uchiha, Villain I Possess the Dragon Yang Dao Physique, All Saintesses Turns into Villainesses, All Beautiful Girls Want to Stick with Me, Interdimensional Farming in Another World, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Don't forget to check out our Facebook page on Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and upcoming projects. Thank you for your support. Enjoy listening. How long had he been in contact with necromancy? Feng Heng, you might not know this, but elementary souls are different from normal souls. Those things are more dangerous, and they are strictly controlled. Dangerous? Controlled? Yes, elementary souls have already awakened a part of their self-awareness. How should I put it? Danzō thought for a moment and gave an example. Yes, the most obvious difference compared to normal souls is that they will take the initiative to attack. When he heard this, Feng Heng felt even more strange. Previously, when he was collecting high-tier souls in the game, he did not see them resist. It was only a tough fight when he was vying for souls with ninjas. Chapter 648, Wallowing in the Cloister. Really? But I didn't see too much of a reaction when I was collecting the soul of the Marquis of the Vampires in District 7 not long ago. Sigh. Danzō lowered his head, feeling even more depressed. A beginner had already started using the Book of the Dead for actual combat. Moreover, it was an extremely difficult operation to absorb the soul of the Marquis of the Vampires. In comparison, what about himself? Listening to Feng Heng's question, Li Shouqian was also stunned. He did not expect Feng Heng to have already used the soul seal of the Book of the Dead for actual combat. To be able to be accepted as a student by his mentor Dicky, Feng Heng was indeed a genius. Li Shouqian was ashamed of his inferiority. What's wrong? What's wrong? Li Shouqian adjusted his glasses and looked around. He lowered his voice and explained to Feng Heng. Feng Heng, it's different. The elementary soul bodies that I am referring to escaped from the gap between the world of death. They belong to souls that have already awakened. The soul bodies are more condensed. The souls that you've absorbed in the game are souls that have just died. They haven't awakened yet, and their main body has just died. Their souls are still in a state of unconsciousness, so it's very easy for them to be put into the Book of the Dead. Feng Heng scratched his head. He finally understood. He had stepped into a pit. Alright, then how can I find an elementary soul? Is it to go to the high-level wailing room? There's no such thing, but there is indeed a fallen corridor built within the association. Elementary souls can be found wandering there. Isn't that settled then? Feng Heng relaxed a little. He grabbed a skewer of roasted meat. I will try it over there later. I have to solve this problem somehow. Cough cough. Li Shouqian almost choked when he heard Feng Heng's words. Try it? Was he playing around? That place could be fatal if one was careless. Li Shouqian felt that Feng Heng did not understand, so he coughed lightly and explained again. Feng Heng, you need to apply to the association to enter the fallen corridor. You can only enter after a series of tests. Other than the ability test, there's also... Feng Heng didn't even finish listening. He put down the kebab in his hand and interrupted. Who should I ask to apply? Oh? Is the matter in the game over? Dicky was in a great mood when he heard Feng Heng come over and say that he wanted to enter the fallen corridor to collect elementary soul bodies. Look. This was his student. He came back to cultivate as soon as he was done with work. Great. Dicky's fingers lightly tapped on the armrest of the chair. The more he looked at Feng Heng, the more satisfied he felt. With his strength, it was not a big problem for him to enter the fallen corridor alone. For safety reasons. While he was thinking, Dicky looked at Li Shouqian and Tan Shao behind Feng Heng. Li Shouqian and Tan Shao felt guilty for no reason and lowered their heads. Alright, it was time for the comparison segment again. Go, Feng Heng. Dicky lightly swiped on the application form. I've specially approved your admission application. Elementary souls are different from normal unconscious souls. You must be extremely careful and don't force yourself. Feng Heng nodded his head in thanks. I will remember it. Thank you, teacher. Li Shouqian and Tan Shao lowered their heads and looked at each other from the corner of their eyes. They saw the expression on the other party's face as expected. Special approval? Was it really just the treatment of his favorite? And the two of you, it's been a year since you applied for the assessment, right? Hearing this, Li Shouqian was stunned, and his heart pounded furiously. He hurriedly raised his head and replied, Teacher Dicky, it's already been a year and a half. The application we submitted is still in the assessment period. There are still 2 years before the assessment ends. I've also specially approved your application. This time, both of you bring Feng Heng along. He has just arrived and doesn't understand the fallen corridor. You must help him more and not be rash. Do you understand? Yes, instructor. The two of them were overjoyed when they heard this and immediately nodded in agreement. What a fellow. They actually managed to sneak into the fallen corridor because of him? Great. Good news. Joy fell from the sky. This round was really worth it. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a good thing after coming here for a meal? This was not a simple qualification to enter. The fallen corridor was already the highest level secret of the Necromancer Association. Under normal circumstances, other than having to go through the security assessment of their identity, they would also have to go through all sorts of tedious qualification simulation tests and assessments. An average person would not be able to come down there unless they had 3 to 5 years of experience. Li Shouqian was dizzy. He felt as if he was about to faint from the pie that had suddenly smashed into his face. He even giggled foolishly from time to time as he walked. He did not even know how he had left the instructor's office. Cough, cough. In comparison, Dan Shao was still relatively calm. After a moment of joy, he returned to the state where his doubt heart was broken. So what if he entered the fallen corridor? The gap between him and Feng Heng would only grow bigger and bigger. The future was bleak. Looking at Li Shouqian, who was laughing foolishly at the side, Dan Shao coughed lightly and pushed him. He reminded him softly, wake up and pay attention to your expression management. Oh. Is it that obvious? Li Shouqian suppressed the joy in his heart and forced a straight face. The three of them headed downstairs. Feng Heng, wait for us. We're going to the fallen corridor. Depending on Feng Heng to gain such a huge benefit, Li Shouqian naturally did his best to help Feng Heng. He carefully explained to Feng Heng the relevant points to pay attention to in the fallen corridor. The fallen corridor is a place built by the association for the members to experience and experiment. The construction cost is not cheap. How should I put it? Very few people will try to capture souls in there. That kind of thing is difficult and unrewarding. In short, there's a great danger in the fallen corridor. Because the soul has already awakened its consciousness, it will take the initiative to attack. So for safety reasons, most of the time, the absorbed soul will be brought out to cultivate. Feng Heng nodded and caught the meaning behind Li Shouqian's words. I understand. When the time comes, I will bring more books of the dead inside and capture more souls in one go. No, I didn't. That's not what I meant. Li Shouqian felt bitter in his heart. Damn it. It took so much effort just to grab an elementary soul, and Fang Heng even brought a few more books. Big brother, you treat this as a game? Were you playing games back then? Li Shouqian felt that Fang Heng was a little inflated. He scratched his hair and persuaded, Fang Heng, it's not wrong for you to say that, but no one has ever done that before. After all, it's too difficult for us to collect elementary souls at this stage. Oh, okay. Fang Heng nodded and decided to bring more books of the dead into the hall. As they spoke, Fang Heng and the others entered the Hall of the Dead on the first floor. Li Shouqian had no intention of passing by. Instead, he brought Fang Heng to the stall area on the right side of the Hall of the Dead. There was a rental stall inside the Hall of the Dead. Any association member could use it, provided that they paid a sum of rent every month. We need to prepare something before we go to the Fallen Corridor. Chapter 649 was quite convenient. Looking at Fang Heng's puzzled gaze, Li Shouqian explained, after the soul body is awakened, it has consciousness and can take the initiative to attack. Therefore, in most cases, we will first think of a way to weaken it and then put it into the Book of the Dead. Weaken? Fang Heng frowned slightly. Danzō coughed lightly and added in a low voice, to put it bluntly, we will beat it half to death. Yes, that's exactly what we mean. That's why we need to find some suitable weapons. After all, normal attacks have no effect on souls. Li Shouqian stopped in front of a small stall. He picked up the potion on the stall and looked at it. He looked at the stall owner and asked, handsome, how much is it? The seller was a middle-aged man. He raised 3 fingers at Li Shouqian. 300 contribution points. It's too expensive. This is the market price. If you buy a bottle of potion from me, I can give you a large bottle of holy water for free. The stall owner said in one sentence and then stopped talking. He looked like he did not want to sell it. Then I will buy 10 bottles of potion. How many more bottles of holy water will you give me? 5 more bottles. Deal. Li Shouqian took out his membership card and completed the transaction with the stall owner in a rather painful manner. 300 contribution points per bottle. 10 bottles would be 3,000 points. In the Necromancer Association, contribution points were directly linked to the King of Gods points. The ratio was 100 to 1. Player could exchange at any time in the Hall of the Dead. Behind the scenes, the Hall of the Dead and the Central Federation would jointly endorse its reputation. Of course, under the penalty setting of the King of Gods game, there was a penalty restriction on the number of King of Gods points players could trade every month. Elementary players who earn more than 100 points every month would be deducted a corresponding percentage of the points as penalty. According to the amount of points exceeded, it would be 10% at the beginning, 20% after 200 points, and the maximum penalty would be 99%. The association had no way to solve this penalty, and the player had to bear it himself. According to Fang Heng's knowledge, the upgrade of the game could increase the amount of this punishment. After the player advanced into the intermediate game, there would be a free trading quota of 500 King of Gods points every month. Li Shouqian thought of something again and turned to look at Fang Heng. He asked, right, Fang Heng, what weapon are you using? I suggest that you use a long-range weapon. After all, safety comes first. Oh. Fang Heng looked at the stall in front of him. He casually picked up a machete that was half the height of a person on the stall and tried to wave it twice in the air. It was heavy and solid. The key was that it was quite handy. He held the machete in front of him and looked carefully. There were some strange patterns drawn on the machete. Are you going to use this? Yes. Fang Heng nodded and looked at Li Shouqian. What do you think? I think it's quite handy. As long as you're happy. Li Shouqian swallowed his saliva and said, it's okay. It's just a little exaggerated. As he spoke, Li Shouqian turned to look at the boss and asked, how much is this knife? The boss was also a little surprised to see Fang Heng holding the machete with one hand. For necromancers, such a strength attribute was not common. He waved his hand. Forget it. I've left this knife here for more than a year, it's troublesome to move it around every day. I will treat it as a giveaway. Thank you. Danzō dragged a large box containing 1.25 liters of bottled water out from behind the stall. Li Shouqian chuckled and said, handsome, you gave us the cart too, right? Let's be friends. We will always come to your place to buy potions in the future. Okay. The stall owner waved his hand, indicating that he would accept the deal. Thank you, boss. You're so generous. Your business will definitely be prosperous. Li Shouqian chuckled and took out a small bottle of potion the size of a perfume bottle and handed it to Fang Heng. This is a special potion that works against the undead. When applied to a weapon, It will be able to cause damage to the soul body for a period of time. Li Shoqian continued to explain, the weapons purchased here have a special glyph on them. The glyph is to better coordinate with the potion and extend the time for the potion to take effect. You can keep the potion for now and use it after you enter the fallen corridor. Oh. Feng Heng nodded to show that he understood. He sheathed his machete and hung it behind his back. He then placed the bottle in his hand to observe. Item: Unknown Fusion Potion. Description: This potion has been concocted and has many functions. Description: Upgrade your potion-related skills and obtain more information. Description: You can use the occult ritual to analyze the potion. Occult analysis. There is a chance to find the recipe. This thing was so small and already cost 3 King of Gods points. Could he make it on his own? Feng Heng, don't worry. We will help you together. It won't be a big problem. Okay, thank you. Feng Heng put away the potion. The special effect of occult analysis was quite splendid. He planned to wait for a while until there were fewer people before thinking of a way to study it. After purchasing, Danzō pulled the cart along the way. The three of them left the main building together, went around the back garden, and came to the third basement of another subsidiary building. Under the guidance of the attendant, Feng Heng entered a round hall. The hall was a little dark. Feng Heng looked around and looked at the layout of the surroundings. It was very strange. There was a huge black shelf around the round wall. On the shelf were rows of burning soul candles. A middle-aged man was sitting in the inner part of the room. A wooden barrel was placed in front of him and it was filled with wooden sticks. Behind him, more than 10 necromancers were also sitting upright. They looked like they were resting with their eyes closed. Teacher Pushi. After entering the door, Li Shoqian and Danzō bowed to the middle-aged man who was sitting upright at the front. Pushi grunted and opened his eyes. His gaze swept past Li Shoqian and Danzō before finally focusing on Feng Heng. You're Feng Heng? Feng Heng frowned and asked in puzzlement, have we met before? No, I've heard about you. Wei Tao holds you in high esteem. I didn't expect Instructor Dicky to view you in a different light. Pushi was unwilling to say more. He took out a note with the words 38 from the wooden barrel in front of him and handed it to the attendant at the side. He signaled the undead attendant at the side to bring Feng Heng and the others in. Take them to entrance number 18. This is their first time here. Tell them the rules. The attendant respectfully took the note with both hands. Yes, Teacher Pushi. Pushi's gaze swept past Feng Heng one last time. His tone had a hint of warning. No matter what method you use to get Dicky's approval, let me remind you that it's better to follow the rules here. What a strange person. Feng Heng shrugged and did not take him to heart. He followed the attendant into the passage at the back. Don't mind him. Teacher Pushi is an intermediate game player. He usually looks like this and treats everyone the same. It's as if everyone owes him millions. Li Shoqian complained to Feng Heng in a low voice. He has quite a big background. He's one of the big brothers sent by the Central Federation to the association. Chapter 650, First Battle. Danzō nodded in agreement. He pushed the small cart along the way and followed behind the two. After passing through a twisting passage at the back, the group came to another small room at the side. The two necromancers carefully checked the identity certificates of Feng Heng and the other two, then handed 3 sets of burning soul candles to them. Respected scholars, the fallen corridor is full of danger. Please take good care of your soul candles. Once the soul candles are extinguished, we will sense it and immediately send people into the corridor to check it out. Therefore, please extinguish the soul candles as soon as possible if you encounter any danger that is difficult to resist. The soul candles can be burned for 24 hours. Please be careful and return to any exit before the soul candles are automatically extinguished. The exit door will open automatically once it senses the soul candle. The attendant instructed the 3 of them, please be careful. If something unfortunate happens and a soul candle goes out, we will consider whether to revoke your right to enter the fallen corridor according to the actual situation. Feng Heng and the other 2 nodded to show that they understood. Please follow me. Under the guidance of the attendant, the 3 of them once again walked to a small door at the back of the room. They passed through the pathway behind the small door until they reached the end. We're here. The door in front of them sensed the approaching soul candle and automatically opened. This is. Looking at the scene behind the door, Feng Heng could not help but squint his eyes. A maze? What appeared in front of Feng Heng was a giant-sized maze. With a glance, he could see several forks in front of him. Yes, it's a maze designed for souls. The maze can trap them and make them fall again. The attendant explained. He continued to raise his head and said, don't worry about getting lost in the maze. The soul candles will guide you in the direction you want to leave. Remember, each soul candle can burn for a maximum of 24 hours. Please reserve at least 2 hours to leave in advance. The closer you are to the periphery of the fallen quarter, the weaker the soul body. On the other hand, the deeper you go, the stronger the soul body, and the flame of the soul candle will gradually weaken. The soul candle can be used as a basis to determine your current position. Finally, please do not reveal any details about what you saw or heard in the fallen corridor to the outside world. Thank you. Peace to your souls. As the attendant spoke, he retreated from the fallen corridor and waited outside the door quietly. Feng Heng nodded. He did not immediately go forward to explore. Instead, he raised his head and looked up. It was about 5 meters tall and the ceiling was tightly sealed by the stone wall. There were soul candles hanging on the surrounding stone walls at a certain distance. The faint light emitted by the soul candles illuminated the entire passage of the maze. Feng Heng tried to walk to the side of the stone wall again. He stretched out his hand and gently knocked on the wall. Dong dong dong. The sound of the knocking was unusually dull. The stone wall felt very delicate and cold. It did not seem like a normal stone. Feng Heng, we can start applying the potion. Li Shouqian also looked around. After confirming that there was no danger, he took a deep breath and nodded at Tan Shuo who was behind him. The two of them took out their crossbow arrows and carefully smeared the potion that they had spent a large sum of money on the crossbow arrows. The potion's effect duration is about 3 hours. The effect will gradually weaken as time passes. In theory, it will only lose its effect after 5 hours. Safety first, let's not waste time. Use the potion every 3 hours to ensure the effect. Li Shouqian instructed carefully. Feng Heng looked at the two people who were being so careful and raised his guard. Unfortunately, the special effect of the blood blade skill attached to the wrist guard of the holy weapon of vampires was to continuously cut and bleed. It was considered physical damage and was ineffective against soul creatures. Otherwise, if he used the blood blade cut directly, he would not need to spend much money. With this thought, Feng Heng took out the machete on his back and evenly applied a layer of potion to the machete. Let's go. Seeing that everyone was ready, Li Shouqian took the lead and moved forward. Feng Heng and Tan Shuo followed at the back, pulling the small cart along the way. I've never been here before, but I heard a friend brag about it when he was drunk. He said that it's rare to find a soul in the periphery. We have to go a little deeper. The deeper we go, the more souls will wander around. Li Shouqian tried his best to tell as much information as he knew. I also heard that this place was built after the miracle fallen corridor of the Death Realm. It was built in the form of a maze, and it has the ability to trap souls. Miracle? Hearing this, Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat, and his interest was immediately piqued. He looked at Li Shouqian and said, let's talk about this. What? Li Shouqian was confused. Miracle is a miracle. It's just a title. What's wrong? What's wrong? Forget it. It's nothing. Let's continue. It seemed that Li Shouqian did not know that miracle was a special attribute of the game. Feng Heng shrugged and continued to walk forward. At the same time, he began to memorize the location of the entire maze. After a moment, everyone stopped. At the fork in the road ahead, under the illumination of the soul fire, a faint shadow could be clearly seen. It was a soul body. Everyone instantly became vigilant. Other than the face, the soul body already had a partial appearance before it died. Feng Heng could identify the armor it was wearing, and he could even see that it was holding a tuki in its hand. The soul noticed Feng Heng and the others. It slowly turned its head to look at the three of them, and then quickly floated toward them. He is here. Be careful. Li Shouqian and Tan Shuo both had rich theoretical experiences, but this was their first time encountering a real soul. They were a little nervous, and at the same time, they raised the crossbow in their hands and aimed it at the soul. That was why the beginner necromancers were not willing to come to this god-forsaken place. They only learned a few necromancy spells, so they could only rely on brute force to deal with them. In comparison, Feng Heng was a complete noob. He stared at the elementary soul that floated over. Compared to the previous soul, the elementary soul looked even more focused. With the equipment, the lower part of its body below its calves fell into nothingness. Its movement speed was not fast. Let's test its strength. Don't act first, I will give it a try. Feng Heng waved his hand and signaled Tan Shuo and Li Shouqian to step back. He took a few steps forward and prepared to try to deal with the elementary soul body alone. Feng Heng, be careful, don't force yourself. Li Shouqian and Tan Shuo took a few steps back and aimed the crossbow at the soul body. If something went wrong, they would act immediately to ensure that Feng Heng would not be in danger. The elementary soul body attacked Feng Heng from the front. It raised the tuki in its hand. Swoosh! The tuki drew a cold light in the air. Feng Heng raised the machete in his hand and waved it forward casually. The machete hit the tuki. Dong! Li Shouqian felt a pounding vibration on his eardrum. Chapter 651, Hand Sanitizer. The huge brute force attached to the blade knocked the elementary soul body away. The body of the elementary soul seemed to be light and it was knocked back more than 10 meters by this blow. What the fuck? Strength attribute crushing? Li Shouqian and Tan Shao, who were watching from the side, were shocked. They looked at each other. What a high strength attribute. Even though the soul body seemed to be light as a feather, it should possess the same strength and battle experience when it was alive. Originally, through the Federation's internal information, they already knew that Fang Heng had unlocked the Tier 1 lock. Outside of the game, he also enjoyed the game's additional basic attribute bonus, along with his identity as the Double World Lord of Districts 7 and 8. They had confidence in Fang Heng's strength, hence they let Fang Heng go up against the elementary soul body. They didn't expect Fang Heng's basic attribute to be so high in the game. Fang Heng held his machete and didn't chase after it. He carefully judged the strength of the soul. It seemed to be quite weak. The soul was enraged by this attack. After adjusting its body, it pounced at Fang Heng again. Swoosh. Facing the incoming Tiki, Fang Heng deliberately wanted to test the opponent's attack attribute. Therefore, he dodged backward and raised his left arm to be deliberately cut by the Tiki. Clang. The blade drew a long and narrow cut on the arm. Fang Heng pulled out the blade and slashed at the soul body. Kai. The machete drew a huge crack on the soul body and sent it flying again. As the soul body floated backward, its wound also quickly healed. At the same time, the soul body also became a little thinner. Fang Heng raised his left hand and observed the wound that had been cut by the Tiki. Fang Heng let out a soft exclamation of surprise. Affected by the skill effect of the undying body, the wound that was originally about 30 centimeters long quickly healed. In the blink of an eye, there was only a wound that was less than 2 centimeters long. However, the last 2 centimeters of the wound were unable to heal. Looking down carefully, the wound was actually covered in a layer of black mist. This is a curse effect? Fang Heng immediately recalled the relevant knowledge about necromancy. The death curse effect that came with an undead creature. It was a type of curse that would usually be attached to the wound. This effect was a magic type effect, so it could not be removed by the undying body skill. Therefore, the last part of the wound was still unable to heal. The curse continued to erode the wound, causing it to expand and not fully heal. However, the wound continued to heal after receiving the undying body effect. The final effect was to leave a small wound. The health point loss was not big, but it was very painful. Fang Heng, are you alright? Retreat first. When the two saw that Fang Heng was injured, they immediately used their crossbows to shoot at the undead, covering Fang Heng's retreat. They did not use guns, only because arrows were easier to recycle than bullets, saving on costs. The crossbow arrows that shot out pierced directly into the soul body. The elementary soul body was suppressed by the crossbow arrows, and its movements were temporarily hindered. Taking advantage of the soul body being trapped, Fang Heng quickly retreated a few steps back from the battlefield. Take it, Fang Heng. Tan Shao said as he took out a bottle of holy water from the small cart behind him and threw it at Fang Heng. Use it. Wash the wound. Fang Heng took the bottle and twisted the cap open before pouring it over the wound on his arm. Sizzle sizzle. As soon as the wound came into contact with the holy water, it immediately evaporated into a white mist. In the blink of an eye, the black curse on his skin faded away. Affected by the skill effect of the undying body, the wound healed quickly, not even a scar was left. The hand sanitizer is quite useful. It's not a waste of effort to bring so much here. Fang Heng muttered softly. Judging from the test just now, the elementary soul body was quite weak. The danger was not great either. With the skill effect of the undying body and the holy water, as long as he did not seek death, he basically would not die. Fang Heng thought and turned back to look at the soul body again. Under the continuous crossbow bolts fired by Tan Shao and Fang Heng, the elementary soul body suffered great damage. There were a few crossbow bolts on its body, and its body was a few times weaker than before. It looked like he was almost done. Should he absorb it? As he thought, Fang Heng took out the Book of the Dead. He injected his mental strength into the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead released a weak light, releasing dark ripples on the soul body. The elementary soul was affected by the ripples, and its body suddenly froze, kneeling on the ground uncontrollably. What's going on? Tan Shao and Li Shouqian, who were using crossbow bolts to suppress the elementary soul, felt their hearts skip a beat. They were shocked to find that, under the influence of the ripples of the Book of the Dead, the soul fragments were continuously released from the soul body. The fragments were attracted to the right side. Tan Shao and Li Shouqian turned their heads almost at the same time to look in the direction where the soul fragments flew. It was Fang Heng. The two of them scrutinized Fang Heng, who was holding the Book of the Dead in one hand. Li Shouqian was astonished. He was absorbing souls directly? He was forcefully absorbing souls without waiting for the soul body to completely turn into an illusion. He could still do that? Just how high was his necromancy level and talent level? What was even more terrifying was that he was actually about to succeed. Danzō opened his mouth, and despair filled his heart. Even though he had some guesses in his heart, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. Compared to the last time when they were in the wailing room, Fang Heng's strength had increased sufficiently. Fang Heng stared at the soul body not far away and fell into deep thought. He had previously fought with entities for the soul body in District 7. In Fang Heng's opinion, the two were almost the same. The soul body that had awakened its consciousness was also resisting the absorption of the Book of the Dead. Compared to entities, its resistance was not strong. It did not seem to be as difficult as Li Shoqiang had previously said. As he thought, Fang Heng suddenly activated his mental strength. Boom. Under the influence of the sudden burst of mental strength, the Book of the Dead in Fang Heng's hand suddenly flashed with a dark light. Swoosh. The body of the elementary soul suddenly became distorted and was instantly sucked into the Book of the Dead in Fang Heng's hand. It was done. Crack. With a light sound, Fang Heng closed the Book of the Dead. It was done. It seemed quite simple. Fang Heng turned around and looked at Li Shoqiang and Danzō. The two of them also looked at him. Sigh. Li Shoqiang sighed heavily in his heart. He should have thought of it long ago. Instructor Dicky should have already expected Fang Heng's ability, so he let the three of them enter the fallen corridor in a group. At the end, the two of them were just playing a supporting role to Fang Heng. Working with a genius made him feel as if he was useless. Let's go. Let's collect the arrows and continue with our work. Li Shoqiang admitted it. He patted Danzō's shoulder and quietly lowered his head to collect the arrows with him. There were carvings drawn on each arrow to match the usage time of the special potion. It was not expensive, but it was not cheap either. A single arrow costs thousands of Federation coins. Chapter 652, Tactics. While the two of them were retrieving the arrows, Fang Heng rubbed his chin and lowered his head to think. It was not difficult to deal with a single elementary soul. The problem was the number. He had to think of a way to collect 1,000 souls before he could completely remove the seal. It was a little too much. He was not the kind of fighter who could work 24 hours a day. Perhaps there was a way to absorb more elementary soul forms in one go? Li Shoqiang picked up the arrows and came back. When he saw Fang Heng in deep thought, he thought that he had exhausted too much energy. Fang Heng, it's okay, right? After all, it was an elementary soul form. The difficulty of sealing the soul had increased a lot. It was very difficult. This was a normal phenomenon. We can rest for a while more. If you really can't hold on any longer, we will stop here this time and come again next time. And? We are only at what stage? Fang Heng stopped thinking. He raised his head and said very seriously, the two of you, I have an idea. Li Shoqiang blinked his eyes and looked baffled. Huh? An idea? Come. Let's sit down and talk. Fang Heng took out a paper and a pen from his pocket and invited Li Shoqiang and Danzō to sit down together. We have to play games slowly, and we have to pay attention to tactics. As he spoke, Fang Heng started to write on the paper. This, and then this. Right, after you're done, just hand it over to me. After a long while, Fang Heng put away the pen and paper and looked at the two of them who were a little confused. How is it? Is there anything else you don't understand? This. How the fuck could this work? Looking at Fang Heng's tactics, Li Shoqiang carefully swallowed his saliva and looked at Danzō from the corner of his eyes. After the initial shock, Danzō became expressionless. Alright, if there are no problems, we will start now. Fang Heng rubbed his fists and was all geared up. In the maze, Li Shoqiang held the soul candle with one hand and ran forward frantically. Behind him, two elementary soul bodies were chasing after him. After running past the familiar corner, Li Shoqiang suddenly accelerated and shouted at the same time, Fang Heng. I will leave it to you. The soul bodies that were chasing after him had just crossed the corner when they suddenly stopped. Immediately after, the soul fragments continuously flowed out from their bodies. The soul fragments were attracted by the special strength and gathered in the right direction. It was Fang Heng. Fang Heng was standing at a 90-degree angle between the two walls. There were already 3 soul bodies in front of Fang Heng. Elementary soul bodies kept waving their soul weapons to attack Fang Heng, leaving wounds on his body. Fang Heng was holding the Book of the Dead with both hands and constantly absorbing the soul fragments. Elementary soul bodies immediately shifted their attention and gave up on Li Shoqiang, who they had been chasing for more than half of the way. They turned around and rushed toward Fang Heng to join the battle. Fang Heng controlled the Book of the Dead to continue absorbing souls and shouted, Danzō, help. He is coming. Danzō raised a bucket filled with holy water and threw it at Fang Heng. Kai. The holy water seemed to have been poured on a metal that had a temperature of several thousand degrees Celsius. Thick white smoke instantly rose from Feng Heng's body and emitted a sizzling sound. A large amount of the curse status on his body was cleared. Transparent. Feng Heng cried out in his heart. The soul bodies did not have high intelligence, and they all fought on their own. They continuously attacked Feng Heng. At the same time, the soul energy on their bodies was continuously weakened by the Book of the Dead's strength. By the time they truly reacted and wanted to escape, they were already unable to break free from the Book of the Dead's restrictions. They could only be sucked into the Book of the Dead by Feng Heng. Every once in a while, Danzō would pour a wave of holy water on Feng Heng to break the curse. I can't run anymore. I need to rest. Li Shouqian was exhausted after running back and forth several times. He panted heavily as he sat on the ground and watched Feng Heng deal with these soul bodies. Li Shouqian had never thought of using this method to absorb the soul bodies before. Feng Heng said that it was comfortable, but he was miserable. He was exhausted and had to lure the monsters everywhere. A necromancer. A mage. He had reached the point where he had to learn how to do long-distance runs. Li Shouqian's emotions were complicated now. He could not figure out what kind of changes had happened to Feng Heng's body. He could withstand the simultaneous attacks of so many undead creatures. He was also able to maintain his spellcasting state, and like boiling frogs in warm water, he slowly seized the strength of the elementary souls and completely sealed them within the Book of the Dead. Thinking carefully, this kind of terrifying ability was probably something that only Feng Heng alone could do. On the other side, after absorbing more than 10 souls that had been lured over, Feng Heng closed the Book of the Dead in his hand and took a deep breath. It seemed that the plan had succeeded. Feng Heng could feel that he was far from reaching his limit. The intelligence of an undead life form was not high, and it was even a little low. He hid under a 90-degree wall, and only 4 elementary soul forms could attack him at the same time. The skill effect of the undying body almost completely ignored the damage caused by a soul form. Secondly, the holy weapon of the vampires and the level up of the vampire bloodline gave a terrifying all-attribute bonus. Compared to before he entered District 7, Feng Heng's mental strength had increased sufficiently, and he could maintain the Book of the Dead for a longer period of time. According to Feng Heng's estimation, he could use the Book of the Dead for about 5 hours. And the rippling strength released by the Book of the Dead was similar to a Neo attack. In theory, the more souls, the better. However, Feng Heng's gaze shifted to his 2 teammates who were slumped on the ground. The 2 teammates in front of him could no longer hold on. Li Shouqian sat on the ground, looking like he was about to break down. When he saw Feng Heng's gaze, he also smiled bitterly in his heart. What was the meaning of Feng Heng's gaze? He thought that everyone was like him. He was a necromancer, yet he had to act like a meat shield with unlimited stamina. Li Shouqian repeatedly waved his hands to beg for mercy. Feng Heng, I can't do it anymore. I really can't run anymore. We have not learned this. Our abilities are limited. Please forgive me. Looking at Li Shouqian's bitter expression, Feng Heng lowered his head and thought for a moment. He had no choice. To control the Book of the Dead required him to focus his spirit and continue casting spells. He also had no way to personally run over to pick up the monsters. Furthermore, the interior of the maze extended in all directions. Sometimes, if one was unlucky, they might have to walk a long distance before they would encounter an elementary soul that rose from the ground. Is there no other way? I can't say whether there's a way or not. In any case, I really can't do it. Li Shouqian said as he pointed at the cart at the side. Look, you're almost out of holy water, right? You can't hold on any longer. Indeed. Feng Heng turned his head to look at the cart beside him. He was constantly being beaten up, so he was constantly being affected by the curse effect. He needed to use a large amount of holy water to remove the curse effect from his body every once in a while. As time passed, the holy water on the cart was almost used up. Feng Heng touched his chin and had an inspiration. He raised his head to look at the 2 of them. Gentlemen, I have an immature idea. See if you have any suggestions. Chapter 653, Make Money, eh? He is going to start working again? Li Shouqian instantly regained his spirit and sat up straight. Please speak. Feng Heng pursed his lips and sorted out his thoughts. It's indeed too hard for the 2 of you to go and lure the souls, so I think we should hire someone to complete the act of luring the monsters. Huh? Danzō blinked twice with a dumbfounded look on his face. Lure the monsters? Damn it, did he really treat the souls as game monsters? Looking at their confused looks, Feng Heng continued to explain, I mean, is there a place similar to the labor market in the Necromancer Association? We can hire more people to help. Feng Heng's train of thought was clear. It was a little slow to rely on Li Shouqian and Danzō alone, and it was not very efficient. So he would increase the manpower. It would be alright if 20 people were to attack at the same time. The more the better. Feng Heng was familiar with this tactic. He often did this in games. Feng Heng, you are referring to the Mission Commission Center in the Hall of the Dead, right? Li Shouqian roughly understood. He pondered for a moment and explained to Feng Heng. In theory, it seems to be possible. We can hire people from the Commission Center, but Feng Heng, you also know that the cost of manpower in today's society is very high. Moreover, there is also a middleman at the Necromancer Association who takes a commission and earns the difference in price. In addition, those who can enter the Fallen Corridor are also not normal scholars. The price of hiring them for a day is about 1,000 contribution points. Are we able to afford it? As Li Shouqian was speaking, Danzō, who was beside him, tugged at him. Huh? What? Danzō reminded him, if Feng Heng can continuously capture souls with this efficiency, we should still be able to make a profit, right? Huh? Hiring a normal worker will cost 1,000 contribution points. The market price of a bottle of an elementary soul is about 500 contribution points. Danzō counting with his fingers. In theory, if we don't take into account the consumption of materials, recruiting a worker who can capture 2 souls can help to maintain a balance of payment. If we seal more souls, we can even make a small profit. Li Shouqian was stunned. What did he mean? After all this time, they could still make a profit? Feng Heng also blinked his eyes. Small profit? That's not right. Li Shouqian quickly reacted. No, we can't calculate like this. Elementary souls can only be traded and sold as experimental materials after the packaging is completed. Let's not take into account the cost of the packaging materials first. Even if we entrust someone else to do the packaging, we still have to spend money, right? Moreover, it's hard to meet the time requirement. It would take at least half an hour to package a soul body. If we make a mistake, half an hour would be wasted, and the materials might also be wasted. Even if we hire someone, they can't continuously package souls 24 hours a day. We also have to account for the various losses during the capture of the soul body. This. Danzō also realized the problem. He nodded and said, indeed, things like packaging take time and effort and don't earn much, but if we raise the price, we can also find people. If we include the cost in this area, we can still guarantee the capital. Probably, but this will take too much time, and the capital flow is too slow. Feng Heng could still understand at the beginning, but he was a little confused at the end. He raised his hand and interrupted them. Wait a minute, you two, what do you mean by packaging? Oh, it's like this, Li Shouqian explained. Feng Heng, elementary soul bodies are very versatile. They are generally used in the daily experiments of the necromancers, casting materials, potion materials and production of magic items. In most cases, the seller will package the soul body after sealing it, wiping away the soul body's consciousness and impurities. This way, the soul body can be used directly. It's very convenient, however, packaging is very troublesome. It requires time and patience. Feng Heng's eyelids twitched, and he asked again, does packaging requires mental strength? That's not necessary, but it requires a lot of energy. Moreover, it requires the support of the basic attribute of the spirit. If you're not careful, it's easy to fail. It's very troublesome. Feng Heng was happy when he heard that. It was fine as long as he didn't need to expend mental strength. The problem was solved. Others might be afraid of trouble, but he wasn't. He could even do the dirty work with his zombie clones. With this calculation, if he followed Danzō's plan and got the manpower, he could even make a huge profit. Hire people. Let's do it. All of a sudden, Feng Heng's mind was filled with the words make money. Contribution points from the Necromancer Association could be exchanged for King of Gods points. The problem now was the startup capital. He had King of Gods points, but it would be a bit foolish to go and exchange them for contribution points now. It would be a waste of his monthly contribution points exchange quota. Thinking of this, Feng Heng shifted his gaze to Li Shouqian and Danzō. The two of you, I have a big deal here. How about investing in it? Li Shouqian and Danzō looked at each other. Feng Heng, is your investment reliable? Believe me, it's absolutely reliable. Don't you trust me? You can go and ask the Leftway Gaming Guild. My reputation is very good. Seeing that the two of them were still hesitating, Feng Heng patted his chest and whispered, I have a way to solve the problem of packaging the soul body. Li Shouqian was shocked when he heard that. Really? Of course it's true. Let's not waste time. Take me to learn how to package the soul first, then we will hire people to do the work. Ding. During the time you went offline, your zombie clone killed 24,733 pieces of Tier 1 mutated zombies, 3,764 pieces of Tier 2 mutated zombies, 5 pieces of Tier 3 mutated zombies. When he went online again, the game hint quickly swept across Feng Heng's retina. After hacking for half a day, the zombie clones cleared out the entire quarantine zone's first floor. So many. Feng Heng muttered to himself. The quarantine zone's building was bigger than he had expected. Feng Heng raised his head and waved at the red dots on the ground. Feng Heng absorbed the evolution crystals into the mark on the back of his hand. Ding! You have obtained 7,263 pieces of evolution crystal fragments, 662 pieces of complete evolution crystals, 146 pieces of Tier 1 evolution crystals, 1 piece of Tier 2 evolution crystal, done. Ding! You have met the current level up requirement. Do you want to level up? Level up. Ding! Player's level has been raised to level 19. Player has obtained 49 zombie clones. Player currently has a total of 292 zombie clones. In the next moment, a few alchemy magic arrays flashed under Feng Heng's feet. Zombie clones came out of the magic array one after another. They staggered and stood behind Feng Heng. Very good, he had leveled up successfully. Feng Heng clenched his fist. He had nearly 50 more zombie clones. Including the proliferators, he had roughly 200 more free labor. Feng Heng's heart was burning with passion. He would first bring this wave of zombie clones back to the shelter and let them package the souls. Capture the souls, package them, sell them, hire people, capture the souls. It was a perfect cycle. Make money. Make money. Chapter 654, Issue the commission. With his thought in mind, Feng Heng controlled the remaining liquors and fusion tyrant forms to head to the second floor of the quarantine zone to continue farming monsters. Then, he brought the newly born zombie clones back to the prison headquarters. Just as he was about to leave, a few lines of game hints refreshed on his retina. Ding! Player's level has been raised to level 19. Player will automatically receive the production of semi-fusion crystals. Ding! The next upgrade requires 100 semi-fusion evolution crystals. What was a fusion evolution crystal? Feng Heng frowned and opened the production panel to check. Production plan, Tier 1 semi-fusion evolution crystal, production requirements. By fusing any two types of evolution crystals of the same level, blue, purple, green, one can create fusion evolution crystals of the same level. Additional description: evolution crystals obtained through trade cannot be fused. Current production success rate, 100%. So that's how it was. After understanding the item description, Feng Heng rubbed his chin. To upgrade the Tier 5 teleportation passage, one needed the high-energy evolution crystal of the 3 elementary worlds. Now, the same rule also applied to upgrading the player's character level. And to get the crystal, he had to go to other elementary game worlds. In that case, Feng Heng's eyelids twitched. He suddenly realized that he had a potential huge fortune. After leveling up level 19, if players wanted to continue leveling up, they had to go to other worlds. He did not know if there were other methods to go to other worlds, but there seemed to be only one way in front of him. The large-scale space-tearing device. To use his own metal teleportation disc, players would need to pay a tariff in the form of King of Gods points. Feng Heng licked his lips. He could just lie down and earn money at the same time. He was going to make a huge profit. But at the moment, considering the current player level of District 7 and District 8, there was still some distance from getting to that stage where he could earn money without doing anything. He would not think about this for now. The most important thing at the moment was to continue leveling up. With the tens of thousands of Tier 1 evolution crystals needed to level up to level 19, 100 Tier 1 evolution crystals were not worth mentioning at all. He could easily obtain 100 Tier 1 evolution crystals in the current zombie apocalypse after hanging up for a while. As for the remaining 100 crystals for the other games, he could choose between the world of the vampires and the wasteland world. Without a doubt, the world of the vampires was his next target. To upgrade the space-tearing device and repair Anjitas, he had to go to the world of the vampires. Now, he even needed to go to the world of the vampires to level up. Feng Heng pondered for a moment. His goal was clear. At the moment, leveling up was his priority. After this wave was over, he would go to the world of the vampires for a stroll. He would get some evolution crystals to level up to level 20 and get more zombie clones. Are you sure? In the Hall of the Dead, the clerk behind the reception desk was sizing up Feng Heng. She wondered if this player was crazy. Yes, issue it. Okay, according to your requirements, the first batch of scholars will gather at 8 o'clock tonight, and the second batch will gather at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Do you think it's okay? Yes. If it's possible, please pay a deposit of 20,000 contribution points. I will publish a mission, and if the mission is cancelled during the process, the deposit will not be refunded. Alright. Feng Heng turned his head and looked at Li Shouqian behind him. Li Shouqian's face was filled with pain, and he handed over the membership card that was bound to him. That was 200 King of Gods points. He and Tan Shao had worked hard for several years to get those points. Don't worry, I will count it as your share. When the time comes, I will pay you back 10 times or 100 times. Hopefully. Li Shouqian didn't think that things would go so smoothly. He only felt that Fang Heng was already a dual world lord of District 7 and District 8. He wouldn't go so far as to cheat him of a few hundred King of Gods points. Let's go, we will go buy some more things. Fang Heng rubbed his hands together, preparing to go all out. Boss. When he came to the familiar shop again, Fang Heng warmly greeted the boss. The boss, Wang Hua, still recognized Fang Heng and the others whom he had seen earlier in the morning. He calmly nodded as his form of greeting. Boss, I have a business idea, are you interested? Wang Hua shook his head, expressionlessly raising his hand to interrupt Fang Heng, stopping him from continuing. You're welcome, I won't participate in any investment. Hey, he was quite vigilant. It seemed that he had been cheated before. Fang Heng chuckled in his heart and did not mind. Then forget it. How much holy water do you have? I want all of it. Holy water? Not much. There are still more than 30 bottles left. Okay, I want all of it. Fang Heng leaned over and continued. Also, boss, I want to buy holy water from you. As much as you have, the more the better. I will come and get them tomorrow morning. Will that be okay? As much as you can get? The boss, Wang Hua, frowned. He looked at Fang Heng and said, the holy water is only valid for 3 days at most. Are you sure you need so much? That's right. Let's have a ton first. A ton? Wang Hua frowned and looked at Li Shouqian and Tan Shao who were standing behind Fang Heng. The two of them smiled bitterly. If Wang Hua didn't know that Tan Shao and Li Shouqian were both from the Federation, he would even think that Fang Heng came here to find trouble. Fang Heng rubbed his wrist and continued, in addition, I still need the purification bottle needed to seal the soul, and I also need a cart. 1 ton of holy water is too much. I will try my best to collect it. In addition, the deposit will require 4,000 contribution points. Fang Heng directly handed over Li Shouqian's membership card. Wang Hua took the membership card and swiped it on the swiping machine before handing it back. Come back tomorrow after 6 o'clock to get the goods. Remember to pay the rest when the time comes. No problem. Fang Heng nodded and took the card. Then, he said to Li Shouqian and Tan Shao behind him, the amount of holy water in one shop is too little. Let's take advantage of the little time we have to sweep the goods. We will sweep all the stalls on the street. We will take all the holy water. Li Shouqian and Tan Shao looked at each other before turning to look at the row of player stalls behind them. I still need some things. I need to think of a way to find someone to order them. You guys go ahead first. 8 p.m. in the Hall of the Dead. 10 necromancy apprentices gathered in front of the commission hall and waited. They were all players in the intermediate game. In the game, they happened to live in a small country that worshipped the undead, so they naturally formed a team. Dong Jiakan was the leader of this group. He accidentally found this pretty good commission, so he called a group of friends over to earn some pocket money. Brother Dong, this reward seems pretty good. It can't be a scam, right? The commission issued by the Necromancer Association has been notarized by a third party. It's definitely not a problem. They had to work for 8 hours and they only needed to move around the periphery of the Fallen Corridor. At most, they could deal with elementary souls. The risk factor was small and the rewards were relatively high. For now, it could be considered a pretty good offer. Look, the employer is here. Everyone raised their spirits and looked up. Fang Heng had arrived with Li Shouqian and Tan Shao. Dong Jiakan took a step forward. Hello, may I ask if you are Fang Heng? We have accepted the commission related to the Fallen Corridor. Chapter 655, Hiring People to Make Money Together. Yes, it's me. Fang Heng replied. He looked at the 10 workers and made some calculations in his heart. The number of people was still a little low. It would be best if there were more than 50 people. That way, the efficiency of farming monsters would be high. Forget it, he would try out the plan today and see how the actual combat results were. Boss. The workers didn't have any bad intentions. They spent most of their time in the intermediate game and rarely paid attention to things outside. They hadn't heard of Fang Heng's name, so they all nodded and called him Boss Fang Heng. The commission place is at the Fallen Corridor. I will explain the details after we enter the Fallen Corridor. Now, let's go and collect the materials. I am sorry, wait a moment, boss. Dong Jiakan stopped Fang Heng and asked, may I ask if we're going to deal with soul bodies? I want to confirm again. If so, how do we calculate the loss of potions and weapons? No, we don't need potions or weapons. Fang Heng shook his head and said, it's very simple. We will go to the warehouse and collect the materials first. After saying that, Fang Heng, Li Shouqian and Tan Shao turned around and left. Dong Jiakan and the others looked at each other and quickly followed. The group of people followed Feng Heng to the warehouse rented on the first floor of the Necromancer Association. Under Dong Jiakan and the others' puzzled gazes, Li Shouqian went forward and pushed open the warehouse door. The door opened. Inside the warehouse, half of the place was filled with carts filled with bottles of holy water. Huh? Holy water? What was going on? Were these the materials the boss was talking about? Why did he need so much holy water? Dong Jiakan had never seen such a scene before. The other apprentices also had strange expressions on their faces. Everyone, you've worked hard. Each of you will push 2 carts. After you bring the carts, we will go to the fallen corridor. Feng Heng explained and gestured at Li Shouqian with his mouth. Alright, I will give you a demonstration. Li Shouqian took the lead and walked into the warehouse. He pushed 2 carts filled with large cartons out. It's that simple. Brothers, hurry up. Dong Jiakan shrugged helplessly. Let's get to work. Since it was the boss arrangement, the workers did not ask any further questions. The group of people pushed 2 carts filled with holy water out of the warehouse. In the fallen corridor. Seeing Feng Heng bringing so many people and pushing so many carts to the fallen corridor, Pushi frowned slightly and had a strange expression on his face. It's him again. Feng Heng. What trick was he playing again? Feng Heng, did you bring them here? Yes, we're together. We formed a team. Formed a team? Do you need to bring so much holy water? As Pushi spoke, he shifted his gaze to the 2 Federation underlings behind Feng Heng. Being stared at by the Federation's higher-ups, Li Shouqian and Tan Shuo immediately felt great pressure. They looked as if they had done something wrong again and silently lowered their heads. Sorry. We do need to use a lot of holy water. Feng Heng replied modestly. Teacher Pushi, there's no rule that says we can't bring holy water into the fallen corridor, don't you agree? Humphrey, suit yourself. Pushi raised his hand and handed a wooden stick to the attendant. Bring them in. Yes, teacher. Watching the players line up and drag a large amount of holy water into the hall of the fallen corridor, Pushi's index finger lightly tapped the ground. He said again, Feng Heng, let me remind you again. Don't play tricks in the fallen corridor. You will be at a disadvantage. If you mess up, no one will be able to save you. I won't. You're worrying too much, Teacher Pushi. How could he say that he was playing tricks when it came to making money? Feng Heng laughed in his heart. After returning to the fallen corridor, everyone pushed their carts forward for some distance. Feng Heng once again called for everyone to stop and gather together. Feng Heng took out a pen and paper and roughly explained the plan to the workers. After a while, Feng Heng put away the note and looked around the crowd. Any other questions? The players looked at each other and fell into silence. There are so many questions. Why does it feel like you're playing a game? Are you sure you're not courting death? However, just from the plan alone, it was very clear what their responsibilities were, so there really wasn't any question. No matter how they looked at it, this employer seemed like a tiger. Everyone couldn't help but shift their gazes to Dong Jiakan, who was leading the group. Cough cough. Dong Jiakan coughed lightly to break the silence. Boss, are you sure you want to do this? We don't need to worry about those souls, all we have to do is to lure them all over. That's right. Don't you need to weaken them? No need. Just lure them here. We have a way to deal with them. Ah. Everyone was confused. They didn't understand what Feng Heng was trying to do. Killing souls? There was no need to go through so much trouble, right? Looking at everyone's doubtful expressions, Feng Heng pondered for a moment. He said, anyway, let's try this plan first. In addition, to motivate everyone, I will record it for you. Each time you lure an elementary soul over, there will be an additional reward. How about it? Isn't it fair? Hearing the additional reward, Dong Jiakan's interest was immediately piqued. How much is the reward? 20 points. 20 points? Dong Jiakan's heart stirred. Originally, he could earn 10 King of Gods points in a day's work. Now, if he could lure 10 elementary souls, that would be an additional 2 points. 100 would be 20 points, and 1000 would be 200 points. Dong Jiakan's eyes lit up as he looked at Feng Heng. What a good guy. He's a fat sheep. The other players calculated in their hearts and were instantly filled with enthusiasm. The boss was a little too generous. The necromancy industry was very expensive and burned holes in pockets. They were not like Li Shouqian, who had defected to the Federation and could receive a large amount of funding from the Federation every month. Most of them could only rely on themselves. Their days were so tight that they were afraid of being poor. They definitely would not lose anything in this round. In contrast, they might even earn a lot. It was not easy for them to finally have an opportunity, so they had to drag this sheep down to its death. Dong Jiakan forced himself to calm down. He restrained himself from appearing too excited. He looked at Feng Heng and asked in a deep voice, "Boss, are you sure?" "Of course. I always keep my word." As Feng Heng spoke, he walked to the right corner and hit at the 90-degree angle between the two walls. "Alright, that's the end of the commentary. We will make minor adjustments according to the actual situation during the process. Time is limited. Let's set off as soon as possible." "Understood." Dong Jiakan said to the brothers behind him. "You all heard what the boss said. Let's set off." After Feng Heng's encouragement, in the blink of an eye, all the workers scattered off to start working. While the players were leaving, Danzō took out 2 super large water cannons from the big box behind the cart and handed one to Li Shaoqian. He had been working on this during the day. Enhanced and modified water cannon. Large caliber, high strength compression valve, dual armed weapon, and with an effective range of 40 meters. A custom-made large water pipe, equipped with a small generator, and the other end of the pipe could be directly plugged into the bucket for use. Safe, effective and pollution-free. Chapter 656, Investigation Report. Li Shaoqian took the water cannon and weighed it in his hand. He temporarily put it aside. Then, he took out a pen and paper and prepared to write down the number of monsters each worker lured. "Feng Heng, nothing must happen to you." Li Shaoqian expressed his concern to Feng Heng once again. If Feng Heng died accidentally, the failure of the investment would be considered a small matter. At that time, with Instructor Dickie's personality, he would most likely not be able to survive in the Necromancer Association. "Don't worry." Feng Heng cherished his life very much. He had secretly conducted a test before, and he could still enter and exit the game world unhindered even if he was in the Fallen Corridor. If he were to encounter an unexpected situation, he could just hide in the game and be done with it. There was also a backup plan. To be on the safe side, he had even spent a large sum of money to buy a life-saving charm. After activating it, he could stun all soul bodies mid-tier and below within a short period of time. In the most critical situation, he could at most stun them and hide in the game. Dong Jiakan felt that his luck was really a little bad. After circling around the Fallen Corridor for a long time, he couldn't even find half of the wandering elementary soul bodies. Oh? They're here. Finally, after turning a corner, Dong Jiakan saw a soul body wandering in front of him. It was time to do work. Dong Jiakan was excited. After noticing Dong Jiakan, the elementary soul body immediately chased after him. Originally, Dong Jiakan could have easily pulled a few elementary soul bodies back with the optimal plan he had envisioned. For the sake of his employer's life, Dong Jiakan decided to bring one back to test the waters first. Thinking of this, Dong Jiakan began to maintain his speed and run back. Just like that, he maintained a constant speed. Dong Jiakan lured the elementary soul body and ran for a full distance. He is here. After passing through a familiar corner, the scene before him caused Dong Jiakan's heart to jump. In the corner ahead, Feng Heng was surrounded by several soul bodies in a corner. Not good. The boss was besieged. Dong Jiakan subconsciously reached into his pocket and pulled out a soul bomb to help the boss. Damn it, this was a loss. He had to waste a soul bomb. Dong Jiakan was about to throw out a soul bomb when he realized something was wrong. He frowned. What was the boss doing? Looking carefully, Feng Heng, who was surrounded by elementary souls, was unusually calm. He held the Book of the Dead with both hands. Ripples spread out from the Book of the Dead. Dong Jiakan was stunned. He was absorbing soul fragments? Elementary soul bodies were affected by the Book of the Dead. Soul energy fragments flowed out of their bodies uncontrollably and were sucked away by the Book of the Dead in Feng Heng's hands. Elementary soul bodies that were originally chasing after Dong Jiakan were also affected by the Book of the Dead. They immediately shifted their attention and teleported towards Feng Heng, joining the group of souls that were surrounding and attacking the latter. Dong Jiakan stuffed the soul bomb back into his backpack, feeling even more puzzled. Wasn't this a little too strange? The elementary soul bodies inflicted many wounds on Feng Heng's body, but the wounds were actually rapidly healing. It was as if Feng Heng was untouchable. His body emitted a black aura from the curse effect, and he calmly controlled the Book of the Dead. Dong Jiakan stood still for a moment. He was somewhat unable to comprehend the scene before him. Friend. Excuse me. Hearing Danzō's voice beside him, Dong Jiakan, who had been in a daze, jumped in fright. He hurriedly took 2 steps to the side. Danzō strode forward with both hands holding a huge water gun. He aimed at the position where Feng Heng was and pressed the switch. Zzz. Suddenly, a white mist rose from Feng Heng's body. Most of the black air that had enveloped him had dissipated. This actually worked? Dong Jiakan was completely dumbfounded. Hey, brother, you are slacking off. Your best friend has already hooked 4 souls. We are working to get more money. There is no need to play tricks, right? Li Shouqian said with a smile on the side and wrote a note for Dong Jiakan in the record book. What? Slacking off? Dong Jiakan, who was at a loss, finally reacted. Hey, you think I am too slow to hook monsters? Fine, just wait and see. Dong Jiakan felt that he had been belittled. However, he was not angry. Instead, he calmed down a lot. It turned out that the boss really had the ability to deal with the undead. He felt that he had found a good fat sheep. As long as he put in effort, he could at least find 100 souls, right? Opportunities were hard to find. This time, he had to seize it. At the Federation's Central Inspection Bureau of the Eastern Region. Late at night, Su Shaojian was flipping through the detailed report of the incident in District 7. Fang Heng. Anjitas. After flipping through the report in his hand, Su Shaojian muttered to himself, deep in thought. He raised his head and knocked on the table, asking, I remember it well. Not long ago, there was a death incident in the branch. The deceased was Meng Wu from the inspection team. Before he died, he was investigating Fang Heng. Yes, Chief Su. His subordinate, Guanming, nodded. I've paid attention to this matter and confirmed that the cause of Meng Wu's death is related to the demi-human tribe. The incident is still under investigation and there are no new developments. Su Shaojian raised his head and glanced at the half-meter-tall pile of related reports on his desk. It was obvious that this was yet another unsolved case. It was not reliable to rely on the lower echelons to investigate. He continued to ask, is it related to him? We've conducted an investigation and confirmed that Fang Heng did not commit the crime. Su Shaojian turned his neck, which made a creaking sound. Chief Su, is it possible that the seizure of Anjitas is a hidden danger? The actions of the 12 corporations. It is indeed surprising that someone so young could achieve this in such a short time. Su Shaojian closed the file in his hand, expressionless. Forget it, don't mind it. Even if we get Anjitas, it's useless if we can't use Anjitas' strength. Understood, Chief Su. Su Shaojian looked at Guanming again. What about the 12 corporations? Anjitas has been snatched away. They can't be completely silent, right? Yes, the plan was completely destroyed because of Fang Heng's appearance. But according to the latest news, Night Owl has already found a way to get a small amount of purple spatial crystals, but it will take some time to complete the transportation. In addition, the 12 corporations are still collecting purple spatial crystals through various channels. In addition, they have thought of looking for Fang Heng to buy the purple spatial crystals and redeem Anjitas, but they haven't contacted Fang Heng for the time being. Guanming continued to report, according to authentic information provided to us by Taeku, the 12 corporations are not going to wait. Everything will go according to plan. When the time comes, the space passage will open. There will be a total of 48 passages leading to the real world. 8 of them will land in our Eastern Federation region. Okay. Su Shaojian continued to nod. I understand. You may leave now. Yes. Guanming nodded. He lifted his feet to leave, but he stopped himself. He was a little hesitant. Is there anything else? Chapter 657, Infiltration. Chief Su, since we already know about the plans of the 12 corporations, why don't we stop them in advance? They will pose a huge threat to the lives of the people. Su Shaojian looked at Guanming and paused. Instead of answering, he asked, have you heard of the Pure Land Project? Guanming raised his eyebrows. I've heard of this name. Chief Su, what kind of project is this exactly? This project has been prepared for more than 30 years. I am not sure about the details, but I heard that there have been major changes to this project recently. Guanming stood up from behind his desk. He picked up his coat that was hanging on his chair and put it on. The development of the Northern Federation is closely related to the 12 corporations. Over the past few years, the 12 corporations have been expanding their reach, and they have also infiltrated our Eastern Federation. As far as we know, many members of the Bureau have been bribed by the 12 corporations. Also, many hidden anti-Federation forces will take advantage of this invasion to stir up trouble everywhere. This is a very good opportunity for us to lure the snake out of its hole and take advantage of this opportunity to completely eliminate the hidden dangers in our Eastern region. According to the Superior's instructions, all of this is for the preparation of the Pure Land Project. Su Shaojian walked past Guanming as he spoke and patted him on the shoulder. We're done with our work. Let's go and have supper at our usual spot, the 100-year-old lamb restaurant across the street. Su Shaojian took 2 steps forward and found that Guanming was still standing there. What? Is there a problem? But Guanming was still a little worried. But Brother Su, once the passage between the game and the world is opened, when the monsters invade our eastern region, a large number of innocent people's lives might be threatened. Su Shaojian narrowed his eyes. Sacrifice is necessary. What we can do is obey and do our best to protect the people. Do you understand? Guanming's expression turned serious. He nodded and said, "Yes, Chief." "Alright, I have a very important task for you. Come with me. We will talk while we eat." It took 5 hours to collect a total of 652 souls. Feng Heng calculated the profits. His mental strength had not reached its limit yet, but the newly hired players could no longer run. They were all exhausted and sprawled on the ground. That's all for today's hiring. In an hour, everyone can go to the commission center to settle the additional bonuses. We will continue to come here at noon tomorrow. If you're interested, you can continue to participate. Come again tomorrow? No. He had to rest at home for a day. Dong Jiakan felt bitter. After running for a whole afternoon, Dong Jiakan believed that the amount of exercise he had done in a year was no more than this. His legs were aching so badly that even his feet felt a little wobbly when he walked. Next time definitely. Watching Dong Jiakan and the other players support each other as they left, Feng Heng rubbed his shoulders and piled more than 40 books of the dead on the shelf. Feng Heng, Li Shouqian was still a little worried. He looked at Feng Heng and asked, "What should we do next? What should we do with these books of the dead?" "Hey, leave the rest to me. We worked hard for the whole day. Let's go back first. All of you should rest early today." After fooling the worried Li Shouqian, Feng Heng pushed the cart back to his room alone. After closing the door to his room, Feng Heng took a deep breath and rubbed his hands together. He stacked the books of the dead together and put them into the space-time jump backpack. He closed his eyes. A blood-red magic array appeared under Feng Heng's feet. When he opened his eyes again, Feng Heng appeared in the game. A game hint flashed across his vision. Ding! While you were offline, your zombie clones cleared the second basement of the quarantine zone, killing a total of 14,733 pieces of Tier 1 mutated zombies, 10,764 pieces of Tier 2 mutated zombies, 245 pieces of Tier 3 mutated zombies. Not bad, the zombies had cleared out the second floor of the quarantine zone. After killing so many, they should have dropped a lot of evolution crystals, so it shouldn't be difficult to gather 100 Tier 1 evolution crystals. Let's not worry about it for now. I can go and retrieve the evolution crystals when I have the time. It's better to deal with packaging the soul first. While thinking, Feng Heng gave the zombie clones the order to continue searching the third basement, then he returned to the basement of the prison. The basement had a newly divided area for the zombie factory. Including the proliferators, 196 zombie clones stood in a row in the empty factory area. The creation of a soul was not complicated. Making raw materials required a soul container, which was a specially crafted bottle that could contain a clean soul. What Feng Heng needed to do was to clear the impurities of the soul, wipe away the remaining consciousness, and then seal it completely into the bottle. Let's give it a try. Feng Heng tried to control a zombie clone to walk forward and pick up the Book of the Dead and the bottle on the ground. Ding! Your zombie clone is in the process of packaging the soul. Ding! Current success rate of sealing, 43%. A long channeling bar appeared on the zombie clone's head. It worked. Seeing the channeling bar start to move slowly, Feng Heng felt that this wave was stable. It would take about 2 hours to complete packaging the soul each time, and considering the probability of failure. Feng Heng rubbed his chin and started to control the zombies to complete the assembly line of packaging the soul. The troublesome thing was that he had to return to reality and the game every once in a while. He had to bring the Book of the Dead and the bottles needed for packaging back to the prison shelter again and again. Just as he was thinking about how to increase his efficiency, another game hint flashed across his vision. Ding! Your survival radio has received an emergency message. Feng Heng opened the emergency communication and had a thought. He was a little surprised. It was a message from Old Black. Old Black, Feng Heng, congratulations. You still remember this old friend of yours, right? If it's convenient for you to come out and chat, I will be right outside your prison shelter. Indeed, it had been a long time since they last met. It was very rare that Old Black was not involved in the sabotage operation of District 7 by Night Owl. He couldn't have fallen out of favor, right? Feng Heng thought and quickly typed. Feng Heng, give me the coordinates, I will be there soon. After getting the coordinates, Feng Heng let the zombie clones continue packaging the soul body and rushed toward the coordinates given by Old Black. Not far from the prison, Old Black was sitting on a big rock on the plain. Hee, Feng Heng, how have you been? Seeing Feng Heng from afar, Old Black waved and said, it's hard to get in touch with you. Have you been busy with Anjitas recently? You know a lot. Old Black jumped down from the big rock and stood in front of Feng Heng. Congratulations on getting District 7. There's something I need your help with. Oh? What is it? Tell me first. Don't be so serious. It's just a small matter. Chapter 658, Redemption. Old Black asked, your teleportation device should have expanded by now, right? Is it Tier 3 now? Or Tier 4? Feng Heng licked his lips. Tier 4. Old Black's face flashed with shock, then he laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, that's great. I thought you would need 1 or 2 years to complete the Tier 4 passage. To be honest, you really surprised me. Feng Heng, you make me anticipate it. I look forward to your future. Old Black sighed and changed the topic. I will be straightforward. I am here for the teleportation passage this time. I have 2 people who want to borrow your teleportation passage authority to go to the Wasteland World. Wasteland World? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat and asked, what? Are you going to destroy the Wasteland World again? Hee, it's not convenient to divulge business matters. You know that. Old Black laughed dryly. Based on our friendship, this isn't much, right? Sure, let them contact me. I will provide them with access. You're really trustworthy. You're really something. We work together for mutual benefit. Feng Heng nodded. Coincidentally, I also have something I want your help with. What is it? I have a batch of goods that I want to sell. Your connections are quite wide. I need you to find me some buyers. Oh? Old Black was interested. What kind of good stuff is it? Purple spatial crystals. About that. I did hear some news. I heard that the vampires spent a lot of effort to enter the zombie apocalypse. I didn't expect you to get the good stuff in the end. If you want to sell, I suggest you go to Night Owl. They really want this batch of stuff. Old Black thought for a moment, then added, but Night Owl can't offer a high price. They are very poor. No, I don't want to sell to them. Feng Heng shrugged, then said, I don't want to provoke Night Owl's group of terrorists. I want to find another buyer. Is that so? What about the price? Information regarding the awakening of Angitas, high-tier energy crystals, high-tier resources and materials, brilliant gemstones, or directly giving King of Gods points can be considered. I will give you a list later. Alright, I will help you find out. Someone else asked me to ask you about a deal. Old Black examined Feng Heng's expression, enunciating each word clearly. They want to use 100,000 King of Gods points to redeem Angitas. 100,000. So much? Feng Heng's expression changed slightly and he was shocked. 100,000 King of Gods points was enough to arm a player from head to toe in the game. After a moment of shock, Feng Heng immediately reacted and replied, no, I am not selling it. There were people who were willing to spend 100,000 points to redeem Angitas. This meant that Angitas meant more than 100,000 to them. Angitas had even greater potential to be tapped. Old Black said, I guessed it. It didn't surprise me. Feng Heng licked his lips and asked tentatively, who's the buyer? Night Owl? Why do they want to take back Angitas? Night Owl? Hee. What do you mean? Old Black looked at Feng Heng and said, Feng Heng, you have been fighting with Night Owl for quite some time. Do you really think that Night Owl is that powerful? Feng Heng was silent as he looked at Old Black. Night Owl is just a group of small characters who are controlled. Their strength is not enough to do so many things under the eyes of the Federation. Old Black shook his head and explained, from the beginning when they invaded District 8, which was still in beginner mode, to not long ago when they used the entire strength of District 8 of the world of the vampires to invade the world of zombies, just Night Owl. No, they don't have the ability. Who is it? 12 corporations. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. The 12 corporations were originally 12 supersized corporations in the Northern Federation. They controlled the economic lifeline of the entire Northern Federation and were able to influence the Northern Federation's foreign policy. Over the years, the influence of the 12 corporations had greatly infiltrated the entire Federation and their businesses had spread all over the world. Seeing that Feng Heng was deep in thought, Old Black felt that he had said enough. Alright, don't think too much. I still say that it's best to work for yourself. Before the end of the world comes, earn a little more capital to save your life, right? Better put yourself in the best interests, such as how to gain more benefits. Working with you has always been very pleasant. If we continue our partnership, we can definitely make a lot of money. Feng Heng stopped thinking and looked up at Old Black. What are you planning? Hee, of course, I am trying to gain benefits for myself. I've already said that I don't care who wins or loses. Old Black said as he patted Feng Heng's shoulder, I only have a rough idea of the 12 corporations' plan. When I figure it out, we will work together. The benefits will definitely not be lacking for you. I still have other things to do. I will contact you next time. After saying that, Old Black waved his hand and was about to leave. Oh right. Old Black suddenly thought of something and turned around. If you want to completely awaken the Angitas from its hibernation, you have to go back to the world of the vampires. You should be able to find some useful information there. Also, you have rejected the invitation of the 12 corporations this time. Based on my understanding of them, they might be secretly targeting you. Of course, It's a good choice to stay in the Necromancer Association. In short, you have to be careful. It's hard to guarantee that they won't take special measures against you. Old Black said as he stretched lazily. He turned his back and walked further and further away. Sigh, your purple spatial crystals are pretty good stuff. There should be quite a number of buyers. It's another big deal. Don't forget, I will have to charge you a middleman fee. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes as he watched Old Black leave. He thought, this is the 12 corporations' big plan, right? They want to make a move on me, right? Fine, then I will hide in the Necromancer Association and the game and not go out. You didn't sleep the whole night? Early the next morning, Danzō saw Li Shouqiang at the door of Fang Heng's room. Li Shouqiang's eyes were dark and bloodshot. He yawned and nodded at Danzō. Danzō looked at the tightly shut door behind Li Shouqiang and asked, he hasn't come out either? Yes. Li Shouqiang nodded again. Last night, ever since he separated from Fang Heng, Li Shouqiang had been tossing and turning. He could not fall asleep, so he simply ran to Fang Heng's door and waited outside for the entire night. Danzō nodded to show his understanding. Unlike him, Li Shouqiang had invested all his money in the deal. If he lost, all his hard-earned capital would be gone. It would be a miracle if he could sleep well at night. The door lock turned slightly and Fang Heng pushed the door open and walked out. You too. Fang Heng had just woken up and was still a little confused. When he saw Danzō and Li Shouqiang outside his door, he scratched his hair. Why are you both up so early? Just in time, come and help push the cart. Li Shouqiang heard him and quickly followed Fang Heng into the room. When he saw the neatly stacked glass bottles on the cart, his eyes instantly went blank. Chapter 659, Business. You have completed the packaging? Li Shouqiang asked in surprise. He picked up a bottle of packaged elementary soul body from the cart and put it in his hand to observe. The quality was quite good. 2 small carts were piled up with more than 100 bottles. The tired look that was originally on Li Shouqiang's face was swept away. The huge surprise made his spirit rise to the extreme. He turned his head to look at Fang Heng. Fang Heng. You're really too awesome. How on earth did you do it? What else can I do? I worked all night. Li Shouqiang's eyes changed when he looked at Fang Heng. Amazing. He had produced over 100 bottles of elementary souls in one night. If this rate continued, it would not be a problem for him to recover the funds. This round of investment was stable. They could quickly make a profit. Danzō also looked at Fang Heng in a daze and sighed heavily in his heart. Not only did he have a talent that made people jealous, but he was also very hardworking. Fang Heng yawned. Let's go. We need to think of a way to sell them and get back the funds. Yes, yes, yes. I will push the cart. Li Shouqiang walked forward and pushed the cart carefully. The 3 of them returned to the Hall of the Dead and spent money to rent a stall. The stall owners nearby all looked at them curiously. After all, Fang Heng and company attracted attention by mass purchasing the goods yesterday and left a deep impression on everyone. After cleaning up the newly rented stall, Li Shouqiang and Danzō were busy putting the goods on the shelves. Fang Heng asked, how are we going to sell the packaged soul? Elementary soul is a kind of rare commodity with very high versatility. The market is generally relatively stable and rarely fluctuates. Li Shouqiang was more familiar with the market. He thought for a moment and continued, the market price is around 500-600 contribution points. Recently, the price is around 530. Considering that we should sell it as soon as possible, how about we sell it at 500 contribution points? Yes, 500 is considered cheap. Danzō nodded in agreement. Fang Heng, we suggest selling it at 500. We can sell off the goods and get back the capital as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't have enough money to buy the raw materials later. Alright, then sell it for 500. Fang Heng agreed immediately. After deducting the losses and the labor costs, not only would he get back his capital this time, he could even make a huge profit. Fang Heng rubbed his palms together. It was always a pity that he could not empty the Apocalypse merchant camp in the game. He did not expect that he could empty the Necromancer Association outside of the game. Teacher Dicky was quite good to him. It didn't seem too good to empty out Teacher Dicky's association. That's not right. The Federation also had a stake in the Necromancer Association. It wouldn't be a problem for him to scam the Federation's money. Fang Heng was pondering when a young man walked to the front of the stall. Eh? The young man seemed to be surprised by the large number of undead potions in front of him. He looked up and down at Fang Heng and the others behind the counter. Friend, how much for a soul body? Brother, you have a good eye. These are all souls that were just captured yesterday and packaged last night. They're fresh out of the oven and I guarantee that they will have a good effect. Li Shouqiang saw the customer and extended his hand to him with a smile. It's 555 per bottle. If you become our friend, It will be 500 per bottle for 10 bottles or more. 500? The young man raised his eyebrows. He randomly picked up a bottle of the packaged soul from the stall and examined it. There were no flaws. It was a high-quality product. You seem to be a good friend. How much do you have? I want all of them. All of them. Good. A total of 112 bottles. Tanshao, load this man's cart. I will give the cart to you. We will continue to set up our stall here tomorrow. After receiving the money, Li Shoqian watched as his big client left. He could not suppress the wild joy in his heart. He had made a huge profit. He had made a huge profit this time. Li Shoqian's eyes immediately turned red. There was no better way to make a fortune overnight than this. Making money was really awesome. Don't get excited. This is just the beginning. Feng Heng patted Li Shoqian's shoulder and hung a sign of closure on the door. Let's go. There's still some time. Let's go to the third floor and have a meal to celebrate. It's on me. Everyone, I've already found someone to communicate with Feng Heng in private. The other party isn't willing to trade with us for Anjitas. In the Imperial City building, long-distance projection meeting room. All the people participating in the meeting came from the highest level of the Northern Federation's 12 corporations. They controlled the economic lifeline of the entire Northern Federation. Ni Tongming explained to the audience, the price of 100,000 points already proves our sincerity. A middle-aged man in a light blue suit was holding an orange cat in his arms. As he stroked the cat, he said, if we don't get Anjitas, will it have a big impact on the follow-up implementation of the plan? From the perspective of risk assessment, Anjitas that has yet to recover is not of much use to Feng Heng. It also has no impact on the implementation of our follow-up plan. From the perspective of the mainframe's deduction, the probability of Feng Heng being able to influence our plan is less than 0.001%. The cat-stroking man continued, then why did you summon us? Because I don't trust the results of the deduction. Ji Kai-Ubai, who was standing beside Ni Tongming, said in a deep voice, every deduction made by the mainframe indicated that the success rate was above 95%, but every time, it failed. In the beginning, it was District 8, then later to District 7, and now it's Anjitas. Has the mainframe deduced this result before? Ji Kai-Ubai looked around. I just want to warn everyone that if we underestimate Feng Heng, we will definitely suffer a great loss. The higher-ups of the various corporations started to discuss in low voices again. After everyone stopped discussing, Ni Tongming continued, I think that Feng Heng's existence is a high risk to us, and also a threat. It's necessary to completely eliminate him. Based on the information we have gathered so far, Feng Heng is currently under the protection of the Necromancer Association. In addition to his special ability, as long as he keeps hiding there, the success rate of killing him is extremely low. It is almost impossible. Ni Tongming thought for a moment and added, unless we are willing to go to war with the Necromancer Association, I believe that everyone is not willing to see this. Mr. Ni is right. It's almost impossible to kill Feng Heng under the protection of the Necromancer Association, but we can change our tactic. We can try to temporarily control him. Ji Kai-Ubai narrowed his eyes and walked to the side of the mainframe, sending out a file. This is the report of the action plan that I worked out overnight. We only need to follow the action plan, and it's enough to trap Feng Heng for at least a month. This 1 month is enough for us to successfully complete the resurrection ritual. Everyone began to read the plan sent by Ji Kai-Ubai. After reading the plan, an old man raised his head and asked, this plan was modified according to the plan to seize the Shrine of Bones? Elder Liu has sharp eyes. By doing so, the safety of the spies planted in the Necromancer Association over the years cannot be guaranteed. The necessary sacrifices are worth it. Gentlemen, if luck is on our side, we might even be able to create a huge ruckus in the Eastern Federation. We might even have a small chance of obtaining the Shrine of Bones. Hearing this, everyone once again began to discuss in low voices. The Shrine of Bones. The 12 corporations had been coveting it for a long time. It was just that they had never been able to come up with an effective plan to seize it. The success rate of Ji Kai-Ubai's plan was less than 10%, but using him to deal with Feng Heng seemed to be just right. Ni Tongming flipped through the details of the plan, a cold smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. If it really can be carried out as planned, the Eastern Federation will surely have a headache. We even have a small chance to seize the Necromancer Association's Shrine of Bones. Then, Ni Tongming looked around at everyone and said, everyone, as always, let's put it to a vote. Chapter 660, Further Improvements. 5 hours later. Feng Heng brought over 30 players and truckloads of holy water to the Fallen Hall. He is here again? Kushi, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Over 30 players gathered in the Fallen Hall with their carts. The originally quiet Fallen Hall was a little crowded and noisy. Everyone, be quiet. Pushi looked at Fang Heng and frowned. Fang Heng. Yesterday, he had brought more than 10 people into the Fallen Corridor. Now, there were more and more people gathered here. The Fallen Corridor had become chaotic ever since Fang Heng came. What the hell was going on? Teacher Pushi. Li Shoqian bowed respectfully to Pushi and said, "We have applied to enter the Fallen Corridor." Pushi stared at Fang Heng and said, "Fang Heng, behave yourself." "Thank you, teacher. I will." Fang Heng and the others entered the Fallen Corridor under the guidance of the attendant. An apprentice who was learning from Pushi hesitated for a moment before he went forward and whispered, "Teacher, do you need me to follow them to take a look? Is there a need for that?" Pushi shook his head and said, "Continue to cultivate." After entering the Fallen Corridor, Fang Heng introduced the plan to the players based on the re-optimized plan from last night. The experienced old men began to lead the confused rookies to start a new round of mobs. After the optimized plan, farming monsters became even smoother. Half an hour later, groups of souls were blocked in a corner. They crowded around each other, trying to attack Fang Heng, who was on the inside of the corner. Due to the terrain, only 4 elementary souls could attack Fang Heng at the same time. Relying on the strength of the Book of the Dead, a large number of soul fragments escaped from the elementary souls and were sucked into the Book of the Dead by Fang Heng. Fang Heng continued to weaken their strength until they could not break free from the binding of the Book of the Dead and were completely captured. And so on and so forth. On the side, Danzō was taking notes. He was rather envious. Soul fragments were a kind of tonic that could slightly replenish mental strength. There were unproven studies that said it could also slightly increase soul strength. Danzō watched as Fang Heng switched between the Book of the Dead and sealed the soul body. In just half an hour, he had completed 6 books. There were already 6 books today. Danzō frowned slightly and went back to examine the record book again. Li Shoqian, do you feel that today is a little strange? Strange? What's strange? The efficiency of the soul being lured over has increased. Huh? Li Shoqian had a puzzled look on his face, indicating that he did not understand. Danzō gestured at the record book in his hand. Come and take a look. Oh. Li Shoqian leaned his head over and looked at the performance record book that Danzō had recorded. Indeed, the speed at which that group of players was luring the elementary souls had increased by more than double. This was a good thing. The speed at which they were attracting the souls had increased, and so had the speed at which they were capturing souls. The speed at which they were making money had also increased, hadn't it? Wasn't this a great thing? Li Shoqian revealed a happy expression and said, "Isn't that good? That means that the players' fighting spirit is high and their efficiency has increased. Is that so?" Raising their heads, the two of them simultaneously looked at the group of players who were running while panting. Danzō shook his head. "It doesn't look like it." What else could it be? "I feel that the speed at which elementary souls appear has increased." Li Shoqian was startled and frowned. Danzō was a little worried. The entire Necromancer Association's arena was built on the Death Realm crevice. The Fallen Corridor was also a part of the seal. If something went wrong, it might even affect the Death Realm crevice. Is there a problem? It's not that serious. It's just a dynamic increase in the rate at which the soul body is produced. Li Shoqian shrugged. He did not pay much attention to this strange fact. The Fallen Corridor is so important, and there are so many pairs of eyes watching this place. The instructors are watching this place 24 hours a day. How could there be a problem? You're right. Maybe I am overthinking things. Fang Heng also realized that the number of soul bodies that had been lured over today was particularly high. He did not think too much about it. He thought that it was because of the increase in the number of players hired, so he focused on capturing the souls. The monster farming lasted for more than 2 hours. Fang Heng only stopped when the last Book of the Dead was filled. A Book of the Dead could capture a large number of souls, but if there were more than 10 of them, it would negatively affect the success rate of the subsequent packaging and other operations. There was a limited number of Books of the Dead. Fang Heng took one and sealed a total of 20 of them. There were 2 carts full of Books of the Dead. Thank you for your help. That's all for today. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock, we will continue to issue the commission. Those who are interested can go to the commission center to register. Fang Heng was extremely satisfied. At this rate, the negative effects of the remnant page would probably be over by tomorrow. They would be able to withdraw their funds and enter a profitable state. If they were to be greedy again, they could increase their investment, buy more Books of the Dead, and speed up the soul packaging by the zombie clones. Boss, as a partner, I have a proposal. Li Xiao was full of energy as he walked to Fang Heng's side. Yes, go ahead. Fang Heng felt that his partner's suggestion was worth listening to. I think that the efficiency of farming soul bodies is still too slow. Why don't we just set up a few tents here? What? Set up tents and find an empty space to build a temporary resting area. Elementary souls are easy to deal with. A small defensive formation at the periphery of the temporary resting area will do. When that time comes, the player who is entrusted with the task will be able to rest in the tents to recover their strength when they're tired. It's all for the sake of earning points. We, as necromancy apprentices, can endure this little bit of hardship. Bring more compressed biscuits over. After all, we're all necromancy apprentices. Even if we can only fill a bit of our stomachs, we won't starve to death. It's the right way to seize the time and make more money. This. Feng Heng was stunned when he heard Li Shouqiang's plan. He thought, good heavens. No capitalist can play like you. Seeing that Feng Heng didn't speak for a long time, Li Shouqiang was a little nervous. He asked, Feng Heng, what do you think of this idea of mine? Li Shouqiang, I think you're really a genius. Your idea is too creative. Li Shouqiang was delighted. Can it work? Of course, it can. It can definitely work. It has to work. Feng Heng put his hand on Li Shouqiang's shoulder enthusiastically. We have to think it over, get more military tents or something. It's best if we can think of a way to get a batch of soul candles in. Each entry is only 24 hours, and we have to spend some contribution points. It's too much of a loss. It's a waste of time to go back and forth. Yes, I think so too. The efficiency can still be improved. Li Shouqiang was even more excited. He felt that his frequency was completely in line with Feng Heng. That's so right, brother. If we decide to do this, we will find someone to get tents and rations. I guarantee that the group of apprentices will be able to eat and drink well, and help us earn money with peace of mind. Danzō looked at the two people who were whispering with their arms around each other's shoulders and sighed heavily. If they do this, would they be chased out of the fallen corridor by Teacher Puji? Chapter 661, Strange. On the third day, the 1,000 souls had all been absorbed and the experience points of the elementary necromancy skills began to slowly increase. Feng Heng and Li Shouqiang calculated and continued to invest the points they had earned, in addition to the 200,000 contribution points that Li Shouqiang had spent on 30 more books of the dead. There was only one goal. To increase efficiency. To crazily make money. Feng Heng was in a very good mood. Elementary soul bodies were a necessity and a hard currency. The market was very fluid and the soul bodies could be sold almost instantly. After 2 days of spontaneous promotion by the players, many players knew about the rich Feng Heng. They all received the commission and reported to Feng Heng at 12 o'clock on time every day. They came to work together with Feng Heng. For an ordinary player, under ideal conditions, if they worked hard, they could earn about 20-30 King of Gods points every day. Wasn't this much better than fighting to the death in the game? In the Fallen Hall. In the middle of the afternoon, Pushi immediately felt a headache when he saw the 70-odd people following Feng Heng. What were they doing? Were they preparing to build a main base in the Fallen Corridor? Pushi had also heard that Feng Heng had recently commissioned the players to work in the Fallen Corridor. It was beneath his dignity to meddle in such matters. However, Pushi had never expected Feng Heng to be so capable of causing trouble. Among the group of people that Feng Heng had brought, he even saw many scholars who had advanced to middle-tier necromancy in the group. What was this? Pushi did not want to say anything more and did not want to look at Feng Heng any longer. He waved his hand and motioned for Feng Heng to enter. Thank you, Teacher Pushi. Feng Heng waved his hand and led the players behind him into the Fallen Corridor. After 2 consecutive days of testing, Feng Heng had improved and leveled up his monster farming plan. Feng Heng called it an enhanced version 5.2. Li Shouqiang chose a relatively empty area and set up a tent in the area. He also set up a few red soul candles on the periphery to expel the souls. He then hired 2 players to constantly transport holy water to and from the outside world and the Fallen Corridor to ensure that the supply of holy water was endless. He also specially got some bricks and built a simple water reservoir at the monster farming spot around the corner. Holy water was continuously sent in from the outside and poured into the cistern. After that, he connected the water pipe to the sprinkler system and continuously poured water on Feng Heng 24 hours a day to ensure that the curse on Feng Heng's body could be quickly removed. Next, he considered building a temporary toilet. After solving the problem of eating and drinking, Li Shouqiang realized that the players were wasting their time going to the toilet. Li Shouqiang and Feng Heng came up with a plan, and Feng Heng also strongly agreed. However, when they were about to take action, they were firmly held back by Danzō. Considering that Teacher Pushi's rage value at that time was almost reaching its limit, the 2 of them finally gave up. At this time, more than 70 players were simultaneously luring monsters, and Feng Heng was trapped in a corner by a large circle of elementary soul bodies. The Book of the Dead released triples that reaped the soul fragments energy of the soul bodies. As investors, Danzō and Li Shouqiang were sitting at the side, taking notes. Li Shouqiang was so happy that he could not close his mouth. Damn it. How much money could he earn on this day? Something's not right. Danzō flipped through the records and stopped recording. His expression was solemn. What's wrong now? The speed at which the undead souls appear in the fallen hall is too fast. Li Shoqian raised his head and looked at Feng Heng's position. He asked doubtfully, is it too much? Yes, compared to late yesterday, the speed at which the souls appear is twice as fast as yesterday. Danzō compared the data from yesterday and revealed a worried expression. Is there a problem? It can't be. The fallen corridor is so awesome. How can there be a problem? You're just too timid and worry about nothing all day long. Li Shoqian still felt that Danzō was overthinking. He patted Danzō's shoulder and said jokingly, we can't possibly collapse the fallen corridor just because we're farming too many souls. Danzō carefully swallowed his saliva. He looked at Feng Heng, who was absorbing soul ripples in large swaths, and said carefully, actually, I think it's possible. Huh? Li Shoqian was about to say something when suddenly, he heard a light clicking sound by his ear. What's the situation? Li Shoqian was suddenly startled. The candles hanging on the wall dimmed one after another, and the entire fallen hall instantly became dark. Kai. Without waiting for Li Shoqian to speak, the candles burned again. However, this time, they all bloomed with a dim yellow light. Feng Heng was having a good time farming monsters. He was just about to wait for this wave to accumulate enough contribution points to run off and buy things wantonly when the strange situation that suddenly occurred shocked him. What was going on? In the fallen hall, Pushi was resting with his eyes closed. He didn't like what Feng Heng had done in the fallen corridor. It made the entire fallen corridor a mess. Suddenly, Pushi opened his eyes. Almost at the same time, all the soul candles burning in the fallen hall dimmed. Oh no! Something happened. The central seal was triggered. Who could it be? Pushi's heart sank. He immediately looked up at the wooden shelf on the right side of the room. 5 soul candles. This meant that there were a total of 5 high-tier necromancers currently in the fallen corridor. In theory, only 5 of them had the ability to enter the central region alone. There was a problem with one of them. There's a problem with the central seal. Immediately inform President Wayne, the Vice President and the Federation. Keep the names of all the members and seal off the entrance and exit of the fallen corridor. Before the President arrives, completely seal off the valves and do not allow anyone to enter or leave. The rest of you, follow me into the fallen corridor immediately. Yes. Pushi led a group of high-tier necromancers in charge of guarding the fallen corridor and hurried over to the place. His heart was filled with anxiety and unease. Who could it be? Who would make a move on the seal? Could it be Feng Heng? Feng Heng's face appeared in Pushi's mind. No, it was impossible. The fallen corridor was divided into 3 major regions, the outer, middle, and inner regions, as well as the central region. The right to enter was not publicly announced. Even if it was the inner region, ordinary players would have to go through at least a 10-year safety assessment. They would even have to go through the Federation's identity and background checks before they were allowed to enter. This meant that the other party had already infiltrated the association for as long as 10 years. It was definitely not something a newbie player like Feng Heng could do. At the same time, on the other side of the fallen corridor, Feng Heng collected the last wave of soul bodies and gathered with the other players. The players realized that there was a problem. They stopped luring the monsters and started discussing in small groups. What's going on? Why did the color of the candle change? The soul candle in my hand doesn't seem to have changed. Could it be a maintenance? Li Shoqian pondered as he walked to Feng Heng's side. He lowered his voice and asked softly, Feng Heng, did you do this? Chapter 662, Door of Bones. No. Feng Heng felt a headache and waved his hand to deny it. He was enjoying killing monsters, so why had they stopped? He asked, what do you think the situation is? It might be an alarm device. There's something wrong with the fallen corridor, which caused a special alarm. Dong Jiakan brought a few players over to join the discussion. Boss, there's a risk if we continue to stay here. Such an emergency might very well mean that the fallen corridor has encountered a problem. I suggest that we evacuate first. Evacuate? Stop work? Stop making money? Feng Heng frowned and turned around to take a look at the corridor. Something unfortunate had happened, so this wave was a bit of a loss. Forget it, their lives were more important. Right now, the spawn point was not far from the entrance of the fallen hall. It was better to go back and take a look at the situation first. At most, they could come back when the time came. Yeah, you're right. We will go back and take a look first. If we confirm that there's no problem, we will come back. Alright, I will go talk to them. Everyone listened to Feng Heng's instructions as they packed up their equipment and tools and prepared to return. The sound of hurried footsteps could be heard not far in front of them. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw Pushi leading a group of people towards them. Teacher Pushi. Everyone bowed to him. Even Teacher Pushi, who was in charge of guarding the fallen corridor, had arrived. Li Shouqiang's bad feelings grew even stronger. He took a small step forward and asked, Teacher Pushi, you're here too. Did something happen? Pushi frowned when he saw Fang Heng and the other players. He did not answer but focused his gaze on Fang Heng instead. Fang Heng? You've been here the whole time? Li Shouqiang answered first, yes, teacher. We were all here just now and never left. Pushi narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, there's a situation. Everyone, return to the fallen hall immediately. Stay in the hall until the lock on the fallen hall is lifted, understand? Yes. All the players answered at the same time. Pushi waved his hand. He was about to lead his people to check when he suddenly frowned and his expression changed slightly. He turned his head and stared in a certain direction in the passage of the maze. The players also followed Pushi's gaze. From afar, the soul candles burning on both sides of the walls of the maze were extinguished one by one. In an instant, the entire fallen corridor fell into darkness. Only the soul candles in everyone's hands provided a weak light. Boom. 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 Then, a few loud explosions sounded one after another. Fang Heng felt an earthquake-like violent shaking coming from under his feet. When the shaking completely stopped, the surroundings fell into silence. No one said anything, and the atmosphere in the fallen hall became extremely heavy for a moment. Fang Heng did not know what had happened, but he noticed that the players did not look too good. He reached out and nudged Li Shouqiang, who was beside him, and asked in a low voice, what's the situation? Fang Heng, it's a special setting of the fallen corridor. The real world will automatically trigger the safety mechanism in order to protect the safety of the real world in an extremely dangerous situation. All the entrances and exits will be completely sealed. Li Shouqiang's face was slightly pale as he explained in a low voice, the sealing stone that just landed is the one that trapped us here temporarily. We can't get out. Pushi was shocked. What kind of problem did they encounter that even the final seal was triggered? Was someone trying to make a move on the Death Realm crevice? At the moment, they still needed to figure out what exactly happened. They had to go to the central region to check as soon as possible. Pushi pondered for a moment on the spot and quickly made a judgment. He said in a deep voice, did you hear that? The sealing stone has already landed. The fallen corridor has encountered a problem. Now, all those who have elementary necromancy and above, follow me into the central region of the fallen corridor to investigate. The rest of you, stand by. Yes. Teacher. As they spoke, the players quickly split into two teams. One team was made up of players who had at least mastered elementary necromancy, and the other team was made up of players who had yet to officially enter the game. Fang Heng hesitated for a moment. Speaking of which, it seemed like he had also advanced to elementary necromancy. Should he go with them? Let's go. Pushi was anxious. He did not have the time to confirm. With a wave of his hand, he led everyone toward the center of the seal. Should he follow them and take a look? Fang Heng quickly figured it out. In the end, he could not help but feel like a spectator watching a show. Let's go. It sounded like something big had happened. He had to go over and take a look. If he ran into big trouble, he could also think of a way to take the initiative. Li Shouqiang and Tan Shuo had not advanced to elementary necromancy. They could only silently stay where they were and quickly exchanged glances with Fang Heng. You guys stay here. I will go take a look. I will be back soon. Okay, take care. Fang Heng, who was mingling with a group of high-tier players, followed the team to the central region of the fallen hall. Along the way, the team encountered many wandering undead bodies. Without Fang Heng's help, the necromancers in the team quickly killed them one by one. Dong Jiakan, who was on the team, noticed Fang Heng. He deliberately walked to Fang Heng's side. Dong Jiakan had earned a little money with Fang Heng over the past 2 days. Now that he was in a crisis, he felt that he should try his best to take care of his boss. Fang Heng, this matter is very serious. Otherwise, the sealing stone wouldn't have triggered the complete closure of the fallen corridor, Dong Jiakan explained to Fang Heng in a low voice. We are now following Teacher Pushi into the central region to investigate. Hopefully, we won't run into any big trouble. Fang Heng asked, is there an enemy invasion? It doesn't seem like it. Those who are able to enter the fallen corridor have gone through the Federation's approval process. Ordinary people can't enter at all. Fang Heng nodded. Then what's the reason? The best outcome is that the seal will naturally break, causing the Death Realm's energy to leak out and cause an alarm. However, a few instructors will conduct a routine check every month. This kind of situation rarely happens. The worst-case scenario would be terrible. Perhaps the Death Realm has... As the two of them were discussing in a low voice, Feng Heng noticed that a large door made of white bones had appeared in front of them. In the middle of the door, the eyes of a skeleton reflected a blue soul fire. The messy and protruding bone spikes on the door frame looked even stranger under the illumination of the soul fire. Pushi stood in front of the door of bones. His expression became even gloomier. He took a deep breath and slowly pushed it open. "Let's go." Pushi was the first to enter. "It's over, we're going to." Hearing Dong Jiakan muttering to himself, Feng Heng turned his head and asked softly, "What do you mean? Why is it bad again?" The fallen corridor is divided into 13 levels, 5 levels in the outer region, 4 levels in the central region, 3 levels in the inner region, and the innermost central region. Every region has access restrictions. You can understand it as a restriction set up by the Necromancer Association, which is what we see now as the Door of Bones. Chapter 663, Intruders under normal circumstances, the Door of Bones is sealed. It will open automatically when it is illuminated by the corresponding soul candle. Now that this restriction has failed, it means that the magic array in the center can no longer function normally. Feng Heng nodded and followed the team through the Door of Bones. Behind the door, there was another chaotic maze. Starting from the central region, the maze will automatically change every 5 hours. There are a total of 987.7 billion changes in the structure. Fortunately, the soul candle can guide us. Dong Jiakan explained and reminded Feng Heng, we have to be careful. After entering the central region, we will encounter mid-level soul bodies. They are very difficult to deal with. Alright. As he spoke, Feng Heng moved closer to the center of the team. After all, he was only a beginner. He still needed the protection of these high-tier players on the team. Along the way, under the protection of many high-tier necromancy players, Feng Heng followed the team through the mid-level and high-level regions. They killed several soul bodies along the way and arrived at the deepest layer. Along the way, quite a few other necromancers who were trapped in the fallen corridor joined the team, and the team grew even stronger. In front of them, the entire central region was blocked by a wall made of white bones. Pushi's brows furrowed as he stopped in front of the final bone barrier outside the central region. It was different from before. Upon closer inspection, the bone spikes protruding from the bone barrier were covered in cracks. The bone barrier had signs of being forcefully broken and forced into. Pushi raised his hand and touched the door. Ka. With a slight push, the door was gently pushed open by Pushi. In an instant, a sinister chill overflowed from the door. Feng Heng moved the tip of his nose. He smelled an extremely rotten smell. Looking at the deepest and darkest part of the corridor behind the bone barrier, Feng Heng's eyes narrowed once again. A layer of red light covered his eyes. It was a magic ray. Feng Heng had never seen such a vast magic array. The entire football field-sized circular hall was covered with a magic ray. And in the center of the magic array was a skeleton. A skeleton that looked like black jade. The skeleton sat on the stone steps, wearing armor, with a huge sword in its hand. Beside the skeleton was a stone platform, and above the stone platform was a strange gray box. Just looking at the skeleton made Feng Heng feel intense pressure in his heart. Feng Heng took a deep breath and closed his eyes to try and sense anything. The cold and rotten smell came from the gray box beside the skeleton. Dong Jiakan poked Feng Heng and said in a low voice, "Hey, Feng Heng, look over there." Feng Heng looked in the direction that Dong Jiakan was pointing and his heart skipped a beat. 2 corpses. There were 2 corpses on the ground at the periphery of the seal. The clothes on their bodies were very neat and new, but the corpses had already turned into a pile of white bones. The soul candle that had fallen beside them was still burning and emitting a weak light so that everyone could see it clearly at a glance. Pushi clenched his fists tightly. The last thing he wanted to see had happened. It was an intruder from the outside world. These 2 were the spies hiding inside the Necromancer Association. They had broken the internal seal. Everyone, we're in big trouble. The players were all secretly alarmed. They had never seen such a situation before, so they didn't know how to deal with it. Everyone here is a core member of the Necromancer Association. I am sure you've all heard of the sealed Death Realm crevice within the association. When we first designed the Death Realm crevice's seal, due to safety considerations, the seal was divided into 3 parts. The seal in the middle of the fallen corridor is one of them. Now that the seal has been destroyed, it has temporarily lost its effectiveness. It seems that the attacker has died. Pushi looked at the 2 skeletons in the central region. It's not clear whether the attacker's target is the Death Realm crevice. If it is, then the seals in other places might be attacked at the same time. Considering the current situation, there are 2 ways to solve this. Pushi raised 2 fingers. First, retreat from the central region and quietly stay in the periphery of the fallen corridor to wait for outside support. The association will think of a way to open a passage into the fallen corridor to rescue us while ensuring the safety of the nearby city. This plan is very dangerous. As time passes, the strength that overflows from the Death Realm crevice will gradually erode the other two seals. Once the Death Realm passage is completely opened, the entire world will fall into disaster. I will definitely not choose to wait for my death. Therefore, the second method is for us to personally resolve this problem. We will rely on our own strength to repair the seal once again. After Pushi said this, he turned around and faced everyone. Simply put, this is the situation. The players all bowed in unison. Please instruct us, teacher. Middle tier and above necromancy members, enter the central region with me to check the seal's condition and attempt to repair a seal. Everyone else, stand guard and wait for orders. Understood. Teacher. Pushi turned around as he spoke and stepped forward. Padier. The sharp tip had just touched the ground in the central region of the fallen corridor. She. In an instant, two blue lights flashed in the eyes of the black skeleton in the center of the circular hall. A dim yellow-blue light suddenly lit up the stone platform in the center of the hall. The magic array on the ground, which had already been damaged, was affected by the light blue light. It eroded bit by bit and gradually eroded outwards. Oh no! It was the Shrine of Bones. Pushi's expression suddenly turned extremely grave. Fang Heng also felt an extremely cold aura suddenly rise from under his feet. In the blink of an eye, a dense number of high-tier soul bodies floated up from the floor of the central hall, almost piling up in the entire hall. Retreat first. Pushi gave a shout and called the players behind him to retreat from the central hall together. Before the soul had fully formed, the player had already retreated from the central region. Bang! Pushi completely closed the door of bones. Teacher Pushi, that was. It's the Shrine of Bones. The Shrine of Bones has the strength to awaken the soul's consciousness. There are also several undying resentments that have been sealed for tens of thousands of years. Shrine of Bones? The players were shocked. The Shrine of Bones is one of the association's treasures. It has been damaged for a long time and has lost most of its abilities. Hence, the association has placed the Shrine of Bones here as the core of the magic array. They hope that it can receive the nourishment of the aura of the Death Realm and slowly repair itself. Shrine of Bones? So the real goal of the intruders was to seize the Shrine of Bones? Ridiculous. Extremely stupid. Pushi's heart surged with anger. Not only did they not obtain the Shrine of Bones, but they triggered the self-protection of the Shrine of Bones, activating the strength of the Shrine of Bones that had been nurtured for hundreds of years. Now, they were in big trouble. The difficulty of repairing the magic array had increased thousands of times. Chapter 664, The Shrine of Bones. Don't worry. The shrine's strength doesn't contain much soul energy to begin with. It's the same after hundreds of years of nurturing. We just need to wait for its strength to be released before we gradually deplete it. Pushi pondered for a moment. He chose to tell everyone only half of the truth. Currently, the Shrine of Bones' strength will gradually leak out, slowly affecting the periphery and causing a large amount of undying resentment to mix into the soul body to resurrect. I am afraid that the Wall of Bones won't be able to hold out for too long. We will retreat from the central region first and then make our plans. All the players replied in unison, understood. Shrine of Bones? High-tier soul body? Undying resentment that had accumulated for tens of thousands of years? Although he didn't understand, Fang Heng felt that it was very powerful. Mingling in the crowd, Fang Heng followed everyone and retreated from the central region once again. Not to mention tens of thousands of years of undying resentment, he had followed the team for so long and encountered many high-tier soul bodies. Fang Heng felt that he might not even be able to defeat high-tier soul bodies. Fang Heng quickly calculated in his heart. The difficulty of this sudden incident was far too different from his current level. He could not afford to provoke them. However, according to Teacher Pushi's words, he seemed to have a way to withstand them. Moreover, he already had a solution. Following Pushi's plan step by step should not be a problem. Very stable. Fang Heng felt that as a newbie who had just learned necromancy for less than a month, he should not blindly get involved. The players trapped in the fallen corridor left the central region one after another and went to the inner second floor. Seeing that many high-tier players were discussing how to repair the magic array in groups, Fang Heng quietly left the crowd. It was not that he did not want to help, but he really could not help. Fang Heng was prepared to retreat for the time being and go back to meet up with Li Shouqiang and the others. Although the magic array in the central region had stopped functioning, the entire fallen corridor was still functioning. From time to time, there were still souls emerging from the ground. It was still a bit unsafe on the way back, so it was better to pull Dong Jiakan and a few mercenary soldiers along to go back safely. Where were they? Fang Heng's eyes searched everywhere. Fang Heng let out a soft A. He noticed Pushi, who had been discussing with a few high-tier necromancers, take a few steps back. Pushi lowered his voice and gave a few instructions to the two necromancy attendants in grey robes. Then, the two necromancy attendants extinguished the soul candles in their hands and walked into a pitch-black shadow behind the corner, gradually disappearing from the sight of all the players. Strange? What were they doing? And they're still so sneaky? Fang Heng was puzzled. Suddenly, a conspiracy theory arose in Fang Heng's heart. Could it be? The person who planned this incident was Teacher Puji? A thief calling out to catch a thief? Driven by curiosity, Fang Heng took a few steps forward and raised his head to look at the end of the pitch-black passage. A layer of red light was attached to his eyes. With the support of the high-tier vampire bloodline, Fang Heng could clearly see the scene inside the passage. Two dark magic rays appeared under the feet of the two necromancy attendants. The magic rays slowly rotated. Like a swamp, the bodies of the two necromancy attendants slowly sank into the magic rays. After a moment, the two of them completely disappeared. Several thoughts surged in Fang Heng's mind. Game. They had returned to the game. This strange way of entering the game. Fang Heng unconsciously lowered his head to look at his right hand that was clenched tightly. This method was similar to the strength of the imprint on the back of his hand. Who were they? Why did they have this kind of strength? Hey, Fang Heng. Hearing someone suddenly call his name, Fang Heng was startled for a moment and quickly turned his head. What's wrong? You're so startled. Are you alright? What are you looking at? Dong Jiakan was also startled by Fang Heng's reaction. He followed Fang Heng's gaze and looked in the direction of the maze's pathway. All he saw was darkness. Oh, it's nothing, it's nothing. Fang Heng retracted his gaze from the end. If the two necromancy attendants could also enter the game, then even if the players were trapped in the fallen corridor, they could still establish communication with the outside world. It seemed that Teacher Pushi had hidden something from the players. TSK, people from the Federation. Sneaky man. So why didn't Teacher Pushi mention this matter before? Fang Heng remembered that Mo Yongxiao had repeatedly mentioned it to him. If it wasn't the last resort, it was best not to reveal this special method of entering and exiting the game in front of outsiders. Was it because this special method of teleportation couldn't be known by outsiders, so he had some misgivings? Or was it because the sneaky guy was planning something else? Fang Heng rubbed his shoulder. He felt that his IQ wasn't enough again. Dong Jiakan saw Fang Heng standing where he was, lost in thought. He couldn't help but gently shake his shoulder and asked, Hey, Fang Heng, what are you thinking about this time? Oh, nothing. I am thinking about the bone niche. That thing. Dong Jiakan looked in the direction where Pushi and the others were discussing. He said, This is also the first time I've heard of the Shrine of Bones. I don't know much about it. Teacher Pushi is very experienced. With him around, there shouldn't be any problems. We don't have to worry too much. We just have to do as the teacher says. Yes. That was also true. He would let Pushi fight with the enemies. And he should eat and drink, and do what he wants. In fact, he should continue to make more money. Yes, you're right, Fang Heng agreed and turned to look at Dong Jiakan. Right, I was looking for you. I don't think we can help much by staying here. It's better to go back early. Huh? Go back? To where? Go back and meet up with Li Shouqian and the others. Oh. Dong Jiakan thought for a moment and then looked at the high-tier players who had gathered in a few small teams to discuss tactics. He suddenly felt insignificant. Indeed, an apprentice like him who had just entered elementary necromancy not long ago would not be of much help here. Moreover, there was still food to eat, tents to sleep in, and drinks to drink back at the camp. No matter how he thought about it, it was much more comfortable than staying here. You're right. Then should we inform the teacher? No, the teacher is troubled right now. Let's not go to him and look for trouble. Fang Heng pulled Dong Jiakan to the side. Call our people. If you're willing to go back, then come back with us. If you want to stay, then stay. Don't force yourself. Okay, sure. Dong Jiakan agreed and started to look for people. Fang Heng pursed his lips. It was shameful to waste time. He was sure that there was no danger for the time being, and he couldn't help either. Naturally, he would go back to farming monsters and making money. In the study room in the Fallen Hall, the higher-ups of the Necromancer Association were gathered. Since 2 days ago, the seal in the center of the Fallen Hall has been loosened. Today, we found that the seal has been completely destroyed. We can be sure that all of this was premeditated. The 2 people who destroyed the seal have been confirmed dead. We can confirm that they are our internal members, but we are not sure if there are still dangerous people hiding in the team. Chapter 665 was prepared according to Pushi's judgment. He believes that the remaining player teams are still not clean. He will think of a way to catch the rat. President Wayne thought for a moment, then he raised his head and asked, Have you checked the true identities of the intruders? The Federation is currently conducting an investigation. It will take some time for the results to come back. Since the intruders were able to hide within us for so long, I am afraid it won't be so easy to find clues. A vice president of the association revealed a displeased expression. 2 days ago, someone made some minor adjustments to the seal. Did Pushi not discover anything at all? What's going on? Don't get angry. It has nothing to do with Pushi. Hundreds of years of peace have caused us to slowly relax our vigilance. We are all responsible. President Wayne raised his hand to stop him. No matter who it is, disturbing the peace of the dead is the greatest blasphemy. His soul will never be able to rest in peace. Fortunately, the Death Realm crevice is still under control. We still have time to recover. Everyone nodded in agreement. Dicky was burning with anxiety. He could not sit still. It was fine if the seal on the crack in the world of death was destroyed. It did not matter if this world was destroyed. After all, to the Necromancer, death was true peace. But why did it have to involve his favorite student? If he had known that something like this would happen, he wouldn't have agreed to let Fang Heng go to the fallen corridor even if a knife was pointed at him. Dicky was now very clear that at this stage, the outside world had no way to save Fang Heng. He could only rely on himself. President, with Pushi's ability, he should be able to complete the repair of the damaged seal. But what I am worried about is that this incident happened too suddenly. The fallen corridor is completely sealed off, and the members trapped inside don't have any supplies. In addition, the Shrine of Bones has been triggered maliciously, and the ancient vengeful spirits have revived. If this drags on for a long time, the combat strength of the players trapped inside the corridor will be greatly reduced. Indeed, the most troublesome problem was the replenishment of materials. The trapped players lacked holy water to dispel the curse. If they were careless and were injured, the curse's effects would accumulate to a terrifying degree. There were also soul candles, food, water sources. The lack of materials was a great test for the entire team. Facing all sorts of unfavorable conditions, how long could they last? We have to prepare for the worst. Once the seal of the Death Realm crevice is completely destroyed and Tier 4 creatures escape, there will be a huge disturbance in the eastern region. We need to set up a control beforehand and completely seal off the surrounding cities. A vice president from the Federation frowned and suggested, Vice Presidents, a large-scale migration of people will cause a huge disturbance in the eastern region. Do we have any other methods? As the few of them were discussing, a necromancy attendant hurried in and whispered into Wayne's ear. Are you sure? Yes, teacher. Wayne's brows were tightly knitted together and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. He nodded at the attendant. The necromancy attendant turned to look at the crowd and said, Dear President and Vice Presidents, we've just investigated a very strange matter. According to the necromancy attendants guarding the Fallen Hall, senior member of the Necromancer Association, Fang Heng, has brought a large number of resources into the Fallen Hall over the past 2 days, including a large amount of holy water, the books of the dead, soul candles, and other battle materials, as well as compressed biscuits, tents, quilts, and other survival materials. Hearing this, everyone in the room suddenly had strange expressions on their faces. What was going on? Bringing survival materials into the Fallen Corridor in advance, what was he trying to do? Was he trying to build a base camp in the Fallen Corridor? Why did it seem like Fang Heng knew in advance what bad things would happen in the Fallen Corridor? A strange thought appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. It couldn't be? Could it be that Fang Heng was the mastermind behind this? Thinking through it carefully, the name Fang Heng seemed a little familiar. Fang Heng? Everyone's gaze shifted to Dicky. That's right, Fang Heng is my student. After the initial shock, Dicky stroked his white beard. His face was not red nor was he embarrassed. He looked at the crowd calmly. He was even a little proud. My student's personality is as steady as mine. He likes to have a few more tricks up his sleeve when encountering a situation. He plans before acting, so he prepared some survival materials in advance. Why? Is there a problem with having a few tricks up his sleeve? Isn't his helping the team? Or are you suspecting that I have a problem too? Hearing Dicky's reply, everyone was momentarily at a loss for words. Dicky naturally wouldn't have a problem. Since Dicky had given his all to guarantee, then Fang Heng wouldn't have a problem either. But this was too strange. Fang Heng blended in with the team and followed Dong Jiakan all the way back to the camp. Along the way, they encountered a few high-tier soul bodies, which were all chased away by Dong Jiakan using a special tool that he had prepared beforehand. When they returned to the camp, the players who had stayed on guard came up to ask about the situation. Dong Jiakan gave a general account of what they had encountered in the central region. The players had different expressions as they discussed in hushed tones. When everyone was done discussing, Fang Heng clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention back. It's just as Dong Jiakan said. Right now, the central region is perilous. The lowest tier ones are all high-tier soul bodies. At this stage, We can't help out or leave the fallen quarter. So, everyone, if you still want to continue working, please follow me. We will calculate the remuneration as usual. If you don't want to start working, you can also go to the camp to rest. We will provide food and accommodation. Huh? Was he crazy? Or was he joking? At this time, he still wanted to scam the workers to earn more money. Danzō looked at Feng Heng's serious face and it didn't seem that he had the slightest intention of joking. He was speechless for a moment. God really had a big heart. The players also looked at each other. They didn't expect it. At this time, the boss still wanted to start work? But thinking carefully, what could they do now? As a group of beginners, it was already the greatest help if they didn't cause trouble for Teacher Pushi's side. Rather than staying here and wasting time, they might as well work and earn some pocket money. Since they were idle anyway, they could only admit their bad luck if they were trapped here. It was just a coincidence. After thinking it through, many players chose to continue working. They started to light the soul candles again and spread out to search for souls wandering in the corridor. Impressive. The boss still has some ideas. Being trapped here can persuade them to continue working to earn money. Seeing the players start working, Li Shouqian's entire person became full of spirit. Danzō silently glanced at the excited Li Shouqian by the side and was filled with helplessness. They could still roll it up in such a situation? Midnight. After working for more than half a day to look for and lure soul bodies, the players set up tents one by one in the reserved open space. They arranged for the people on duty every night to prepare to rest after that. They stayed inside the fallen corridor. Other than the soul candle, there was no other lighting equipment. The players could only rely on their phones without the internet to confirm the time. Feng Heng had also spent more than half a day with the souls. He was pushing a truckload of the books of the dead back to the tent. He was ready to bring them back to the game while no one was paying attention. Li Shouqian hurried over from afar. Feng Heng, I was looking for you. There's a small problem with the money plan. Chapter 666, Get some holy water, huh? A small problem? It's holy water. I've done some calculations. If we continue to farm monsters at the current rate, we probably won't have enough holy water by tomorrow night. Li Shouqian was quite concerned about making money. He did some calculations and immediately came to Feng Heng to discuss countermeasures after he found that there was a shortage of materials. Feng Heng pondered for a moment. Indeed, he did not know how long he would be trapped here. If he continued to farm monsters, he could consider taking food and drinks from the game, but what about holy water? Would he stop work just like that? Li Shouqian was a little anxious. Not making money was equivalent to a loss. He had even borrowed money to invest in this comeback battle. How could he not be anxious? Alright, I got it. I will think of a way. I am tired today. Don't think too much. Go to bed early. You really have a way? Li Shouqian's original intention was to look for Feng Heng to discuss it. He did not expect Feng Heng to really have a way. He looked at Feng Heng eagerly. What way? Give me some time. I will think about it. Feng Heng stretched his body and yawned a few times. He waved his hand. Let's go. Hurry and get some rest. Alright, call me if you have an idea. Li Shouqian was not able to sleep. He turned his head 3 times with each step and slowly walked away. After chasing Li Shouqian away, Feng Heng pondered for a moment in his heart and quickly came up with an idea. Holy water. He did not know how that thing was made, but he had browsed through a huge amount of information in the elementary game before. Holy water was a product of the Holy Light system. It was a specialty of the Holy Court. Among the 3 elementary games, the Holy Court existed in the Vampire Apocalypse. What a coincidence. Feng Heng had originally planned to make a trip to the Vampire Apocalypse. Now, the time was brought forward. After confirming that there was no one else outside the tent, Feng Heng extinguished the soul candle in his hand, stacked the books of the dead into the space-time jump backpack, and slowly closed his eyes. An alchemy magic ray appeared under his feet. The magic ray spun rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a pool of bubbling blood that gradually engulfed Feng Heng. When he opened his eyes again, Feng Heng had already returned to the game world. Ding! While you were offline, your zombie clone cleared out the quarantine zone's basement 4 levels, killing a total of 4,328 Tier 1 mutated zombie, 9,762 Tier 2 mutated zombie, 745 Tier 3 mutated zombie, 75 Tier 4 mutated zombie. Clearing the 4th basement took a lot of time, so he could pause for a while. Feng Heng waved his hand at the evolution crystals on the ground. Specks of red flew into his palm and merged with the imprints on the back of his hand. Ding! Player has obtained complete evolution crystals 278 piece, Tier 1 evolution crystal 420 piece, Tier 2 evolution crystal 78 piece. There were already enough purple evolution crystals for the zombie apocalypse to level up. Next, he would think of a way to kill some vampires, get 99 imprints, and level up to level 20. It was time to make a trip to the world of the vampires. After giving the order to the zombie clones behind him, Feng Heng returned to the prison headquarters. Late at night, in the prison headquarters. Walking out of the teleportation passage, Feng Heng drew out a portion of the zombie clones and liquors and threw them into a highly corrosive solution to commit suicide. Then, he returned to the teleportation hall on the first floor. Considering that the single-person metal teleportation disc might be open to the public in the future, Feng Heng chose to temporarily set up a teleportation branch on the first floor. The branch teleportation hall would be used for single-person teleportation. Entering the hall, Feng Heng saw that Victor and Sandy were discussing something in a low voice. Feng Heng. I finally found you. When Sandy saw Feng Heng, he was instantly in a good mood. He excitedly came over and warmly greeted Feng Heng. Victor and I are discussing the building of the temple. We're still lacking some materials. I think you won't be stingy with these materials, right? It's all for the sake of art. In the middle of the night, he was still in such high spirits. Feng Heng took the list of materials from Sandy. Looking at the luxurious materials needed to build the temple, he sighed in his heart. Fine, fine, fine. Who asked you to be an SS-level NPC? I got it. I will think of a way to get the materials, for the sake of art. That's right. For the sake of art. I knew that you are the only one who understands me the most in this place. Believe me, as long as you have sincere faith, the god of art will definitely bless you. I hope so. Feng Heng looked at Victor as he spoke. Victor, can the teleportation passage still be used? Yes, the two people you brought yesterday have already tried the teleportation passage. I've just carried out another inspection of the passage, and it's in good condition now, so it can be used for teleportation. Not bad. Feng Heng nodded. The two people that Victor mentioned were sent by Old Black to the Wasteland world. They didn't know what Old Black was up to this time. Feng Heng was busy with work, so he didn't have the time to care too much. Anyway, he had to think of a way to level up first. Okay, I am going to use the teleportation passage to go to the world of the vampires. Okay, no problem. Huh? Sandy's ears twitched, and he immediately came up to him. Feng Heng, are you going to the world of the vampires? Bring me with you. No, I have something important to do this time. Next time for sure. Feng Heng stepped into the center of the teleportation disc, indicating that Victor could teleport him. No. Bring me with you. You promised to bring me with you last time. Sandy used his pestering skill and followed Feng Heng into the mechanical teleportation disc. I guess you must be going to the world of the vampires to find a way to restore Angitas, right? Bring me along, I can help too. Ding. Sandy's friendship with you has decreased slightly. Feng Heng was distressed and said, it's not that I don't want to bring you along, but you can't pass through the teleportation passage, right? Sandy looked at Victor. Victor could feel a cold murderous intent in Sandy's eyes. Last time, when his daughter Angel woke up, Sandy had given Angel a portrait that she had drawn herself and a strange flower wreath that she had gotten from God knows where. Victor did not understand it, but Angel especially liked this strange Uncle Sandy. Ahem. Victor coughed lightly and decided to remain neutral. Feng Heng, at this stage, the ability of the metal teleportation disc has been enhanced. It can be used by Mr. Sandy. Huh? Feng Heng was stunned. A game hint appeared. Ding. Your shelter character Sandy's loyalty has reached full value, and your friendship has reached trust. You can teleport as a companion. Ding. At the current tier of the mechanical teleportation disc, the player can choose at most one companion to teleport at the same time. The companion will occupy the number of teleportation slots. The player has to pay the teleportation fee and other fees for the companion. Look, there's no issue with the teleportation passage, so bring me along. Sandy looked at Feng Heng, looking as if he wanted to see what other excuses he had. Chapter 667, Vampire Apocalypse. Feng Heng frowned. He began to seriously consider bringing Sandy to the world of the vampires. It was not a good choice. Sandy did not possess combat strength. He needed to spare some of his energy to ensure Sandy's safety. However, on second thought, perhaps this great artist could really be of any use. After all, he was a ruthless character who could even master the god-level imitation skill. Moreover, Feng Heng looked at Sandy, who had an attitude of not giving up until he achieved his goal. If he refused now, his loyalty would probably drop by a large chunk. An NPC with an SS level rating. He was still unwilling to part with it. As for the danger, no matter what, the world of the vampires was still an elementary game world. If he didn't seek death, he shouldn't die. Alright, but you have to promise me that after entering the world of the vampires, you have to listen to me on everything. Of course. No problem at all. Sandy patted his chest and promised. Feng Heng looked at Sandy. The god of art is looking at you. Promise me again. Sandy's eyelids twitched and his face instantly changed. He had a serious expression. I promise you. Absolutely. I will listen to you on everything. In the name of the god of art. Ding. Your friendship with Sandy has increased significantly. Ding. Current status of the world's mechanical teleportation disquatherization mode. Ding. Player's identity has been confirmed. Player has selected the teleportation destination Vampire Apocalypse, District 9. Ding. Player has entered the teleportation passage. Player can choose up to 5 backpack slots. The item in the backpack slot can be teleported at the same time. The teleportation backpack slot does not stack with the warp backpack slot. Ding. Player brings a character. Sandy, to teleport together? Confirmed. A white light flashed, and the two of them disappeared into the mechanical disc at the same time. Ding. Player has entered the world of the vampires. Ding. Currently authenticated. Player has entered District 9 in stealth intruder mode. Ding. Currently, District 9 of the world of the vampires is in unsupervised mode. Ding. Player's identity as Zombie Apocalypse's World Lord has been detected. Player cannot activate this world's main storyline mission. Ding. Player can teleport for 12 hours. Player can teleport to the current coordinates and an area of 3,000 meters within 30 minutes before the time is up. Please ensure that you are not in combat mode during the teleport. Warning, if the teleportation is not successful after 12 hours, 10 King of Gods points will be deducted. For every additional 10 minutes of stay, additional King of Gods points will be deducted. The number of King of Gods points deducted will gradually increase as time goes on. Ding. Player's first time entering the world of the vampires District 9 has been detected. Player can choose to spend 30 King of Gods points to enter the teleportation point. Additional King of Gods points will be spent every time you reset in the future. After opening his eyes gradually got used to the surrounding. Feng Heng tried to move his body, quickly scanning through the game hints. It was different from using the space-tearing passage to activate the teleportation. The game had a special setting that required one to return to the teleportation point to return. It was a little troublesome. However, in comparison, single-person teleportation could save energy. Other than that, because he was already a world lord, there was no way to activate the main storyline in the world of the vampires. Thinking about it carefully, it should be because he had a bug in the past. Before he became a world lord, he had already triggered the main storyline in District 7, thus causing the situation of a double world lord. Forget it. Since he had already snatched back Angitas, there was no point in being a world lord. Feng Heng's gaze gradually drifted into the distance as he surveyed his surroundings. He realized that he was currently on the busy overpass in the city center. It was already midnight. He stood on the overpass and looked around. He could see cars speeding past under the overpass, tall buildings and colorful billboards. Sandy also appeared beside Feng Heng. Wow, this is the world of the vampires that you guys are talking about? Awesome. After a short period of teleportation, Sandy exclaimed in excitement and curiously looked at this world that had not been eroded by the apocalypse. Feng Heng, where should we go next? Where to? There were still a lot of things to do. He had to find a way to wake up Angitas and kill some vampires to get some level-up crystals. Also, there was the most urgent matter at hand. He had to find a way to find some holy water. The real world had so many players waiting for the holy water to start work. This matter could not be delayed. As he was thinking, Feng Heng raised his head and looked at the entire city. A layer of red light was attached to his pupils. In the middle of the tall buildings, there was a tall building standing in the middle of the city in the distance. The building was completely dark and there was not a single bit of light. However, through the vampire bloodline on his body, Feng Heng could clearly feel that there was a large number of vampire creatures aura in that building. Vampires. Found it. That might be the gathering point of vampires. After all, it was a world dominated by vampires. Vampires didn't need to hide their tracks and lived openly in the city center. Instead, it was the demon hunting and the holy court who needed to hide in the dark. So, where should he go to find the holy court? Sandy. Feng Heng turned to look at Sandy. I want to find the people of the holy court. Do you know where they will hide? What did you say? The holy court? Sandy looked confused, however, he quickly reacted. Oh, you mean the holy church. Those people are not good, but their artwork is very good. Who asked you about your artwork? Feng Heng was speechless. He didn't understand the world of the vampires as well as the zombie apocalypse, but he still knew some basic knowledge. Feng Heng explained, the holy court was originally a force in this world. Later, under the strong influence of the vampires, the holy court was considered a heretic and was wiped out by the vampires. After that, except for a small number of marginal cities that were not invaded by the vampires, the holy court sneaked into most of the cities that the vampires occupied. There were rumors among the players that the Holy Court might be related to the main storyline mission. The people of the Holy Court have been trying to resolve the Apocalypse crisis. In the past, the Holy Church was indeed their branch. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to find the Holy Church now. It seems that we need to find some players to test it out. Feng Heng did not have much hope at first. He just asked casually. He did not expect Sandy to snap his fingers after listening to the explanation. You should have said so earlier. I understand. If we can find the Holy Church, we can find the vampires, right? Huh? Feng Heng was a little surprised. He looked at Sandy. Do you have a way to find the people of the Holy Church? Not really. Sandy waved his hand. The most outstanding people often appear as prey. Although I don't know how to find them, I know how to make them come to me. Feng Heng was a little surprised. He looked at Sandy and said, Oh? Hunter, tell me. Hee, just you wait. As Sandy spoke, he unzipped his thick coat and pulled open the collar of his tall sweater. He took off a pendant of various shapes from his neck and started to rummage through it. This. Feng Heng was stunned by Sandy's series of actions. So many pendants? Were they all stolen after the apocalypse? Wait, NPCs can exceed the limit and bring more equipment to this world, right? Feng Heng felt that he had found another bug. Chapter 668, Fishing Bait. Look, I found it. Sandy found a cross-shaped pendant from the pile of pendants and waved it in front of Feng Heng. Look, what do you think? What's this? It's the legacy of the Holy Church. It was on the news before. The media reported that it had a miraculous reaction. After that, it was always treated as a treasure by the Holy Church. Sandy introduced it as if he was showing off. At that time, it was the most valuable artwork in our country's Holy Church. Oh? So how did you get your hands on it? After the apocalypse, I hired people to go to the headquarters of the Holy Church to look for it. During the apocalypse, this kind of artwork also needs to be protected by professionals. Feng Heng thought to himself that it was as expected. They were all stolen. Then what? Should I find the Holy Church? The Holy Church will definitely not let such an artistic thing wander outside. Sandy already had a plan. He quickly said, we just need to find a random place to publicize it. At that time, the people of the Holy Church will come looking for it themselves. Oh? Bait? Feng Heng quickly thought about the feasibility of the plan. Yes. Sandy looked very pleased with himself. How's my plan? It's not bad, right? Interesting. It was more reliable than Feng Heng had expected. But he could not put all his hopes on Sandy. Okay, let's try it according to what you said. Feng Heng planned to make 2 sets of equipment. On one hand, he would spread the bait. On the other hand, he would try to find the location of the Holy Court from the player in the game. After all, the Holy Court was related to the main storyline. Those ambitious players and game guilds would definitely be interested in the Holy Court. With that thought, Feng Heng stretched his back. So before that, we have to think of a way to get more money and announce the news that you have the pendant in your hand. Huh? Get money? Sandy asked. How? By borrowing it from a kind person, of course. While talking, Feng Heng transformed into a bat form in front of Sandy and flew down the overpass. Half an hour later, Feng Heng and Sandy boarded the train to the neighboring city of Ampere. Zombie Apocalypse's technological level was lower than the other 2 worlds. However, it was the only world among the 3 elementary games that still maintained normal social functioning. Vampires had already taken control of the entire apocalyptic world and divided it into 27 national regions, under the jurisdiction of the major clans of vampires and the Elders' Council. More than 30 minutes ago, Feng Heng had borrowed a lot of cash and 2 laptops from random lucky citizens who were passing by. Later, he found the largest local auction house and offline second-hand trading platform through the internet in the cafe. He took a few photos of the Holy Cross pendant brought by Sandy and uploaded them, waiting for interested buyers to contact him. After dropping the bait, Feng Heng searched for information related to the Holy Court online. It was very little. Most of them were negative news reports. Descriptions of evil doomsday organizations that had lost their humanity. At least in the big cities, Feng Heng could not find a Holy Church that was openly open to the public. While browsing the latest news, Feng Heng noticed that a few days ago, the neighboring city, Ampere, had been attacked by a terrorist attack. Some vampires were injured or killed, and they suspected that this attack was related to the Holy Court. After careful investigation, he found that similar incidents had occurred in recent years in Ampere. The problem was huge. Thus, Feng Heng immediately boarded the nearest train to Ampere. On the train, looking at the night scene outside the window, Feng Heng was thinking about this operation in his heart. Very good. This was the plan. Go to Ampere. Find a way to find the Holy Court. He would obtain a large amount of holy water from the Holy Court through trade. In exchange, He would beat up vampires together with the Holy Court. He would also gather the 99 evolution crystals needed to level up by 20. He would level up his character again through the semi-fusion crystals and obtain a new wave of zombie clones. Finally, he would find a way to capture 2 Marquis of the Vampires and try to force them to tell him the way to resurrect Angitas. If he was lucky enough, he might be able to gather 1 or 2 holy weapons of the vampires to satisfy the holy weapon set effect. He could return to District 8, Zombie Apocalypse. The script had been written. All of the above needed to be completed within 11 hours. He was still 20 minutes away from his final destination. Beside him, Sandy was flipping through the travel manual in his hand excitedly, occasionally criticizing him. TSK, just this. This can be called a contemporary artwork. The level of appreciation of art in this world is really lacking to the extreme. Sigh, boring. I am so disappointed. Feng Heng, look at this painting. It's actually a fake. Oh my god, even such a lousy painting has the value of being a fake? Sigh, the world is going downhill. Huh? While sighing, Sandy suddenly let out a soft exclamation. Then, he quieted down and stared at a picture in the guidebook. After looking at it for a while, Sandy fell silent. He turned on the laptop again and searched for information on the internet. Hey, Feng Heng. After a long while, Sandy pushed the laptop in front of Feng Heng with a serious face. I think I found it. What did you find? Street Aslan Art Gallery. Sandy pointed at the art exhibits on the laptop screen and clicked the mouse to switch them one by one. Look, the art styles of the famous paintings on display are exactly the same as the style of the Holy Church. Feng Heng looked at the paintings on the computer. Style? Exactly the same? Was it? Oh. Right. You've also noticed it, right? The twisted artistic style of the Holy Church is very recognizable. Sandy looked as if he had everything under control. He tapped the table with his index finger. Feng Heng, I can guarantee that this art gallery is definitely related to the Holy Court. Okay, let's go take a look later. Since he could not find the target at the moment, he could go to the art gallery to try his luck. Feng Heng thought of turning on his computer and surfing the internet to see if he had gotten anything from the bait he had thrown. Ding dong. Ding dong ding dong. As soon as he logged into the online sales platform, a series of message hints sounded on the platform. Even the web page froze for a few seconds. By the time the page was restored, there were already over 100 private messages in the private channel. Did they take the bait? And he even caught so many. Feng Heng increased the speed of checking the messages one by one. Most of the replies were very interested in Sandy's pendant. Many people even suggested that they wanted to see if it was real with their own eyes. It was a player. As he read, Feng Heng frowned again. A large portion of the messages came from the player. Feng Heng also saw many players directly requesting to meet offline. They even revealed their identities as some large player guilds or companies. They were willing to give a price that both parties were satisfied with. Chapter 669, Meeting. Feng Heng raised his head to look at Sandy, stroking his chin as he pondered. The effect of the bait was much better than he had imagined. In just half an hour, so many people were interested in Sandy's pendants. Unfortunately, in his current state, he couldn't contact him offline. In that case, he needed to do some filtering. First, he had to target online transactions. The location was confirmed to be Anthier. Then, Feng Heng's eyes narrowed. A lady with the ID of Sea of Sky had proposed a high-price acquisition. There was time now, and she couldn't wait to talk to him immediately. The other party indicated that she was a player. Very good, let's first get some information from her mouth. Feng Heng immediately replied to the other party's message, telling her that he was currently in Ampere and wanted to meet with her, telling her that he was near the train station. The message had only been sent out for less than a minute, but the other party readily agreed to meet him at a coffee shop near the train station. Half an hour later, in the coffee shop, Feng Heng sized up the city beauty in front of him, who was dressed beautifully. He had a rather novel feeling of meeting a netizen in a game. Zhao Nan had a delicate appearance, a standard oval face, very fair skin, and her words and actions were just right to make people feel comfortable. Memories of the past gradually surfaced in his mind. Feng Heng had met Zhao Nan before. She was a professional manager and had come to their gaming union during her internship. After the internship ended, Zhao Nan left. Later, he heard that she had chosen to become a middleman in the vampire apocalypse world. I am Zhao Nan. We've contacted each other online. Zhao Nan was also sizing up the young man in the mask. She felt that Feng Heng was a little familiar. She might have seen him somewhere before. Hello, I am Feng Shao. This is Sandy. Zhao Nan nodded to the two of them in a friendly manner. Do you mind taking off the mask? It's not convenient. We have more enemies. Alright, I want to see your things. If they're authentic, I am willing to pay a high price to buy them. Feng Heng nodded to Sandy, who took the pendant out of his pocket. Zhao Nan's eyes lit up when she saw the pendant. She reached out to take it. "Hey, young lady." Sandy moved the pendant away a little and said unhappily, "Do you know the rules? Look at it, but don't touch it directly." Zhao Nan nodded to show her understanding. She put on her white gloves and gently reached out to touch it. Item: unknown pendant. Description: special item. Cannot be placed in the backpack. Will definitely drop after death. Description: a pendant. It looks beautifully crafted. Description: you lack related skills. Your appraisal level is insufficient. Unable to judge. Zhao Nan observed the pendant up close and checked the hint given by the game. She was also a little uncertain. Was this pendant really from the Holy See? When Zhao Nan first saw this item, she only felt that it was very similar. If this was a lost holy item from the Holy See, then it could be exchanged for a large number of contribution points within the Holy See. How is it? Have you checked it? Sandy took the pendant from her hand. Zhao Nan did not answer but asked instead, "Where did you find this pendant?" "My friend stole it." Feng Heng shrugged and ignored Sandy's murderous gaze. "How is it? Is it authentic? Do you need someone from the Holy Court to confirm it for you?" Zhao Nan looked puzzled and asked, "What did you say?" "There's no need to hide it. Many people contacted me after it was posted online. I've asked around. This thing belongs to the Holy Court." Feng Heng moved closer and looked at Zhao Nan. "I've checked your information. I hope that we can be more open and sincere. It should be able to be exchanged for something of higher value at the Holy Court, right? I want the pendant. 50 million. It's an offline transaction." Feng Heng shook his head. "Hey, 50 million? Don't treat me like a fool. I will only accept the King of Gods points transaction. How about 1,000 points? Zhao Nan stared at Feng Heng for a moment, then shook her head. "Looks like you're not sincere. I don't think we need to waste everyone's time." As she said this, Zhao Nan stood up and prepared to leave. She felt that the other party was asking for too much. Moreover, the other party wasn't clear about the origin of the pendant, so she couldn't determine whether it was real or fake. This business was too risky. Giving up was the best option. "Alright, 50 King of Gods points." Zhao Nan stopped in her tracks. The real world had a way to earn King of Gods points, so Feng Heng became more generous. "You should have the ability to contact the people of the Holy Court. I have something to ask of the Holy Court, so bring me to them. 50 King of Gods points and this pendant's yours." Zhao Nan stared at Feng Heng. 50 King of Gods points was definitely a huge sum of money in the elementary game. She became more and more aware of Feng Heng's oddness. And it was very dangerous. Zhao Nan's mind was racing. She was trying to figure out how to get herself out of the game while earning money. "I don't know anyone from the Holy Court. I am just a middleman. What I can do is to help you meet a buyer who has connections with the Holy Court. As a reward, I need 30 King of Gods points. I am only responsible for meeting you. The rest of the matters have nothing to do with me. 30 points just for meeting a small fry?" It seemed like a bit of a scam. After observing Feng Heng's expression, Zhao Nan continued, "Joining the Holy Court means becoming enemies with the largest vampire faction in the game. Players are not idiots. They won't easily trust outsiders. Only when I appear will they be willing to meet you." Zhao Nan stared at Feng Heng. "In addition, you need to give me 10 points in advance as a deposit. You can keep the transaction record as proof. As a professional middleman, I won't use my career and reputation as a stake." "Okay." Feng Heng anonymously traded 10 points. "You'd better hurry." "I am in a hurry." "Okay, get in my car." Leaving the cafe, Feng Heng followed Zhao Nan into the car. Leaving a backpack in the passenger seat, Zhao Nan logged off. Feng Heng waited quietly. If everything went smoothly, they would soon find the Holy Court. 10 minutes later, Zhao Nan went online. "I've already contacted the buyers. They've agreed to meet with you and have you bring the cross pendant over. The meeting place is in the city park of Zhang district. We will head there now." Feng Heng looked at Zhao Nan. "You're not leaving? You can pay the balance now. Don't worry. If you don't meet them, I will give you a full refund." "Alright." Feng Heng nodded and once again anonymously traded 20 King of Gods points. After receiving the points, Zhao Nan started the car and sped towards the city center. City Park. Nearly 20 players from Link Xiao Gaming Guild gathered behind a big tree. A few of them discussed in low voices. "President, is there a need for us to make such a big fuss? Could this be a trap set up by vampires?" "The probability is very small." The young man in the lead, Yi Link Xiao, said in a low voice, "I just showed the photo to the old man at the art gallery. The pendant is most likely real. He even asked me where I found the pendant." Chapter 670, Fell Through. The vampires probably won't know that the pendant is what the Holy Court is looking for. A hint of greed flashed across Yi Lingxiao's eyes. In addition, I've checked. That item is worth 200,000 Holy Court contribution points. It can also open a special mission chain and increase the favorability rating of a specific mission. If it's real, we will make a fortune. The Vice Guild leaders were still a little worried after listening to Yi Lingxiao's analysis. But, what if this is a trick set up by the player and the vampires? In order to find the Holy Court? That's why I don't plan to trade with them. Yi Lingxiao sneered and continued, there are only 2 people on the other side, and we've confirmed that one of them is a player. Wait, Chen Hu, you and I will go over first to confirm the authenticity of the pendant. You guys lie in ambush in the surroundings and pay attention to my hand gestures. If the details match, we will directly snatch it. Yi Lingxiao told them the entire plan and finally instructed, remember, wear a mask when you fight. Alright, let's do it. As the few of them were discussing, Chen Hu saw the message received by the game's survival radio. He took a glance and turned his head. Big brother, they're here. We've confirmed that they're the only car that came. They shouldn't be from the Federation or the vampires. Set up an ambush. Pay attention to my hand signal. After the discussion, the group dispersed and set up an ambush near the designated trading location. Yi Lingxiao and Chen Hu walked out from behind a big tree. After waiting for a while, they saw a white private car coming from afar and stopping by the roadside. Zhao Nan got off the car with Feng Heng and Sandy and walked toward them. Zhao Nan. Yi Lingxiao walked forward with Chen Hu and looked at Feng Heng and Sandy. Feng Heng also looked at the 2 people in front of him. Coincidentally, all 4 of them wore masks. At this glance, neither of them could tell what was going on. I've already met them. My mission is complete. I will take my leave first. Zhao Nan had been in this line of work for many years and had worked with Yi Lingxiao several times. She already had a faint feeling that something was not right. It was inconvenient for her to be present for the following matters, so she immediately suggested that she leave first. Neither side had any intention of stopping her, so Zhao Nan immediately left. When Zhao Nan drove away, Yi Lingxiao took the lead and said, hello, it's our first time meeting. Did you bring the item? Do you mind showing it to me first? Of course. Sandy raised his hand and gestured at the pendant in his hand. Yi Lingxiao stared at the pendant and nodded. I need to check it carefully. As he spoke, Yi Lingxiao reached out to take it. Sandy retracted his hand. That won't do. You have to pay first. Humphrey. Yi Lingxiao snorted. He quickly took out a pistol with his right hand and aimed the muzzle of the gun at Sandy. At the same time, he shouted, do it. Feng Heng frowned when he saw this. He quickly moved forward and blocked the trajectory of the bullet. Bang. Bang bang. Feng Heng blocked the bullet with his body. Feng Heng shouted, find a place to hide. Fuck. Sandy was shocked when he saw the other party make a move. He put away the pendant, hugged his head and ran away. Damn it. Feng Heng did not expect the other party to be so unreasonable and directly rob him. What happened to the believers of the Holy Light? Vampires were not as evil as them. At this moment, Lingxiao Guild players raised their guns and attacked Feng Heng. Yi Lingxiao also aimed at Feng Heng and pulled the trigger one after another. What the hell was going on? A layer of cold sweat also appeared on Yi Lingxiao's forehead. At such a short distance, he did not need to aim the gun at all. He watched helplessly as the bullet hit Feng Heng's body, but after one magazine of the bullets was used up, there was not even a trace of blood on Feng Heng's body. The bullet was actually ineffective against him? Looking through the mask on Feng Heng's face, Yi Lingxiao saw that Feng Heng's eyes were shrouded in a layer of dark red. At that moment, Yi Lingxiao thought of something and a chill rose from the bottom of his feet. It's over. Vampires. Could it be that he was a marquee-level vampire? Feng Heng's gaze quickly swept across the surroundings. Then, he strode forward and reached out to grab Yi Lingxiao. Boss, be careful. Chen Hu shouted as he rushed up from the side, blocking Feng Heng's path. Using all his strength, Chen Hu swung the iron rod towards Feng Heng. Whoosh! The iron rod drew a sharp whistling sound in the air. Ka! Chen Hu's body trembled slightly, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He realized that this rod that he had swung with all his strength was actually held tightly by the opponent's hand. Chen Hu clenched his teeth tightly, his muscles tensed to the extreme. He used all his strength, but was unable to make the iron rod move any further. He looked at Feng Heng with a hint of shock in his eyes. That kind of strength attribute. Just what kind of monster was he? Raising his head and carefully looking at Feng Heng's hand, Chen Hu's pupils suddenly constricted. The other end of the iron rod was actually grabbed by his opponent with his bare hands and left a few fingerprints. Get lost. Feng Heng said as he grabbed the iron rod and threw him to the side. Chen Hu, who was holding the end of the iron rod tightly, staggered to the side uncontrollably. At the same time, Chen Hu's sense of crisis suddenly erupted in his heart. Almost subconsciously, his body was instantly enveloped in a layer of dim golden light. Bang! A fist landed on his lower abdomen. Chenhu's pupils shook violently. The holy light armor that had been constructed outside his body was shattered by the other party's punch. Pooh! Chenhu spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if he had been hit by a truck. Chenhu was sent flying backward uncontrollably. How could this be? The holy light armor that he had spent so much effort and contribution points to build was shattered by the other party's punch. He had never met a person with such a high level of basic strength. Was he really a player? Fang Heng quickly rushed towards Yi Lingxiao. Quick! Stop him! Yi Lingxiao was even more shocked when he saw this scene. He cried out in shock. However, all the players who tried to block Fang Heng along the way were swept away by a single punch. With the previous experience, the remaining players did not dare to move forward. Yi Lingxiao raised his shotgun and aimed at Fang Heng, who was rapidly approaching. Both of his hands could not help but tremble, and the sweat on his forehead could not help but appear. Chenhu was a player that their guild had nurtured for a few years. He had received training from the Holy Court Paladins, but he was actually not a match for the other party. He was sent flying with a punch from the other party. Who exactly was the masked man in front of him? There was no doubt that his strength had definitely reached the marquee level of the vampires. However, Yi Lingxiao had searched through all his memories, and there was not a single one of the 9 marquises among the current vampires that were similar to him. Could it be? A terrifying thought suddenly arose in Yi Lingxiao's mind. Was it the Duke of Vampires? Fang Heng did not chase after him. He took large strides towards Yi Lingxiao. In his panic, Yi Lingxiao pointed his shotgun at Fang Heng and shouted, "Don't come over." Bang! Yi Lingxiao's gun mastery was not high enough, and coupled with the fact that his basic attribute was not enough to fully match his shotgun, Fang Heng dodged more than half of the shots. Chapter 671, After Sales. Yi Lingxiao felt that death was rapidly approaching him. He could not help but drop his shotgun and turn around to run. He could run? Fang Heng was about to give chase when he heard a cry for help from behind. "Boss! Save me! I am going to die!" Fang Heng frowned and turned to look at Sandy, who was screaming for help on the other side. Sandy's combat strength was extremely limited. While he was running away, he was stopped by a player who was hiding in the dark. "Hand over the pendant." The player pointed his pistol at Sandy. Okay. Don't do it. I will give it to you. I will give it to you." Survival was more important. Without hesitation, Sandy handed over the pendant. Just as the player threw the pendant to his companion, he saw Fang Heng rushing toward him. He was extremely nervous. He quickly pointed his gun at Sandy's head and said, "Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I will fucking shoot him." Fang Heng's expression darkened. Instead, he quickened his pace and chased after him. "I told you not to come any closer. It's just an NPC. There are plenty of them. Just shoot." The player was stunned. He was about to say something when he suddenly realized that Fang Heng's body had disappeared on the spot. Bang! Fang Heng used the holy weapon of the vampires to appear behind the player and broke his spine with a punch. Phew! Sandy watched as he escaped and panted heavily. He felt as though he had experienced a life-and-death catastrophe. His entire body went limp on the ground, and he pointed at his leg, which had been hit by a stray bullet. Phew! Fang Heng, I can't hold on any longer. I feel like the god of art is summoning me. Ask the god of art to wait a little longer. You can still help him shine in this world. Fang Heng checked Sandy's injuries. He took out a bottle of healing spray from his backpack and sprayed it on Sandy's thigh wound. "You won't die yet. I told you not to come." Ding! Your shelter member, Sandy, is currently injured, disabled, and bleeding. Movement speed reduced to 30% and cannot run. Ding! You do not possess any related skills. You cannot heal him. Ding! Please help Sandy get out of bleeding as soon as possible. Eh? It seems to be alright. It doesn't hurt anymore? Sandy covered the wound with a piece of cloth that he had pulled from his clothes. He blinked and was about to stand up and jump around when he suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss. Don't court death. You can't move around for a while. You have to find a place to tie a bandage to stop the bleeding. Fang Heng turned around and saw that the players in his field of vision had quickly retreated into the darkness. Boss. After making sure that his life was not in danger, Sandy's face was full of grief and indignation. They took my pendant. Yes, I know. I will take it back. It was quite troublesome. Fang Heng pursed his lips. There were pros and cons to bringing Sandy here. Sandy was a great help in finding the Holy Court. But at this time, Sandy was a bit of a hindrance. Otherwise, they would have all been annihilated here. You promised me that you would take it back. Otherwise, I don't know how to explain to the god of art even if I die. Sandy clutched his wound and gritted his teeth as he muttered to himself. Got it. Fang Heng picked up Sandy. I will take you to the hospital first. Stay in the hospital and don't run around. I will look for you after I find the pendant. Driving away from the city park, Zhao Nan heard the faint sound of gunshots coming from afar. She already knew that things were not good. A double cross? She did not expect that Ling Xiao Gaming Guild would do such a thing. It was despicable. It seemed that the pendant on Fang Shao's hand was authentic. Otherwise, they would not have. Just as Zhao Nan was thinking, her phone rang. Hello? The call was picked up. The other party immediately questioned, Hello? Zhao Nan? Who exactly is that person? Zhao Nan's tone was cold as she asked, What's wrong? Yi Ling Xiao was flustered and exasperated. Damn it. The person you introduced is a lunatic. Several of our men have died and almost all of them were killed there. Who on earth is he? Why? Did you guys make a move? Zhao Nan frowned as a hint of displeasure flashed across her face. They, the gaming guild, did not follow the rules and instead blamed her? Hearing that Yi Ling Xiao did not answer the call, Zhao Nan was even more displeased. Her voice became colder and she continued to ask, So? Don't tell me that you left someone alive? Yi Ling Xiao fell into silence again. After a long while, Yi Ling Xiao's voice continued to come out from the phone. You don't have to care about that. We've already gotten the item. It's just his luck. He ran away. I want to know his true identity. Ha. He was really trash. Zhao Nan had already guessed the general situation and coldly replied, I don't know the information about the client. Even if I knew, I wouldn't be able to provide it to you. I am just a middleman. Besides, you bunch of trash. As she said that, Zhao Nan hung up the phone and kept cursing. Trash. Trash. She was screwed by Yi Ling Xiao and the other idiots. Zhao Nan now felt a headache coming on. It was okay to take advantage of others, but you have to figure out the situation first and consider whether you have the capital or not, okay? This was big trouble. Yi Ling Xiao and the others were definitely not weak. With their strength, they could not stop the two mysterious people. The other party was very strong. Thinking about it carefully, the two of them were very strong. They could even get the pendant from the Holy Court. The most troublesome thing was that they had successfully escaped. If the two of them could not find Yi Ling Xiao, they would definitely find her. After all. No, it was better to avoid the limelight. With this thought, Zhao Nan turned the steering wheel fiercely, turned a circle, and drove in another direction. After driving for more than 10 minutes, Zhao Nan was a little anxious and pressed the horn weakly. There was a car accident ahead and the entire bridge was blocked. It had to be at this time. Zhao Nan took a deep breath and looked at the night sky outside the window, trying to calm himself down. It was better not to scare herself. Things were not as bad as he thought. The world of the vampires was so big, those two mysterious people should not be able to find her so easily. Right? Eh? Zhao Nan looked out of the car window, and her forehead unconsciously leaned forward. She had noticed something. In the distance, a bat was flying toward the bridge from afar. It was a vampire. Usually, very few vampires would appear in such a place. Zhao Nan frowned. She felt uneasy. She felt that this vampire was coming for her. The vampire circled in the air for half a circle. When the bat landed, it transformed into human form and stopped beside her car. Zhao Nan's heart sank. Zhao Nan, we meet again. When she saw the familiar mask, Zhao Nan's face turned pale. The shock in her heart could not be any greater. Fang Shao? He was actually a high-tier vampire? Don't be nervous, it's not a big deal. I am just looking for after-sales service. Chapter 672, Art Gallery. I didn't know that they would attack you. I don't know anything. You know me. I am just a middleman. I am not familiar with them. Fang Heng sat in the back seat and quietly listened to Zhao Nan's explanation. After Zhao Nan spent a few minutes cleaning herself up, Fang Heng said calmly, Bring me to them. A deep sense of defeat rose in Zhao Nan's heart. She took a deep breath and asked, How did you find me? Your luck isn't good. My friend accidentally left his phone in the car. There's a GPS app on his phone. Fang Heng looked at Zhao Nan through the rearview mirror. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Zhao Nan gritted her teeth and thought to herself, I am so stupid. She secretly hated herself for being so careless and not checking the car properly before leaving. Idiot. Idiot. Alright, your life is yours. I will give you a minute to think about it and then take me to them. Fang Heng retracted his gaze and looked out of the window. I don't like fighting and killing. It's because they don't have any morals. Fang Heng shrugged as he spoke and sighed in his heart. I've told you before. I just want to talk to them and make a deal with the Holy Court. It's supposed to be a win-win situation. If it had to be like this, it would be very difficult for me. Through the rearview mirror, Zhao Nan saw Feng Heng's eyes under the mask, and a chill rose from the bottom of her heart. Middleman like her, offending a powerful high-tier vampire player in the world of the vampires was no different from courting death. Once she was targeted, she could forget about doing business quietly in the future. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Nan decided to sell out those idiots from Lingxiao Gaming Guild. Alright, I will bring you to a place, but I can't guarantee that you will be able to find him there. Very good, let's go. Now. Just the two of us? What about your companion? He has something to do, just the two of us. Zhao Nan still did not drive and said, you can't tell them that I brought you there. Otherwise, you can just kill me. Ha. Feng Heng chuckled. Let's go. Zhao Nan heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She turned the car around again and drove towards the outskirts of the city. Where are we going? An art gallery. I only know that it's a secret stronghold of the Holy Court in the city. The members of the Lingxiao Gaming Guild have obtained the pendant. They should be heading there to submit their mission now. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. You're referring to the Street Island Art Gallery? You've heard of it too? Feng Heng was non-committal. He gave Zhao Nan an unfathomable look. That fellow, Sandy. After such a long time, he actually bumped into it. Street Island Art Gallery. After Yi Lingxiao snatched the pendant from Sandy's hands, he immediately rushed back to the art gallery to submit his mission. Even now, Yi Lingxiao was still a little scared. Just now, 4 members of his team had died in the battle because of that mysterious person. If he had run any slower, he might even have died there. He was really using his life to do a mission. Chen He frowned as he followed Yi Lingxiao. The spot where he had been hit by Feng Heng's fist was still hurting. Under the guidance of the believers of the Holy Church, Yi Lingxiao and Chen He arrived at the underground prayer hall. Oh? Indeed. This pendant is the product of a miracle. It's very strange. How did it end up in the hands of an outsider? Missionary Kajin was a little surprised at first, but then he became suspicious. He held the pendant in his hand and carefully observed it. Kajin could sense a faint aura of holy light from the pendant's perception. It's not in the relevant records of the Holy Court, Kajin said as he raised his head and asked, what about the person who got the pendant? Yi Lingxiao replied, that person's origin is unknown and he's very strong. I can see that his eyes are red. I think he should be a member of the vampires. Vampires? Kajin whispered, feeling even more puzzled. How did the Holy Court's pendant fall into the hands of the vampires? After pondering for a while, Kajin kept the pendant. Yes, you helped the Holy Court take back the pendant that belonged to us from the vampires. You guys did a good job this time. Leave the pendant with me for now. I will pass it to the regional headquarters for them to judge. Kajin nodded at the two of them. Thank you for your hard work. Stay here and rest for the day. It is expected that the regional headquarters will send someone to investigate this matter tomorrow. Follow me to see him. Chen He and Yi Lingxiao's vision simultaneously displayed the mission reward and follow-up mission hint. After submitting the pendant, they received a large number of contribution points and even triggered the follow-up mission. It was even possible for them to come into contact with the higher-ranked regional bishop of the Holy Court. Thinking about it, the losses from before were completely acceptable. There was even a small profit. The two of them bowed in thanks. Thank you, Dean. This is what we should do. After watching the two of them leave, Kajin handed the pendant to the 2 light caste knights beside him and nodded. Immediately send the pendant to the regional headquarters and let the bishop decide. Yes. Feng Heng, we're here. The art gallery is in front of us. Under the night sky, a grayish-white private car stopped at the entrance of Street Island Art Gallery. Feng Heng got out of the car. Seeing that Zhao Nan had no intention of getting out of the car, he walked to the window and knocked on it. He asked, staying alone? Aren't you coming with me? Go in and watch you fight with the Holy Court? Zhao Nan said angrily, I am sorry, I am just a middleman. I am not interested. It's not a fight, it's just simple cooperation. I want to clear up the misunderstanding and do business with the Holy Court along the way. Feng Heng repeated again and gave Zhao Nan a sincere look. I am not lying to you, I just want to get some holy water from the Holy Church. Zhao Nan looked at Feng Heng and gave him a look that said, I don't believe you. Forget it, if you don't want to, stay here and wait for me. Feng Heng nodded and walked towards the art gallery alone. In the early morning, the art gallery was closed to the public. 2 security guards stood at the entrance of the art gallery. They looked at Feng Heng warily. The mask on Feng Heng's face did not make him look like a good person. Stop. Who is it? It's too late. The art gallery is not open to the public. Also, take off the mask on your face. Don't be nervous. I want to look for the person in charge here. The curator is already resting. You can come back tomorrow. I am in a hurry. Tell him that I just want to talk. Also, I think he might have seen my pendant. What pendant? Our gallery won't just take someone else's. As the two of them spoke, two players from Link Xiao Guild walked down the stairs. When he saw Feng Heng wearing a mask, he instantly recognized him as the player who had fought with them in City Park not long ago. It's him. It's that guy. Quick, stop him. He still dares to come. Take him down. The two guards at the door were startled when they heard this. They immediately reacted and raised their batons, wanting to subdue Feng Heng. Feng Heng flipped his wrist, and a thick and heavy iron rod appeared in his hand. Chapter 673, Let's Talk Whoosh. The two guards felt their vision blur as the shadow of a staff whizzed toward them. Dong. The security guards at the door were swept away by Feng Heng's staff and both knocked into the wall and fainted on the spot. In the past when he was in the zombie apocalypse, he faced a lot of restrictions and was suppressed everywhere. Now that he was in the vampire apocalypse, Feng Heng felt that he could crush anything with his strength, and he was still controlling his strength. After all, he was still thinking of cooperating with the Holy Court. It would not be good if he accidentally killed someone. Bang. 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 The players from Link Xiao Guild immediately found a cover to hide. One after another, they raised their guns and shot at Feng Heng. Ding. You have received 67 damage. Ding. You have received 89 damage. Ding. You have received 81 damage. They didn't use sniper rifles, nor did they use modified guns. The gun power was really average. There was no need to show mercy when dealing with players. Relying on the skill effect of the undying body, Feng Heng directly ignored the players' guns and quickly went upstairs. The players hiding behind the cover watched as Feng Heng walked toward them step by step. Their hearts were thumping violently as they kept pulling the trigger in their hands. The bullets landed on Feng Heng's body but he had no reaction at all. The guns in their hands actually had no effect on him. This was the first time they had encountered such a difficult opponent, and they were all momentarily flustered. How were they going to fight against him? They could not win. Run. A player put away his gun, turned around, and was about to run when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang. A huge fist streaked past his eyes and landed on the right wall. A fist print appeared on the wall and spiderweb-like cracks spread out in all directions. He looked at the masked young man in horror. Where is Link Xiao? Upstairs, upstairs. Thank you. Feng Heng walked upstairs. Feng Shao? Link Xiao and Chen Hu heard the commotion outside and came out to check. They had just walked through the passage in front and happened to see Feng Heng walking upstairs. They had never expected that Feng Heng would actually came to find them personally. Damn. How did he find them? Link Xiao cursed in his heart. Boss. You go first. Chen Hu shouted loudly and rushed towards Feng Heng. Pa. Feng Heng grabbed Chen Hu's fist with one palm and tightly held his right hand. He asked, "Where's my pendant? Let's die together." A hint of viciousness flashed in Chen Hu's eyes. He took out a bag of small explosives with his other hand and tightly held one in his palm. He pressed it towards Feng Heng. Feng Heng grabbed his left hand that was holding the grenade tightly and looked at him coldly. Oh? Chen Hu's eyes widened. What was he going to do? Chen Hu was confident that with the holy light armor, he could withstand most of the impact of the explosion and not die, but this person in front of him. Boom. The next moment, the grenade that he held in his hand detonated, and this was followed by a violent explosion. Chen Hu's body was instantly covered by a thin layer of dark gold armor. Ah! Chen Hu let out an extremely painful cry. His entire right arm was blasted into a bloody mess. His body was sent flying into the wall uncontrollably. Ding! Player has received 7,772 points of explosion damage. Ding! Your holy light armor has been shattered. Ding! You are in a state of shock. Ding! You have suffered a broken limb. Ding! You are in a state of bleeding. Chen Hu's ears buzzed. He gritted his teeth, but he still could not control his body to stand up. He could only bear the pain and look up. At that moment, Chen Hu's eyes revealed a look of shock. He stared at the masked man in front of him. The masked man in front of him also had a lot of blood seeping out of his body, but the wounds on his body had actually completed self-healing right in front of his eyes. What a terrifying recovery ability. Feng Heng frowned and slowly walked forward. He grabbed Chen Hu's collar and lifted him up from the ground. I will ask again, where is my pendant? Chen Hu gritted his teeth. I don't know. Young blood descendant, this is not the place for you to come. Feng Heng turned his head and looked behind him. The one who spoke was a thin and small old man in a black suit. A group of more than 10 believers of the Holy Court followed behind the old man, as well as the light caste knights who were rushing over one after another from behind. Link Xiao leaned out from behind the old man and said in a low voice, Headmaster Kajin, it's him. He's the one who snatched the pendant that belongs to the church. Yes. Kajin looked at Feng Heng with a scrutinizing gaze. Feng Heng left Chen Hu behind and looked at Keijin. This is the first time we've met. I'd like to discuss a business deal with your holy court. I'd like to ask you for some holy water in exchange. I can help you deal with the vampires together. If it's convenient, I'd like to talk to you alone. Headmaster, don't believe his nonsense. Yi Lingxiao stared at Feng Heng, angry and afraid. He killed so many of us. We must avenge them. Keijin raised his hand to stop Yi Lingxiao from continuing. More than 10 light caste knights from the church surrounded Feng Heng in the center. Everyone has the right to repent. Keijin pondered and looked at Feng Heng. I am willing to give you a chance to talk to me personally. 2 light caste knights walked forward, took out a thick chain, and carefully walked towards Feng Heng. Feng Heng looked at the chain. The chain was carved with many fine lines. It was undoubtedly a seal. Feng Heng asked, is this necessary? The light caste knights threw the chain at Feng Heng. We need to ensure our safety. When he received the chain in his hand, lines of information appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Item, Holy Caste Shackles Blood of Repentance. Description, triggered by a cult, a chain made for vampires. When worn, it can seal the strength of vampires. Description, triggered by vampire bloodline. When worn, the additional attribute of the vampire bloodline will be sealed. Description, triggered by sealing, this shackle can only seal vampires below the Marquis level. Marquis level vampires will be greatly weakened. Feng Heng was not sure if his level 18 high-tier vampire bloodline corresponded to normal high-tier vampires. According to his own judgment, it should be between the high-tier vampires and the Marquis. As he was thinking, a game hint flashed across his vision. Hint, triggered by sealing, with a shackle, all the additional attributes of your vampire bloodline will be reduced by 30% to 40%, he thought. So weak? At most, it will reduce 40% of the increase of the attribute of the vampire bloodline skills. With this calculation, there was almost no reduction. Alright. Feng Heng buckled the chain, raised his hand, and looked up at Keijin. Can we talk now? Yes, very soon. Keijin stared at Feng Heng for a moment, then nodded to the light caste knight beside him and said, bring him down first. Feng Heng frowned and said, hurry up, I am in a hurry. The 2 light caste knights lifted Feng Heng up from the left and right and brought him down from the 3rd floor. Seeing that Feng Heng was locked up and taken away, Yi Lingxiao heaved a huge sigh of relief. He looked at Keijin and said, Headmaster, don't believe his words. He killed several of our believers. We can't let this matter go just like that. Okay. Keijin nodded slightly. I want to know how he got the pendant. I will talk to him after we lock him up for a while. Chapter 674, The Underground Prison. Feng Heng was carried by 2 light caste knights into the lower level of the art gallery and through a tunnel. Following the tunnel, he entered the 3rd basement through the long pathway below. Feng Heng sniffed. He smelled the smell of vampires. Prison? In the prison hall, 5 guards of the Holy Court who were resting stood up when they saw them. We brought someone in. He's a vampire. Take care of him. Yes. Feng Heng followed the 2 light caste knights through the prison hall and came to the pathway at the back. Then, he saw rows and rows of prison cells on the side. He realized that he might have been deceived. Go in. The 2 light caste knights reached out and pushed Feng Heng into the prison cell. Bang. The prison door was closed and locked tightly. Hey. Feng Heng wanted to turn towards the 2 light caste knights who were preparing to leave. Where's Keijin? He promised to see me. Wait patiently. Mr. Keijin will come looking for you. The 2 guards turned their heads and swept a cold gaze across Feng Heng. Then, without saying a word, they left. Bad luck. Feng Heng twisted his neck. He quickly swept his gaze across the prison's internal environment. It seemed like the art gallery had limited funds. The underground prison wasn't big, and it looked simple and crude. There were 5 or 6 vampires in the prison cell he was in. They were also wearing sealing chains on their hands. Feng Heng turned around to look at the other vampires when he noticed their gazes. Swish swish. All the vampires, including Feng Heng, had a layer of red light covering their eyes. Feng Heng hesitated for half a second. Forget it. He decided not to kill them. There were too few vampires, so they couldn't drop many evolution crystals. They couldn't reach the level up requirement for level 20. The vampires didn't know that they had just passed by the gates of hell. After confirming their identities, one of the muscular vampires stood up and introduced himself to Feng Heng. You were captured too? I am from the Alta clan, Venerate. What about you? A secluded clan. Feng Heng answered casually. Ever since he was seen through pretending to be a vampire the last time, Feng Heng had been learning from 2 experts. In ancient times, when vampires just started to pass down their heritage, there were already many different races among vampires. The grudges between the various races were enough to write a novel consisting of tens of millions of words. It was too difficult to figure out their relationship. Seclusion was a very good answer. In history, a very small portion of the people who abandoned their own races chose to live in seclusion. Until now, they no longer had the inheritance of their own races. No wonder I have never seen you. Hearing his answer, Venerate nodded and whispered, I have been imprisoned here for 3 months. It's very strange that they didn't kill us. Oh. Feng Heng simply agreed. He wasn't interested in this. He turned around and looked outside the prison, sizing up the outside through the cage. The cage looked too weak. He could wait at most 10 minutes. If he couldn't see Keijin, he would kill his way out. Seeing Feng Heng sizing up the cage, Venerate reminded, Brother, be careful. We've tried many times. This prison has a restriction set by the Holy Court. Once you touch it, you will suffer a backlash. That group of self-righteous holy light lackeys will not let us go. We have to think of a way to escape. The most troublesome thing is the chain on our hands. With it around, we won't be able to display our strength. Venerate walked to Feng Heng's side and whispered to him, When I was on an investigation mission, I found something strange in the art gallery. I was accidentally discovered by their people. I didn't expect that there were so many light caste knights in the art gallery, so I fell into a trap. What about you? How did you get caught by them? What's the situation outside now? Do you know? The vampires don't know that I am missing. Venerate frowned. Did you hear what I said? Why aren't you saying anything? SHH. Feng Heng made a hand gesture in a low voice. Do you want to go out? What did he mean? Venerate's heart skipped a beat. The sound of footsteps came from afar. Venerate shut his mouth and looked out of the prison. Yi Lingxiao led 2 people into the prison. Feng Shao. Yi Lingxiao stood in front of the locked prison, his heart filled with anger. He knocked on the iron gate of the prison with an iron rod. Where did you get the pendant? Where's Keijin? He's not coming? You want to see him? What are you dreaming about? Let me tell you, as long as I am here, you will never see Keijin again. Just wait for your death here. Yi Lingxiao stared at Feng Heng fiercely. Don't even think about going offline. I will keep an eye on you. Feng Heng was extremely displeased. Just like that? What about the holy light that was circulating around the internet and was known to represent honesty, trustworthiness, greatness and justice? Fuck. What the hell was this? Shit. If it wasn't for this guy in front of him, he might have already completed his plan and returned with a large amount of holy water. Indeed, I was too naive. I didn't expect the Holy Court to be so untrustworthy. What's the point of being trustworthy with a vampire? Sigh. Feng Heng sighed heavily in his heart. It seemed that the less difficult method of clearing the level was not going to work. He could only choose the time-consuming and laborious difficulty. Forget it, then I will deal with you first before looking for Keijin. Crack. A soft sound was heard. Feng Heng suddenly exerted force with his hand, and the chain that was originally fastened on Feng Heng's hand instantly exploded. Huh? Yi Lingxiao was stunned. Feng Heng took a step forward and kicked the iron gate in front of him. Bang. Bang. A dark golden light flashed on the iron gate of the prison cell and the entire iron gate shook violently. Yi Lingxiao instantly felt his scalp go numb and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He looked at Feng Heng in shock and subconsciously took 2 steps back, wanting to stay away from the ladder. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yi Lingxiao. He raised his foot again and kicked at the iron gate. Dong. Dong dong. When the other vampires in the prison heard the heavy hammering sounds, they all looked at Feng Heng in astonishment. Their eyes were filled with shock. They would never have thought that the sealing chains that had trapped them for months would be broken by brute force. Also, the prison's iron gate had been specially reinforced and a special magic array had been drawn by the Holy Court. He had actually used brute force to break it. What happened? Hearing the violent explosion, 5 guards who were responsible for guarding the hall rushed over. Boom. There was a loud explosion. They saw a shocking scene. The entire prison's iron gate and the restriction above it were kicked away by Feng Heng. Stop him. The 5 guards immediately reacted when they saw this. They raised the weapons in their hands and flew towards Feng Heng. Feng Heng flipped his wrist and an iron rod appeared in his hand. Whoosh. The iron rod swept forward. Chapter 675, Breakthrough Bang. With a heavy collision sound, the holy light armor on the 3 guards who were at the front was instantly shattered. They were all sent flying and crashed into the wall behind them. Ding, you have killed the guards. You have obtained 21 survival points. You have obtained a complete evolution crystal 1 piece. Your relationship with the Holy Court has been slightly reduced. Ding, you have obtained the prison keychain. After dealing with the 5 guards, Feng Heng's gaze shifted to Yi Lingxiao, who was desperately trying to escape. Hey, stop. That person was crazy. Yi Lingxiao's head was buzzing. After hearing Feng Heng's shout, He ran even faster. Feng Heng raised his hand and switched to Ding Minut's specially modified sniper rifle. He aimed at Yiling Xiao's back. He gently pulled the trigger. Bang! It was a headshot. Feng Heng put away his gun and looked around. Sigh. What should he do now? It was time to clean up the mess. With things like this, it seemed like he could no longer work with the Holy Court. If he couldn't work with them, he would completely turn against the Holy Court. Feng Heng fumbled around and came up with a backup plan at the last minute. Anyway, his goal was to find the holy water, so he would change his method and completely destroy the entire art gallery. Maybe he could find the holy water he needed from there. Feng Heng raised his head again and was stunned. All the vampires in the prison looked at Feng Heng with respect. Venerate walked out of the broken prison and looked at Feng Heng carefully. Who are you? Feng Heng raised his hand. A red light appeared on his wrist and he threw it forward. Kai. The sealing chain on Venerate's wrist was instantly cut off by the blood blade. Under the attention of all the vampires, Feng Heng flipped his wrist and raised the vampiric spirit cane in his hand. Venerate was also stunned when he saw the spirit cane. The holy weapon of vampires, the spirit cane? Shouldn't it be in the hands of the Bruch clan? Although he was wearing a mask, his body size didn't match the old Marquis who controlled the vampiric spirit cane in his memory. No matter what, Venerate immediately knelt down on one knee. Lord Marquis. All the other vampires also knelt down on one knee, their eyes flashing with excitement. I am Feng Shao, a vampire from another world. Feng Heng swept his gaze across the surroundings. Now, listen to my orders and destroy the entire art gallery with me. Yes. Lord Marquis. After being imprisoned for so long, they were finally free, and the Marquis of the Vampires stood up for them to take revenge. The morale of the vampires in the prison was immediately boosted, and their eyes flashed with excitement and killing intent. Among them, some had been locked up for a full 3 years. The day of revenge had finally arrived. Feng Heng threw the keychain that had just dropped from the guard to Venerate and took the lead to walk out of the prison. There were about 40 vampires locked up in the prison. Most of them were mid-level vampires and a small number of high-tier vampires. In terms of combat strength, it was a good addition. He alone would make up for high-tier combat strength. Let's go. Through the long pathway, Feng Heng took the lead to step out of the basement of the prison. Outside the door, Keijin had already received the news that there was chaos in the prison below. He brought a team of believers of the Holy Court and the Light Caste Knights to the door. The two sides happened to meet face to face. Feng Shao? Keijin looked at Feng Heng's empty wrist in surprise. The chain on his hand was gone. Where's the chain on your hand? Young blood descendant? Why did you betray our agreement and run out of the prison without permission? As they were talking, the vampires who had escaped from the prison also walked out of the basement and stood behind Feng Heng. Keijin frowned. He realized that the sudden riot at the bottom of the prison had something to do with the vampire in front of him. What was more troublesome was that he noticed that the chains on all the vampires had been untied. He did it on purpose. Keijin's heart sank. He stared at Feng Heng and said in a deep voice, "Go back to the prison, Feng Shao. It's not my fault. It's your holy light that doesn't keep its word, Keijin." Feng Heng flipped his wrist and an iron rod appeared in his hand. "I don't have much time, so I can only speed up." As he said this, Feng Heng raised the iron rod in his hand and quickly rushed towards Keijin. Keijin felt an extremely strong threat from Feng Heng, so he used all his strength to point forward with one hand. "Go back." A solid dark golden wall condensed in the air and blocked Feng Heng's way. Feng Heng did not retreat. He raised the iron rod in his hand and smashed it forward. Dong. A heavy bell chime sounded. Feng Heng took half a step back and felt the hand holding the iron rod go slightly numb. Boom. The solid dark golden wall instantly exploded. Keijin spat out a mouthful of blood and was supported by the believers of the Holy Court behind him. "Stop him." More than a dozen light caste knights immediately rushed up from behind. Seeing Feng Heng's bravery, the morale of the vampires exploded again. They followed Feng Heng and charged into the group. It was a chaotic battle. Feng Heng's target was clear. He fixed his eyes on Keijin. All the light caste knights who tried to stop him along the way were swept away by the rod. Keijin pushed away the believers behind him and regained his balance. "Bring me the holy caste sphere." He stared at Feng Heng who was still charging at him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The holy light barrier was actually broken by a vampire with brute force. No wonder the shackles could not trap it. Its strength had already reached the level of a marquis, and it was a strength-type marquis of the vampires. This is going to be troublesome. Keijin pondered as he took the light caste spear from the believer behind him. Fight to the death. The spear emitted a faint holy light. Keijin raised the spear in a battle stance and aimed it at Feng Heng, who was charging toward him. Zayu. Halfway through, Feng Heng, who was charging toward Kajin, twitched his eyelids. He felt a sense of danger and immediately sidestepped to dodge. The spear instantly flashed with golden light in the air. Kai. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. The spear directly flew through the air and fiercely stabbed into his right chest. Blood splattered out from the wound. It was a strange attack method. But the damage was not high. Feng Heng snorted in disdain. Under Kajin's astonished gaze, Feng Heng's charging speed did not change at all. He rushed in front of him and raised his hand to grab Kajin's neck. I will say it again, Kajin. I want the holy water. Kajin's eyes flashed with anger. Vampire, don't even think about getting anything from me. His life force burned and golden light seeped out from Kajin's body. Buzz. The holy light affected the nearby vampires. They all hid behind cover to avoid the light. Feng Heng's body was also affected by the holy light. Blood kept oozing out from under his skin and quickly healed. Chapter 676, Sacred No? Then go to hell. As he spoke, the blood oozing out of Feng Heng's wound actually condensed into a huge scarlet palm. The palm shot forward and overlapped with Feng Heng's right hand, gripping Kajin's neck tightly. In the next moment, the holy light on Kajin's body dimmed. Crack. Feng Heng's right hand suddenly exerted force. Ding. After killing Kajin, your relationship with the Holy Court has been greatly reduced. You have obtained 231 survival points. You have obtained Tier 1 Evolution System 1 piece. Ding. Your reputation points within the vampires have been increased. The Holy Light Fellows were sneaky and not easy to work with. In comparison, the vampires were much more simple and more obedient. Feng Heng frowned and reached out to grab the light cast spear that was stuck in his chest. Kai. The moment the holy weapon was in his hand, he felt a burning sensation. Feng Heng exerted some force and pulled the spear out of the wound. The pierced wound quickly healed. It was a piece of equipment with an attribute? Feng Heng was a little surprised. Rows of game hints appeared in his vision. Ding. You have obtained an item Holy Cast Spear. Item, Holy Cast Spear. Equipment requirement, elementary and above sacred study. Description, a standard equipment of the Holy Cast Legion. When cast, it is infused with the strength of the holy light. Additional skill, Glory Throw. The use of it requires elementary and above sacred study. Skill description, after aiming at the enemy for 3 seconds, throw a spear at the enemy within a 200-meter radius. This attack does not take into account the enemy's evasion. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Retract the weapon after casting. Unfortunately, it was useless. The strange additional skill could be sold for a small amount of money. Headmaster. Seeing that Kajin had been killed by Feng Heng, the remaining members of the Holy Court Church changed their expressions, revealing their grief and indignation. They had never thought that such a situation would happen. There were still more than 30 people on their side, but Kajin had actually been killed by the vampires in just a few seconds. Looking at Feng Heng, the believers of the Holy Court felt both anger and fear at the same time. Feng Heng swung the iron rod with one hand and looked at the remaining believers of the Holy Court. Without waiting for him to make a move, the vampires with high morale pounced on them and completely tore them apart. After a moment, the first floor became quiet again. Venerate knelt on one knee. Marquis, we have already cleared the entire underground area. There are still some Holy Light believers upstairs. Please tell us what to do. Okay, leave a few people alive and clear out the rest. Feng Heng nodded and deployed the vampires to battle. Search the entire art gallery. I want to find my lost pendant, holy water, and all other things related to the holy light. I want them all. Yes. Marquis. Feng Heng took a step forward and followed the vampires to clear out the area upstairs. Outside the art gallery. About half an hour ago, Zhao Nan fell into silence after hearing that there was a series of riots inside the art gallery. Originally, Zhao Nan was prepared to escape immediately. After thinking for a while, Zhao Nan decided to wait for precaution's sake. What if? That masked man was too strange. Zhao Nan did not expect that the what-if scenario that she had expected would really appear. From just now, the entire interior had descended into chaos again. Zhao Nan's sense of unease grew stronger. Another 5 or 6 minutes passed. The art gallery fell into silence once again. Then, she poked her head out of the car window. Was it on fire? Thick black smoke rose from the corner of the 4th floor of the art gallery. Zhao Nan was nervous. Could it be that Fang Shao decided to burn down the entire art gallery in revenge? Bang! With a loud bang, Zhao Nan was shocked and looked in the direction of the sound coming from the art gallery. The window on the 3rd floor of the art gallery was broken by someone and a black shadow jumped out from the window. After he landed, he rolled on the ground twice and then ran forward desperately. Was it Fang Shao? After taking a closer look, that person was not wearing a mask. Then, 2 bats flew out from the broken window and chased after the human who was running wildly, killing him. This. Zhao Nan carefully swallowed his saliva. Feng Shao. That vampire. What exactly did he want to do? Marquis, we have already interrogated them. The believers here have been brainwashed by the Holy Court. Other than a few normal human guards, the rest have all chosen to commit suicide. Since they did not receive any useful information from the devout believers, Venerate reported to Feng Heng, we've gotten some information from the guards. We've searched the entire art gallery and found a secret underground storage room for materials and equipment under the underground passage in the back hall. Okay, take me there. Feng Heng followed Venerate into the secret storage room and looked around. For so many years, the Holy Court had not been idle. They had collected a large number of items, equipment and materials to deal with the vampires. Materials filled more than half of the room. It could be considered a small-scale arsenal. Troublesome. Why was there no holy water? Feng Heng rubbed his neck, feeling irritated. Venerate led Feng Heng to the desk. Marquis, please take a look at this. What is this? Feng Heng reached out and picked up the book on the table. Sizzle. As soon as he picked it up, Feng Heng felt a strong repulsive force on his hand. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. A burning pain came from his palm. Ding. You have obtained the book Prayer of the Holy Light. Ding. Mastered the book Elementary Sacred Study. Ding. This book cannot be traded. Bind after acquiring it. Ding. You need to spend 100 King of Gods points to learn it. Oh? A rare skill book. Feng Heng's eyelids twitched. An introductory book to the sacred study. One could use it after learning it. Basic introductory books like this could be sold in the black market for tens of thousands of King of Gods points. And there was no market price. The main reason was that there were very few of them. This kind of skill rarely had a skill book for it. Most of them were passed down by NPCs through contribution points after completing certain missions. Ding. Player's current level has been detected to be in conflict with the elementary necromancy and vampire bloodline. Player's experience points required to learn the skill will be increased by 20 times. Learned it. It only became 20 times more difficult. At that time, thousands of zombie clones would farm skill experience points together, so the learning efficiency would not be that slow. More skills would be beneficial. Feng Heng thought about it and slapped the book on his head. Ding. Player has mastered the skill Basic Sacred Study. Skill, Basic Sacred Study. Skill description, Initial Sacred Study skill. Through this skill, you can use some of the tools related to Sacred Study to learn related Sacred Study skills. Skill description, this skill can be upgraded to level 10 at most. This way. Feng Heng muttered in a low voice. He tried to take out the light cast spear that he had just put into his backpack and held it in his hand. The burning pain from before had disappeared. He could now be considered to be able to use a normal holy weapon. Chapter 677, Seek Revenge. The problem was that he still could not figure out how to level up his sacred study skill. If the ordinary players did not trigger the relevant mission chain, they would not be able to continue to level up their skills even after learning the relevant skill. They would have to rely on themselves through trial and error. He would deal with it later. After learning the skill, Feng Heng took the list of materials that he had collected from Venerate and checked it. The warehouse stored all kinds of weapons, tools, sacrifices and materials to deal with vampires. In addition, he had searched the entire area for items and materials. Apart from the missing holy water, Sandy's pendant was also not found. Feng Heng raised his head and asked, "Have you found a pendant?" The vampires exchanged glances. Venerate took half a step forward and nodded. "Marquis, we have searched the art gallery in detail. All the materials we found are gathered here." "All here? But they just couldn't find the pendant?" Feng Heng thought it was troublesome. He had a premonition that he would be entangled with Sandy when he returned. The strange thing was that the pendant had an attribute that would definitely drop after death, so it should be here. "Marquis, this is just a transit point set up by the Holy Court in the city. Has the thing you are looking for been sent to the regional headquarters of the Holy Court?" Seeing that Feng Heng was deep in thought, Venerate could not help but guess. The Holy Court often teleports some of the important materials they have collected. "Is it possible that the pendant you mentioned has already been teleported?" Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. "Teleported to the divisional headquarters?" It was possible. And if it was the divisional headquarters of the Holy Court, there should be holy water there, right? Feng Heng looked at Venerate and asked, "Do you know where the regional headquarters of the Holy Court is?" "I am not sure about the details, but before I was captured, I had always been suspicious of the universities in Victoria City. I found some clues from Jessie University, and in order to further investigate the traces of the Holy Court, I traced them to the art gallery. I didn't expect." Venerate thought for a moment. He said, "I think the regional headquarters of the Holy Court is in Victoria City. In addition, I just checked the backup list of materials that the art gallery has sent and received in recent years. Many of their unknown materials are related to Victoria City. Feng Heng turned around and looked at the muscular vampire. He was actually an investigator? And what he said sounded reasonable. Outside the art gallery, Zhao Nan was a little anxious. She anxiously looked in the direction of the art gallery. From the beginning, the entire art gallery had quieted down again. The fire had gradually spread, and almost half of the art gallery was in fire. Someone came out. Zhao Nan carefully leaned against the back of her chair and looked at the entrance of the art gallery. A masked man walked out of the art gallery. It was Feng Shao. Besides him, there was a group of vampires behind him. Their pupils were too easy to identify. Feng Heng walked straight to the car and knocked on the window. "Sorry for the wait. I am back." Zhao Nan rolled down the window and glanced at the group of vampires behind Feng Heng. "How's the situation in the art gallery?" "Bad luck. They're all dead." Feng Heng spread his hands helplessly. "It's a pity that I haven't found my things yet." Even though she was mentally prepared, Zhao Nan was still shocked when she heard Feng Heng admit it himself. Her gaze lingered on Feng Heng's face for a moment. "This is what you meant by talking to the people of the Holy Court? And also about discussing a collaboration with them?" Feng Heng turned around and glanced at the burning art gallery behind him. Yes, the process of the conversation was not very pleasant. Zhao Nan gave Feng Heng an unconvincing look. At the same time, Zhao Nan was deeply shocked by the strength of the masked young man in front of her. When he went there, he was alone. When he came back, not only did he burn down the entire art gallery, but he also came out with a large group of vampires. Zhao Nan felt that she was really unlucky to have provoked this masked man for her entire lifetime. This business deal was definitely the biggest failure in her career. "Then can I leave now?" "Not yet. I haven't found my pendant yet." Feng Heng opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat as if he was very familiar with the situation. He gestured for Venerate to get into the back seat. "Drive. We will go back the way we came." Zhao Nan started the car reluctantly. After a while, the car drove all the way to the elevated road. More than 30 vampires transformed into bats and followed around the car. The passing cars had never seen such a scene of vampires escorting a car. They all felt that they could not afford to offend them and quickly moved aside. Zhao Nan had indeed never encountered such a comfortable road condition. However, she did not feel very happy. "We're almost there." "Where are you planning to go?" "I am going to look for my pendant." "I suspect that it has been sent to the headquarters of the Holy Court," Feng Heng casually asked. "Do you know the headquarters of the Holy Court in this region?" "I am just a very normal middleman. The national headquarters is a secret of the Holy Court. Only the people of the Holy Court know about it." "Alright, then what else do you know about the Holy Court?" Feng Heng very generously and anonymously traded 20 King of Gods points over. "I only know the basics. There are a total of 27 regions in the world of vampires. I've confirmed that the Holy Court has established branches and strongholds in at least 18 of them. I can confirm that there are branches and strongholds of the Holy Court in this national region that we're currently in, but the exact locations are not clear." Zhao Nan's mood was slightly better after receiving the King of Gods points. She continued, "Not only me, but even Yi Ling Xiao and the others also don't know. They're only members of the periphery of the Holy Court. All in all, only the player guilds that are truly trusted by the Holy Court can possibly know some information." Feng Heng continued to ask, "What about Victoria City? Could it not be in Victoria City? I've investigated and found that Victoria City might be where the branch of the vampires is located." "Victoria City?" Zhao Nan frowned and lowered her head to think. Victoria City is a small city on the edge. In the past few years, there have been few traces of the Holy Court. There are also no other signs of the Holy Court appearing. Was there something wrong with your investigation? Feng Heng looked out of the car window. "Let's go. We will go to the hospital first." After returning to the hospital, 2 vampires helped the limping Sandy into the car. As soon as they got into the car, Sandy asked Feng Heng, "Feng Heng, have you found my pendant?" "Not yet. It was taken away by the Holy Court." Sandy was stunned and immediately became anxious. He quickly said, "Then why are we still stopping here? Hurry up and get the pendant back." Feng Heng. "That's an artwork. It can only shine in our hands. How could it be snatched away by the Holy Court?" "Yes, I know. That's why we're going to get back at them now." As he spoke, Feng Heng looked at Zhao Nan beside him. "Let's go to Victoria City." Chapter 678, Riot. 2 hours later, Zhao Nan drove the car into Victoria City. Without any hesitation, Feng Heng asked Zhao Nan to drive the private car to the vampires building in the center of Victoria City. In front of them, a tall black building appeared in sight. "Are we really going in?" Zhao Nan was a little nervous. She confirmed with Fang Hang next to her. This is the vampire's headquarters in Victoria City. Yes, we are going to the vampire's headquarters. Zhao Nan turned her head and looked carefully at Fang Hang. All right. She didn't say anything more. Under the protection of the bats, she drove the car into the campus and stopped below the black building. Fang Hang asked, "Do you want to come with me?" Zhao Nan looked out of the window at the black building and shook her head. "I don't think it's necessary, right?" Sandy waved excitedly from the back seat and volunteered, "I will go. I will go. I will go with you." Zhao Nan stayed in the car and watched Fang Hang get out. "Are you really not coming? Don't say that I didn't warn you. It's very dangerous to stay here. It's still safer than staying with you," Zhao Nan silently said in her heart. Then with a calm expression, she rejected him. "No, thank you. All right, stay here for the time being. I will be back soon." Watching Fang Hang bring Sandy and the group of vampires into the black building, Zhao Nan heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Phew. Finally. Zhao Nan felt that she had experienced a great battle. Feeling exhausted, she simply leaned on the steering wheel. It had only been a few hours since she met Fang Hang. She felt that too many things had happened in the past few hours. She needed some time to take a breather. Many of her friends on survival radio and her phone had sent messages asking about the previous situation. "Sister Nan, are you alright? Where are you now? Breaking news. Did you know about the fire at the art gallery? The headmaster of the art gallery was found dead. He was actually a member of the Holy Court. That place was actually the Holy Court's stronghold. I really did not expect that, Nan. I've asked around for you. No one around me has heard of a person like Fang Shao. From the information you gave me, you said that he is a vampire. I personally think that it might be a fake name. Hurry up and go offline. There's a business deal, a big deal. Nan, my friend asked me to ask you, what's going on with that Fang Shao? When you see this message, hurry up and go offline." Zhao Nan turned off her survival radio and was a little angry. "What's going on with Fang Shao? What's going on with the art gallery? Ask her? How would she know?" Other than Fang Shao's identity as a vampire, Zhao Nan knew almost nothing about this mysterious person. What should she do? Zhao Nan picked up her phone and was a little hesitant. Should she tell her friend that Fang Shao had came to Victoria City overnight? Kai. Suddenly, the sound of a large number of wings rubbing against each other could be heard. Zhao Nan was shocked. She stuck her head out of the car window and looked at the sky where the sound was coming from. A swarm of black bats emerged from the black building and spread to the entire city. Vampires. Are they crazy? How long has it been since vampires had such a large-scale invasion? Ever since the masked man arrived, was it all because of him? Something big was about to happen. Zhao Nan had a premonition and could not help but put down her phone. She had decided. She would play dead. She did not know anything about today's incident. In the distance, Fang Hang stood on top of a black tall building and looked down at the entire city. Under his command, countless bats were mobilized tonight to search the entire Victoria City. Victoria City belonged to the vampires, the Alta clan. There were no marquee of the vampires in the border cities. Accompanied by the member of the Alta clan, Venerate, Fang Hang could easily control all the vampires in the city with just a simple display of his holy weapon. Other than searching the entire city, the focus of the search was on the few special anomaly locations that Venerate had found. They had to thoroughly explore and find traces of the Holy Court. To the vampires living in Victoria City, tonight was something out of the norm. For a time, the entire city fell into extreme chaos. Victoria City. The Holy Court branch's underground prayer hall. The regional bishop, Chen Li, had gathered all the high-ranking officials of the Holy Court here, other than the members of the Holy See. The leaders of the three major player guilds, including the Pious Guild, had quickly arrived to participate in this emergency gathering. Just over 10 minutes ago, the players from the three major guilds were still asleep. They were suddenly woken up by the commotion and heard the news of the vampires' riot. For a moment, they were dumbfounded and hurriedly went online. The expressions of the three major guild presidents were grave. They had spent a lot of effort infiltrating the Holy See's inner circle. They had always been careful, as if they were treading on thin ice. For several years, Victoria City had been safe and stable. They had always maintained a state of peace with the vampires. They really did not understand. They did not understand why the vampires had suddenly exploded tonight. Moreover, they had not received any relevant news from the players who were within the vampire group in advance. This attack was too sudden and abrupt. The three presidents had not figured out the situation yet. They could only watch the performance of more than 10 NPCs of the Holy Court with dumbfounded faces. Bishop, a few important branches of the alchemy magic array are being attacked by the vampires. Our people can hold them off for a while, but this will cause the branches to be exposed to the vampires. The vampires seem to have a purpose for coming here. Our 2 branches have been searched by a large number of vampires. Bishop, we can't delay any longer. If this continues, the vampires might discover our arrangement in advance. Once the vampires learn of our plan and the magic array is destroyed, we will need a few more years to set up and rebuild it. Sir. If they continue to destroy it, the vampires will also discover our tracks. The regional bishop, Chen Li, had a serious expression. Victoria City was a small city on the outskirts. The vampires did not pay much attention to it. The Holy Court had established a branch in Victoria City for more than 10 years. In the past 10 years, Chen Li had worked hard to set up a trap in Victoria City. Using the city as the base structure and relying on the 12 points as the branch nodes, a giant-sized magic array that could kill vampires was constructed. Currently, the seal was only 2/3 completed. Originally, there was still a year to complete it. Chen Li's original plan was that once the alchemy magic array was completed, they would rely on the entire array to deal a severe blow to the vampires. By the time, not only would they be able to destroy the entire city of vampires, but they would also be able to firmly occupy Victoria City and defeat the reinforcements of the vampires, making the vampires pay the price of a few marquises. But now, he had to face the great rebellion of the vampires tonight. It was meaningless to think about whether the other party had come prepared or not. He had no way out. If he continued to let the vampires continue, not only would the magic array that he had painstakingly planned for more than 10 years be destroyed, even the branch that they had built in the city for so many years would be completely exposed to the vampires. Chapter 679, Sniping in the Dark. Branch Bishop Chen Li looked around the crowd. He had no choice but to carry out the plan in advance. Activate the magic array in advance. Everyone present stood up at the same time and bowed. Yes. Bishop. Chen Li continued to lay down the combat deployment. The completion rate of the magic array is only 70%. It's not enough to directly kill the vampires, but it can greatly reduce their various abilities. The vampires in Victoria City are not strong. It is not difficult to completely kill them. Luo and Shelley, each of you will lead a group of ascetic monks to repair the damaged magic array. The rest will be divided into legions. 12 groups will protect each magic array. The remaining legions will attack the central city of the vampires immediately after the magic array is completed. I will activate the magic array myself. Understood. Almost at the same time, the guild leader of the 3 large guilds and all the players of the Holy Court faction in the guild received a hint from the game. Ding! Player has triggered a mission Victoria City under the Holy Light. Mission description: Victoria City is being searched by the vampires. The branch point of the magic array has been attacked. Bishop of the Holy Court, Chen Li, has decided to activate the magic array in advance and launch a counterattack. Mission difficulty: A. Mission requirements: assist the Holy Court to activate the magic array in the city and clear all the vampires in the city. Mission reward: contribution points, survival points, follow-up mission. Mission description: during the mission process, a side mission can be selected. Player can choose to complete the side mission to obtain the completion rate. After the completion of the main mission, the completion rate will be calculated. Click here to see the current side mission. When the player saw the game hint that appeared, they were all instantly excited. It was actually a supersized mission. They had infiltrated the Holy Court for so long, wasn't it just to get the mission reward? However, this day came a little too suddenly, a whole year earlier than expected. The commander of the 3 major guilds looked at each other, and at this moment, they were more or less dumbfounded. If that was the case, should they thank the vampires? Everyone, we are all on the same boat. Let's rely on our own abilities. Everyone quickly reached an agreement. What they needed to do now was to stall the group of vampires as much as possible so that they would not discover the magic array that was being activated. They needed to wait until the regional bishop, Chen Li, completed the activation of the magic array. At that time, they could rely on the strength of the magic array to greatly erode and weaken the strength of the vampires, completely exterminating the vampires, and seizing control of the entire Victoria City. Until they destroyed the central building that was occupied by the vampires. After that, although the follow-up reinforcements of the vampires would arrive soon, they could still continue to rely on the supersized magic array to protect Victoria City and exterminate the vampires. If they were lucky, they might even have the chance to drag a few marquis of the vampires down with them. However, this was already the best plan they could come up with at the moment. Let's go. Yes. At the top of the black building in the center of the city, Fang Heng's clothes fluttered in a strong wind. Fang Heng looked down at the entire city from a high vantage point. In the western area, a large number of vampires were quickly gathering in that direction. Venerate, in his bat form, flew over from afar. He transformed into a human form and knelt on one knee. Marquis, during the investigation in the western region, we found a transmission node similar to a special magic array. We were attacked when we attacked the node. We confirmed that it was the people from the Holy Court. Ha! The Holy Court did not disappoint him. Well done. Let's go and take a look together. In bat form, Fang Heng and Venerate dived towards the direction where the battle had erupted. On the battlefield ahead, the players were charging toward a villa area. The believers who belonged to the Holy Court hid in the building inside the villa. They used a special gun to cover themselves and used the terrain advantage to shoot at the vampires in the outside world from a distance. The gun was specially made by the Holy Church. The barrel of the gun had carefully carved patterns of an array. After the bullet passed through the barrel of the gun, it could cause additional damage to the vampires. The disadvantage was that the weapon's firing speed was slow and had a small magazine reload. There was nothing they could do. The vampire apocalypse was controlled by the vampires. The entire world prohibited the use of guns. The guns of the Holy Court could only be made in private and the production was not high. The vampires who were at the forefront were stopped by the Holy Caste Knights of the Holy Court. For a moment, they could not get rid of them and rushed into the villa area. Let's go and take a look. Fang Heng said as he fell from a high place and joined the battlefield. Bang! Bang bang! In an instant, a number of handgun bullets flew toward him. Fang Heng dodged to the side. Ding! You have received 231 damage. Due to your vampire bloodline, you have received an additional 160 damage. It was still alright. With a buff from the Undying Body skill, the damage was completely under control. Fang Heng roughly estimated the damage. He charged at the front while withstanding the rain of bullets. He raised his iron rod and swept it towards the Holy Caste Knights who were blocking in front of him. Bang! Under the high strength boost, the iron rod was extremely effective against the Holy Caste Knights. The Holy Caste Knights were easily crushed by Fang Heng's rod even when they were armed with the holy armor. The Holy Caste Knights were sent flying and their combat strength was significantly reduced. Fang Heng quickly went forward and swung his rod again. Ding! You have killed a Tier 1 Holy Caste Knight of the Holy Court. You have obtained a Tier 1 Evolution Crystal 1 piece. Killing the Holy Court faction could also drop evolution crystals. This was not bad. Fang Heng was tempted. His original plan was to kill the vampires to get the crystals, but now it was a good time to change tactics and kill the Holy Court faction to get the crystals. He was not picky when it came to leveling up. Given the benefits, Fang Heng waved his iron rod a few times faster. Seeing the valiant Marquis leading the team, the morale of the vampires was greatly boosted. Suddenly, in the chaotic battle, Fang Heng's sharp perception sensed a strong sense of danger. Was it a sniper rifle? Fang Heng immediately dodged to the side. Bang! The bullet brushed past him and landed on the shrapnel in front of him. Fang Heng suddenly turned his head and looked at a building in the distance. Oh ho! He finally found a player. Vampires were born not to use guns. To be able to use a sniper rifle to maintain a high hit rate at such a distance meant that the opponent had a high-level weapon. In the background world of the vampire apocalypse, it was even more difficult to possess such a skill. Fang Heng instantly made a judgment based on the above. The person who ambushed him was a high-tier player. He could get some useful information from him. On the building, Chu Yan let out a soft A. That masked man could actually dodge his sneak attack? He had long since noticed that there was something wrong with the masked vampire, which was why he had aimed the sniper at him. But Chu Yan never expected that the other party had predicted his sniper rifle and calmly dodged it. Who exactly was he? Through the sniper scope, Chu Yan saw that the masked freak had directly transformed into a bat and flew towards him. Oh no! Chu Yan instantly felt like he was being targeted, and he was extremely nervous. A layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He quickly switched the magazine and stared at Fang Heng through the scope. This time, he would definitely not make a mistake. Chu Yan kept his breathing steady and gently pulled the trigger. Bang! Whoosh! Disappeared? Chapter 680, Interrogation. How could it be? Chu Yan was stunned. Fang Heng, who was in midair, instantly moved 2 meters to the right, completely dodging the sniper rifle shot. Not good. It's too late. Bang! The bat transformed into human form in the air and broke through the glass of the building at the same time. Chu Yan rolled to the side and quickly switched to the shotgun. Just as he raised his hand, he realized that the muzzle of the sniper rifle was held tightly by the masked young man in front of him with one hand. Chu Yan was shocked and was about to speak. Ka! The muzzle was instantly crushed by Fang Heng with one hand. Fang Heng looked at Chu Yan and said coldly, "Which player guild are you from?" "You're also a player?" Chu Yan revealed a surprised expression when he heard that. "Can't I?" Fang Heng used the corner of his eyes to glance at the dozen or so players who were surrounding him in the middle of the building. They were about to surround him. Unfortunately, I didn't want things to turn out like this. Originally, I just wanted to do business with the Holy Court. Chu Yan didn't understand what he heard, but he felt a great threat from the other party. Who are you? What are you trying to do? It doesn't matter who I am. Tell me where the headquarters of the Holy Court is. I don't have any bad intentions. I just want to talk to them and ask the Holy Court for the production method of the holy water. While they were talking, more than 10 players came one after another for reinforcement. They all took out their handguns and pointed them at Feng Heng. Chu Yan signaled the other players to not act rashly with his eyes. He needed to stall for time. Soon, the magic array that was set up in the entire Victoria City would be activated. At that time, all the strength of the vampires would be greatly sealed. It was the same for the vampire in front of him. The holy water is used by the Holy Court for praying and exorcising demons. Why do you need that thing? It has nothing to do with you. I can help you find the Holy Court, but why should I believe your words? Can you guarantee that the vampires outside will stop their attacks? Do you have the ability to convince them? Chu Yan continued to ask, who exactly are you? And how can I trust you? Feng Heng frowned. Stop stalling time. Tell me, where is the vampire's headquarters? How can I find the person in charge of the Holy Court in Victoria City? You're right. I am stalling time. Chu Yan saw his teammate behind Feng Heng make a hand gesture, and his heart became calm. Then, he put on a look of victory. Sorry, you're too late. As soon as he said that, the whole building shook violently. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows, narrowed his eyes, and turned his head to look out of the window. Boom. Not far away from where the vampires and the Holy Court were fighting, a golden pillar of light rose into the sky. Almost at the same time, more and more pillars of light rose in every corner of the city. The 12 golden pillars of light that rose in the city gradually formed a circle, and a dark golden pattern appeared under the entire city. This is... Feng Heng stared at the pillar of light outside the window and carefully observed it. Supersized alchemy magic array? The alchemy magic array, which was built on the foundation of the entire Victoria City, enveloped the entire city within the magic array. Holy Court, you're really something. Hints of the game appeared in Feng Heng's vision. Ding, you have been affected by a special alchemy magic array. You have been affected by the effects of the alchemy magic array. Your skill, Vampire Bloodline, has all additional attributes reduced by 70%, ding. Overall judgment, ding. Due to the player's special intervention, the magic array arrangement of the Holy Court has been seen through in advance. The Holy Court has been able to activate the incomplete magic array in advance. Player has obtained 10,000 vampire reputation points and 2,000 Elders Council of Vampires reputation points, ding. Player's vampire bloodline has been confirmed. Overall player's friendship has been confirmed. Player has been automatically determined to belong to the vampire faction. Player has triggered the regional mission, Victoria City under the Holy Light, ding. Player can also choose to give up the mission and choose the Holy Court faction. Mission name, Victoria City under the Holy Light. Mission difficulty, SS. Mission description, Victoria City has been set up with a magic array by the Holy Court. Affected by the magic array, the entire Victoria City is in danger. Mission requirements, destroy the Holy Court's plan and completely destroy the remaining forces of the Holy Court in Victoria City. Mission reward, contribution points, survival points, follow-up mission. Mission description, during the mission process, you will be triggered to select a side mission. Player can choose to complete the side mission to obtain the completion rate of the mission. After the main mission is completed or failed, the completion rate will be calculated. Click here to see the current side mission. Feng Heng quickly skimmed through the game mission hint. Well, this time he was on the side of the vampires and there was no turning back. Feng Heng was helpless. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. In that case, Feng Heng clenched his fist lightly and used his perception to sense his strength. The weakening was still within the controllable range. The one with the most additional attribute was the holy weapon of the vampires. And the bonus of the holy weapon of the vampires wasn't weakened by the alchemy magic ray. While thinking, Feng Heng raised his head and looked at Chu Yan. Chu Yan felt relieved when he saw the faint shadow of a dark golden holy light chain on Feng Heng's body. However, he raised his eyebrows in the next second. Bang. 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 Almost at the same time, all the players pulled the trigger at the same time. The bullets that had been fired by the special handgun landed on Feng Heng's body. However, Feng Heng's movements were not affected at all. He held Chu Yan's neck tightly with one hand. You've been stalling for so long, and this is it? Feng Heng's eyes were filled with ridicule. Now, can you tell me where I can find the headquarters of the Holy Court of Victoria City? Chu Yan's eyes reflected Feng Heng's expression. His face was filled with shock and fear. The surrounding players pointed their handguns at Feng Heng. For a moment, they did not know what to do. Put down the gun? It did not seem to work. Raise the gun? It did not seem to work. Chu Yan gritted his teeth and tried to calm himself down. You have already stepped into the trap of the Holy Court. All the vampires in Victoria City will be wiped out. What can you do by yourself? Even if you kill me, it will be useless. The people of the Holy Court will come soon. You may be right, but your life is yours. Exchange 1 for 1 with me? Feng Heng stared at Chu Yan and clenched his right hand that was holding Chu Yan's throat. I will count to 3. It's in the ecological zone of the eastern region of Victoria City. Chu Yan immediately shouted. The headquarters of the Holy Court is there. Bishop Chen Li is controlling it now. He should be controlling it there as well. Go there and find him. A smart choice. Feng Heng loosened his grip and let go of Chu Yan. Cough cough. Chu Yan held his neck, which had a bruised mark on it, and kept coughing. Commander, are you alright? The players were about to surround Feng Heng again, but they were stopped by Chu Yan. I am fine. There's no need to come over. Feng Heng ignored Chu Yan. He turned around and looked out of the window again. Bang. In the next second, the window of the building was instantly broken through. Chapter 681, Pillar of Light. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. Immediately after, countless bats broke through the windows and rushed into the building. In the blink of an eye, all the players in the building were surrounded by the vampires. All the players' expressions changed drastically. They would definitely not be able to resist being surrounded by so many vampires even if the vampires were weakened by the magic ray. The vampires had no intention of making a move. Venerate took half a step forward and knelt on one knee. He reported respectfully, Lord Marquis, a large number of the Holy Court's Holy Caste Knights have appeared in the city. Affected by the alchemy magic array in the city, our abilities have been greatly weakened. We might not be able to defend against them. Marquis. This player was actually the Marquis of the Vampires. All the players looked at this mysterious man wearing a mask once again. Chu Yan stared at Feng Heng. He went into deep thought. Marquis of the Vampires. He was the Marquis of the Vampires. Did this mean that he was the one who started this sneak attack against the vampires? Yes, I understand. Feng Heng withdrew his gaze from the pillar of light outside the window and looked back at Chu Yan. Since we are all players, I can spare your lives. Chu Yan took a deep breath. I will immediately bring my people offline. I guarantee with my life that we will not say a word to the outside world. In the future, if you need us, you guys stay here and wait for me to come back. After saying this, Feng Heng turned to look at the vampires behind him. Let's go. Without saying another word, Feng Heng transformed into his bat form and flew down with the vampires. Seeing Feng Heng leave the building with the vampires, the players felt relieved to be spared alive. A player walked to Chu Yan's side and asked, Commander, what should we do now? Wait here and don't tell anyone what you saw here. Also, do everything you can to secretly investigate his identity. Don't leak the information to anyone. Okay, I know what to do now, Commander. Chu Yan took a deep breath. He only noticed now that his back was drenched in cold sweat because he was too nervous before. When he was facing the mysterious person, the mental pressure he had to bear was too great. That person. What did he want to do? Chu Yan had a very bad feeling. He walked out of the window and looked outside. Outside the window, the masked man led a large number of vampires and rushed toward the shining pillar of light. The Holy Court had already activated the magic array built on the entire city. The vampires in Victoria City were bound to die. Could it be that he wanted to forcefully destroy the central array that the Holy Court had secretly set up for more than 10 years? It was too whimsical. Moreover, the Holy Court had already asked for help from the nearby areas. In recent years, the strength that the Holy Court had secretly accumulated in the area would completely erupt tonight. As for the vampires, through his information channel, he did not know that there were any vampires from other regions coming to support him. Chu Yan frowned. He turned his head and asked, Are there any new developments in the forum? President, the forum is currently discussing the great uprising of the vampires in Victoria City and the mysterious pillar of light and magic array that appeared in the entire Victoria City. There is no other relevant news. This was what Chu Yan could not understand the most. Up until now, other than Victoria City, there was no movement from the vampires in the other regions. In the world of the vampire apocalypse, there were far more players who supported the vampires than players from the Holy Court faction. If there was even the slightest movement from the vampires, the entire forum would be filled with bloodshed. But up until now, other than the vampires' riot in Victoria City, the vampires in the other regions were extremely quiet. Even the Alta clan didn't send any news of reinforcements. Why? Could it be? After eliminating many impossibilities, Chu Yan came up with a strange answer. Could it be that this mysterious person had a bad relationship with the vampires? Feng Heng led a group of vampires behind him and rushed towards the distant pillar of light. Weakening the magic array? It could weaken the strength of all the vampires in Victoria City. Since that was the case, he would destroy all the magic arrays at once. Ding, You have entered the restricted area of the high-intensity magic array. In this area, your bat form cannot be used for the time being. Ding. In this area, your holy ability will be increased by 20%. A game hint appeared. Feng Heng and the many vampires behind him returned to their human forms once again. In front of them was a large villa area. A pillar of light shot up from the back of the villa area. The people of the Holy Court were guarding the entrance early in the morning, putting on a battle stance. Venerate reminded him in a low voice, Marquis, we have discovered that a large number of the Holy Court's follow-up reinforcements are rushing over. Should we especially open the teleportation passage and seek help from the Elders' Council? Feng Heng shook his head. After taking control of the vampires in Victoria City, in order to prevent trouble, Feng Heng immediately closed the teleportation passage to the outside of Victoria City. At that time, Feng Heng's thinking was simple. What if after opening the passage, another vampire came to fight with him for power? Since things had developed to this point, there was no need to open the passage. No need, Feng Heng said. He glanced at the 2 rows of Holy Caste Knights standing in front of him and said in a deep voice, take care of them. Understood. Feng Heng took out an iron rod from his backpack and took the lead to rush forward. The 2 Holy Caste Knights at the front blocked Feng Heng from the left and right. Humphrey. Feng Heng snorted in disdain. He raised the iron rod in his hand and smashed it forward. The shadows of the holy light armor appeared in front of the 2 Holy Caste Knights' chests. Dong. The light armor on their chests started to crack, and the 2 of them were once again sent flying by the iron rod. Feng Heng frowned. The Holy Caste Knight's abilities were slightly enhanced by the stimulation of the magic array. Meanwhile, his attribute was slightly weakened. One was enhanced, and the other was weakened. He could not break the Holy Caste Knight's armor in one strike and make them lose their ability to fight like before. Taking advantage of Feng Heng being obstructed for a moment, the surrounding Holy Caste Knights surrounded Feng Heng once again. Troublesome. Feng Heng secretly exclaimed in his heart. The number of vampires was enough to crush the Holy Caste Knights, but their strength was also greatly suppressed by the magic array. For a moment, they were unable to break through the interception of the Holy Caste Knights at the periphery. If this went on, it would be endless. It would be a waste of time. Regardless of them, he should first destroy the Pillar of Light. Feng Heng thought. Swoosh. Relying on the skill effect of the Holy Weapon's teleportation, Feng Heng flashed to the side and quickly went through the gaps between the Holy Caste Knights. The 4 Holy Caste Knights were momentarily shaken by Feng Heng. By the time they reacted, Feng Heng had already appeared behind them. The knights wanted to continue chasing after them, but the dense horde of vampires behind them came up and tightly entangled them. Feng Heng no longer paid attention to the Holy Caste Knights. Relying on the optimization effect of the Undying Transformation, he quickly dashed toward a large building that had a pillar of light rising behind it. Chapter 682, Judge Bang. Bang bang bang. As soon as he stepped into the villa area, a dense barrage of handgun bullets came from all directions. Ding, you have received 231 points of damage. Due to your vampire bloodline, you have received an additional 160 points of damage. Ding. Affected by skill Undying Body effect, your health point has recovered by 792 points. Ding. You have received 221 points of damage. Feng Heng frowned. A large number of the believers of the Holy Court were hiding in the buildings in the villa area. They were constantly hiding behind the cover and using their handguns to attack the vampires. After breaking into the villa area, he became the first target of the believers. Whatever. Relying on the heaven-defying recovery effect of the Undying Body skill, Feng Heng forcefully withstood the dense rain of handguns and bullets and rushed towards the building in front of him. Get lost. Feng Heng rushed to the front of the building and waved the iron rod in his hand, once again drawing a sound in the air. Dong. The oncoming Holy Caste Knights were once again repelled by his rod and Feng Heng quickly rushed into the inner part of the building. What kind of monster is he? Seeing that such a dense barrage of bullets could not stop Feng Heng's footsteps, the believers could only watch as Feng Heng entered the building. A sense of helplessness rose in the hearts of the believers of the Holy Court. On the way, the opponent had been hit by bullets at least hundreds of times, but he was still alive and kicking. Was the regenerative ability of vampires really that strong? After breaking into the building, Feng Heng did not want to waste time chasing after them. He ran toward the believers of the Holy Court who were hiding in the cover of the building and using the fire guns to attack. Whoosh! He swung his rod forward. Bang! The believer spat out blood and was sent flying. Ding! You have killed the believers of the Holy Court. You have obtained complete evolution crystals 1 piece. You have obtained 34 survival points. Ding! Your main mission contribution points +6. Vampire reputation points +10. Ding! Current contribution points 6. Mission evaluation F. It was much better to deal with the believers of the Holy Court. He could completely kill them in one hit. A. Under the condition of triggering the mission, killing the people of the Holy Court could also increase reputation points and earn mission contribution points. In that case, could it be that killing more people of the Holy Court could increase the mission contribution points and contribution points as well? What would be the reward when it reached SSS level? Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly felt that things were becoming interesting. Bang! Bang bang! Seeing Fang Heng in a daze, the believers hiding in the dark fired another round of bullets at him. Fang Heng no longer thought about it. He strode forward and waved the iron rod in his hand. Bang! 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 After conveniently clearing out the few believers hiding behind the cover, Fang Heng immediately rushed toward the stairs of the building. There was no need to waste time with these believers. He wasn't in a hurry to complete the mission. He could wait for another opportunity. The vampire bloodline in his body allowed Fang Heng to clearly sense the location of the source of strength fluctuations and radiation. It was in the area below the building. He sped down the stairs until he entered the large underground parking lot below the building. Fang Heng's vision quickly scanned through the game hints. Ding! You are near the magic array's central area. Ding! Affected by the powerful magic array, your skill vampire bloodline's attribute bonus has all been nullified. Ding! All your holy attributes skill effect has been increased by 50%. Looking at the parking lot, there were nearly 20 holy caste knights and members of the holy church gathered in the middle. Behind them were a few light brown stones that were more than 3 meters tall. The pillar of light that soared into the sky arose from the center of the stone. Fang Heng stopped and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the stone vigilantly. Was it the key to driving the magic array of the entire city? As Fang Heng was thinking, a young man wearing a black religious robe walked forward and blocked Fang Heng's line of sight. He crossed his arms and stared at Fang Heng. Your body is filled with the aura of the undead and vampires. It shines like a candle in the night. Chen Yan stared at Fang Heng. I am Chen Yan, the judge of the Holy Court. Who are you? It's not important. It's too late even if you're willing to give me the holy water now. Fang Heng's gaze moved away from Chen Yan and rested on the few stones behind him. To be more precise, they should be stone pillars. There were a total of 5 stone pillars. The 5 stone pillars were placed in the 5 corners of the pentagram. The light pillar rose from the center of the 5 stone pillars and pierced through the sky. Judging from the little knowledge he had about arrays, Fang Heng felt that his judgment was correct. The stone pillars were the center of the magic array. Destroy the stone pillars, destroy the magic array. Chen Yan was a little confused. He did not understand what Fang Heng was saying. Holy water? What did this have to do with holy water? Seeing Fang Heng approaching the sealing stone step by step, Chen Yan continued to stare at him. I admire your arrogance, vampire. Accept your judgment. Without saying any more nonsense, the holy caste knights raised their long swords and shields and charged at Fang Heng. Only then did Fang Heng shift his attention and focus on the holy caste knights in front of him. Compared to the holy caste knights outside, the holy caste knights here had better equipment. They were also equipped with black shields and long swords. They were already equipped with hard armor, yet they were still equipped with shields. Looking at the holy caste knights who were like tortoise shells, Fang Heng was a little speechless. Fang Heng had no choice but to swing his iron rod at the holy caste knight who was charging at him. Swoosh! The holy caste knight raised his long sword and swung it at Fang Heng. He did not expect that Fang Heng's iron rod would land on his shield first. His body swayed and he was pushed back by Fang Heng. Fang Heng took half a step forward and kicked the holy caste knight away. With all his strength, he used the iron rod to smash at the holy caste knight's forehead. Bang! The golden armor covering the holy caste knight's body exploded. Before he could give chase, 2 holy caste knights with shields, one on the left and one on the right, rushed over again. Fang Heng had no choice but to dodge and jump back. Chen Yan stood where he was and raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised by the brute strength that Fang Heng showed. How could he be so powerful when he was weakened by the magic array? This matter was of great importance. He had to control him immediately. Chen Yan did not hesitate at all. He took out a thick book from his hand. The Book of Creation. He opened the book with one hand and flipped to a page. Chen Yan stared at Fang Heng who was not far away and pointed at him with his right hand. Sharp. Fang Heng, who was entangled with the holy caste knights, suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Kai kai kai. More than 30 fine wounds appeared on his body in an instant. Blood spurted out from the wounds. Ding, you have received the holy word sharp effect. You have received the laceration effect. You have taken 31 times 34 damage and entered the bleeding state. Ding, you have received the undying body effect. Your bleeding state has been removed. Fang Heng turned his head to look at Chen Yan, who was hiding behind the holy court. The wounds on his body were healing rapidly. How troublesome. It was a spell skill, and it was a kind of directional skill that could not be evaded. Chapter 683, Book of Creation, eh? Chen Yan gasped. He also stared at Feng Heng, and his gaze towards Feng Heng became more serious. Under the strength of the vampire's sealing magic array, he was still able to display such an unreasonable self-healing ability. I wonder which marquee is here. Chen Yan once again opened a new page of the Book of Creation and said in a deep voice, Chen Yan feels honored, but today, please stay here. Chen Yan slowly raised his hand and slowly pointed at Feng Heng, spitting out a word. Illness. Ding, you have received the effect of the holy word spell illness effect. Your strength and physique attributes have been slightly weakened. Feng Heng felt that his strength had been weakened a little more. This was not the most troublesome part. More and more holy caste knights surrounded him so that the space for him to dodge was becoming smaller and smaller. He could not continue to tangle with them. It seemed that he had to try this trick. Feng Heng checked his backpack. Item, modified, metal fragmentation condensed bomb. Description, a modified grenade developed by Ding Minutes of the Scavenger Army. It uses a new type of gunpowder and is extremely unstable. The trigger delay is 0.001 seconds. It will immediately detonate and cause a high amount of damage to nearby life forms. The effect ignores both friend and foe. The modified bomb has a large number of alloy metal shrapnel. Alloy metal shrapnel could cause secondary physical damage to the surrounding life forms. Description: due to the use of a special unstable explosive gunpowder, this weapon is extremely unstable. A slight touch may cause a direct detonation. The backpack can store up to one at a time. Condensed bomb. After learning of Feng Heng's idea, Ding Minutes personally designed this special weapon. It was very unstable. Trapped in the middle by the Holy Caste Knights, Feng Heng took out the bomb in his hand. He exerted force in his hand and clenched it lightly. Boom. Almost instantly, the huge force of the explosion blew all the Holy Caste Knights away. The bomb exploded in all directions along with the metal shrapnel. Protect the judge. The two Holy Caste Knights who were guarding at the back shouted and moved forward, raising their shields to block the flying metal shrapnel. Chen Yan raised his eyebrows and immediately stopped controlling the Book of Creation. He lowered his head and hid behind the shield. He used this kind of suicidal explosion. So he wasn't a vampire? Was he crazy? When the shrapnel hit the shield and the sound stopped, Chen Yan raised his head and looked again. What? Chen Yan saw a bloody shadow emerge from the dust left by the explosion in front of him. It was him. He was not dead yet. His vitality was so terrifying. Chen Yan's pupils suddenly constricted. He stared at Feng Heng and quickly flipped the Book of Creation in his hand. 4 Holy Caste Knights stepped forward at the same time to block Feng Heng's attack route. Kai. Teleportation. Feng Heng's figure instantly moved. He teleported through the gap where the 4 Holy Caste Knights were about to surround him. Chen Yan saw Feng Heng quickly approaching him. He threw the Book of Creation into the air and put his palms together in front of his chest. The Book of Creation was suspended in the air. A golden shield that could be seen by the naked eye appeared in front of Chen Yan. Feng Heng's face was fierce. He used all his strength to smash the iron rod in his hand forward. Dong. A dull sound was like the chime of a bell. Creak. Creak. With a slight sound, fine cracks appeared on the golden armor. It held on. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Chen Yan's forehead. His face was pale as he gritted his teeth and forcefully activated the saint energy in his body to maintain the shield. It lasted for half a second before the cracks finally stopped spreading and began to slowly repair themselves. Although he was almost at his limit, Chen Yan still threw a provocative look at Feng Heng. Ha, it's quite troublesome. A hint of mockery appeared on Feng Heng's face. Chen Yan's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. In the next moment, the blood in Feng Heng's body was affected by an invisible strength. It instantly condensed into a huge palm and shot forward. Bang! The blood-red palm instantly shattered the holy light shield that was already full of cracks. The sky was filled with golden light fragments. Kai. The palm broke through the fragments and shot forward, tightly grabbing Chen Yan's throat. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Fine red incantations quickly extended out along the part that was grabbed by the blood-red palm towards the skin around Chen Yan's neck. Chen Yan was lost for a moment. Clack. The Book of Creation fell to the ground with a soft sound. Oh no. When he regained his senses again, Chen Yan realized that he could not use any skills. In the next moment, a white light flashed in front of Chen Yan's eyes. Kai. Accompanied by intense pain, Chen Yan lowered his head. The holy caste spear pierced through his heart. Chen Yan raised his head and stared at Feng Heng in front of him. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. You. What on earth are you? He used his last bit of strength to reach out his hand, trying to remove the mask on Feng Heng's face. Ding. You have killed the judge of the Holy Court Chen Yan. Your friendship with the Holy Court has been greatly reduced. Ding. You have obtained a complete Tier 2 Crystal One Piece. You have obtained 434 survival points. Ding. Your contribution points in the team mission plus 600. Vampire reputation points plus 600. Ding. Current contribution points, 656. Mission evaluation, D. Holy Weapon of Vampires additional skill Blood Strike. With the anti-magic effect, it could save a lot of trouble. This move was still very useful. Feng Heng thought to himself. He bent down and picked up the book on the ground. Ding. You have obtained an item Book of Creation. Item, Book of Creation. Description, write your name on a title page and you will become the owner of the Book of Creation. Description, the Book of Creation is a tool needed to cast some holy spells. At the same time, you can store a small amount of holy energy in the Book of Creation. Description, after binding, you can record a holy spell in the Book of Creation. This spell can shorten the casting time by 40% and reduce the casting cost by 50%. Is it something similar to the Book of the Dead? It doesn't seem to be of much use at the moment. Anyway, it's better to take it first. Binding. Feng Heng gently held the Book of Creation in his hand, and a faint golden holy light blossomed from his hand. Ding. You have successfully obtained and bound the Book of Creation, Judge. Seeing Chen Yan's heart being pierced by Feng Heng's holy cast spear and dying, the remaining holy cast knights and believers in the underground parking lot immediately turned pale with fright. Stop him. Avenge his lordship. In their shock and anger, the grief-stricken holy cast knights shouted and rushed toward Feng Heng. His lordship had died at the hands of the despicable vampire. They must take revenge. Feng Heng felt rather helpless. The morale of the Holy Court's troops was high, and there was almost no situation where their morale was low and they were defeated. Usually, they would not retreat even if they died in battle after the order was given. The decapitation tactic only infuriated them more, and it made them erupt with an even stronger battle will. Feng Heng did not have a good solution to deal with this group of turtle shells. Chapter 684, Absorption and Conversion Troublesome. Feng Heng muttered in his heart. Narrowing his eyes, he picked up Chen Yan's corpse and threw it at the charging holy cast knights. Then, he turned around and ran quickly towards the stone pillar. Seeing this, a few believers were extremely anxious. They shouted, "Stop him! Don't let him get close to the ceiling stone." It was already too late. Feng Heng raised his iron rod and smashed it hard on the stone pillar, producing a muffled sound. Dong. Ding. You have dealt 1,588 damage to the ceiling stone, huh? It actually had such high durability. It had over 100,000 durability and there were 5 stone pillars in all. It would probably take a long time to smash them. Feng Heng felt some regret in his heart. He still did not have enough experience. If he had known earlier, he would have brought more powerful explosives and directly exploded them. He had to prepare more for the future. Feng Heng kept swinging the iron rod in his hand at the stone pillar as he thought in his mind. Suddenly, another game hint refreshed on his retina. Hint, triggered by sealing art, you have discovered the ceiling stone pillar. You can try to obtain more information by touching the ceiling stone, Ceiling stone pillar? Is it related to sealing art? This game hint made Feng Heng's heart skip a beat. The saying more skills, less pressure really made sense. Raising his hand, Feng Heng immediately reached out to touch the stone pillar. Instantly, an extremely strong burning pain came from his hand. Feng Heng subconsciously wanted to pull his hand back. Ding. You have received holy attribute damage -30, Feng Heng frowned. Enduring the burning pain, he continued to press his hand on the stone pillar. Ding. Through basic sealing, you have received the following information. The sealing stone of the magic array holy. Ding. The sealing stone in the center contains a large amount of holy energy. By combining it with the central system to provide a continuous energy conversion node as the structure point of the magic array, it can increase the efficiency of the magic array's operation and the overall strength of the magic array's operation. Ding. Player's main mission Victoria City under the Holy Light Side mission has been triggered. Destroy the structural points of the branch magic array. Mission description. The Holy Court has established a large-scale magic array in Victoria City. Destroying the structural points of the branch magic array can affect the operation of the entire Victoria City magic array and reduce its effects. Mission difficulty, A+. Mission requirements, destroying the structure of the branch magic array. Mission reward, morale of the vampires, contribution points of the mission, vampire reputation points, elders council reputation points. So that's how it is. Looking at the lines of game hints that appeared one after another, Feng Heng had mastered something. The sealing stone was also a part of the sealing art. Feng Heng had a pained expression. He used his only knowledge of sealing art to try to understand the sealing stone in front of him. So if he needed to stop working, what should he do? The underachiever was trying hard to recall when the game hint appeared in his vision again. Ding. Absorbable holy energy detected. Ding. Player has mastered basic sealing and basic sacred study. Player meets the initial absorption condition. Ding. Player can choose to absorb the holy energy in the sealing stone as a skill basic sacred experience point. Ding. Affected by the current physique, attribute, status, skill, etc. Estimated conversion rate, 1826 to 1. Ding. Checking. Ding. Player has mastered basic sealing and elementary necromancy. Player has met the initial conversion condition. Ding. Player can choose to inject necromancy energy into the sealing stone and convert the holy attribute sealing stone into the necromancy attribute sealing stone. Ding. Player needs to empty the sealing stone of its energy before converting it. If the energy is directly injected into the sealing stone, there is a high probability that the sealing stone will become unstable and cause a strong explosion. Absorb? Fang Heng's eyelids twitched. There was actually such a good thing? Even though the conversion rate of 1826 to 1 was a little bit of a pain in the ass. But the way to level up a basic sacred skill was suddenly placed in front of him so easily. There was no reason not to convert. The palm that touched the sealing stone emitted a faint golden light. At the same time, a slow channeling bar appeared above Fang Heng's head. A game hint appeared on his retina every few seconds. Ding. You have absorbed the holy energy within the sealing stone. Your skill basic sacred experience point +1. Ding. You have absorbed he is affecting the seal. Don't let him continue. How dare you? The holy cast knight saw Fang Heng's actions and was shocked and furious. He sped up and rushed in front of Fang Heng, raising his long sword and slashing down. Fang Heng held the sealing stone with one hand to absorb energy. He extended his other hand forward. Wang. The blood-red barrier opened in front of him. Dong. The sword swept across the blood barrier, and the holy cast knight was sent flying back a few steps. Just as Fang Heng absorbed the energy for a few seconds, a few more holy cast knights rushed towards him from all directions. It was really troublesome. Fang Heng was secretly hating them. It was not easy for him to find such an opportunity to level up his sacred skill, yet someone did not let him continue with the process and even came over to cause trouble. With so many holy cast knights surrounding him and attacking him, even the blood barrier could not stop them. He had no way to continue absorbing the sealing energy. Given the current circumstances, under the influence of the sealing stone's central hub, the holy cast knight's recovery and defense abilities also increased significantly. Each of the holy cast knights had strong bodies, and it was also very difficult to kill them all in a short period of time. After being surrounded and attacked for more than 10 seconds, Fang Heng had no choice but to retreat. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Since that was the case, then he would just convert the energy. Fang Heng still understood the most basic knowledge of sealing. The coexistence and reconciliation of different types of energy were very troublesome, and they required extremely minute control. For example, the holy energy and necromancy energy were born with great mutual repulsion. As long as they were put together, they would definitely explode. By the time, the stone pillar could be easily destroyed. Good. That's how it should be done. Fang Heng pondered, retreating while fighting. Then how should he get the necromancy energy? Oh no, I don't understand. The frustration of the underachievers. He had not studied necromancy for long and relied on the zombie clones to cheat and gain experience. He had no choice but to ask the top student for help. He hoped that he could make it in time. Fang Heng quickly left the stone pillar and swung his iron rod forward. Dong. 2 holy cast knights were swept away by the rod. Taking advantage of the gap, Fang Heng dodged to the back of the parking lot. At the same time, a scarlet alchemy magic ray appeared under his feet. In the blink of an eye, a pool of red blood appeared under Fang Heng's feet. Drops of red blood floated up from the pool, quickly wrapping Fang Heng in it until they condensed into a ball of blood. The wriggling ball of blood made the pursuing holy cast knights feel extremely uneasy. The holy cast knight closest to Fang Heng gritted his teeth and stabbed the long sword in his hand forward. Pa! The moment the sword touched the red blood, it was deflected as if it had been electrocuted. In the next moment, the red blood mass disappeared on the spot. Disappeared? What happened? The holy cast knights looked at each other and surrounded the central area of the stone pillar vigilantly. They were careful of Fang Heng, who might be hiding in the dark. What happened? A person suddenly disappeared without any reason? Find him. He should still be around. Chapter 685, The Illumination of the Holy Light. 2:45 a.m. The Fallen Quarter. Li Shouqian lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. He was thinking about the holy water for tomorrow. In order to make money, he had invested all his capital. The pressure was immense. Yet, he had encountered the force measure of the destruction of the Fallen Quarter. Could it be that he was not born with the talent to do business? While he was half asleep, Li Shouqian heard a familiar voice from outside the tent. Hello? Are you asleep? Li Shouqian immediately sat up straight and was not sleepy at all. He opened the tent and asked, Feng Heng, what's the matter? Yes, there's something very important. I want to ask you about it. Do you know anything about necromancy energy? Huh? Hearing Feng Heng's question, Li Shouqian was also stunned. This big brother did not sleep at night. Instead, he was suddenly asking about necromancy energy? How did he connect the necromancy energy with holy water? Feng Heng saw Li Shouqian's stunned look and could not help but push him. He urged, Hey, do you know? It's very urgent. Oh. Li Shouqian sorted out his thoughts. Necromancy energy usually exists in the death realm. There are remnants on many undead-type items. Other than this, undead creatures also carry a portion of necromancy energy. In addition, there are many types of necromancy energy. Most of them cannot be directly absorbed. Okay. Feng Heng did not have time to listen to his long speech. He could not help but interrupt after he had roughly understood. Do you have any undead-type item on you right now? Or can you get some necromancy energy? You want it now? Li Shouqian frowned. He felt even weirder. He thought about it and continued, It's a little hard to get. Do you want a lot? If not, you actually have it on you right now. You can extract a small amount of necromancy energy from an elementary soul body. In theory, soul energy is also a type of necromancy energy. Remember? It was like this when we first started cultivating to absorb soul energy. But the conversion rate is very low. Using it to convert necromancy energy is not worth it. Feng Heng clapped his hands. I understand. So it was that simple after all this time? He thought it was troublesome, but it was actually just using the Book of the Dead to convert a soul into energy that could be absorbed. He had played it before. Alright, thanks. I understand. You can continue to sleep. After getting the answer he wanted from Li Shouqian, Feng Heng patted Li Shouqian's shoulder and turned to leave. Looking at Feng Heng who ran away in a hurry, Li Shouqian blinked his eyes with a baffled look on his face. Damn it, he suddenly asked this in the middle of the night? What on earth was he trying to do? Helpless, he lay back on the bed in the tent. Li Shouqian looked at the top of the white tent. Damn it, I can't sleep again. Leaving the tent, Feng Heng picked up a Book of the Dead from the cart that was not teleported. Walking into the darkness, Feng Heng closed his eyes and controlled one of the captured souls to transform into a form of energy that could be absorbed. Unlike before, after the transformation was completed, Feng Heng did not absorb the energy. He only temporarily stored it in the Book of the Dead. Ding, you have completed the elementary soul energy conversation, eh? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. The energy body could be temporarily stored in the Book of the Dead, but he could feel that the energy was continuously flowing away. It seemed that the speed had increased. With this thought, Feng Heng closed his eyes once again. Under his feet, a spiraling magic array rose. At the underground parking lot, the Holy Caste Knights were still standing in their original spots, double their vigilance. A living person just disappeared like that? And it was under the suppression effect of the magic array? This was too abnormal. They were not sure if Feng Heng had really left. Kai. Noticing the slight sound, everyone turned their heads vigilantly, focusing their gazes on the spot where Feng Heng had disappeared not long ago. An alchemy magic array flashed on the floor. Feng Heng appeared from within the magic array. It's him. Seeing Feng Heng appear again, the Holy Caste Knights reacted almost at the same time and rushed towards Feng Heng at the first moment. Whoosh! Relying on the strength of the holy weapon's teleportation, Feng Heng once again disappeared on the spot and passed through the middle of the two Holy Caste Knights. Feng Heng once again appeared in front of the sealing stone out of thin air. The believers were greatly shocked when they saw this. They raised their handguns and fired at Feng Heng. At the same time, they shouted again, "Don't let him get close to the magic ray." Swoosh! Feng Heng ignored the attack of the handguns. He waved his iron rod and swept it at the two Holy Caste Knights who were charging at him. Bang! The two Holy Caste Knights who were guarding in front of the magic array were swept away by the rod and retreated a few steps. Taking advantage of this interval, Feng Heng quickly opened his right hand, flipped open the Book of the Dead, and pressed his left hand on the sealing stone beside him. His right hand absorbed and his left hand released. The necromancy energy circulated through his body as a medium for a short period of time and was poured into the sealing stone before him. Where his palm touched, the stone pillar reflected a dead gray color. Buzz! Almost at the same time, the sealing stone started to tremble uncontrollably. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. He instinctively felt an extreme sense of danger. Hint: based on the current game difficulty, the current seal is in an extremely unstable state. Please evacuate immediately. So fast? Was it going to explode just like that? Feng Heng felt an extremely powerful strength spreading out from the sealing stone. A dazzling golden light gradually seeped out from the sealing stone. It became brighter and brighter. The ground beneath his feet trembled slightly. Ding. You have received Holy Light Attribute Damage minus 312. Ding. You have received Holy Light Attribute Damage minus 324. A row of game hints appeared on his retina at a speed of 3 per second. Damage was increasing rapidly. Such a huge reaction? Run. Feng Heng had a thought and he closed his eyes. The magic array under his feet began to spin crazily again and the blood that rose from his feet enveloped Feng Heng. In their panic, the Holy Cast Knights saw the ceiling stone pillar that was emitting golden holy light, and for a moment, they did not understand the situation. Everything happened too quickly. They watched as Feng Heng was once again surrounded by blood, and then they watched as the central ceiling stone shook violently on the spot. For a moment, the Holy Cast Knights did not know whether they should stop Feng Heng from escaping or check the condition of the ceiling stone. They also felt that they could not do anything about it. What did that masked man do to cause the ceiling stone to have such a huge reaction and burst out with such intense holy light? While they were in shock, all the players in the basement looked at the holy light that had once again burst out in front of them. Boom. Accompanied by a berserk sound, the scorching holy light exploded in front of everyone with the ceiling stone as the center. Without any obstruction, the entire underground parking lot and everything around it melted under the illumination of the holy light. Chapter 686, Ruins This. Looking at the huge pillar of holy light that suddenly erupted into the sky and the violent tremors under his feet, Chu Yan could not help but reach out to support the wall in front of him. His eyes were filled with shock. The pillar of holy light that erupted lasted for a full 3 seconds before it began to weaken. After the light gradually dissipated, Chu Yan looked into the distance once again. The entire villa area where the pillar of light was previously located had been completely destroyed by the explosion of the holy light just now. The villa area had been reduced to ruins. The central area of the pillars of light had been directly razed to the ground. This kind of indiscriminate attack had practically enveloped all the forces of the Holy Court, annihilating them all. There was also a large number of vampires who were fighting against the Holy Court who had also been annihilated by the explosion of the holy light. It was really vicious. Chu Yan felt that his right hand could not help but tremble. He had seen with his own eyes that the masked man had barged into the villa area. Not long after, the entire ceiling node had exploded. That masked man. Under such unfavorable circumstances, the array node had actually been completely destroyed by him. The players were also shocked by the scene before their eyes, and they all discussed it in low voices. Chu Yan looked at the ruins in the distance, trying his best to calm his uneasy mood. He turned his head around and asked, "Have you found out the identity of that young man?" "President, we haven't found anything related to him yet." "Yes." It was an expected answer. Chu Yan nodded and took the binoculars from his subordinate. He lowered his head and looked at the ruins below, trying to search for the whereabouts of the unknown mysterious man. "Boss," the subordinate swallowed his saliva and walked to Chu Yan's side. He asked in a low voice, "Can he survive such a violent explosion?" "Absolutely." Although they had only met a few times, Chu Yan could clearly feel that the masked man would not send himself to his death so easily. The light released by the explosion of the ceiling stone gradually dissipated. Everything returned to calm. Venerate emerged from the rubble covered by the stone. The explosion destroyed more than half of the vampire's team. Venerate shook his swollen head. The surroundings were reduced to a pile of rubble. What happened? The chaotic memories gradually returned. Right, the pillar of light exploded. Everyone else died in the explosion? Where was the Marquis? Did he die in the explosion? Seeing that the surrounding people were concentrating their strength to attack the few holy cast knights who survived the explosion, Venerate gradually realized something. He shouted, "Quick! Follow me to find the Marquis." After dealing with the remaining survivors of the Holy Court, the vampires immediately went to the central area of the ruins, trying to find Feng Heng. Ka. In the central area of the explosion, a hand stretched out from the thick sand on the ground. Feng Heng waited for a full 5 minutes offline. He felt that the crisis should have passed before he went online again. Then, he spent another minute getting himself out of the thick layer of sand. If it were the ordinary players, they would have been trapped underground. He did not expect this wave to be so big. Looking at the large ruins around him, Feng Heng smiled bitterly. A row of game hints appeared in his vision. Ding, player has completed the side mission Destroy the structure points of the branch magic array. Ding, player has obtained mission contribution points, 5,000, obtained vampire reputation points, 8,000, obtained elders council reputation points, 800, ding, current contribution points, 6,992, mission evaluation, A, ding. Players' control over the vampires in Victoria City has been slightly increased, and the morale of all vampires in Victoria City has been greatly increased. Ding. The city's alchemy magic array has been affected. Affected by the magic array's effect, Your skill vampire bloodline has all additional attributes reduced by 63%. Feng Heng's gaze quickly swept across the game hints. After destroying the Pillar of Light, the weakening effect on vampires had been reduced from 70% to 63%. It didn't seem to be of much use. What made Feng Heng even more displeased was that when the sealing stone exploded, a large number of holy cast knights died in the explosion. He had only received a small portion of contribution points, but not a single evolution crystal had dropped. Moreover, he had not expected that there was actually such powerful holy energy hidden within the stone pillar that could blow up the surroundings into such a state. If he could absorb all of them. Feng Heng lightly clenched his fist. After going back and forth for so long, this wave of losses could be considered very significant. Forget it, I will just treat it as gathering intelligence and making preparations for the future. Feng Heng muttered to comfort himself. Lord Marquis. Seeing Feng Heng climb out of the ruins alive, Venerate's heart, which was hanging in the air, finally relaxed. He was filled with excitement and immediately brought a group of people behind him to welcome him. Feng Heng was now the backbone of the vampires in the entire Victoria City. Only he could deal with the Holy Court in this state. All the vampires looked at Feng Heng with admiration and respect. They all knelt around Feng Heng. Marquis. Feng Heng looked at the vampires around him. Affected by the holy light, the vampires were injured. Feng Heng lowered his head and thought about what to do next. He had gathered enough information. He had to make a plan. There was more than one pillar of light in the city. It would be a waste to destroy it just like that. Venerate reported, Sir, the number of vampires in the city is rapidly decreasing. It will be difficult for us to continue fighting the Holy Cast Knights. Gather all the vampires in the city and withdraw from the battle. Gather here. Yes, sir. Venerate immediately transformed into his bat form and hovered in the air. He blew a special whistle signal and issued the order to gather all the vampires in the city. In the neighboring district, on the highway leading out of the city, Meng Hao sat in the passenger seat and swiped his phone. On his phone, the spies in the city were bargaining with him, trying to sell him the latest information about the city. This is my final offer. 20,000. It's a flat price. If you don't sell it, I will find someone else. Meng Hao cursed as he transferred 20,000. Brother Meng, I think there's something strange about this. The new underling, Ding, who was in charge of driving the car, was a little confused. He said, the vampires in Victoria City didn't send out a request for help, and the teleportation passage in the city hasn't been opened. The Elders' Council might not even know that there's a problem there. Is there really a need for us to rush over? Do you think I can't tell? Meng Hao felt normal even after being cheated of a sum of money. He shook his head and asked, if there's something strange, we still need to go and check it out. The stranger it is, the more we have to see for ourselves. Don't forget our identities. Ding stared blankly. What identity? Vampires? Idiot, we are players. Players. Meng Hao's voice couldn't help but grow louder. If there's a mission, can we not go? Chapter 687, Strategy. Meng Hao was a little angry. A week ago, he had just spent a lot of effort obtaining the binding skill book of the vampire bloodline from District 6 of the zombie apocalypse. Then, he spent a lot of effort and money transferring the skill book from District 6 to District 9. Originally, he had planned to make a big splash in District 9. He hadn't expected that his subordinates here would be more and more stupid. It wasn't until the art gallery was set ablaze that he realized there was a problem. What had they been doing all these years? How could the branch of the Holy Court remain undiscovered for so long? Meng Hao felt that these people were terrible at doing things. What was even more incomprehensible to him was who had actually taken action to eliminate the lackeys of the Holy Light hiding in the art gallery. And then there was the incident that had occurred in the neighboring Victoria City. It was very unusual. Something big must have happened. Meng Hao could vaguely sense that there was definitely a connection between the two events. There was something very wrong with the vampires tonight. I get it, boss. Everything was for the mission. Ding had always been cheerful. Boss, you have a point. We went there to take the mission and earn the reward, right? Meng Hao nodded helplessly. Faced with this carefree Ding who was always cheerful and full of positive energy, he felt that it was useless to be angry. It was a waste of talent to let him join the vampires. The vampire bloodline is only the first step. The mission won't fall from the sky. You have to fight for it yourself. I understand, boss. I will continue to work even harder. Under the moonlight, in Victoria City, 11 beams of holy light pierced through the night sky. A black mass of bats hovered in the low sky of the city. Affected by the sealing magic array, the vampires were at a disadvantage when dealing with the Holy Court. After receiving the signal to gather, a large number of vampires withdrew from the battle and gathered in the air. Almost all the vampires in Victoria City gathered in the air. They formed a dark mass that blotted out the sky. Feng Heng landed on the top of a tall building and reverted to his human form. He looked at the alchemy magic array in the city from above. He had just looked down at the entire city from above and he could confirm that there were 11 pillars of light in the city. These 11 pillars of light were the nodes of the main weakening array. The 11 pillars of light worked together with the core of the main alchemy magic array to amplify the spread. There were strong and weak pillars of light. The pillar of light that had just been destroyed was considered relatively strong. From this, it could be deduced that there were strong and weak core nodes as well. As for the position of the magic array's core, it could not be seen for the time being. It should have been intentionally erased by the person who set up the magic array. Feng Heng quickly analyzed the current choices. For a huge magic array, every node that was destroyed would slightly affect the magic array's operational efficiency. Of course, the most effective way was to directly destroy the core of the magic array. According to the pious guild, the core should be at the headquarters of the Holy Court, the Ecological Environment Protection Zone on the east side of the city. That place was rarely visited by citizens, so it was indeed suitable for the Holy Court to hide their tracks. Marquee. The bat-shaped venerate hovered beside Feng Heng. A large number of holy caste knights are gathering quickly. They are gathering toward the central building of the vampires. They should be planning to attack the central building. Yes. As expected. The strategy of the Holy Court was predictable. The central building of the vampires had a teleportation passage. Although Victoria City was only a small city and did not have much backup energy, the vampires from various regions would still enter Victoria City through the teleportation passage to provide support in an emergency. This would bring trouble for the Holy Court to completely control Victoria City. Therefore, the Holy Court would occupy the central building of the vampires and occupy the teleportation passage at the first opportunity. The advantages of the vampires were air control and mobility. Their investigative ability was far superior to the Holy Court. The advantage of the Holy Court was the magic array. Under the cover of the magic array of the Holy Light, the strength of all the vampires was greatly reduced. On the contrary, the strength of the Holy Court was partially increased. So what happened next? Enhanced the advantage and made up for the weakness. It was very disadvantageous to rely on vampires to fight head-on, so there was no need for them to join the frontal battlefield. It was the zombie clone's turn. Feng Heng opened the game log and looked at the game time. It was about time. The zombie clone's resurrection time was almost up. The magic array targeting vampires would not have any effect on the zombie clone. They would rely on the zombie clone as the battle output and use the vampires to scout and assist. Marquis, what should we do? Seeing Feng Heng's pondering face, Venerate suggested, should we return to the central building and activate the teleportation array to ask for help from the Elders' Council? Report this to the Elders' Council. If we use the teleportation array at full strength, the following reinforcements will arrive very soon. No, Venerate. Feng Heng raised his hand to stop Venerate from continuing. There's no need to trouble the Elders' Council. We can settle the matter in Victoria City ourselves. Venerate was stunned. He looked at Feng Heng and suddenly wondered if he had heard wrongly. Of course, he could not look for the Elders' Council. He still needed many Tier 1 evolution crystals to level up. The evaluation of the mission was still only A, he had not obtained the holy water, and his sacred skill had not been upgraded. So, how could they let the reinforcements of the vampires come to snatch the resources? Whether it was the evolution crystals, the number of the vampire reputation mission points, the holy energy contained in the sealing stone of the magic array node constructed by the Holy Court, or the sacred water of the Holy Court. I want all of them. A hint of greed flashed in Feng Heng's eyes. Venerate. Venerate replied respectfully, I am here, Marquis. Tell the Council of Elders that we are doing very well. We can solve the problem of Victoria City on our own. We don't need outside support. Feng Heng stood on high ground and looked down at the entire city below. Don't you think this is an opportunity? Venerate. Venerate was puzzled and said, I am short-sighted. I can't understand your meticulous arrangements, Marquis. The entire Victoria City, and even the forces of the Holy Court in the surrounding areas of Victoria City, will emerge from the shadows. This is an opportunity to capture them all in one fell swoop. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes slightly as he thought of a plan. Let them come. The more, the better. We will deal with all of them. It turned out that the Marquis had such a grand plan. Venerate immediately said excitedly, Yes, Marquis, what should we do? Cut off all the communication equipment, power generation facilities, and so on in the city. I want communication in this city to be completely paralyzed. If we encounter the Holy Court, we don't need to fight it head-on. We can just take a roundabout route. Also, strengthen the air patrol. I want to know the movements of the Holy Court at any time. Yes. Marquis. Venerate took down Feng Heng's words one by one. He could not understand why Feng Heng would do this. Not fighting the Holy Court directly, not calling for help from the outside, but destroying the city's communication system instead? What exactly was he trying to do? In more than 2 hours, the sky would be bright. At that time, the overall strength of the vampires would be slightly reduced. Despite having many doubts in his heart, Venerate still chose to firmly accept Feng Heng's orders to do things. Go. Chapter 688, Wearing a Mask? In the building where the pious guild players were located, Feng Heng descended from the sky and returned to his human form. Chu Yan became nervous again and looked at Feng Heng. I guess your holy court has also triggered various missions related to the Magicary. Feng Heng looked at Chu Yan and asked, what missions did you accept? The main mission is to kill the zombie team in Victoria City. There are many other missions to choose from, such as protecting the branch nodes of the magic array, repairing the magic array, transporting materials, capturing the central building of the vampires, and so on. Through the mask, Feng Heng stared at Chu Yan and said, very good. There is one thing that I need your help with. After this, I will give you a corresponding reward. You can choose to accept it, or you can leave now. Chu Yan said, can I know what it is? Feng Heng leaned over and whispered in Chu Yan's ear. Chu Yan was puzzled. What do you want those things for? It shouldn't be too difficult for you to collect these things. Frankly speaking, vampires have never liked these things. In addition, I am not familiar with this place, so I can only rely on you. Also, if you can return to the Holy Court and report to me about the Holy Court's movements at any time, that would be even better. Are you asking me to be a mole? This matter is more or less risky. I won't force you. Of course, you can refuse. But I promise that if you help me, you will definitely get more than if you help the Holy Court. Chu Yan's eyelids twitched. He quickly weighed the gains and losses. He waved his hand and signaled his subordinates to leave the building. How do you plan to deal with the Holy Court? What I said before is not a bluff. The Holy Court in the nearby area has already gathered toward the central building of the vampires. As he said this, Chu Yan was stunned. He suddenly realized something and asked, you plan to place the explosives in the central building? Chu Yan quickly frowned and refuted his guess. No, the people of the Holy Court have already gathered and are rushing toward the building. It will take a long time to collect and transport the explosives. You don't have that much time. Stop guessing. You will find out soon. Feng Heng shook his head. Also, send a trustworthy person to follow me and keep in contact with me. I need to keep track of the Holy Court's movements at all times. 9, 8, 7. In the basement of the vampire's building, Feng Heng was counting down softly. 1. Alchemy magic arrays gradually appeared around Feng Heng's feet. The lickers and zombie clones were resurrected one after another. Using the lickers to deal with the Holy Court shouldn't be a big problem. However, there was still a big risk. Feng Heng frowned slightly again. Hey, Feng Heng, what are you thinking about? Why do you look so absent-minded? Sandy was sitting on the stone block under the stone pillar. He was reading a collection of contemporary famous paintings that he had asked the vampires to help him look for. He glanced at Feng Heng from the corner of his eyes. Feng Heng lowered his head and thought, I encountered a small problem. Would there be a problem if the lickers were exposed to the Holy Court and the players? He could control the lickers, so it was easy for others to associate him with Feng Heng in District 8. Then, others might guess that he had the ability to enter and exit the game at any time. Mo Yongxiao had warned him repeatedly. Unless it was absolutely necessary, do not expose your ability to directly communicate with the game world. Oh ho? You're in trouble, aren't you? Sandy blinked, closed the book in his hand, and jumped down from the stone pillar. Come, tell me your confusion. Devout artist, the great god of art will grant you strength. Trust me. Huh? Feng Heng raised his head and looked at Sandy. He didn't have much hope for Sandy, but he still said, the trouble is this. It's too conspicuous to directly control these lickers to deal with the Holy Court. People would connect me to Feng Heng from District 8. Well? Sandy blinked his eyes, looking puzzled. Isn't this good? Doesn't this mean that District 8 is very strong? This is a matter of showing off, isn't it good? No, it's very bad. Feng Heng shook his head repeatedly. There was no other way. Time was tight at the moment. Unless he gave up everything and retreated immediately, Feng Heng could not think of any other way. Under the current situation in Victoria City, the difference in strength between the vampires and the Holy Court was too great. However, things had already developed to this point. With such a large wave of benefits in front of his eyes, should he give up now? Feng Heng believed that he could not do it. Well, looking on the bright side, it was not certain that his true identity would be discovered. Others might have doubts, but they might not be able to confirm them. He should try his best to be careful and think of a way to muddle through. Feng Heng pondered in his heart. I see. Sandy touched his chin and thought for a moment. His eyes lit up, and he coughed softly. He pretended to pose and said, Feng Heng, the great god of art, has already enlightened me. Huh? Feng Heng was about to act recklessly when he heard Sandy's words. What do you mean? I mean, I have a way. The god of art is omnipotent. It has given me some enlightenment, but it is not perfect yet. Sandy's face was full of self-satisfaction. He looked at Feng Heng and said, I want to get some sacrifices. Feng Heng understood. Tell me, what do you want? Great. Sandy flipped to one of the pages of the Contemporary Art Appreciation album and pointed at the painting on it. This is it. You must get this painting for me. It is the most suitable sacrifice for the god of art. Besides, the prison's exhibition hall is still a little small. I suggest that we can expand it when we go back. Okay. Feng Heng nodded. I promise you will get it. Let's talk about how to solve it first. Deal. Sandy snapped his fingers and looked excited. He explained, it's actually very simple. We can put on masks and change our appearance. Lickers can do it too. Huh? The two lickers walked to Feng Heng's side and lay on the ground obediently. Feng Heng pointed at it and said suspiciously, you mean to put a mask on it? Hee, almost. Sandy smiled proudly. Feng Heng, don't you think that lickers are very similar to a certain creature? Feng Heng frowned and carefully looked at the lickers by his feet. Is it? What is it? Yes. It's a ghoul. Ghoul. Sandy became a little excited. I've read many books of the Holy Court. According to the description of the Holy Court, it's a creature that exists in the death realm. It has the characteristic of being unable to be killed. Look, isn't it similar to your lickers? You probably don't understand the death realm. You can understand it as a higher dimensional world. Death realm? Feng Heng indicated that he had heard of it. He even knew that the Necromancer Association had a crevice leading to the death realm. However, he had never heard of ghouls. Chapter 689, Invasion of the Building. Sandy continued, I've seen many descriptions of ghouls in the books of the Holy Court, as well as some imaginary pictures. Their descriptions are also a little magical, and some of them are different from each other. However, there is one thing that their descriptions are very similar to your current licker. The biggest difference is the color of their bodies and the special details on their heads. While speaking, Sandy took out a paintbrush from somewhere on his body and walked to the licker in front of Feng Heng. With a little bit of artistic processing, I will be able to finish it very soon. It's true. The people of the Holy Court have never seen a ghoul before. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Sandy turned to look at Feng Heng, his eyes shining with artistic brilliance. Feng Heng, I need a special pigment in large amounts. The sooner the better. Okay. Feng Heng decided to give it a try. I got it. I will arrange it for you immediately. At the headquarters of the Holy Court in Victoria City. In the prayer hall, the believers came and went, constantly informing the bishop of what had happened in the outside world. Bishop, the branch node of Magic Array number 7 has been destroyed. Bishop, the operation of the Magic Array has been confirmed to be weakened. Team number 2 has successfully defeated the vampires. The vampires have begun to retreat and gather in the central area of the city. Chen Li listened to his subordinate's report and fell into deep thought. It was the branch structure of Magic Array number 7. Previously, the violent explosion at the stone pillar of the branch structure point of the Magic Array was clearly felt by even him in the headquarters. It was too strange. The branch nodes had been specially arranged. 6 of them had yet to be completely completed and lacked protection, but the remaining 6 nodes had already been completed. Node number 7 was one of the most well-arranged nodes. In theory, it was impossible for the vampires to have the ability to directly defeat the 7th branch stronghold. Even the Marquis of the Vampires could not do it himself. This was unreasonable. Chen Li frowned. Which step did he miscalculate? Chen Li really wanted to go to the branch and see what was happening there, but he still needed to control the Magic Array as a whole, so he had no time to spare. Bishop, there's news from the front. Several branches of the vampires in the area have completely fallen. Our people are heading to the vampire building in the center of the city to meet up and destroy the passage. The vampires gathering in the air have started to disperse in batches. They are attacking the facilities in the entire Victoria City area. What did you say? Chen Li suddenly turned to look at the believer behind him and confirmed, the vampires didn't return to the central building? Yes, Lord Bishop. So strange? Could there be a conspiracy? Chen Li's heart sank. Eleanor, the judge of the Holy Court, who had just walked into the prayer hall, was equally puzzled. Lord Bishop, only a small number of vampires have returned to the central building of the city. In addition, I have another piece of news for you. Yes, what? According to the information I received from the Inhumans, the teleportation passage of the vampires in the city is closed. Therefore, no vampires have come to support the city, Eleanor said in a deep voice. If the news is true, we believe that the building of the vampires is almost empty. Chen Li felt an indescribable strange feeling in his heart. What was this? The vampires did not guard the central building of the vampires, nor did they open the teleportation passage to seek help. Instead, they scattered around the city and destroyed the buildings and facilities. Eleanor said, "Bishop, do you think this is a trap?" "A trap?" Chen Li raised his head and looked at Eleanor. He thought that this was a 100% victory, but suddenly, Chen Li felt that things were not as simple as he thought. The actions of the vampires were too illogical, which made people suspicious. What benefits did destroying the city bring to the vampires? What drove them to give up the central building? They didn't even need to ask for help. Eleanor said, "Of course, it's also possible that we were lucky." The teleportation magic array inside the vampires suddenly failed. The vampires thought that they were powerless to resist. Who led the team to attack the vampires' building? Langdon, deputy commander of the third group of the Holy Cast Knights. There's also a team of Inhumans among them. Langdon is calm and steady. There won't be any problems. Chen Li trusted Langdon very much. Tell Langdon about the unusual movements of the vampires. Tell them to stay alert. Also, pay attention to the safety of the branch stronghold. Yes, Bishop. The central building of the vampires in Victoria City. Zhao Nan sat in the driver's seat of the small car on the campus. She was completely dumbfounded. Was this what Feng Shao meant by doing business with the Holy Court? If the business didn't work out, he would just flip the table, right? The pillar of light that soared into the sky in Victoria City, the evil plan of the Holy Court. Not long ago, there was a huge explosion at the location of a pillar of light in the city. Even when she sat in the car, she could feel the violent tremors. Why was it so big? The entire Victoria City was in chaos, and the internet was also in chaos. Only Zhao Nan knew what the source of all this was. It was the young man wearing a mask. Zhao Nan was a little anxious. She frequently scrolled through her phone and browsed a forum set up by a local player. The entire Victoria City was under attack and the players were also affected. The attack on the players did not come from the Holy Court, but from the vampires. Looking at it, Zhao Nan felt strange. The vampires did not go to war with the Holy Court, nor did they destroy the magic array in the city. Instead, they destroyed the city's infrastructure. The internet is down? The internet was down. After a closer look, the phone signal had been cut off. Zhao Nan put down the phone and looked out of the window anxiously. Since some time ago, most of the lights in the entire Victoria City had been switched off. What's that? Zhao Nan's heart skipped a beat. She lowered her body from the car and carefully looked out the window. It was a player. At this moment, there were no guards at the periphery of the building of vampires. Two players were carefully groping their way into the inner area of the campus from the outside. They seemed to be a little strange. Hiding in the dark, they quickly scouted the inner area of the campus and then carefully retreated. These two players did not look like vampires no matter how one looked at them. Zhao Nan took the binoculars from the backpack in the back of the car and raised the binoculars to scout into the distance. The Holy Court. The Holy Cast Knights. A large number of the Holy Church's Holy Cast Knights and believers formed a mighty team and charged toward the central building of the city. They were beaten by the Holy Court just like that? Why were the vampires so weak? Why didn't they come back to defend? Zhao Nan panicked. She couldn't stay in this damn place any longer. This business had really used up all the bad luck in her lifetime. Zhao Nan thought to herself that she must have been stupid to search for junk on the second-hand goods website. How much could she earn? This wave could cost her life. Seeing a large group of bats gathering in the sky again, Zhao Nan frowned. Gritting her teeth, she left the private car and ran towards the building of vampires. Chapter 690, Ghouls. What the hell is Feng Shao doing? Zhao Nan cursed softly as she ran in the direction of the vampires' building. Not only was it the periphery of the campus, but even after entering the inner part of the campus, there were still no guards at the entrance of the vampires' building. In front of the black building, Zhao Nan stopped. It was too weird. The surroundings were too quiet, but it made Zhao Nan feel uneasy from the bottom of her heart. Zhao Nan gritted her teeth and shouted towards the door, "Is there anyone here? I am here to look for Feng Shao. He told me to come." There was no reaction. Zhao Nan carefully leaned her head over, wanting to hear if there was any movement within the campus. Kai kai kai. There was an extremely slight sound of friction. Someone was there? Zhao Nan's brows were tightly knitted. She took a deep breath and pushed open the front door. It was pitch black and quiet. Zhao Nan turned on the flashlight that she carried with her, trying to see the layout of the entire hall clearly. The building layout assumed a ring shape. In front of the hall was an open terrain in the middle. The moonlight directly shone down from the outside world, providing a weak light. There was no one there. Zhao Nan thought that she would be stopped by the heavily guarded vampires after she entered the building. She did not expect that there was not even a shadow inside the building. Kai Kai. Another extremely soft sound came from behind. Zhao Nan's hair stood on end. She turned her head and shone her flashlight behind her. What was that? Zhao Nan shuddered. She clearly saw a grayish-brown shadow flash past the wall. It was so fast that she could not see it clearly. Kai 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 Kai. Zhao Nan suddenly raised her head and looked up. A grayish-brown life form. It was climbing on the ceiling. It looked ferocious and ugly. There were 3 vertical lines in the middle of its face. Its yellowish eyes were staring at her. What kind of creature was that? Liquor? It didn't look like it. Wasn't the liquor's skin red? Zhao Nan's pupils suddenly constricted. For a moment, her mind was in chaos. She couldn't believe what she had seen with her own eyes. Why would a liquor appear in the vampire apocalypse? The liquor didn't attack. It looked at Zhao Nan as if it was observing. Bang. Bang bang bang. Extreme nervousness and fear made Zhao Nan's instinctive reaction faster than her brain. She immediately took out her Colt and shot at the liquor on the ceiling. Kai Kai. The liquor dodged the attack and submerged into the darkness again. It ran away. Thump thump. Zhao Nan felt her heart beating wildly. Liquor. She felt lucky. Luckily, it ran away. She calmed herself down to think carefully to find an explanation for all these. The appearance of a liquor during the vampire apocalypse could be due to the player's special ability, such as having a liquor-like pet at birth. Or it could be that she was mistaken. That thing was not a liquor but a similar creature. A mutated vampire? Yes, that should be the case. It couldn't be the invasion of the zombie apocalypse, right? Too many things had happened tonight. Zhao Nan was constantly trying to mentally prepare herself. That suffocating sound rang in her ears again. Kai Kai Kai. The sound became louder and more concentrated. Zhao Nan felt something and her face turned pale. She carefully lowered the flashlight from a high position and looked around. Under the illumination of the light, she was surrounded by countless lickers who were slowly approaching her. Zhao Nan's forehead was covered with a layer of cold sweat. She silently raised the guns in her hands and made a surrender gesture. I am here to look for Feng Shao. Maybe I took the wrong path. I will leave now. Kai Kai Kai. The licker seemed to understand Zhao Nan's words and made way for a small passage to the right. Zhao Nan raised her head nervously and used electricity to illuminate the stairway on the 2nd floor of the right passage. A familiar figure slowly walked down the stairway. Sandy? It's you. I was wondering. Sandy hid his brush behind his back and threw the night vision goggles to Zhao Nan. Turn off the lights and follow me. Zhao Nan took the night vision goggles and turned off the flashlight. She carefully passed through the group of lickers and followed closely behind Sandy. Mr. Sandy, what are these things? Ghouls. What? Zhao Nan was puzzled. What are ghouls? You're not from the Holy Court, so it's normal that you don't know. Ghouls are a kind of creature of the undead, and they're quite strong. In short, they're the latest product developed by our technology company. You've heard of our art company, right? Zhao Nan was at a loss and shocked. Ghouls? Holy Court? Technology company? Ark? She could not connect these words together for the time being. But Zhao Nan felt that they were very powerful. According to Boss Feng Heng, Sandy would do whatever he wanted whenever someone asked about them. The first batch of ghouls from the Ark Company came directly through the time tunnel. It's quite difficult to control them. Zhao Nan clenched her fists nervously. Her hands were covered in sweat. It was certain that there was no large-scale company called the Ark in the current vampire apocalypse world. Moreover, judging from the time teleportation passage he mentioned, it was very likely that the other party came from another world. And it was very likely to be a high-tier game world. Zhao Nan probed carefully. You can control ghouls? That's a must. How can we play if we can't control them? The prerequisite is that we need permission. Let alone ghouls, what other vengeful spirits, nightmare demons, blasphemer. Sandy rambled on about the creatures he had seen in the Holy Court's ancient books. He was just fooling around. As he spoke, he suddenly covered his mouth and carefully looked around. He lowered his voice and instructed, I forgot. The boss told me not to say this. I was just spouting nonsense. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. Zhao Nan opened her mouth. She was shocked again. Nightmare demon. That was not a product of the elementary game. She guessed it right. The other party was definitely from the game world of the higher realm. However, how could a high-tier person enter the lower realm? In a trance, Zhao Nan followed Sandy to the 4th floor of the hall. From here, one could overlook the entire 1st floor of the hall. Through the night vision goggles, Zhao Nan saw that there were many ghouls hiding in a corner of the 1st floor of the hall. Just from what she saw, there were about 30 ghouls. Oh right, let me introduce you. This is Liu Ma-Oxu, from the Pious Guild. He works with our boss. Sandy pointed at Liu Ma-Oxu and then pointed at Zhao Nan. This is Zhao Nan, A middleman. Not very reliable. Chapter 691, Clear Your Mind Unreliable? If this was any other time, Zhao Nan would have argued for her reputation. But now, Zhao Nan had no intention of arguing with Sandy. She and Liu Ma Oxu nodded at each other. At the same time, both of them saw the shock in each other's eyes. Liu Ma Oxu's experience here was similar to Zhao Nan's, and he had only just recovered. Seeing Zhao Nan and Liu Ma Oxu being fooled, Sandy was secretly pleased. Hee, you two don't have to be so nervous. Don't worry. This group of ghouls is only the first batch. After we expand the passage, there will be more powerful creatures joining us. This group of holy light believers can't beat us at all. It's a piece of cake. I am telling you, following the boss is a big win for you. Just wait for victory. Zhao Nan took a deep breath, her heart beating wildly. That's right. Feng Shao and Sandy came from the high-tier world. Through an extremely rare method, they could enter the lower realm from the high-tier realm. This was the only explanation. And the only one who had such an ability. Zhao Nan's body trembled slightly due to nervousness. Demi-human tribe. They had a high probability of being part of the demi-human tribe. No wonder the other party was unwilling to reveal his true identity. Also, there was an explanation as to why Feng Shao did not choose to open the teleportation passage to the outside world after taking control of the vampire's building. It was because they needed to modify the teleportation passage to build a passage between the advanced game world and the low-level game world. These ghouls were transported from the passage. Everything was explained. Feng Shao did not lie before. It was possible that they came here for the holy water. They needed the holy water to deal with the higher-tier demon-type creatures in the advanced game. In a short while, Zhao Nan had already imagined everything. It was very reasonable. So, those idiots at Lingxiao Guild. They were the ones to blame for everything that had developed to this point. Kai kai kai. Hearing the sound, Sandy's eyes lit up and he looked up. The boss is back. Zhao Nan was still in a daze. She subconsciously looked up. A group of bats flew down from the top of the building. Zhao Nan noticed that these bats were carrying bags with their claws. It was very difficult for them to fly. One of the bats flew towards them. Halfway through, the bat returned to its human form and stood in front of them. It was Feng Heng. Feng Heng looked at the crowd and his gaze stopped on Zhao Nan. You're back. Feng Heng noticed that Zhao Nan and Liu Ma Oxu looked a little dazed. He was puzzled and glanced at Sandy, who was trying to trick them. The latter smiled evilly, shrugged, and quietly gave Feng Heng a hand signal that he had everything under control. It seemed that Sandy was very talented at lying. Ignoring Zhao Nan, who had been fooled, Feng Heng raised his head to look at the sky and asked, "How's the situation?" Venerate, in its bat form, descended from the sky and flapped its wings to hover beside Feng Heng. Marquis, the people of the Holy Court have arrived at the periphery of the campus and are gathering outside the gate. The team of the Holy Court did not immediately attack the building. They only sent a small number of people into the campus to investigate. In addition, we have expanded the scope of the investigation. In addition to a few teams of the Holy Court gathering toward us in the city, we also found a team of the Holy Court rushing toward the direction of Victoria City outside the city. How many people are there outside the building? Led by a commander-level Holy Caste Knight, there are about 50 believers, about 200 Holy Caste Knights, and some members of the Holy Church whose identities cannot be identified. The total number of people is about 300. Commander-level Knight? Feng Heng's heart moved. He turned his head to look at Zhao Nan, who was making wild guesses, and asked, "What is the rank of the Commander-level Knight?" Hearing Feng Heng's question, Zhao Nan raised her head. That's right. Judging from his lack of understanding of this world, he was most likely a person from a higher realm. Feng Heng frowned. You don't know? I have a better understanding of the organizational structure of the Holy Court. Let me tell you, Liu Ma Oxu coughed lightly and said, in the vampire apocalypse world, the Holy Court has 3 legions. Among them, the Light Caste Knights and the Holy Caste Knights are regular legions. The Holy Caste Knights are more powerful and have better equipment. In terms of tier, the Knight Legions are divided into Apprentice Knights, Normal Knights, Armed Knights, Elite Knights, Captain Knights, Commander Knights. Feng Heng felt that it was a little complicated and asked, how about compared to the judges? What is the difference in their strength? Liu Ma Oxu directly gave an analogy, 1 tier higher than the judges, and half a tier lower than the Marquis of the Vampires. So weak? Feng Heng made a mental calculation. He lacked the time for the proliferator to develop, and he currently had a serious shortage of liquors. It would be a bit troublesome if so many of the members of the Holy Court rushed in at once. A group of turtle shells was over there. It would take a lot of time to destroy them all. And only a small part of the explosives had been brought over. There was no time to bury them. Therefore, He had to think of a way to destroy them one by one. Feng Heng thought about it and waved his hand. He looked at Venerate and said, "Continue to observe. I want to know the movements of the Holy Court at any time. Also, speed up the delivery of materials. I will follow your orders, Marquis." Outside the building of vampires, the team led by the deputy commander of the Knights, Langdon, gathered here. "Commander, the reconnaissance team at the front has already entered the periphery of the campus. Other than the vampires hovering high in the sky, we have not found any traces of other vampires ambushing us. The campus building is very quiet. The vampires circling the periphery of the building should have already discovered us, but we haven't been attacked by the vampires along the way, including the building. From the observation from the outside, we haven't found any traces of vampires guarding the inside of the building. Commander, the team led by Kun is gathering with us." Listening to the feedback from the scout team, Langdon raised his head to look at the sky again. The vampires were constantly circling in the sky, observing their movements at all times. Langdon felt a little frustrated for no reason. Vampires had the advantage of flying, so they did not have a good way to deal with this kind of reconnaissance. He could indeed think of a way to eliminate one or two of them. He could even eliminate a dozen or 20 of them with a little time. But if there were hundreds or thousands of them, not only would it take time and effort, but it would also be impossible to do so. The feeling of being watched by the other party at every moment made Langdon uneasy. The vampires this time were very different from before. What the hell were the vampires doing? "Commander, the vampires have been completely suppressed by the magic array in Victoria City. They're just bluffing now." Vice President of Xingying Gaming Company, Han Sheng, was also on the team. He felt that this battle was almost certain. How could they lose with their hard power on their side? Seeing this, Han Sheng could not help but walk to Langdon's side. He continued to suggest, "Sir, we can confirm that the vampires from other regions have not came to Victoria City to provide support. In my opinion, the vampires must have known that they could not resist, so they chose to give up the central building and then set up a decoy to delay our precious time." Chapter 692, Ambushed. Langdon frowned. Han Sheng's analysis was not without reason. But Langdon had always been careful and prudent. If the vampires set up an ambush in the building, it could lead to the annihilation of the entire army if they were not careful. Seeing that Langdon was still hesitating, Han Sheng said, "Commander Langdon, if we continue to delay, we will only fall into the enemy's trap. How about this? I am willing to bring my men into the building of vampires to investigate and gather information for you. Even if I am ambushed by the enemy and die, we Inhumans have a special way to inform the commander of the internal situation of the building." Langdon thought for a while and nodded. "Okay, I will leave it to you, Han Sheng." Then, Langdon looked to the side and said, "Road, go in with them. If you encounter any danger, leave the building immediately." "Yes." Seeing Langdon agree, Han Sheng was delighted. He was sure that the interior of the vampires' building was empty. When the time came, he could complete the reconnaissance mission and occupy the entire vampire's central building. He could destroy the teleportation passage in the vampire's building and complete the main mission branch, earning a huge wave of mission rewards and contribution points. A free reward. Awesome. Ding. Player has triggered a side mission. Explore the building of vampires. Mission requirements. Explore the building of vampires. Mission difficulty? Mission reward. Main mission contribution points. Survival points. Huh? Seeing the game hint that refreshed in his retina, Han Sheng's heart skipped a beat. He put away the joy in his heart. Unknown mission difficulty? This meant that the mission difficulty was extremely unstable due to players' interference. TSK. After thinking about it carefully, Han Sheng suddenly understood. No wonder there was no defense put up. It was because of the players. He knew that he could not keep up with real power, so he could only play some tricks. Han Sheng was disdainful. So what if he was a player? Let's go. With 2 teams of Holy Caste Knights and a player team, Han Sheng led a team of more than 30 people toward the inner part of the campus. "Let's follow." Langdon immediately gave the order and led the rear team to follow Han Sheng's team. When they arrived at the inner and outer periphery of the campus, Langdon signaled the team to spread out their vigilance and that they could rush into the building to provide support at any time. Soon, Han Sheng led the team to the entrance of the hall of the central building of the vampires. The door was unlocked. 2 Holy Caste Knights walked forward, pushed the door open, and carefully walked into the central building of the city of vampires. The hall was very dark. The crowd filed in. The Holy Caste Knights emitted a faint holy light, illuminating the surroundings. Confirm safety. The hall on the ground floor was empty, and not a single person could be seen. He raised his head and looked into the sky. There was a square-shaped corridor. The middle part was empty, and the top part led directly to the outside world. How could there be an ambush? It was indeed an empty fort strategy. Han Sheng was pleased with himself. He quickly exchanged glances with his team leader, Road. Both of them nodded at the same time. Be careful. Explore the first floor. Leaving a small team of Holy Caste Knights to guard the central hall, the rest of the Holy Caste Knights searched the first floor of the hall. Team 1 has completed their investigation and found the stairway. The elevator has stopped supplying power and is unable to be used. Team 2 has completed their investigation and found no anomaly. Team 3. Soon, the Holy Caste Knights gathered in the hall once again after completing their scouting on the first floor. Other than the 2 stairways on the left and right sides, the rest of the elevator and other passages could no longer be used. A hint appeared in the game. Ding, your scouting mission has been partially completed. You can continue to expand the scouting area and increase the completion rate of the mission. You can also immediately return and submit the mission to Commander Langdon. The regional scouting mission had been partially completed. He could now return and report it. However, a sense of greed rose in Han Sheng's heart. He glanced at the main mission on him. Of course, he had to find the vampire's teleportation array directly and destroy the teleportation array to earn a bigger reward. The temptation was big and the risk was small enough. There was no reason to stop now. Before coming here, Han Sheng had conducted some basic investigations. The vampire's teleportation passage was built on the 3rd floor of the underground area. Continue. We will go underground to investigate. Captain Han Sheng, Road walked to Han Sheng's side and whispered into his ear, something strange. I sensed it when we entered the hall. There's a very weak undead aura here. Undead aura? What the hell was that? Han Sheng frowned. He felt that Road must have made a mistake somewhere. Vampire apocalypse? Haunting of the undead? Was this some kind of advanced game? Are you mistaken? No, the Holy Court is very sensitive to the undead aura. I am sure there are traces of undead lingering here. I suspect it's a trap. Alright, keep your guard up. Let's continue to take a look. If there are any undead, we have to investigate thoroughly. Okay. After giving the order to the team to be vigilant and investigate, Han Sheng followed the team to the stairs of the basement. In the distance, on the 4th floor of the hall, a few pairs of eyes were secretly sizing up Han Sheng's team. Sandy scratched his hair and looked at Feng Heng. Feng Heng also rubbed his neck, feeling a little surprised. This group of people was a little awkward. Speaking of being cautious, the other party was indeed very cautious. First, they sent a group of scouts to investigate the building, but they did not charge in blindly. They were really reckless. The scout team headed directly towards the underground passage. Zhao Nan, who was beside them, also subconsciously became nervous. She asked, they are heading towards the underground passage. What should we do? Let's do it this way. Leave it to me. Just nice, I will take this wave of reputation points. Feng Heng thought as he raised his palm. The lickers that were entrenched near the 3rd floor spread out one after another and quickly disappeared into the shadows. In the 2nd basement, Han Sheng was at the front of the team that was carrying out the investigation. He was carefully watching his surroundings. Kai kai kai. Huh? What was that sound? Han Sheng suddenly became alert. Was it coming from the ceiling? He subconsciously raised his head and looked up. Bang. With a loud sound, the vent above was pushed open with a bang. Then, a dark brown shadow pounced on him. What was that? Han Sheng's pupils suddenly enlarged several times. A distorted and terrifying creature was reflected in his eyes. This was the first time Han Sheng had seen such a disgusting creature with his own eyes. A name appeared in his mind. Licker? Han Sheng was shocked and quickly dodged. Clack. The licker landed on the ground and jumped straight at Han Sheng. Its speed was shockingly fast. Kai. The sharp claws tore a huge wound on Han Sheng's chest. The licker pressed Han Sheng under its body and raised its claws high again. Bing bang. Bing bang. The surrounding players reacted immediately. They hurriedly raised their handguns, aimed at the licker and pulled the trigger. Chapter 693, Siege. It's the licker. A player shouted, mutated licker. Under the barrage of gunfire, the licker gave up on attacking Han Sheng and fled to the other side. 2 shield-wielding Holy Caste Knights immediately stepped forward and tried to block the licker. Crack. Shoo shoo shoo. However, the licker jumped from the ground and easily climbed up the wall and then onto the ceiling. It broke away from the pursuit and disappeared into the darkness. Captain? Are you okay? The player team surrounded Han Sheng to check his condition. I am fine. Han Sheng took out a healing ointment and smeared it on the wound. Then, he wrapped it with bandages to stop the bleeding and let the wound heal quickly. After making sure that he was not infected with the zombie virus, Han Sheng was finally relieved. Was that the licker just now? The player who had given a hint just now hesitated again. He said, it's very similar, but also a little different. My previous life ended in the hands of a liquor during the zombie apocalypse. I think it should be it. Why would a liquor appear in this place? This doesn't make sense. Yeah, there's no zombie virus here. And that thing's vitality is too strong, right? If it was a liquor, its head would have been blown off long ago. But its movement and attack patterns are indeed very similar. The leader of the Holy Cast Knights, Rode, heard everyone's discussion and frowned. He said loudly, "Everyone, be quiet." The player team quieted down. Rode walked to the front of the players who were discussing. He had a serious expression on his face. "I am not sure what kind of liquor you're talking about. I can tell you with certainty that we just encountered a ghoul that had undergone a special mutation. Then I've seen the description of this creature in the history of the Holy Court. The most obvious feature is the 3 vertical lines between their eyebrows." Rode turned to look at Han Sheng. "I think the aura of the undead that I sensed before came from them." The players fell silent. Mutated ghoul? Not the liquor? Han Sheng was also confused by Rode. After thinking carefully, there was still a big difference between a liquor and a ghoul. For example, the liquor's body was red due to the large ulceration of its skin, while the unknown creature he had just encountered was grayish-brown. Also, Han Sheng carefully recalled the scene when he had been attacked. Raising his head, Han Sheng nodded and said, "Indeed, there are vertical lines between its brows." So the thing he had just encountered was really a product of this world. But why had he never heard of it before? Kai kai kai. Just as everyone was puzzled, they heard the kai 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 sounds again. Looking in the direction of the sound, the ghouls that had previously escaped into the darkness returned and scuttled over from the other side of the wall. Damn it! They still dare to come. Player after player raised their handguns and fired at the liquors. The number of monsters had increased. This time, it was 3. Kill them. Han Sheng, who was in the front row, gritted his teeth and raised his spear with all his might. He stabbed at the ghoul that was stunned by the bullets. Kai. The spear pierced through the liquor's body. Han Sheng raised his foot and kicked it away. Eh? What was going on? Han Sheng was shocked. He found that the ghoul only flopped on the ground a few times after its heart was pierced by the spear. Then, it pounced on him again. It's a mutated ghoul. They are filthy creatures from the death realm. They can't be killed by normal methods. Only the holy light can expel them. Rode shouted. Be careful. Can't be killed? They had such a special ability? How can I be careful? Han Sheng cursed in his heart. He was now sure that the thing was not a liquor. Because a liquor would die if its heart was pierced through. But what should he do? Han Sheng once again pierced the liquor's heart with his spear. Get out of the way. Rode shouted and appeared beside Han Sheng. He raised a long sword in his hand and stabbed it down from top to bottom. Kai. The long sword pierced through the liquor's body and nailed it to the floor. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The liquor struggled crazily and waved its sharp claws. Rode silently chanted a prayer and the sword emitted a weak holy light. Hum. The holy light gradually shone, and the liquor, which was nailed to the ground, began to struggle crazily. Dark golden incantations gradually appeared on the liquor's wound and quickly spread out. Kai kai kai. The liquor's entire body seemed to be burning and a white mist emerged. After a full half a minute, the liquor gradually melted into a pool of blood in front of everyone. Facing the player's gaze, Rode took a deep breath and withdrew the long sword in his hand. He explained to everyone, only the strength of the holy light can completely dispel and purify it. Han Sheng felt guilty and asked, why is there an undead creature here? Rode shook his head. I am not sure. Han Sheng gritted his teeth. He thought that he would get a good mission for free, but he didn't expect to encounter such a disgusting creature as the ghoul. Not only was it disgusting on the outside, but it also had an undead ability that was even more disgusting. Han Sheng admitted that he was panicking. Judging from the strength and level of the ghouls, they were not to be trifled with. If he continued to stay here now, the risk level would increase greatly. Although he was a little reluctant to part with the mission reward, he still had to be alive to take it. It was still alright for now. If he were to go deeper into the lower level later, what if he encountered a large number of ghouls later on? Wouldn't that mean the entire team would be wiped out? Kai kai. Just as Han Sheng was about to give the order to retreat, a series of kai 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 sounds were heard. This time, the sounds came from all directions. Everyone instantly raised their vigilance and formed a circle on the spot to guard the surroundings. Hiss. A grayish-brown shadow darted out from the darkness and pounced on the Holy Cast Knight at the front. Bang. Bang 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 bang. The tense player pulled the trigger again. The liquor was hit by the dense bullets and flew back into the darkness with a roar. Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the dense sizzling shadows sounded in everyone's ears. The sound was dozens of times louder than before. The player thought of something at the same time and their expressions changed drastically. Damn it. They're coming. Alert. Retreat. Maintain the formation and retreat. Han Sheng shouted. He realized that he had been ambushed. An ambush by the ghouls. The next moment, more than a dozen grayish-brown shadows darted out from the darkness. The Holy Cast Knight was the first to wave his sword and raise his shield to block the liquor. Captain. Oh no. There are more behind us. However, more and more liquor swarmed out from the darkness. Even from behind. Kai kai kai. The sounds of friction became more and more frequent. A fine layer of sweat appeared on Han Sheng's forehead. He could feel that in the darkness, more and more liquor swarmed toward the center. This was bad. How many of them were there? Chapter 694, Defense. Ding. Your zombie clone has killed an unknown player, hostile Holy Court faction. You have obtained 43 contribution points. Ding. Your zombie clone has killed a Holy Cast Knight. You have obtained 36 contribution points. You have received 22 vampire reputation points. You have received 192 survival points. A row of game notifications popped up in Fang Heng's vision. Hearing the sound of gunfire coming from the bottom of the stairs, Fang Heng simply stood at the exit. He held a modified sniper rifle and blocked the entrance with a few liquors. If anyone was lucky enough to escape from the bottom of the stairs, he would be given a blow to the head. However, there was no such thing at the moment. Fang Heng roughly looked at the game hint. His gains were quite considerable. He estimated that he could make a small profit. The battle lasted for more than 8 minutes. The sounds of battle coming from the bottom of the stairs gradually stopped. Ding. You have wiped out the entire scouting team. You have gained an additional 1,659 contribution points. You have gained 300 Elders Council reputation points. It's over. Seeing the game hints, Fang Heng put away his gun. One thing was for certain, the Holy Cast Knights still had the potential to deal with the liquors who had the undying body effect. However, their ability was limited. Following that, another game hint appeared. Ding. Current player contribution level, 9,277. Current main mission evaluation, A. Ding. Current evaluation reward randomly bind A to B level skill book, A. Fang Heng was a little surprised. There was actually a skill book? Judging from this situation, if he refreshed to an SSS level, would there be an S-level skill reward? Fang Heng pondered. This mission was quite good. He had to think of a way to increase his contribution points to SSS level and obtain the reward. Liu Ma, Oxu and Zhao Nan, who were beside Fang Heng, looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The Holy Court was wiped out just like that? Shengying Guild was not some unknown third-rate guild. There were 2 Holy Cast Knight parties in the team as support. In less than 10 minutes, they were completely wiped out. That's right. With such strength, how could he be a player in an elementary game? He must be a player from an advanced game. Moreover, he was a player with necromancy abilities. The Art Company. Liu Ma, Oxu and Zhao Nan silently memorized the name Sandy made up. They decided to go back and check it out after this incident was over. Fang Heng felt his body stiffen after staying in the aiming position for too long. He stood up to stretch his body and looked at the 2 people beside him. There's a player on the team. The Holy Court outside should know what happened here very soon. Fang Heng touched his chin and asked, guess what the people of the Holy Court outside will do after their scouting team is wiped out? They will choose to guard the door and seek reinforcements on the spot, Liu Ma Oxu said confidently. The president said that the leader of the Holy Court this time is the deputy commander of the Holy Cast Knights, Langdon. He has always been calm in doing things and won't take risks easily. That makes sense. Fang Heng also thought so, but he hoped that the other party could rush in directly. At that time, he could use his geographical advantage to kill them in batches. After all, the other party was almost entirely made up of Holy Cast Knights. Their threat to the liquors was limited and their movements were clumsy. Outside the building, the Holy Court's team was in a tight formation. More than 10 minutes had passed. The building was still terrifyingly quiet. There was no news. A faint light flashed and a player hurriedly went online. Reporting, Commander. The scouting team has been attacked. They've all been wiped out. Langdon suddenly turned his head and stared at the player. What did you say? Being stared at by Langdon, the player felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. His body froze for no reason. He had also just received the news offline. Including their deputy commander, Han Sheng, the entire team had been wiped out in the basement. The player's face was ashen. He continued to explain to Langdon as instructed by the commander, Commander Langdon, the scouting team encountered a large number of ghouls during the process of investigating the basement. Ghouls? Langdon was stunned. Ghouls were filthy creatures that were described in the Holy Court's records. It didn't exist in this world, so how could it? According to Captain Rhodes' deduction, they are a type of high-intensity ghouls that have gone through mutation. They are hiding in the dark and there are many of them. Our team lacks the ability to purify ghouls, and in the dark, we were completely surrounded by ghouls that blocked our escape route. The player's expression was bitter as he said in a deep voice, we were all wiped out by the ghouls. The entire elite team of Shenyang Gaming Company had died inside. This wave of losses had directly damaged the gaming company's vitality, and he might face unemployment tomorrow. Once a player with the remaining number of rebirth times died, after rebirth, he would either choose to directly transfer to another area or choose to spend a large sum of King of Gods points to resurrect. After resurrecting, the player would receive a rebirth weakness state for a very long period of time, and other than talent skill, the player's other skill levels would be correspondingly reduced or even forgotten. Most players would simply choose to open a new mode after being killed. Very few players could receive such a heavy blow in a short period of time. Langdon looked at the vampires building in the distance and fell into deep thought. There were a large number of ghouls hidden inside the building? Why was this so? Why would a creature from another world appear inside the vampires building? According to the Holy Court's records, ghouls were not strong. Their mobility was relatively average and their attack power was also relatively limited. There was an exception. They had powerful vitality and they were extremely difficult to kill. Normal attacks could not deal fatal damage to them, but the purification of the holy light could restrain them and completely drive them away. And according to the inhuman before him, the ghouls they encountered had been mutated, and they had powerful attack power and movement speed. In that case, it would be very difficult for the Holy Cast Knights to deal with them alone. How many ghouls are there? This. The player frowned and shook his head. He replied, I am sorry, Commander Langdon. I don't know. The environment is too dark, so I can't determine the number of ghouls. Judging from the attacks and sounds, there should be at least 50 ghouls. Langdon frowned. They could not attack forcefully. Even if there were only 50 ghouls in the building, the purification ability of their team was still insufficient. To completely eliminate the ghouls, the team needed the support of the monks and missionaries of the Holy Court. Langdon quickly made a decision. Immediately report to the bishop. We have encountered ghouls that have mutated. We need the assistance of the judges and missionaries to purify them. Understood. Chapter 695, Backup Plan in the Prayer Hall within the Holy Court Headquarters, Victoria City. The regional bishop, Chen Li, had a serious expression on his face. He had just received the news through a player not long ago. The team led by the commander of the Holy Cast Knights, Langdon, had encountered the undead-type ghoul in the central vampires building. Chen Li did not understand. Ghouls were filthy creatures recorded in the Holy Court's records and they should have existed in the Death Realm. For thousands of years, there were almost no traces of the existence of the undead in the Holy Court of this world. What was even stranger was, the undead were actually with the vampires? Why was that? The enemy of an enemy was a friend? Chen Li found it hard to understand. Seeing that the bishop had thought hard for a long time but still had no reaction, Eleanor coughed lightly and said, Lord Bishop, we need to make a decision immediately. After pondering for a while, Chen Li raised his head and looked at the believer who reported, the ghouls are creatures from the Death Realm. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Yes, Commander Langdon believes that they have encountered mutated ghouls. They are much stronger than normal ghouls, and they are not affected by the effects of the magic array. Other than that, the number of ghouls hiding in the vampires building is still unknown. The team lacks the means to purify the ghouls. If we forcefully break into the vampires building, there will be a lot of casualties. For safety reasons, Commander Langdon requests for reinforcements. Undead. Ghouls. Chu Yan, who was listening from the side, felt uneasy. He was both excited and uneasy. He had heard from his subordinates that Feng Shao had relied on ghouls to destroy the scouting team of the Holy Court. Now, he had confirmed from the Holy Court that Feng Shao could control ghouls. The ability to control a high-tier undead creature. Chu Yan took a deep breath. He had already expected Feng Shao to be very strong, but he had still underestimated him. Feng Shao was definitely not someone from a low-tier game world. He came from a higher dimension. And he had chosen to conceal his identity. It was very likely that there was a bigger conspiracy against this world. Chu Yan's mind was filled with thoughts. He raised his head and looked at the bishop of the Holy Court, Chen Li. The Holy Court was in big trouble, and they still did not know who the enemy they were facing was. The uneasiness in Chen Li's heart grew stronger and stronger. He had clearly controlled the magic array to seal the strength of all the vampires in Victoria City. In theory, the entire Victoria City had fallen into his hands. Why did it feel like everything was slowly slipping out of his control? Seeing that there was an opportunity, Chu Yan took half a step forward. Following the previous communication with Feng Shao, he suggested to Chen Li, Bishop, we learned that the vampires in the other regions did not enter Victoria City through the teleportation passage to provide support. Chu Yan, What are you trying to say? Chu Yan said in a deep voice, is there a possibility that the ghouls the scouting team encountered in the vampires building entered the building from the death realm through the teleportation array of vampires? I think we have to speed up. While there aren't many ghouls, we have to do our best to take down the vampires building in the city center. The longer we delay, the greater the danger. Chen Li frowned and hesitated. I will go, Bishop. Eleanor was also full of doubts. She stepped forward, nodded and said, the ghouls are not difficult to deal with. My team can purify these filthy creatures. It's most suitable for me to be the reinforcement. In addition, Bishop, the church reinforcements from the surrounding areas are already on the way. For safety reasons, I suggest that they meet up first and then attack the vampires building together. Chen Li thought for a moment, then nodded and said, all right, you go. You must be careful. If possible, think of a way to confirm if the undead is from the death realm. This is very important. Yes, I understand, Bishop. Also, Lord Bishop. Chu Yan looked at Chen Li. We have received news that the vampires have always been very concerned about the holy water. Can the holy water cause damage to the ghouls? Or are they very afraid of the holy water? Holy water? A hint of suspicion flashed across Chen Li's brows. The holy water does indeed contain the strength bestowed by God, but there is no record of it being able to affect the ghouls. Lord Bishop, I suggest that we try to use the holy water to deal with them. Yes. Chen Li nodded. There isn't much holy water stored here. Eleanor, bring as much as you can. It might be able to help. Seeing that the battle meeting was over, everyone in the hall left one after another. Chen Li heaved a sigh of relief. He turned on the survival radio and sent a message to his subordinates. Chen Li, immediately inform Feng Shao that Eleanor, judge of the Holy Court, has brought a large number of people to reinforce the building. For the time being, Commander Langdon will not launch an attack on the building. Also, I heard that the Holy Court headquarters only has a small amount of holy water. Eleanor has already brought most of the holy water there, Chen Li. Also, some members of the Holy Court are already on their way. They will head directly to the Central Vampires building to meet up. Be prepared. When that time comes, there will be more and more members of the Holy Court on the other side of the building. Therefore, it is troublesome to deal with such an intelligent enemy. Inside the building, seeing that Langdon and the other members of the Holy Court were still positioned outside the building and did not choose to attack it, Feng Heng was a little disappointed and took back his binoculars. He thought to himself, this is troublesome. If the enemy was a zombie, he would be able to control the lickers to farm evolution crystals and level up happily. If it was the Holy Court, they would still choose to wait at the door and wait for reinforcements. It was indeed troublesome to deal with an intelligent enemy. It seemed that the Holy Court was not going to continue attacking for the time being. In that case, they could only carry out backup plan number 2. Feng Heng looked at Liu Ma Oxu who was beside him. Liu Ma Oxu had been communicating with the team through the survival radio. He suddenly raised his head. Boss Feng Shao, I just received news from my boss. I have confirmed that Commander Langdon is not going to take the risk to attack the building. The judge of the Holy Court, Eleanor, is coming with a large number of reinforcements. They are going to gather and attack the building together. As he spoke, Liu Ma Oxu took out the survival radio and showed the news to Feng Heng. Feng Heng looked at the content, nodded, and asked, then how long will it take for all the explosives to be in place? Explosives? They actually possessed explosives? Zhao Nan, who was listening by the side, was shaken by this. Why did they need explosives? Could it be that he was trying to blow up the entire building? Liu Ma Oxu also quivered when he heard that. He lowered his head to check the survival radio again and replied, the first batch of explosives has been delivered to the storage point. The next few batches are already on their way. It will take some time. The explosives are also an item controlled by the vampires. The Holy Court can't get too many of them. Okay. Feng Heng expressed his understanding. It was normal for them to not be able to gather all the explosives at once. This was what the vampire apocalypse was like. Guns and gunpowder were controlled items. The vampires detested using them and forbade humans who were kept in captivity from using them. Chapter 696, the node. Feng Heng raised one hand and made a gesture in the air. The bat-shaped venerate flew down and hovered beside Feng Heng. Marquis, what are your orders? Keep an eye on the vampires outside and find a way to transport the explosives in batches. Bury them according to the blueprint I gave you. Be careful not to be discovered by the people of the Holy Court. Yes, Marquis. Zhao Nan swallowed her saliva and looked at Feng Heng carefully. What a terrifying person. Once a large number of people from the Holy Court rushed into the building, Feng Shao would use the explosives to destroy the entire vampires building. Including the vampires and the entire vampires building, everything would be buried in the ruins. Feng Heng felt that there was no point in continuing to stay and waste time with the Holy Court, so he continued to look at Venerate. What's the situation of the core node of the Magic Array in Victoria City? We've already investigated the 11 pillars of light nodes in Victoria City and found that the protection of 3 nodes is relatively weak. They can be used as a breakthrough point. Very good. He would let the Holy Court stand guard at the entrance. Taking advantage of this free time, he went over to grind for a wave of mission contribution points, evolution crystals, and the sacred study skill level. Where is the nearest weak point? It's 5 kilometers away. It's an exhibition hall. Hearing this, Feng Heng turned to look at Liu Ma Oaksu and asked, is there a player team at the exhibition hall? I am sure there isn't. Including us, there are only 3 guilds that have connections with the Holy Court branch. Our people are at the headquarters. Shang Ying's people followed Commander Langdon to attack the building. They've just been wiped out. The last guild is cooperating with a team to repair the large-scale Magic Array's core node in the south of the city. Very good. The target was definitely the exhibition hall. However, they couldn't invade it from the front. The old place, the sewer. Venerate, continue to observe the movement of the Holy Court and report any special situations. As you wish, Marquis. Feng Heng waved his hand to signal Venerate to do his work. Then, he looked at Zhao Nan and Liu Ma Oaksu and said, I will go to the exhibition hall. You two stay here. Boss Feng, go to the exhibition hall? Take me with you. I want to go too. Sandy was bored out of his mind by staying here. When he heard that Feng Heng was going to the exhibition hall, he waved his hand excitedly and came over. Take me with you. I am very useful. The god of art will help you. Feng Heng thought for a moment. Sandy's performance in the vampire apocalypse was remarkable. Since they had the zombie clones now, Sandy was safe in the zombie team since he was protected by the zombie team. It wouldn't be a problem for him to take him along. Alright, you come with me. Hee, the god of art appreciates your decisiveness, Boss Feng. Watching Feng Heng head towards the underground stairs with Sandy, Liu Ma Oaksu and Zhao Nan looked at each other. They felt strange. Didn't they say that they were going to deal with the teleportation passage of the Holy Court branch? Why did they go underground again? When they returned to the 3rd basement, the lickers were all gathered in the same spot. The traces left by the previous battle were clearly visible, and there were still twinkling evolution crystals on the ground. Feng Heng waved his hand, and the crystals on the ground were sucked into his palm. Ding, you have obtained 5 pieces of evolution crystal fragments, 6 pieces of complete evolution crystals, 6 pieces of Tier 1 evolution crystals, 10 pieces of Tier 2 evolution crystals. It was too little, only 6 crystals. Feng Heng was rather disappointed. Therefore, it was still a loss to stand on the side of the vampires. The power of the Holy Court was too small, and there were not many people in total. Each and every one of them was as hard as a turtle shell. Let's go. Feng Heng waved his hand and brought the lickers back to the 4th basement. They came to the storage room in the 4th basement. In less than half an hour, the zombie clones had dug a deep hole in the ground that led to the sewer of the city. Sandy was used to this. The 2 of them entered the sewer area through the passage that was dug. Under the escort of the zombies, they headed toward the exhibition hall according to the directions on the map. The sewer area of the vampire apocalypse was not as full of poisonous gas and negative effects as that of the zombie apocalypse. It was even built very wide. Therefore, Feng Heng took out a portable bicycle from his backpack. As they rode forward quickly, Feng Heng stroked his chin and asked, Sandy, lickers can be disguised as ghouls. Can zombies also disguise themselves as the undead? Zombies? Sandy thought about Feng Heng's suggestion and said, I don't think it's necessary to pretend. It looks like one now. Alright. Ghouls were suspicious enough. Unless it was necessary, zombies shouldn't be exposed to outsiders. The licker's combat strength was enough anyway. About 10 minutes later, Feng Heng stopped his bicycle. He took out the map of Victoria City and compared it with the map. The exit is up there. You might encounter danger later. Follow me closely. Yes. Sandy still had some lingering fear about being shot, but he was much more obedient now. He nodded repeatedly and said, it's safer to follow you. Climbing up the ladder, Feng Heng lifted the manhole cover on the ground and climbed out of the basement. The exit of the sewer faced a corner of the exhibition hall. In the exhibition hall not far away, a pillar of holy light rose into the sky. Obviously, this pillar of light was much dimmer than the one he saw outside the hall. A few holy caste knights guarded the entrance of the exhibition hall. The lickers who had changed their appearances drilled out from the inside of the passage and gathered behind Feng Heng. Go. Feng Heng gestured toward the exhibition hall in the distance. The lickers spread out and surrounded the exhibition hall from all directions. At the entrance of the exhibition hall, 5 holy caste knights were on full alert, constantly scanning their surroundings. Their mission was to ensure the safety of the magic array's structural point. The captain of the Light Caste Knights, Nick, did not dare to be careless. Bang. Bang bang. A few gunshots were heard. Right side. Pay attention to the right side. Unknown creature found. Enemy invasion. The believers of the church on the second floor discovered something and suddenly shouted. Nick was shocked and immediately looked to the right side where the sound came from. Kai kai kai. A few dark brown shadows flashed by the corner. They stuck close to the ground and quickly pounced toward the entrance. Bang. 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 The believers of the Holy Court who were lying in ambush at the window pulled the triggers in their hands and fired. Seeing the strange creatures crawling along the ground, the Holy Caste Knights who were guarding the door were shocked. It wasn't a vampire? Then what kind of monster was it? Lickers appeared from behind the corner and jumped up from the ground one after another, pouncing toward the Holy Caste Knights while withstanding the firepower of the handgun bullets. Nick watched as the gray-brown creature pounced closer and closer until the vertical lines on the creature's forehead were clearly visible. Chapter 697, Clean Up Bang. Bang bang. Behind Nick, the members of the Holy Church in the exhibition hall pulled the trigger and fired in unison. A dense barrage of bullets hit the licker. The huge impact sent the licker flying backward. It's a ghoul. A name appeared in Nick's mind as he stabbed the long sword in his hand forward. Kai. The sword stabbed into the stiff licker's body. Bang. Nick kicked the licker away and immediately shouted, "Stop them. Inform the judge. We are attacked by a group of ghouls." In the blink of an eye, when the believers of the Holy Church reloaded their ammunition, more than 10 lickers appeared from every corner and quickly rushed toward the gate. Nick took the lead and took a step forward, blocking the path of the ghouls. His long sword suddenly slashed forward. Ka. The long sword slashed at the sharp claws of the licker that was about to land on the ground. What was going on? Nick raised his eyebrows. He realized that the strength of the ghouls was not inferior to his. He took half a step back and tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. Something was wrong? In the records of the Holy Court, the ghouls were a kind of filthy creature. They could not die and could only be expelled by the holy light. However, their various attributes were not strong. Or could it be that the so-called not strong in the world described in the records was different from theirs? Nick's forehead was covered in a layer of cold sweat. Why would the ghouls appear in such a place? Block the entrance. Don't let them enter the building. Hearing that, the members of the Holy Caste Knights followed Nick and used their bodies to block the entrance of the passage. They raised their long swords to face the ghouls that kept attacking from behind the corner. Ding. You are close to the central area of the magic array. Ding. Affected by a powerful magic array, your skill vampire bloodlines attribute bonus has been nullified. Ding. All your holy attribute skill effect will be increased by 30%. Hey. It's still the same old tactic. Do you still want to block the entrance? Can't you come up with something new? Not far from the battlefield, Fang Heng slowly walked toward the exhibition. You really think I don't know how to play? Fang Heng glanced at the game hint and muttered softly. He immediately controlled the lickers from afar to engage in battle. The lickers were not affected by the magic array's weakening effect. They would also not be stopped by people blocking the entrance. Under Fang Heng's control, the lickers climbed out the wall. They broke through the building's defenses through the walls and entered the exhibition hall directly. They attacked the believers of the Holy Church who were hiding behind the cover of the building and firing cold shots. Damn it. They're climbing up. Cover me. Shoot. Shoot. Save me. The believers of the Holy Church had never seen a creature like the lickers. They did not have strong combat abilities, so they were no different from ordinary people when they were shooting from the back. Once the lickers, which had been enhanced with high attributes, got close to them, they would not be able to fight back effectively. It would be a one-sided massacre. Ding. You have killed a high-tier believer of the Holy Court. Your contribution points plus 24. Your survival points plus 29. Ding. You have killed a believer of the Holy Court. Your contribution points plus 10. Line after line of game hints began to appear on Fang Heng's game log. The tactical effect was remarkable. Fang Heng thought to himself. He immediately controlled the lickers to occupy the area on the 1st to 5th floors of the exhibition hall. At the same time, he blocked the other exits. The Holy Caste Knights blocked the entrance of the hall with the powerful defensive ability of the Holy Light Armor. The lickers struggled for a moment. Nick became more and more anxious. Why hadn't the backup arrived yet? The more he fought, the more frightened he became. Not only were the ghouls powerful, but they also had the characteristic that they could not be killed. Only the Holy Light could purify them. But in this situation, they had no time to complete the purification. No, they could not defend the entrance anymore. They had to retreat. Seeing the armor of the Holy Caste Knights beside him break one after another, and the ghouls cut many wounds on their bodies, Nick immediately made a decision and shouted, "Go. Go first. Retreat to the ground first. After shouting, Nick had just turned around and retreated when his pupils suddenly shrank. What was going on? Looking around, the hall was actually filled with ghouls. About 20 ghouls were crawling on the ground, slowly approaching them as if they were demonstrating their power. It was over. Nick's mind was a little blank, and he was so nervous that he could not speak for a moment. Kai. More than 20 lickers pounced on Nick and the others at the same time. In almost an instant, along with the lickers outside the building, the Holy Caste Knights were surrounded by the group of lickers. Being compressed into an evasive space, Nick felt countless claw shadows waving in front of him. Bang! His armor shattered. His body was scratched by the sharp claws. Ding! You have killed the Holy Caste Knights of the Holy Court. You have received 42 contribution points for the mission. You have received 12 vampire reputation points. You have received 36 survival points. You have received Tier 1 Evolution Crystal 1 piece. Ding! You have killed the captain of the Holy Caste Knights of the Holy Court, Nick. Your friendship with the Holy Court has slightly decreased, TSK, it's quite hard. After spending more than 3 minutes dealing with the Holy Caste Knights at the entrance, Fang Heng walked out from behind with Sandy and some lickers and turned his hand to the floor. The scattered evolution crystal fragments on the ground were sucked into the imprint on the back of Fang Heng's hand. Ding! You have obtained 26 evolution crystal fragments, complete 17 evolution crystal, 3 Tier 1 evolution crystal, Tier 2 evolution crystal 2 piece. His luck was average. He had acquired an additional 3 evolution crystals and was one small step away from leveling up. Fang Heng thought optimistically. The highest level up that a believer of the Holy Church could drop was a complete evolution crystal. It was almost useless. Only Holy Caste Knights could drop crystals for leveling up. Entering the exhibition hall, Sandy looked around and fell silent for a moment. What? Did you find something again? Sigh. Sandy sighed, looking disinterested. Shaking his head, he sighed, what exhibition hall? I thought it was an art exhibition, but it turned out to be a car exhibition hall. Let's go. Fang Heng controlled the group of lickers and continued to walk down the exhibition hall. Through the vampire bloodline, Fang Heng had a clear perception that the core of the ceiling node was at the lower level of the exhibition hall. In the second basement, in an open hall, Judge Sun Chong led more than 10 Holy Caste Knights and believers to guard the ceiling stone. The Holy Court had been secretly operating in Victoria City for a long time, but they were still restricted by the vampires. Their development was still very slow, and they did not dare to expand and gain believers. The staff had always been in a very insufficient state. The defense of the sealed spot of the exhibition hall was very weak. Sun Chong had just heard the commotion outside. He did not look outside immediately. Instead, he ordered everyone to stay in the second basement and be on guard. Chapter 698, Bind. After a while, Sun Chong heard the outside world's voices become softer. He felt that the Holy Caste Knights outside had already resolved the crisis. Just as he was about to send people to the first floor to investigate, he heard rustling sounds coming from the stairway. Sun Chong's heart skipped a beat. Be careful, be on guard. Just as he finished speaking, 2 grayish-brown shadows scuttled down from the stairway. Sun Chong was stunned. Ghouls? Bang bang bang. More than 10 believers behind him pulled the trigger at the same time. Kai. 2 lickers covered in special paint quickly dodged and directly climbed up the wall to avoid the bullets. Be careful. It's the ghouls, knights, come forward. Without waiting for Sun Chong to continue shouting, more than 10 ghouls swarmed out from the stairs. The ghouls deliberately bypassed the Holy Caste Knights in front of them. They ran wildly along the walls and ceiling of the second basement, pouncing on the believers behind them. How could this be? How could the ghouls be so agile? Was there something wrong with the records of the Holy Church? Sun Chong's expression suddenly changed. He quickly flipped the Book of Creation in his hand and raised his hand to aim at one of the ghouls that were crazily biting the believers of the Holy Church. Fine. Dark golden chains appeared on the ghouls that were pointed at by his finger. They were trapped on the spot and let out a hissing sound as they struggled with all their might. Sun Chong frowned and immediately flipped to another page of the Book of Creation. He pointed at another ghoul. Sick. Lord Judge. There are too many enemies. Sun Chong raised his head and looked in the direction that the Holy Caste Knight was pointing. His face instantly turned extremely pale. A large number of ghouls continuously crawled out from the passage upstairs. Almost in an instant, more than 10 Holy Caste Knights in the hall guarded Sun Chong in the middle while the ghouls surrounded them. There were more than 40 to 50 ghouls. Kai. The defensive net formed by more than 10 Holy Caste Knights could not stop the lickers at all. In a short moment, the believers of the church behind them were completely slaughtered by the lickers. Only the last 7 Holy Caste Knights were still struggling. Lord Judge, what should we do? Don't panic. Sun Chong's mind was a little blank at this time. He could not understand why he would encounter a large number of ghouls here. This did not make sense at all. He kept flipping the Book of Creation in his hand and pointed at the liquors to cast spells. However, this was a drop in the bucket. Bang! Bang bang! The armor of the Holy Cast Knight shattered under the attacks of the liquors. What should he do? What should he do? Sun Chong was sweating profusely. He was only a deputy judge who had just been promoted. He knew that he had no way to break out of the current predicament. He could only watch as the Holy Cast Knights were gradually being devoured. Suddenly, Sun Chong noticed a figure walking down the stairs in front of him. It was a young man wearing a mask. Was he the one controlling these mutated ghouls? Was he the one who summoned these ghouls from the realm of death? Sun Chong looked at the person in shock. Who are you? It doesn't matter. Is there holy water here? What are you talking about? Sun Chong felt that he was being teased and humiliated. He revealed an angry expression. Ghoul. You will be judged one day. Fang Heng curled his lips and watched from afar as Sun Chong drowned in the group of liquors. Ding, you have killed the judge of the Holy Court, Sun Chong. Your friendship with the Holy Court has been greatly reduced. Ding, you have obtained a complete Tier 2 Crystal One Piece. You have obtained 234 survival points. Ding, your contribution points in the team mission plus 300, vampire reputation points plus 300. Ding, current player contribution level, 11,921, current main mission evaluation, A+. Ding, current evaluation reward randomly bind A-level skill book, player's skill book is given priority. After cleaning up the basement, Fang Heng waved at Sandy, who was at the entrance of the stairs in the second basement, to signal that everything was safe. At the same time, he controlled the zombie clones waiting in the sewer to leave the sewer and enter the exhibition hall. Then he gave the order to search the entire exhibition hall. Ho! Sandy carefully arrived at the second basement. In the second basement, the 5 ceiling stones were arranged neatly according to the position of the pentagram. A pillar of light rose from the center of the pentagram. Oh? Sandy was immediately attracted by the pillar of light. He took 2 steps forward and curiously looked at the ceiling stones in the center of the hall. Is this the magic array's central node that you told me about? Yes. Sandy showed an interesting look and walked toward the magic array's central node. Interesting. This seems to be the holy energy that you mentioned. I can sense a flow of strength from the stone. I can also sense something similar in many of the precious artworks left behind by the Holy Court. Actually, it's a method to determine the authenticity of the artwork. Sandy muttered to himself as he approached the stone pillar. He stared at the stone pillar and looked left and right. Finally, he turned his head to look at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, you can control this strength, right? Yes, but it's very difficult. Does that mean you can? Sandy's eyes suddenly lit up. He continued, hey, look, we can divide the work together. I will work on some artwork, and you help me pour some energy into it. When that happens, we will split it 50-50. Believe me, this kind of thing is very easy to sell. Many people are ignorant. Fang Heng looked at Sandy and roughly translated what he said. Let's create fake artwork and sell them, we will split the gains, 50-50. He thought, good God, does the god of art know about your dirty deeds? Yeah, we will talk about it when we get back. Oh, Fang Heng, this thing is really powerful. I've never seen such an item with such strong strength flowing inside, but I am not being picky. Fang Heng, look, the workmanship of this thing is too rough, there's no sense of artistic value at all. Sandy reached out to touch the ceiling stone. Let me think about it. How can I modify it to make it? I suggest you move aside. It's very dangerous. It will explode. Huh? Sandy was shocked and quickly jumped away from the ceiling stone. Fang Heng waved his hand and absorbed the evolution crystals scattered on the ground after wiping out the Holy Court defense team. Ding! You have obtained a complete evolution crystal 9-piece, Tier 1 evolution crystal 3-piece, Tier 2 evolution crystal 3-piece. Very good. 3 more Tier 1 evolution crystals. Then, Fang Heng walked in front of Sandy and extended his right hand toward the ceiling stone. Ding! The ceiling stone has been detected. Ding! Currently, there is a holy attribute energy source within the ceiling stone that can be absorbed. Player can choose to absorb and convert. Click here to see the details. Absorb. A. Beside him, Sandy looked at Fang Heng's actions in puzzlement and let out a soft exclamation. He could feel that the strength within the ceiling stone was flowing into Fang Heng's body through the ceiling stone. Sandy instantly became a little curious. Chapter 699, Absorb at the same time. Ding! Affected by the current physique, attribute, status, skill, etc. The current conversion rate of the holy attribute is approximately 1826 to 1. Ding! You have absorbed the holy energy within the ceiling stone. Your skill basic sacred study experience points plus 1. Ding! You have absorbed the holy energy within the ceiling stone. The game hints popped up in his vision one by one. It seemed to be a little slow. Compared to the previous sealing stone, the strength contained in his sealing stone was weaker, so it was slower to absorb. It was a waste of time. The main reason was that the conversion rate was too low. With such a small amount of experience points, how long would it take to reach level 10? Fang Heng was a little frustrated. Oh, right. He had the zombie clone. After absorbing the holy energy, it was not used for self-storage but was directly converted into experience points. In theory, a zombie clone should also be used to absorb and level up. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat, and he withdrew his hand from the sealing stone. Eh? Why did you stop? Sandy stared at Fang Heng like a curious baby and asked, is there a problem again? No, there's no rush. Fang Heng gave the zombie clones an order and looked at the entrance of the second basement. A moment later, the zombie clone staggered into the basement with shovels and steel shrapnels. Then, under Sandy's puzzled gaze, a zombie clone walked to Fang Heng's side. It held the shovel with one hand and pressed the stone pillar with the other. The energy in the stone pillar was absorbed by the zombie clone. Ding, your zombie clone has absorbed the holy energy in the sealing stone. Your skill basic sacred study skill experience points +1, ha. It worked. Fang Heng was delighted. The zombie clone was still reliable. Then, under Fang Heng's control, rows of zombie clones gathered toward the 5 sealing stones. Soon, the zombie clones surrounded the sealing stones and placed their palms on the stones to absorb the holy attribute energy. Ding, your zombie clone has absorbed the holy attribute energy from the stones. Your skill basic sacred study skill experience points +1, the game hints popped up one after another. Fang Heng nodded in satisfaction. This way, the absorption speed was increased by more than 50 times. He could still do other things in his free time. The zombie clones were really useful. With this thought, Fang Heng raised his head and looked at the pillar of light rising from the center of the 5 sealing stones. The pillar of light, which was not strong to begin with, dimmed a little after being constantly absorbed by the zombie clones. It even flickered a few times from time to time. It looks like it can hold on for a while. Looking at the zombies, Sandy was a little confused. He scratched his messy hair. Fang Heng glanced at the game hint and patted Sandy's shoulder. Let's go. The zombies found a locked underground chamber upstairs. Let's go and see if the Holy Court has any exhibits. Oh? Hearing that, Sandy didn't hesitate anymore. His eyes lit up. Okay. Let's go and have a look. Okay. Fang Heng nodded and replied. Then, he controlled another zombie clone to climb to the top of the building. He hung a red cloth on the top of the building to mark it. He told the vampires who were scouting at a high altitude that they had completely occupied the exhibition hall. In the luxurious reception room on the first floor of the exhibition hall. At that moment, the place had been completely destroyed by the zombies. The carpet and wooden planks on the floor had been forcefully cut open by the lickers with their sharp claws, revealing an entrance with an iron lid on it. Fang Heng walked forward and called the zombies behind him who were holding the iron pickaxes to start smashing. The zombie clones surrounded the iron lid. After smashing it for 3 minutes, the alloy metal lid was completely destroyed, revealing a staircase leading to the bottom. Sandy turned on the flashlight and shone it inside. Let's go in and take a look. The lickers opened the way, while Fang Heng and Sandy followed behind. After walking down the stone steps, they saw a small room in front of them. There were a few boxes and a desk in the room. Fang Heng went up to check. Ding, you have found the following materials: 270 pieces of basic magic building material crystals, 2,733 pieces of intermediate magic paint. Disappointed. Most of the materials in the box were needed to make a magic array. It was not common, and it could be exchanged for survival points. But at the moment, Fang Heng did not lack these points. It was a pity. He still could not find the holy water. Fang Heng thought, what a pity. Sandy was standing in front of the bookshelf on the right side of the small room. He picked up a book on the shelf and flipped through it, looking very interested. Fang Heng, come and take a look. These books are quite interesting. I've never seen them before. They seem to be the only handwritten copies. Books? Could there be a skill book? Fang Heng followed him to the side of the bookshelf and casually picked up a book on the bookshelf and flipped through it. Ding, you have obtained the Holy Church Chronicles. Description, normal type of books. Books that did not have any attribute would not be able to improve the sacred study skills. Fang Heng flipped through all the books to confirm the attribute and suddenly lost interest. Alright, there was no skill book. He was still empty-handed. He still had to go to the headquarters of the Holy Court to look for the holy water. Just as he was thinking, Venerate's voice came from outside the secret chamber. Marquis, is it convenient for you now? Please come in. Venerate came down from upstairs, entered the secret chamber, and half knelt on the ground. Marquis, a team from the Holy Court was gathering here 3 minutes ago. Oh? Was it the reinforcements of the Holy Court? Feng Heng's eyes lit up and asked, how many people? The enemy has less than 100 people. In the team, besides the Holy Cast Knights, there are also a large number of church priests. Therefore, the enemy's movement speed is relatively slow. They are expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Not bad, not bad. They were here to give away crystals again. A team of more than 100 people was estimated to be able to get 10 Tier 1 evolution crystals. Hey, Sandy, it's time to go. Sandy had a new toy at this time. He waved at Feng Heng and said, go and do your work. These books are interesting. I will stay here to study them. Don't worry about me. Victoria City. The chief judge of the Holy Court, Shelley, led the team to the periphery of the exhibition hall. Previously, Shelley had received orders from the Bishop of the Holy Court branch to repair the damaged magic array as quickly as possible to improve its perfection. About 10 minutes ago, she had just led the team to complete the rough repair of the magic array at another branch point. Just after leaving the point, she noticed that there was something wrong with the Holy Light Pillar of Light located in the exhibition hall. It was obvious that the energy of the Pillar of Light was greatly weakening. She remembered that the magic array at this spot was not yet complete. It was very likely that there was a problem with the structure of the magic array. In order to ensure that the magic array in Victoria City was operating steadily, Shelley immediately led a team to repair the magic array's central node. The team hurriedly entered the periphery of the exhibition hall and came to the entrance of the building. Chapter 700, The Priests. The exhibition hall building was plunged into darkness. The pillar of light rising from the inside of the exhibition hall had become extremely dim, as if it could be extinguished at any time. Shelley frowned. She realized that the problem might not be as simple as she had imagined. After activating the city's large-scale magic array, the entire exhibition hall should be in a state of lockdown. Why was there no one on duty here? Furthermore, there was a backup power source inside the exhibition hall. Why was there no light? Could it be the exhibition hall had been attacked? Shelley raised her hand to signal for the team to maintain their battle formation. Scout. A small team of Holy Cast Knights received the order and quickly entered the hall. Soon after, they retreated. Judge, there are traces of blood and fighting in the hall. However, we did not find any enemies. Take a few people and stay here. The rest of you, follow me. The Pillar of Light was in imminent danger. Shelley was concerned about the situation of the magic array, so she immediately brought people into the building to investigate the central node of the magic array. After entering the building, the team formed a combat reconnaissance formation and went to the sealed position of the second basement on high alert. The team had just arrived at the entrance through the passage when Shelley frowned and extended her hand to signal for the team to stop moving. She sniffed. This was strange. The smell of vampires was mixed with a weak undead aura. Why was there a weak undead aura? The direction of the aura came from. Shelley was trying to sense the exact location of the undead aura when suddenly, she heard a sizzling sound. Kai kai kai. Everyone heard the sizzling sound that was rapidly approaching. Immediately after, in the darkness, patches of grayish-brown life forms emerged from all directions. Shelley was stunned. Ghouls? When she thought of the undead aura that she had sensed not long ago, the first thing that appeared in Shelley's mind was this undead creature that was in the records of the Holy Church. It was actually a ghoul? Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The ghouls in the darkness quickly approached and surrounded everyone in the middle. Shelley frowned. Her mission was to repair the magic array, so there were not many Holy Cast Knights on the team. Instead, there were a large number of priests from the Holy Church. The Holy Court quickly adjusted its formation. The Holy Cast Knights were in the front row, surrounding the priest team at the back in the center. Shelley thought, maintaining her composure. Ghouls were filthy creatures from the death realm. Normal attacks could not kill them. The strength of the holy attribute could drive them out of evolution, and the priests of the Holy Church were very good at driving them out. But judging from their performance just now, these ghouls moved very fast. It seemed like they had been mutated. At the entrance of the exhibition hall, there were 3 Holy Cast Knights who stayed behind to guard the surroundings. Kai kai. There was a slight sound. The Holy Cast Knight turned his head warily and looked at the corner. He saw a grayish-brown shadow quickly flash past in front of him. The Holy Cast Knight shouted, "Who is it? Stop!" The next moment, Feng Heng jumped down from the second floor and swung his staff forward. Bang! Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the holy light armor on the 2 Holy Cast Knights' chests, and they were sent flying by Feng Heng's iron rod at the same time. Bang! As soon as they landed on the ground and before they could stabilize themselves, 5 or 6 black shadows dashed out from the darkness and quickly dragged the 2 Holy Cast Knights. The screams of the Holy Cast Knights could be heard in the darkness. The remaining holy caste knights were stunned and immediately shouted, "Judge! We have been attacked! How dare he call for help?" Feng Heng frowned, stepped forward and waved the iron rod in his hand again. Bang! The iron rod hit the shoulder of the holy caste knight. The holy caste knight did not care and directly fell into the exhibition hall behind him with the force of the impact. Seeing his two teammates being dragged into the darkness, the holy caste knights were extremely shocked. What kind of strange creatures were those? They were too terrifying. He had to immediately inform the judge to let them be careful. After falling heavily to the ground, the holy caste knight tried to stand up with one hand, but his expression suddenly changed. In the hall, on the ground, and on the ceiling, there were these terrifying creatures everywhere. They were gathering in front of them. Only then did the holy caste knight realize that Judge Shelley had long been surrounded by these terrifying creatures. They were currently engaged in a bitter battle. Kai kai kai. In an instant, 3 Liquor heard the sound and rushed towards him. Ding, your zombie clone has killed the holy caste knight. You have obtained 36 mission contribution points, 22 vampire reputation points, and 192 survival points. Ding, your zombie clone, Liquor, has received purification damage. It has died. After getting rid of the 3 holy caste knights who were guarding the door, Feng Heng glanced at the game hint. He frowned and looked at the interior of the exhibition hall where the battle was ongoing. Liquor has been purified. Shelley's team relied on the holy caste knights at the periphery to block the liquors. The priests at the rear began to cast purification skills to continuously purify and expel the ghouls. Purification was a type of spell damage, so it could kill Liquor with the undying body. So, the court and the others bumped into each other by accident. Feng Heng scratched his head. It seemed that the court's side was not at a disadvantage, but in fact, Shelley was under extreme pressure. Sweat kept dripping down her face. These ghouls were too tenacious. Only when they were constantly suppressed by the holy caste knights could they slowly purify the ghouls. The whole process was too time-consuming. The priests of the Holy Church not only had to continue to bless the holy caste knights and help consolidate their holy light armor but also had to focus on dealing with the ghouls and purifying them. If anything went wrong in the middle and the ghouls escaped, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Up until now, after tangling with the ghouls for so long, they had only purified 3 Liquor. As Shelley felt that her team was now standing on the edge of the cliff. If they were not careful, they would fall into the endless abyss. On the side, Feng Heng was also frowning. They had really encountered trouble. The main reason was that there were not enough liquors. They were unable to directly break through the periphery of the turtle shell of the holy caste knights. This directly caused the liquors to begin to lose members. If this continued, the group of liquors would become fewer and fewer. That would not do. There was still a solution. And it was not difficult. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes slightly and took out Ding Minet's specially made sniper rifle from his backpack. The scope was aimed at a priest who was performing purification on a liquor. He pulled the trigger steadily. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The priest who was performing purification was like a live target. His head was steadily shot by Feng Heng. The liquor who was undergoing purification also immediately broke free from its restraints and quickly fled into the darkness to recover its health point. Ding! You have killed a priest of the Holy Church. You have received 10 mission contribution points. You have received 12 vampire reputation points. You have received 32 survival points. You have received Tier 1 Evolution Crystal One Piece, Chapter 701, Engulfed. There's a sniper. Seeing their comrade's head suddenly explode, someone in the Holy Court team immediately shouted. The priests carefully looked around. But it was useless. Hiding in the dark, Feng Heng reloaded the magazine and aimed at another priest who was purifying the ghouls. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and another priest of the Holy Court was shot in the head. Damn it! He's here again. Quickly think of something. In an extremely tense battle and faced with a ghostly sniper, the morale of the entire Holy Court team plummeted. They were unable to concentrate on dealing with a large number of liquors when there were so many things happening. After 2 shots, Shelley had a clear perception of Feng Heng's location. She looked at the hiding place of Feng Heng not far away. Although Shelley had already seen Feng Heng, she could not do anything to him. The distance between them was too far, so she could not attack the opponent. If the Holy Caste Knights were to go over and capture the opponent, it was uncertain whether they would succeed. The entire team formation would be torn apart first. At that time, the church priests at the rear would have no one to protect them. They would be completely exposed to the sharp claws of the ghouls. Bang! Bang bang! Every 30 seconds or so, there would be a gunshot. It was like the bell of death where the life of the priest was taken away. The atmosphere on the side of the Holy Court was extremely heavy. They had already vaguely sensed that the sniper's target was the priest who was dispelling and purifying the ghouls. In the dark, Feng Heng's expression was calm. The Holy Court was truly extraordinary. Even under such circumstances, the strong sense of conviction and mission allowed the priests of the Holy Court to maintain an extraordinary dispelling and purification stance. The advantage was it was easy to aim at them. The priest who carried out the cleansing stood still and he could easily kill him with a headshot every time. The disadvantage was that the number of lickers was still slowly decreasing. Bang! Ding! You have killed the priest of the Holy Church. You have received 10 contribution points for the mission, 12 vampire reputation points, 32 survival points, and Tier 1 evolution crystal 1 piece. After killing the 12th priest, who was performing the purification, with one shot, Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. The drop rate was so high. The drop rate of a priest's Tier 1 evolution crystal was over 50%. It greatly increased the efficiency of leveling. This was good news. Fang Heng was a little happy, but he calmed his mind and continued to aim. Let's waste it together. Fang Heng expressed that he was not panicking. As the number of priests decreased, the Holy Court's originally slow purification speed became even slower. Even the holy light armor that replenished the holy caste knights in front of them was stretched to the limit. Shelly was extremely anxious. She also realized that if this continued, it would be a slow death for them. But she had no other way. Shelly's heart gradually sank to the bottom. Was she going to die here today? Judge, don't give up. We still have a chance. Follow us later. We will do our best to make a gap to escort you out of here. Shelly turned around and glared at the team captain of the Holy Caste Knights. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you asking me to give up on my companions? The Holy Caste Knights could escort her out by force, but what about the priests behind her who were moving slowly? Their movement speed was too slow. It was impossible for them to escape. It was equivalent to abandoning all of them. The team captain, Captain Wall, slashed the licker that was attacking him with his sword and moved closer to Shelly's side. He said in a deep voice, Judge, we have to let the bishop know what happened here. One of us has to leave. You are the best choice. Your life is worth more than ours. The 2 priests of the Holy Court beside him also shouted, Judge, don't worry about us. Please make our sacrifice meaningful. Shelly frowned. She knew that Wall was right. If they fought with their lives on the line, there was still a chance to escape from here. If they delayed any longer, they would all be wiped out. Protect Judge Shelly and evacuate. Let's go. Wall directly made the decision on behalf of Shelly. He ordered the Holy Caste Knights to charge forward. In an instant, the formation that they had maintained was broken. Almost at the same time, the lickers charged into the rear of the priest team and started killing. Ding, your zombie clone has killed a priest of the Holy Church. You have obtained 10 mission contribution points. You have obtained 12 vampire reputation points. You have obtained 32 survival points. You have obtained a Tier 1 evolution crystal 1 piece. Ding, your zombie clone has killed a priest of the Holy Church. For a moment, Fang Heng's vision was flooded with a large amount of information. Big win. Big win. Seeing the Holy Court Knights launch their final counterattack and run for their lives, Fang Heng put away his sniper rifle and sneered. You want to run now? It's a little too late. He didn't control the lickers. Instead, he asked them to speed up the hunt for the abandoned priests of the Holy Church. On the other side, after breaking through the encirclement of the lickers, Shelly suddenly felt a sense of hope. Not many. The number of ghouls on the periphery was really not that many. In addition, most of the ghouls were attracted by the priests at the back, so they did not chase after them. Let's go. Wall saw hope and shouted. He used his big shield to push away the ghouls in front of him, using his battered body to open a path to escort Shelly away. Listening to the screams of the abandoned priest team, Shelly's heart was bleeding. This was a team that she had spent more than 10 years nurturing. And today, she had no choice but to abandon them all. Shelly gritted her teeth and followed the Holy Caste Knight team in front. I will avenge you. In the name of the Holy Light. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. The group of Holy Caste Knights in front of them slowly stopped. What was going on? They were almost at the exit. Why did they stop moving? Wall. What happened? Wall stood in front of the group, his face pale, and he did not say a word. Shelly walked forward. Her eyes revealed astonishment. Zombies. They were zombies of the undead. It was unknown when, but a dense horde of zombies appeared in front of them. The horde of zombies was blocking the entrance of the exhibition hall. Zombies were not as difficult to deal with as lickers, but with such a large number of zombies blocking the entrance, it was impossible to break through in a short period of time. Kai kai kai. Just as they were hesitating, the sound of kai 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 came from the back of the team. After the lickers devoured the priests behind them, they chased after them again. What should they do? Shelly's face was ashen. In the distance, Fang Heng stood in the shadows far away. He put away his sniper rifle and made a gesture. Kai kai kai. The zombie team and the lickers swarmed toward the Holy Court. Shelley and the last batch of knights were instantly engulfed by the zombie clones. Chapter 702, building. More than 10 minutes later, a game hint appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding! You have destroyed the magic array node repair team led by Holy Court Judge Shelley. You have gained an additional 4,359 contribution points and 600 Elders Council reputation points. Ding! Current player contribution points, 17,767. Current main mission evaluation, A++. Ding! Current evaluation reward, randomly binding A-level skill book. At the last moment, Judge Shelley relied on a special restriction skill to enhance the continuous recovery ability of the Holy Cast Knights within range. Coupled with the Holy Cast Knights' troublesome turtle shell characteristic, it took Feng Heng quite a bit of time to clear out this group. If it wasn't for the assistance of the normal zombie clones, he really didn't know how long he would have to fight until the end. Feng Heng waved his hand forward, and the densely packed evolution crystals on the ground merged into his palm imprint. Ding! You have obtained a complete 21 evolution crystal, 37 Tier 1 evolution crystal, Tier 2 evolution crystal 5-piece, priest. Great. Perhaps the level of a priest was a little lower than a holy knight, so the priest wouldn't drop a Tier 2 evolution crystal. On the other hand, the drop rate of a Tier 1 evolution crystal was particularly high. Feng Heng calculated that there were still more than 20 Tier 1 evolution crystals left to complete the upgrade. This was a bloody win. After cleaning up the battlefield, Feng Heng ordered the zombie clones to return to the basement to continue absorbing energy. Then, Feng Heng walked out of the exhibition hall and raised his head to look at the sky. Venerate once again flew down from the sky and came in front of Feng Heng, kneeling on one knee. Seeing how easily Feng Heng had taken care of the Holy Court's team, Venerate was not surprised. He even felt that this was normal. This group of low-level Holy Court actually wanted to provoke the Marquis. They were courting death. Vampires were invincible. Feng Heng asked, "What is it?" Venerate knelt on one knee and reported respectfully, "Marquis, the Pious Guild has sent news. Some Holy Court teams from other cities are continuously entering Victoria City to provide support. In addition, we have already detected Eleanor's team. They are accompanied by a large number of Holy Cast Knights. It will take about 15 minutes for them to reach the Vampire's building. The explosives in the Vampire's building have been set up." "That's right." Feng Heng suddenly remembered that Eleanor seemed to be leading a team of priests. "Not bad, not bad." Feng Heng licked his lips slightly as if he could already see a glimmer of hope of an upgrade. "Tell Yuma Oaksu that I will be back very soon. Keep in touch at all times." "Yes, Marquis." Victoria City under the night sky. The pillar of light that rose from the exhibition hall gradually dimmed until it completely disappeared. "Ding! Your skill basic sacred study skill level has been upgraded to level 3. The holy light energy inside the sealing stone was completely absorbed and lost its effect. The conversion rate was really low. It was only level 3 after absorbing all the holy light energy." Feng Heng's disappointment revealed a bit of helplessness. "Sandy, it's done. Let's go." Sandy was reading a book by the side. When he heard Feng Heng's words, he blinked and even felt a bit reluctant to leave. "We're leaving just like that?" "All right, wait a moment. You have to bring them with you." Feng Heng looked at the sealing stone that Sandy was pointing at. This thing was too big. It couldn't be directly put into a backpack. Was he causing trouble again? Feng Heng turned around and looked at Sandy. "Is it really necessary? Didn't you say that it doesn't have artistic value?" "Yes, I did say that, but it turns out that after being optimized by an art master, the effect will definitely be different." Sandy laughed while speaking. "Please believe in the god of art. As long as it's under my control, it's normal for its value to increase by millions of times." "Feng Heng, I just found some content about the sealing stone in the book. I need to study it with real objects." "All right." Feng Heng shrugged. He had a large number of zombie clones now. Although the sealing stone was heavy, it was not difficult to move it. Under Feng Heng's control, the zombie clones went forward and lifted the sealing stone together, carrying it to the sewer. "And these books, I haven't finished reading them." "Since when do you like reading?" Feng Heng was helpless. He waved his hand and put the thick stack of books on the ground into his backpack. "The head-on battle with the Holy Court is not suitable for you. You stay in the sewer security room." "No problem." "Perfect. I will study the sealing stone mentioned in the book." Bringing Sandy back to the sewer security room, Feng Heng immediately rushed toward the nearest pillar of light. 10 minutes later, Feng Heng returned to the building through the sewer. Liu Oaksu and Zhao Nan looked at each other when they saw Feng Heng return. They had been waiting in the building for a long time, watching the vampires move the explosives to various hidden corners of the building. They did not know what evil plan Feng Shao and Sandy were planning after staying in the basement for so long. "Ahem." Liu Oaksu coughed lightly. He stepped forward and said, Mr. Feng Shao, all the explosives have been sent over. In addition, the reinforcements from the Holy Court are little more than we expected. They are all gathered outside the door, waiting for Judge Eleanor to arrive before launching a general attack. Yes, I understand. Feng Heng answered without any emotion and looked out of the window. He raised his head and looked into the distance. There were more than twice as many people in the Holy Court as there were before. In the eyes of Liu Ma, Oxu and Zhao Nan, Feng Heng showed disdain and contempt toward the Holy Court outside. Feng Heng's plan was very simple. Recklessness. He was not going to expose the zombie clones anyway. He was going to target the mission completion rate. When the time came, he would use the liquors to kill as many people in the Holy Court as he could, and earn as many evolution crystals as he could. Then the next step would be to directly blow up the entire vampires building. In any case, with such an explosion, not many liquors would die. With so many members of the Holy Court buried with them, he should be able to raise his contribution points to S level, right? In the outside world, Eleanor arrived with a team of priests and met up with Langdon. After a simple discussion, the two of them immediately launched a general attack on the vampires building. Before entering, Eleanor distributed holy water to the team. The Holy Cast Knights led the way into the hall. Following closely behind was a large number of priests from the Holy Church led by Eleanor. Upon entering the hall and seeing the pitch-black building, Eleanor frowned slightly. She opened her hand forward. Buzz. A ball of light rose into the air. The light dispersed the darkness in the hall. Langdon scanned his surroundings vigilantly, indicating for the team to occupy the entrances and exits on the first floor. He said in a deep voice, previously, the scouting team was attacked by ghouls when they were heading to the pathway to the third basement. We will first search the high-rise buildings on the ground, then we will search the entire building in batches. Before Langdon could finish, Eleanor suddenly raised her head and looked up. Come out, I can already feel your aura. Chapter 703, Surrounded. Feng Heng frowned. Was it an aura? He had heard from the people of the Holy Court more than once that they could sense the aura of the undead and vampires on his body. Forget about the aura of the vampires. After all, he had the vampire bloodline. But the aura of the undead? Was it because he had stayed in the fallen corridor for too long and was tainted by the aura? Or was it because of elementary necromancy? Or was it because he had absorbed a lot of necromancy energy? As he pondered, Feng Heng revealed himself from behind a stone pillar on the third floor. Who are you? Eleanor's heart was filled with uncertainty. She realized that this person's body was filled with the smell of undead and vampires. Feng Heng shrugged and casually said, a vampire. Feng Shao, a necromancer who believes in the holy light. Eleanor stared at Feng Heng. It was too strange. Why did he have a weak aura of holy light on him? Could he be a fallen person of the holy light? Why do you have the aura of the holy light on you? Who exactly are you? Is it strange? There are many existences who believe in holy light in the world, and the Holy Court is just one of them. Feng Heng looked at Eleanor. Do you want to consider helping me? Forget it. I wouldn't dare to accept you even if you promised me. You people of the Holy Court are all untrustworthy. As he spoke, Feng Heng waved his hand. In the next moment, sizzling sounds rang in everyone's ears. Hearing the strange sounds, the members of the Holy Court immediately gathered together. In the next moment, a large number of ghouls appeared from every corner of the hall and immediately rushed toward the Holy Cast Knights. Fight! Langdon immediately shouted when he saw the situation. The moment the battle started, Langdon realized that something was wrong. He did not expect the liquor's agility to be able to evolve to such a degree. It could easily climb along the walls and escape from the various narrow ventilation duct entrances. Eleanor also took out the Book of Creation and led the priest to chant a prayer. Fine. Holding the Book of Creation with one hand, Eleanor pointed at a certain spot. The three liquors were entangled by the dark golden chains at the same time. After they landed on the ground, they struggled and rolled around crazily. TSK, it's quite troublesome. The number of liquors under them was not large to begin with due to the lack of time to reproduce and proliferate. Moreover, a small portion of them had been exhausted in the exhibition hall just now. At this moment, faced with a large number of Holy Court teams, the liquors were indeed in a tight spot. I hope they can hold on for a little longer. Let me level up first. Feng Heng muttered to himself in a low voice. He slowly retreated into the darkness and raised his sniper rifle to aim at Eleanor. Almost instantly, Eleanor sensed a powerful threat approaching. She had no choice but to stop chanting and dodge to the side. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The priest beside Eleanor, who was undergoing purification, was shot in the head. Ding! You have killed the priest of the Holy Church. You have received 10 mission contribution points. You have received 12 vampire reputation points. You have received 32 survival points. You have received Tier 1 Evolution Crystal 1 piece, Tier 1 Evolution Crystal +1. Fang Heng was expressionless as he slowly switched the magazine. With Fang Heng secretly aiming at her with a sniper rifle, Eleanor was unable to control the Book of Creation to focus on casting her skills. Because once she released her skills, she would be locked onto by the other party. She felt extremely uncomfortable. However, she was also unable to get past the group of Holy Caste Knights who were fighting fiercely at the front. She could only be restrained by her opponent. And each time the other party made a killing, he took away the life of an elementary priest of the Holy Court. Eleanor looked at Fang Heng, who was high up, and said in a deep voice, "Langdon, think of a way to restrain him." "Yes, I will deal with him." As Langdon said that, the long sword in his hand exploded with a scorching holy light, sweeping away a group of ghouls in the surrounding area. The tip of his foot stomped on the ground fiercely and he leaped high up. "You're disturbing my leveling again. How troublesome." Fang Heng was enjoying his killing. Seeing this, he shifted the muzzle of his gun and steadily pulled the trigger in his hand. Langdon, who was rapidly moving forward, leaped up to the second floor. The tip of his foot tapped lightly on the ground and he quickly dodged to the right. The bullet grazed past Langdon's shoulder. Bang! The dark golden armor on the right side of his shoulder instantly exploded. Crack! Landing on the ground again, Langdon stomped hard on the ground with both his legs. A shallow pit appeared on the ground under his feet as he leaped toward Fang Heng on the third floor. With a swooping force, Langdon used his light-cast holy sword and slashed down with all his might. Fang Heng frowned and put away the sniper rifle. He took out an iron rod with his right hand and smashed it forward. Bang! The iron rod made an explosive sound the moment it came into contact with the sword. Fang Heng was shocked to find that the iron rod in his hand had been shattered by the opponent's long sword. Iron fragments flew in all directions. Kai! After breaking the iron rod, the light-cast holy sword stabbed into the left side of Fang Heng's heart. Fang Heng lowered his head and saw fresh blood flowing out of the wound. Ding! You have received penetrating damage, health point minus 6,779. Ding! You have entered the laceration bleeding state, and your health point continues to decrease. Langdon's expression was calm as he stared into Fang Heng's eyes under the mask. He said coldly, "You should be proud of yourself for being able to break my holy light armor so easily. Now, let them surrender and return with me to the Holy Court to be judged." Fang Heng slowly raised his head and stared at Langdon as well. A mocking smile appeared on his face. "Wow, you're quite impressive." Langdon's expression changed slightly. He noticed that the opponent did not seem to have entered the state of near death as he had expected. He had clearly been stabbed in the chest by the Holy Caste long sword, but he seemed to be fine. The blood flowing out of the wound on Fang Heng's body dripped down along the long sword and onto the ground. "Don't force yourself. The strength of the Holy Court is beyond your imagination. I will say it for the last time, tell them to stop." "Silly bird, I said the powerful one is not you, but the equipment in your hands." Langdon's eyelids twitched. He instantly felt that something was wrong. Oh no. Almost subconsciously, Langdon immediately wanted to pull out his long sword, but he was too late. He looked down and saw that the opponent's hands were tightly holding the blade of the long sword. Blood kept flowing out of the wound that his opponent had torn open. Has he gone mad? This thought flashed through Langdon's mind. Sizzle. Sizzle. The blood made a sizzling sound and formed tiny drops of blood that floated in the air in front of Langdon's eyes. What was going on? In the next moment, the blood drops that were floating in the air instantly condensed into a palm and charged forward fiercely, grabbing onto Langdon's throat tightly. Fine red secret runes appeared around the blood-red palm and quickly spread out around his neck. Langdon suddenly realized that the flow of the holy light's strength on his body had greatly slowed down under the influence of the incantation. It was so slow that it was almost impossible to activate. Almost at the same time, all the lickers in the hall gave up on the enemy in front of them. They rushed up to the third floor without caring about anything else. They rushed straight towards Langdon. "Commander Langdon." Seeing that the lickers were being controlled, the Holy Caste Knights' eyes turned red as they desperately wanted to go forward to support. Chapter 704, Disarm. However, the Holy Caste Knights, who were known for their defensive abilities, were no match for the lickers in terms of speed. Moreover, the lickers could climb up the wall and ceiling, but they could only go around by taking the stairs. The Holy Court could only watch as Langdon was drowned in the middle of more than 30 ghouls. In the blink of an eye, the group of lickers dispersed. "Ding, you have killed Langdon, the deputy commander of the Holy Court's Holy Caste Knights. Your friendship with the Holy Court has been greatly reduced. Ding, you have obtained Tier 2 Crystal One Piece. You have acquired 134 survival points. Ding, your contribution points in the main mission plus 450, vampire reputation points plus 400, Kai." Fang Heng slowly pulled out the silver long sword that had pierced his chest. "Ding, you have obtained an item light cast holy sword. Ding, it has been detected that you have mastered basic sacred study. You have obtained the equipment permission for that equipment. Item: Light Cast Holy Sword. Description: a piece of equipment that can be worn by a commander-level Holy Cast Knight. Attribute: additional 13% damage when casting a sacred skill. Attribute: Sharpness +3. Not bad. Sharpness +3 was considered a good attribute. When using the same weapon, Feng Heng could gain quite an advantage. When using a piercing attack, he could also add a small amount of damage. The additional 13% bonus from a holy skill was the icing on the cake. Feng Heng held his longsword in his hand and tried to swing it. It was just a little too light. After being used to using a machete and iron rods, he still felt that it was not very convenient. In the distance, in another building, Zhao Nan and the other two were using night vision binoculars to observe the interior of the building. They witnessed Langdon being devoured by the ghouls. Terrifying. Zhao Nan was extremely shocked. Commander of the Knights, Langdon. Under the enhancement of the magic array of the entire Victoria City, his strength had definitely reached the marquee level of the vampires. However, he was still defeated by Feng Shao. Feng Shao's strength had already surpassed the normal strength of the vampire apocalypse by a large margin. Liu Ma Oxu suddenly frowned and patted Zhao Nan's shoulder. "Hey, Zhao Nan, look over there." Looking in the direction that Liu Ma Oxu was pointing, Zhao Nan's brows were tightly furrowed. "Undead. You will pay the price for what you have done. Don't even think about polluting this pure land." Eleanor's face was slightly distorted due to her anger. She condensed a mark on her chest. "Even if I have to sacrifice my life as the price, I will seal you here." Golden light blossomed on Eleanor's chest, spreading out in circles. The golden pillar of light that soared to the sky exploded once again in the building. Hiss. The lickers let out low roars that sounded like they were demonstrating their power. Under Feng Heng's control, they pounced on the Holy Cast Knights on the first floor once again. "What's that?" Zhao Nan put down the binoculars and looked at Liu Ma Oxu. "It's a special skill that can greatly improve the strength of the surrounding Holy Court's team. It's also a kind of distress signal." Liu Ma Oxu frowned and pointed to the outside of the building on the right. "Look outside." Whoosh. Bang. Bang bang. Looking from a high place, a few Holy Cast Knights outside the building lit up a special firework. The members of the Holy Court who had been guarding the door as reserves rushed into the vampires' building. The fireworks emitted a golden light into the air. It's a distress signal from the Holy Court. It represents an extreme crisis and to call for all possible support. Liu Ma Oxu lowered his head and looked at the survival radio as he spoke. He hurriedly edited a message and sent it out. He then raised his head and said, "It's no longer safe here. Boss Feng Shao should be using explosives. We have to leave first." On the third floor, Feng Heng observed the movement of the Holy Court. He raised his right hand high and gestured for Liu Ma Oxu and Zhao Nan, who were in the other building, to leave. Then, he raised his sniper rifle again and aimed the muzzle at Eleanor. Bang. Eh? Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. A Holy Cast Knight raised his black shield in front of Eleanor. Boom. The special sniper bullet's second explosion sent the Holy Cast Knight flying out. Immediately, another elite Holy Cast Knight rushed up and raised his shield in front of Eleanor. "Interesting. You've been provoked, haven't you?" Feng Heng whispered softly and switched the magazine, allowing Eleanor to continue casting her skills for a while before turning her target towards the priests at the back. Those priests did not have the protection of the Holy Cast Knights. Continue to farm experience points. Bang. Ding, you have killed a priest of the Holy Church. You have received, 1 shot, 1 priest of the Holy Church down. As the priests fell one by one, the number of lickers was also rapidly decreasing. It was about time. Seeing a large number of Holy Church's Holy Cast Knights and believers rush into the building, even running up to the second floor, Feng Heng waved his hand. Ding, you have obtained a complete Evolution Crystal 7 piece, Tier 1 Evolution Crystal 9 piece. There were still 15 crystals left to level up. It was a pity that he was just left with that small margin. There was no way for him to continue now. A large number of Holy Cast Knights charged at Feng Heng. Catch him. Feng Heng looked at the Holy Cast Knights charging at him, quickly put away his sniper rifle, and hid in the darkness. Feng Heng pressed the detonator and closed his eyes. A slightly red magic array rose from under his feet. In Victoria City, Ding drove a small white car straight to the vampires' building in the center of the city. After entering the city, the two of them also triggered the mission of Victoria City under the holy light. Naturally, the two of them automatically belonged to the camp of vampires. From what Ding had seen on the way into Victoria City, the entire Victoria City had fallen into chaos. The traffic at the city's main entrances and exits had been cut off. Ding had no choice but to force his way through an unknown path to enter the city. Small cars sped along the streets. Vampires occasionally flew by in the sky. They were scouting from high up in the sky. Such a large and intensive scouting method. Meng Hao observed the mission description and thought to himself. This didn't seem like the usual fighting style of the vampires. From this, it was possible that someone was controlling them from behind. Furthermore, this type of behavior seemed to be the work of a player. Fuck. Boss. Look over there, what is that thing? Ah Ding, who was driving, suddenly cried out in alarm. He looked up into the distance, and saw a pillar of holy light rising up from the vampire's building. Next, several more signal flares exploded around the vampire's building. Meng Hao's heart sank. He could sense the smell of a mission. That's the Holy Court's distress signal, hurry up. We need to get there as soon as possible. Okay. Ah Ding agreed. He stepped on the gas pedal and sped off toward the vampire's building. As soon as the car entered the periphery of the campus of the vampire's building, buses and private cars appeared on the road in front of them. Damn, why did they stop? They have no sense of morality at all. Meng Hao's eyes focused on the buses. His eyelids twitched. He slapped Ah Ding, who was about to retort, and shouted, "Quick! Stop the bus!" Chapter 705, Destruction. Upon hearing this, Ah Ding was startled. He slammed on the brakes and quickly parked the car to the side. "Boss, what's the situation?" "SHH." Meng Hao motioned for Ah Ding to lower her voice. He pointed to the right side and said, "Look over there." Ah Ding looked behind the bus that Meng Hao was pointing at, and his heart also tightened. It was the Holy Caste Knights of the Holy Court. A large number of Holy Caste Knights and followers who belonged to the Holy Court got off the bus and rushed toward the central vampire's building to provide assistance. There were nearly 100 of them. Meng Hao couldn't help but look up into the sky. The vampires still had no intention of joining the battle. They hovered in the air to investigate. In the distance, the sky was already beginning to glow with a touch of the morning light. It was almost dawn. There was at most an hour left. By the time, the abilities of the vampires would be further weakened. Ah Ding was extremely nervous. He couldn't help but lower his voice and ask, "Boss, what should we do? We need to think of a way to sneak into the building to take a look." Look, a large number of vampires are still scouting the periphery, but the building can resist the attack of the Holy Court. It can even force the Holy Court to send out a distress signal. Meng Hao thought for a moment before quickly coming to a decision. If my guess is correct, the vampire's building must have some sort of item that can resist the magic array of Victoria City. We need to think of a way to obtain a mission from the vampires and get rid of the Holy Court. Listening to Meng Hao's analysis, a look of admiration appeared in Ah Ding's eyes. Okay. Ah Ding was just about to open the door when suddenly, a huge boom rang out in his ear. Boom. What was going on? An explosion? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, intense tinnitus immediately followed. Along with the violent tremors under his feet, the entire car was sent flying by the air blast from outside. In the next second, Ah Ding felt as if the world was spinning. He and the car rolled out for more than 10 meters. After a long time, Ah Ding struggled out of the car and poured a mouthful of recovery potion into his mouth. Outside the car, dust and smoke filled the air. Bah! The smell of dirt filled his mouth. Ah Ding slowly came back to his senses. He spat on the ground and looked for Meng Hao. "Boss, are you okay?" Meng Hao stood in front of a cloud of dust. For a moment, he was in a daze. Ah Ding followed Meng Hao and looked up at the nearby vampire's building. As the dust settled, his lips twitched. Within a few seconds, the entire black vampire's building completely collapsed in front of the two of them. Even the Holy Court, which had just entered the hall, was engulfed by the collapsed building. No way. Why are they playing so big? Ah Ding couldn't help but feel a bit scared. If they had entered the vampire's building a few minutes earlier, they would have perished as well. "Boss, we should." Meng Hao's mind went blank for a moment as he stared at the vampire's building. It didn't take long for him to come to a realization. So the entire plan was a conspiracy? A conspiracy against the Holy Court? To draw the power of the Holy Court inside and outside of Victoria City into the vampire's building, then destroy the building and destroy it. A ruthless character. Meng Hao sighed inwardly. The price was too high. At the cost of the entire central vampire's building, the vampires had spent a great deal of effort to build the teleportation passage inside the building. There were even a large number of vampires inside the building. Was it really all for nothing? All for nothing? If he thought about it carefully, perhaps everything from the beginning was a setup. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed to be the work of a player. What was wasted was the resources of the vampires, and the player could use the mission to earn a huge reward. "Boss, what should we do next?" Meng Hao slowly calmed down from his shock. He focused and thought carefully. If he was the one who had set up the plan, then what would he do after destroying the living forces of the vampires in Victoria City? Meng Hao looked up at the pillars of light rising up in the city. Pillars of light. That's right. Seal the nodes of the magic array. The enemy would definitely choose to destroy the sealing nodes next. This was also part of the enemy's plan. Such a greedy plan, choosing to wipe out all of the living forces of the Holy Court and all of the Pillars of Light in one fell swoop. Therefore, it was very likely that the enemy had chosen to close the teleportation passage in order to prevent the vampires from other regions from entering the city and destroying his plan, thus preventing him from receiving the full mission reward. So greedy? Suddenly, Meng Hao thought of a certain person he had met in the zombie apocalypse game. That guy who used cheats. Ah Ding's face was filled with confusion. Boss, what pillar of light pillar? Where should we go? Meng Hao shook his head, and the shadow of that person flashed in his mind. A large number of the Holy Court's forces have been destroyed, but the disadvantage of the vampires has not been alleviated. The vampires should next attack the remaining light pillars of the magic array of the Holy Court. We will go look for the light pillars now. We should be able to find the mastermind behind this Victoria City incident. Meng Hao pondered for a moment, then continued to raise his head and say, the defensive ability of the Holy Cast Knights is very strong. They won't be able to kill everyone. Let's hurry up and leave. Is the car okay? Don't worry, it's a national product. It's very solid. Ding, you have caused destructive damage to the team led by Judge Eleanor. You have caused destructive damage to some of the support teams of the Holy Court. You have received an additional 23,441 contribution points. You have received 3,200 Elders Council reputation points. Your friendship with the Holy Court has greatly deteriorated. Ding, current player contribution points, 43,767, current main mission evaluation, S, ding, current evaluation reward randomly bind A+ level skill book, 3 options. Under the ruins, Feng Heng once again revealed himself. After spending some effort to remove the shrapnel that covered his body, Feng Heng crawled out from the ruins. Feng Heng glanced at the game hint and quickly looked around. The explosion of the explosives was very powerful, and the collapse of the building also caused secondary damage. Unfortunately, the Holy Cast Knights were too shell-like. There was still a small number of lucky Holy Cast Knights who did not die directly. The Holy Cast Knights who had rushed over from outside the building had already begun the rescue mission. Some of the Holy Cast Knights that were buried shallowly had already been dug out. A small number of lickers also emerged from the ruins and continued to fight with the Holy Cast Knights. Unfortunately, the side of the Holy Court that had died in the explosion did not drop the corresponding evolution crystals. And Feng Heng scanned the surroundings. He found it. It was over there, the holy water that the Holy Court had brought. At this moment, the scene was too chaotic due to the explosion. No one paid attention to the holy water anymore. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Feng Heng came to the side of the pile of holy water. Ding, you have found the holy water. It was still too little. The Holy Court had not brought much holy water this time, and they had wasted a lot of it previously. Ding, you have obtained the holy water X31, they were like souvenirs. He would accept all of them with gratitude. Feng Heng waved his hand and put all of the holy water into his backpack. Chapter 706, Reinforcements. Currently, a large number of the main forces of the Holy Court had been destroyed, and the completion rate of the main mission had risen to S level as expected. The plan had been executed perfectly. Then, the next step was. A hint of greed flashed through Feng Heng's eyes. He would not rest until all 10 remaining pillars of light in the city were destroyed. Then, he would destroy the entire Holy Court in the city. He only needed to go through with this step. He only needed to use the Book of the Dead's conversion ability to inject death energy into it and detonate all the remaining ones. He still required more than 10 Tier 1 crystals before leveling up to level 20. He estimated that he would be able to complete it smoothly halfway. After that, he would run straight to the headquarters and destroy the Holy Court. This way, he estimated that he would be able to level up the mission to SSS level contribution points and get the highest reward. After roughly considering the next plan, Feng Heng hid his body and carefully retreated. Returning to the street behind the campus, Feng Heng skillfully opened a manhole cover in the alley. He did not jump into the sewer immediately. Instead, he raised his head and looked into the sky. The bat-shaped Venerate landed in front of Feng Heng and knelt on one knee. Marquis, we just received news from the clan that Count Kido was gathering a team of vampires in the territory not long ago. Feng Heng could not help but frown and interrupted, Kido? Who is it? Seeing Feng Heng's puzzled gaze, Venerate looked around, lowered his voice and explained to Feng Heng, Count Kido is the count of our Alta clan. He has always been placed with high hopes. He is the right candidate to inherit the next marquis. After he learned that the central building of the vampires had been destroyed, he immediately gathered all the vampires in the nearby area. He will came to Victoria City and Venerate stammered, support our Victoria City and kill the remaining forces of the Holy Court. Feng Heng understood when he met Venerate's somewhat evasive gaze. He knew how to choose the perfect timing. Now that he knew that the central building and the people of the Holy Court had been destroyed, he came to steal the credit. Feng Heng pursed his lips. Also, Venerate's expression was a little awkward. What? Venerate said carefully, Marquis, Count Kido told me to tell you to immediately go to the eastern region of Victoria City to meet him. Do not act rashly before he arrives and wait for his orders. Feng Heng's eyelids twitched slightly. In the world of vampires, the rank of a marquis was higher than that of a count. However, considering the factions of the clans and the areas under their jurisdiction, he, who claimed to be a hermit, did not have much authority. Although Kido's arrogance was foolish, it was also reasonable. In other words, Victoria City was a border city. Originally, the city did not have any high-tier vampires guarding it. Otherwise, Feng Heng would have needed to spend some effort to gain control of Victoria City. Thinking about it, Feng Heng asked, Count Kido's original words should not be like this, right? Venerate lowered his head. I am very sorry, Marquis. Please believe that I am on your side. But if Count Kido comes to Victoria City, as a member of the clan, I am afraid that Feng Heng understood. The pressure from the vampires. Venerate lowered his head again and said, I am sorry, Marquis. Feng Heng waved his hand and said, I understand. Continue to investigate before Kido comes. Keep an eye on Kido's movements and all the Holy Court teams in the city. Report to me if there are any unusual movements. Yes, Marquis. Feng Heng watched as Venerate continued to fly toward the sky above the city. He did not care about seizing power. He only hoped that Kido would not cause trouble for him. Otherwise. Feng Heng lifted the manhole cover on the ground and jumped down. Kai kai kai. At the same time, the group of lickers who were fighting with the Holy Caste Knights on the ruins of the vampires building not far away also dispersed rapidly like the tide. Hey! Feng Heng. The explosion just now was so cool. Back in the sewer security room, Sandy praised Feng Heng excitedly. The art and the aesthetics are worthy of a 4-star evaluation. By the way, where are we going next? To the next central node of the magic array. It's not far. It's in a car shop nearby. Feng Heng checked the map and brought Sandy to the next central node through the sewer. Sandy had nothing to do, so he asked curiously, Boss Feng, tell me about your plan. Let me see if we can improve it. Feng Heng was helpless by his incessant request, so he told him about the plans he was going to implement. No. Boss. Hearing Feng Heng lay out the plan to detonate the sealing stone, Sandy was shocked and immediately shouted to stop him. Huh? Why not? No, absolutely not. Sandy said with a stern face, the sealing stone is so rare, it would be a waste to blow it up just like that. Besides, they are the perfect raw materials for my artwork, how can you waste them like that? Absolutely not. Well. Feng Heng hesitated for a moment and asked, are you sure it's valuable? It's very valuable. Very valuable. Sandy nodded solemnly and took out the book that he had collected from the basement not long ago, and I've just studied it. This sealing stone has other uses. I've studied it. If we slightly modify the position of the sealing stone and... Oh? Feng Heng looked at the book in Sandy's hand and said, you mean you can make corresponding adjustments to the seal formed by the sealing stones? Ahem. Sandy coughed with a guilty conscience. The content recorded in the book was profound and difficult to understand. He had studied the sealing stone for a long time, but he had only gained a superficial understanding. As for completely controlling the sealing stone and adjusting the magic array of the sealing stone, it was absolutely impossible. The knowledge of the sealing stone is extensive and profound. I can only say that I have a superficial understanding. It's still possible to make some minor adjustments to the original foundation. If it's a large number of modifications, there are still many things that I don't quite understand. I still need some research. Give me some time. Feng Heng glanced at Sandy and quickly thought about it. In this case, he might need to make some minor adjustments to the plan in advance. The sealing stone could not be moved when there was still energy inside it. Then he would waste some more time and spend some time absorbing the sealing stone dry before taking it away. In this case, it was fine. He could also increase the level of the sacred study. At the headquarters of the Holy Court in Victoria City. In the prayer hall, they kept receiving bad news. After receiving the news that almost all the Holy Caste Knights in the Vampires building had been wiped out, Chen Li leaned his back heavily against his chair. His face was terrifyingly gloomy, and he was unable to speak for a long time. The Holy Court had finally destroyed the Vampires building along with the teleportation array inside it. But the price they had to pay was too great. He lost a large number of the main combat forces, as well as the lives of a deputy commander of the Holy Caste Knights and a chief judge. It had taken him more than 10 years to train such a group of warriors in Victoria City. Chen Li's heart was bleeding. If he had a choice, Chen Li would like to start all over again. Chapter 707, Upgrade. Chen Li clenched his fists tightly. Vampires. They must pay the price. Bishop, the structure point of the magic array number 12 has lost its function. The efficiency of the main magic array has decreased. The energy of the structure point of the magic array number 9 had also become unstable 5 minutes ago. The energy is rapidly weakening. At this speed, it will lose its function in another 10 minutes at most. Another piece of bad news. Chen Li said in a deep voice, send Shelley to point 12 to repair the magic array. Bishop, we've lost contact with Shelley for more than half an hour. Then send Luo's team over to support. Yes, Judge Luo's team is currently repairing the structure point at magic array number 3. They will rush over immediately after the repair. Lord Bishop, the branch structure point at magic array number 6 has been attacked by the ghouls. Judge Jino has sent out a distress signal. Lord Bishop, Jino's team is heading to magic array number 6 to provide support and repel the ghouls. Bishop, 3 minutes ago, there was an anomaly in the branch structure point at magic array number 10. The magic array is weakening rapidly. Lord Bishop, please. Lin Yuanxin led 3 teams of Holy Caste Knights to checkpoint 2. They encountered a group of ghouls and forced them to retreat. However, they suspect that the magic array structure point has been partially destroyed. Requesting for further instructions. Bishop, the remaining teams have all been wiped out. Bishop, the structure point at point 6. More than half an hour had passed. One after another, urgent reports came in. Chen Li's head was about to explode when he heard them. Ghouls. Ghouls. Ghouls were everywhere. Who could tell him where these ghouls had come from? Ever since the vampires building had been destroyed, Chen Li had thought that he could completely control the entire Victoria City. But half an hour had passed, and Chen Li now felt that the entire Victoria City was filled with ghouls. The entire Victoria City had been occupied by ghouls everywhere. A sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. The Holy Court clearly had the advantage, but why did it feel as if there were loopholes and threats everywhere? Seeing that the Holy Court was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position, Zhu Kong, the executive director of the New Genesis gaming company who had joined the Holy Court, had a premonition that something was wrong. The appearance of the undead had already caused the bishop to lose his composure. Zhu Kong stepped forward and suggested, Lord Bishop, based on the performance of the vampires, it is very likely that they are relying on the mobility of the ghouls and the detection ability of the vampires to carry out multiple harassing battles and disrupt our planned deployment. Yes. Chen Li nodded. He had also sensed it long ago. The other party had clearly occupied the branch structure points of the magic array, but they did not immediately destroy the magic array. Instead, they stayed for a while and retreated immediately after encountering a large number of reinforcements. Then, the Holy Court had no choice but to choose a group of people to stay behind. After the support team left, the people who stayed behind were wiped out by the ghouls who returned. Chen Li did not know if the ghouls were at a disadvantage, but the Holy Court had always been at a disadvantage. At the moment, we need to protect too many magic array points. Moreover, in terms of mobility, we are completely unable to contend with the ghouls. It's easy for the other party to adjust the overall rhythm, and they will constantly deplete our current forces. There was a sentence that Zhu Kong did not explicitly say. Such a sinister way of fighting. The player behind the vampires must be secretly controlling them. He. You've discovered it. Among the many people below the prayer hall, Chu Yan listened to Zhu Kong's analysis and laughed inwardly. The boss plan was just so unreasonable. So what if you've discovered it? With that thought, Chu Yan took a small step forward and joined the discussion. He sighed and pretended to be troubled. He said, indeed, just like you said, we are very passive at the moment. We are almost led by the nose by the ghouls. Our forces are in a mess, and the frequent running has also made the warriors tired. We can't guarantee our combat strength. Do you have any good solutions? Break away. I suggest that we shrink our defenses and then ambush them. We can think of a way to avoid detection from the sky and gather our forces in the dark. We can all gather at a point and wait for the ghouls to come to us. Then we can defeat them in one fell swoop. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. Set a trap? Lure them into a trap? Yes, I analyze the current magic array's core points. The core points at points 2, 6 and 8 are relatively weak. I believe that they will be the undead's first target. I suggest that we choose one of them to ambush them. As Zhu Kong spoke, he looked at Bishop Chen Li and said, Lord Bishop, there is still a risk in doing so. Please make a decision, Bishop. Chen Li quickly thought for a moment. He had to make a decision. If he continued to hesitate, he would only lose more and more money. Okay, we will do as you say. Be careful to stay hidden. Let the priest team go to the core point of magic array number 6 and ambush them in advance. We must catch all the ghouls in one fell swoop. Seeing that the matter was settled, Chu Yan moved his finger and sent a message to his companions in the player guilds through survival radio. Chu Yan, they are anxious. A large number of people are secretly moving toward Point 6. There is an ambush there. Alert the boss. Victoria City, the branch structure of the magic array in the steel factory's warehouse. The last holy cast knight fell under the siege of the liquors. TCH, despicable holy court. They even thought of an ambush. If it wasn't for the mole that we arranged beforehand, we would have fallen for it. Fang Heng sighed as he stepped into the large storage room behind the warehouse. During this period of time where he was competing with the holy court, he had continuously relied on the liquor's powerful mobility, as well as the vampire's aerial detection ability and the holy court's guerrilla warfare. In addition to Chu Yan secretly reporting the location, the liquors had crazily restrained the holy court in the entire Victoria City, almost toying with it. Later, after getting the news from Chu Yan that the holy court was secretly ambushing at the core node of Magic Array number 6, Fang Heng was even happier. Other than the core node of Magic Array number 6 structure point, the rest of the points were crushed all the way. Ding! You have wiped out the node guarding team led by the holy court's Judge Ling. You have received an additional 841 contribution points. You have received 150 reputation points from the Elders Council. Your friendship with the holy court has been reduced to the lowest. Ding! Current player contribution points, 68,295. Current main mission evaluation, S+. Ding! Current evaluation reward randomly bind A+ level skill book, 1 out of 3 options. Ding! You have received complete 12 evolution crystals, 4 tier 1 evolution crystal, tier 2 evolution crystal 8 piece. Fang Heng glanced at the game hint and stretched out his hand. The crystal fragments on the ground merged into his palm. Ding! Player has met the level up requirement. Finally, he had waited too long for a day. Level up. Ding! Player has reached level 20. Ding! Through your talent skill, you have obtained an additional 59 zombie clones. Player has 351 zombie clones. Chapter 708, Angry Vampires on the ground around Fang Heng. Magic arrays appeared one after another. Zombie clones came out of the magic arrays one after another. They staggered and stood behind Fang Heng. Fang Heng waved his hand, and the zombie clones walked toward the ceiling stone not far away from the warehouse and absorbed it. Ding! The next level up requires a 300 tier 2 semi-fusion evolution crystal. Fang Heng was stunned. Tier 2 semi-fusion evolution crystal? His requirements had changed? He finally needed a tier 2 evolution crystal. The tier 2 evolution crystal had never been used before, and it had been stored directly in the imprint on the back of his hand. Damn it, I finally have a use for so many tier 2 evolution crystals. The next moment, a game hint appeared. Ding! Current player has met level 21 upgrade condition, level up. Ding! Current player's level has been upgraded to level 21, ding! Through your talent skill, you have obtained an additional 71 zombie clones. Player currently has 422 zombie clones. Next to Fang Heng, the previously dark magic array lit up again. More zombies crawled out of the magic array. After leveling up 2 levels, 130 zombie clones appeared. The zombie clones instantly filled more than half of the room. Fang Heng looked at the zombie team behind him and was very satisfied. Not bad, not bad. He had finally solved the problem of labor shortage. When he returned to the main base prison, he could carry out the next step of the liquor transformation for the zombies. Ding! Player's next level up requires 333 tier 1 semi-fusion evolution crystal, 999 piece tier 2 semi-fusion evolution crystal. Fang Heng quickly skimmed through the game hints. It was a little troublesome. To level up to level 222, he had to continue to collect a large number of tier 1 and tier 2 evolution crystals. In this game, it made sense that there were few high-level players. Leveling up was really difficult. Just as he was thinking, the game hint refreshed once again. Ding! Your basic sacred skill has been upgraded to level 10. You can try to find other ways to increase the level of your sacred study skill. Ding! You have successfully stopped the central node of the Holy Court's magic array. You have received an additional 2,310 contribution points. You have received 240 Elders Council reputation points. Ding! The magic array of Victoria City's seal has weakened. Affected by the magic array of the seal, all additional attributes of your vampire bloodline have been reduced by 28%. Finally, the sacred study was finally full. The absorption rate of around 2,000 to 1 was really painful. It took a total of 6 seals for full absorption. Fang Heng looked at the game hint. After consecutively destroying Magic Array number 7's core node, the effect of Victoria City's main magic array on the vampires had also begun to decrease significantly. In this way, the vampire's combat strength had mostly recovered. It was time to consider letting the vampires join in the battle. Overall, this wave was still a bloody profit. Level up the sacred study, achieved. Level up mission, another achievement. It could even be achieved beyond the limit. Feng Heng pondered in his heart. With a wave of his hand, he controlled the zombie clones to start digging a tunnel. According to the usual pattern, the zombie clones would dig a tunnel to carry the sealing stone back to the sewer. Then, they would use explosives to destroy the entire building and completely eliminate the traces. While he was thinking, Sandy knocked on the door outside the storage room of the warehouse. Feng Heng. Sandy pushed the door open and entered. Feng Heng, that little vampire is looking for you outside the warehouse. Come, let's go and take a look. Feng Heng controlled the zombies to work while he followed Sandy outside the warehouse. After opening the warehouse door, Venerate flapped his wings and slowly flew down. He stopped in front of Feng Heng and half knelt on the ground, looking a little embarrassed. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. His expression didn't look good. Venerate, what happened? Marquis, Count Kido has arrived at the periphery of the city. He is very angry about the destruction of the vampires' building and is very dissatisfied with your unauthorized actions. He wants you to go and see him now and explain the situation to him face to face. Feng Heng pursed his lips. Count of the vampires. Kido. He was a little shameless. It just so happened that a large number of evolution crystals were needed to upgrade to level 2. Feng Heng stroked his chin. Should he just kill them together and get some evolution crystals? The magic array in Victoria City was still in operation and the degree of weakening the vampires was at 28%. The highest level of the vampires' reinforcement was only a count. Relying on the liquors, if it was properly designed, he could kill most of the vampires. The problem was, now that he belonged to the vampires' camp, taking action might affect the current main mission. If there was a problem with the division of the camp, it would be a huge loss if he was kicked out of the mission. So, after figuring out the key, Feng Heng quickly put on a gentle smile. Therefore, he had to find another way to get rid of them. Then, he had to get his hands on the evolution crystals. In just a few seconds, an immature and bad idea was completed in Feng Heng's mind. Raising his head, Feng Heng said to Venerate, tell Count Kido that since I am not welcome in Victoria City, I will leave now. I will wish him good luck. Hearing this, Venerate hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Marquis, please. Feng Heng was his savior, and he was the one who had saved the entire Victoria City. Venerate knew Feng Heng's strength the best. If it weren't for Feng Heng, all the vampires in Victoria City would have been killed by the Holy Court long ago. Feng Heng waved his hand, signaling Venerate to stop talking. Stop talking, tell him what I said. Venerate frowned. He vaguely felt something and nodded. Yes. Also, do one last thing for me. Go to Zhaonan and Liu Ma Oxu immediately and ask them to come here to find me. Yes. Marquis. Seeing Venerate gradually fly away, Sandy, who had listened to the whole process, was anxious. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward. Feng Heng, what's going on? Are we leaving already? We still have a lot of sealing stones to recover. Of course, we won't leave so easily. After all, those sealing stones can be sold for a lot of money, right? Feng Heng said with a disdainful chuckle. A good plan was almost perfected in his mind. If everything went well, the Holy Court and the vampires in Victoria City. Well. Sandy looked at Feng Heng. Feng Heng, I am familiar with your eyes. Are you thinking of some kind of conspiracy? I am a little worried about those vampires. How can you say it's a conspiracy, Sandy? I just had a sudden inspiration. I think this may be the inspiration given to us by the God of Art. At the headquarters of the Holy Court in Victoria City. After passing the message, Chu Yan met Bishop Chen Li in the study under the guidance of the attendant of the Holy Court. Chen Li sat in front of the desk. He was holding a book in his hand. He wanted to calm himself down by reading the prayers of the Holy Court. He had done this in the past. But listening to the news that the structural points of the magic array in the outside world were falling, Chen Li could not control the anxiety and rising anger in his heart. Chapter 709, Planning Why? Why did the vampires not attack the central node of the magic array number 6? Chen Li chose to wait. He continued to wait for the enemy to fall into the trap. Chu Yan walked into the study and stood in front of Chen Li. He bowed slightly and greeted him, Lord Bishop. Chen Li put down the book in his hand and looked at Chu Yan, who was standing at the door. You can tell me now. What bad news have you brought me? Bishop, I have received intelligence from the Inhumans. Count Kido of the Alta clan has gathered and brought a large number of vampires to Victoria City. Soon, they will gather with the vampires in Victoria City. As Chu Yan spoke, he took a step forward and continued to report, Lord Bishop, my intelligence confirms that after Count Kido enters Victoria City, he will immediately lead the vampires to attack the central node of Magic Array number 5 in Victoria City. Currently, The city is already facing the threat of the ghouls. With the addition of the vampires, the situation will be very disadvantageous to us. I suggest that we take action immediately and prepare in advance to set up the attack on the vampires. Yes, I already know about the vampires entering the city. I also have a headache. After hearing this, Chen Li waved his hand. He continued to speak in a deep voice. Currently, the magic array in the city has been heavily damaged, and the pressure on the vampires has been greatly reduced. Can you confirm that the vampires' target is the central structure point of magic array number 5? Even if you can confirm it, what do you plan to rely on to intercept them? Lord Bishop, I have already made all the arrangements. Please believe me. Chen Li raised his head and looked at Chu Yan. Tell me, what do you need? Currently, there are still some vampires in the air conducting reconnaissance. Mobilizing a large number of people will definitely attract the attention of the vampires. Therefore, the large number of Holy Church priests and Holy Caste Knights that are lying in ambush at Point 6 should not be moved easily. I suggest that we don't need too many people for this operation. I only need the leadership authority of 3 teams of the Holy Caste Knights and the central structure point of the magic array number 5. As Chu Yan spoke, he raised his right hand and made a vow. I swear on the honor of the Holy Caste Knights that I will do my best to eliminate the vampires led by Kiddo. Chen Li stared at Chu Yan. He was confident that he could exterminate all the vampires, and he only needed 3 small teams and the authority to lead them. After thinking for a moment, Chen Li raised his head and said, I cannot agree to your request, Chu Yan. Your meritorious service in the Holy Court has not reached the level where you can lead a team to fight alone. Chu Yan's heart sank. I cannot give you the authority to lead the team at the central point of magic array number 5. Chen Li changed the topic. However, I can ask the judge of the central point, Xuanqing, to cooperate with you as much as possible. In addition, the leader of the knights, Murray, will lead 3 teams to follow you and listen to your commands. This is the greatest authority I can give you. Use them well and don't disappoint me. Ding. You use the honor of the Holy Court as a guarantee to convince the regional bishop of the Holy Church, Chen Li. Ding. You have triggered a mission: exterminate the team of vampires. If the mission fails, you will receive additional punishment. Seeing the game hint that the mission had been triggered, Chu Yan frowned. There was a big mistake. He did not have the control rights of the central point of magic array number 5. Damn it. He had to immediately go to Fang Shuo to discuss countermeasures. Thank you for your trust, Bishop. This is enough. Chu Yan thought to himself and cupped his fists. If possible, I would like to bring a batch of holy water over. This will be helpful to my plan. Holy water? Chen Li frowned. He waved his hand and said, sure. There's still a small portion of holy water left in the headquarters. Bring it all over. I will wait for your good news. Thank you, Bishop. After leaving the study, Chu Yan hurriedly called out to his subordinates. Contact Liu Ma Oxu and tell the boss that we've encountered some trouble. I don't have the authority to access the central node of magic array number 5. More than 20 minutes later, Chu Yan led 3 teams of Holy Caste Knights and his subordinate players to defend a large private villa. The large villa was one of the 12 magic array central structural points in the city. The captain of the team of Holy Caste Knights, Murray, who was cooperating with Chu Yan this time, was extremely puzzled. More than 5 minutes ago, when they had just arrived here, the villa had just been attacked. According to the survivors, the ghouls and a masked man had attacked this place about 15 minutes ago. After killing Judge Xuanqing, they left. This was too strange. Why did the undead suddenly come and leave? Would the vampires continue to come? Was the magic array central node still safe? And there were too many doubts in his heart. He couldn't help but look up at Chu Yan. He felt that Captain Chu Yan did not seem to care about the safety of the magic array's core. Chu Yan even ordered everyone to withdraw from the basement and set up battle lines on the first and second floors to resist the incoming vampires. Captain Chu Yan, aren't we going to check the magic array's branch structure point downstairs? And the vampires, they are already here. Chu Yan stood at the window. He put down the binoculars and handed it to Murray. Murray took the binoculars and saw the dark vampires approaching the villa. His heart sank. After the death of Judge Xuanqing, Chu Yan naturally took control of the villa. Chu Yan said in a deep voice, let's prepare for battle on the spot. We don't need to worry about the magic array. The vampires will arrive soon. We don't have time to waste. Yes. The current situation was urgent, so there was no time to think. Murray suppressed the doubts in his heart and chose to listen to the order. Murray immediately led his Holy Caste Knights and the Holy Caste Knights that originally belonged to the core node of magic array number 5 to lie in ambush inside the villa. When the miscellaneous members left the room, a player from the guild walked to Chu Yan's side. The dark crowd of vampires outside made people's hearts skip a beat. The player couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Captain, can we do it? There are so many vampires. Can we really deal with them? Our guys are a little nervous. Can you tell me more about this mission? Chu Yan wasn't confident either. However, things had already come to this. He decided to trust Feng Heng and take a gamble. Don't worry. We can't lose. Our plan is perfect. If you don't trust Boss Feng, why don't you trust me? Tell our brothers that we don't need to be afraid. Everything is within the plan. Just work hard and prepare for the celebration feast. Hearing this, the player relaxed a little and nodded. Okay, I will tell my brothers now. In the outside world, a large group of vampires flew toward the villa. Bang! 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 The believers of the Holy Court immediately began to fire their handguns. After entering the range of the Magicarae's central node's flight restriction, Count Kido led a large group of vampires down from the sky. Amidst the large group of vampires, Meng Hao and Auding drove from the rear and blended in behind them. Chapter 710, Benefits. The two of them looked at each other. They had originally planned to look for the big brother of the vampires in Victoria City. Unexpectedly, they did not manage to find him, and instead, was almost discovered by the Holy Court on the way. Then, they triggered the gathering mission by Count Kido of the vampires. Hence, they hurriedly ran to the villa area together. About 15 minutes ago, they saw a mysterious man wearing a mask leading a group of ghouls into the villa. After that, the ghouls scattered. However, the mysterious man never left. Subsequently, the Holy Court brought a group of reinforcements. Just now, Count Kido had finished assembling the group of vampires and began to attack the villa. Meng Hao was a little confused. Was the masked man who controlled the ghouls the big brother who controlled the vampires behind the scenes? There was more than an 80% chance that it was the same person. But he didn't leave and continued to stay in the villa. Why? Until now, Meng Hao still didn't understand. But he was very clear that there was a problem. Looking at the besieged villa in the distance, Auding blinked and complained in a low voice, "Boss, do you think there's something wrong with that kiddo's brain? He clearly has a backer, but instead of relying on it, he chases it away? What if he can't stand up for himself?" Meng Hao also cursed this idiot Count Kido of the vampires in his heart. However, he could roughly understand Kido's intentions. It was nothing more than a matter of interest to fight for the position of Marquis of the Vampires. You won't understand even if I tell you about the matters of the vampires. In short, this matter is very strange. Wait a moment, we must not enter that villa. Oh? Why? Aren't we here to get the rewards? To get the rewards, one must be alive to get it. Meng Hao shook his head and analyzed. Based on all the previous events, we can determine that the mysterious person who blew up the vampire's building is a player. Is that correct? Auding nodded hurriedly. Yes, that's right. We're both players, and we've both accepted the mission of Victoria City. Don't tell me you're going to give up the rewards and retreat just because of a single word from the Count? Also, they've already spent a lot of effort to destroy so many Magicarae nodes in Victoria City. They're about to wipe out the Holy Court, and they're just going to leave like that? Even ordinary people can't get there, let alone that person who's so greedy. Based on my guess, that big brother probably set up a trap in the villa and wants to kill the Holy Court and the vampires together. Meng Hao looked at the large villa in front of him and narrowed his eyes slightly. There's something wrong with this villa. It's obviously a trap. Whoever goes in is an idiot. Oh right. So that's how it is. Ding clapped his hands and said in realization, but boss, shouldn't we go and remind Kido? That idiot Kido? Forget it, I don't want to communicate with that idiot. I am afraid that I won't be able to resist tearing him apart. Besides, I also want to see what that mysterious player is up to. Meng Hao licked his lips as he spoke, his eyes filled with anticipation. Actually, I want to work with him more. He seems to be particularly reliable. Ding nodded. Oh. Meng Hao pointed in the direction of the villa. Take a guess. What kind of trap did that big brother set in there? Explosives. Ding didn't even hesitate before saying it out. He said directly, do we even need to guess? Just explode the place and it will be over. It's just like when he blew up the vampire's building, he can blow up the vampire Kido, and all the people from the Holy Court. It's indeed possible to use explosives, but the same trick won't work the second time. Everyone will strengthen their defenses. The people of the Holy Court and the vampires will be careful. Moreover, if we use explosives in the terrain of the villa, the lethality is far less than that of the vampire's building, so I think there's a high probability that it won't be explosives. I see, that's a good point, I have learned it. While the two of them were talking, Kido had already led a team of vampires into the villa area. They were going to fight directly without any tactics. In Kido's opinion, if that unknown Marquis of the Hidden Clan could easily break through the defense of the central structure of the Magicarae of the Holy Court, naturally, he could do it too. After all, The number of vampires under him was 100 times that of Feng Shao. He could crush them directly without any tactics. The Holy Court team entrenched in the villa also started to counterattack. Chu Yan stood on the second floor and raised his sniper rifle to shoot at the vampires that were attacking from all directions. He was extremely nervous. The vampires that were charging from outside were affected by the magic array's core node and could not use long-range blood curses to attack. They could not transform into bad form either. In theory, the Holy Court had a geographical advantage. However, the number of vampires was too many. The close-range magic array node weakened the vampires by 42%, but this was not enough to establish a large enough advantage. Once the vampires entered the building, they would be in an extremely passive position. The periphery defense could not withstand such a large number of vampires. Commander, the door is about to collapse. There are too many vampires. Chu Yan gritted his teeth and shouted, hold on a little longer. Let the vampires in to block the branch entrance. We will rely on the inner area of the villa to fight. Yes. Where was Feng Shao? Chu Yan was extremely anxious. He had already followed the plan and brought the people of the Holy Court over. He had already placed all his bets on Feng Shao, even his guild. Could it be? Chu Yan had a bad premonition. Could it be that he had been cheated? For a moment, cold sweat appeared on Chu Yan's forehead. It couldn't be to that extent. If the other party really wanted to cheat him, there was no need for that. He would have killed him long ago. It was impossible. Hey, you seem to be in a panic. Hearing the voice behind him, Chu Yan was pleasantly surprised. He turned around and looked behind him. Phew, Boss Feng, you're finally here. Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief and pretended to be relaxed. If you had come a few minutes later, I would have jumped down from here and committed suicide. Hey, not really. Feng Heng walked to the window and looked at the large number of vampires swarming into the villa with a calm expression. Chu Yan said with a bitter face, brother, if you have any tricks, use them quickly. I really can't hold on any longer. Okay, let's make it clear first. The other spoils of war are all yours. I only want the evolution crystals. Take it. If you need anything, just take it. At this critical moment of life and death, Chu Yan felt that even if the other party asked him to do some challenging math questions, he would agree without hesitation. Anything is fine, but can you do it faster? It's not my fault. It's your fault for not having enough merit points. You spent a little more time finishing Xuanqing and almost missed the plan. Feng Heng shrugged. He found Chu Yan's anxious look quite interesting. Big brother, I can't help it. You think it's easy to obtain merit points of the Holy Court? Hey, that's right. Then I will help you. Seeing that Chu Yan was so anxious that he was about to kneel down, Feng Heng put away his jokes, nodded and said, I said that if you help me, you will definitely get more benefits than you imagined. Chapter 711, Overclocking. As he spoke, Feng Heng gently raised his hand and snapped his fingers towards the sky. Pa! With the snap of his fingers, Chu Yan was startled and turned to look at Feng Heng. And then? Gone? Chu Yan blinked his eyes and was about to open his mouth to ask. Just as he was about to ask, Chu Yan's eyelids twitched. The ground started to shake slightly. It was under his feet? The central node of the magic array? Boom. With a loud boom, the central node of the magic array, which was originally located in the middle of the villa, suddenly exploded with power hundreds of times stronger than before. The golden pillar of light, which was about 10 meters wide, instantly broke through the roof, soared into the sky, and pierced through the clouds. With the pillar of light as the center, a solid-like golden holy ripple spread out in all directions. The speed of the ripple was extremely fast and spread out almost a few hundred meters in an instant. All the vampires that were swept by the holy ripple at a close distance felt as if they had been hit by a heavy blow. They spat out blood as they flew out and fell to the ground. Feng Heng frowned. His body was also affected by the golden holy ripple effect. His health point instantly dropped by a large chunk. Ding! Because of your vampire bloodline, you have received 655 points of holy ripple effect damage. Ding! Affected by an unknown magic array, your skill vampire bloodline has all attribute buffs become ineffective. All your holy type skill effects have been increased by 120%. Similar game hints also swept across the nearby players' retinas. Chu Yan looked at the game hint on his retina and looked at Feng Heng in shock. The central node of the magic array? Overclocking? He adjusted the power of the central node of the magic array? How did he do it? Even the people of the Holy Court didn't use such a method. You can think of it that way. Facing Chu Yan's shocked gaze, Feng Heng shrugged and coughed lightly. Don't be in a daze. You also accepted the mission from the Holy Court. Shouldn't you work hard to earn the Holy Court's merit points and contribution points now? Feng Heng continued to remind him, let me remind you, the pillar of light can only last for 5 minutes at most. After hearing Feng Heng's words, Chu Yan suddenly came to a realization. That's right. Kill the vampires. Earn merit points. If he didn't earn them now, when would he do it? In the next second, Chu Yan was pleasantly surprised to find that his game log had begun to flood the screen crazily. Ding! The Holy Caste Knights you led have killed high-tier vampires. You have received 15 merit points. You have received 12 contribution points. Ding! The Holy Caste Knights you led. Chu Yan was overwhelmed with ecstasy. As the party leader this time, even if the Holy Court NPCs killed the vampires, he would still receive a large portion of the merit points and a mission contribution points reward. In addition to the effect of the ripples spreading from the magic array's central node, a large number of vampires were heavily injured and had half of their health point left. Meanwhile, the magic array's node in the overclocking state could weaken all attributes of the vampires in the vicinity by 100%, while the skill effect of the holy attribute would increase by 120%. Wasn't it time to earn merit points and increase the completion rate of the mission? The Holy Court immediately burst out with a strong fighting spirit and changed their offensive. Chu Yan breathed heavily and forced himself to remain calm. He took out a long sword from his backpack and held it tightly in his hand. Boss, I will go over and participate in the command battle first. Wait. Feng Heng opened his mouth to stop Chu Yan and threw the light-cast holy sword from the spoils of war that he had obtained from Commander Langdon to him. Take it, it's yours. I am not used to using this thing. Chu Yan took the sword that Feng Heng threw at him. Chu Yan was stunned when he saw the attribute of the light-cast holy sword. It was such a good thing, and he gave it away without batting an eyelid. Big brother is big brother. Great. A sword with the holy light attribute and the sharpness attribute. Furthermore, it had an additional holy attribute skill effect. With this long sword in hand, the damage output instantly increased by a large margin. Its attribute was really too good. It couldn't be more perfect? Chu Yan was extremely satisfied with this sword. He didn't stand on ceremony and immediately held the long sword in his hand and waved it in the air a few times. Thanks, boss. Chu Yan thought through it thoroughly. To Big Brother, this was probably just a normal item that he casually gave away. As a reward, he would naturally kill more monsters to help his boss earn more. Remember, I want evolution crystals. Also, the leader of the vampires, Count Kiddo, must die. No problem, he will definitely die. Chu Yan promised immediately. Without Feng Heng's reminder, he would make sure that the leader of the vampires, Kiddo, dies. Whether it was the mission experience and contribution points gained from killing him or the merit points of the Holy Court, now, there was another reason for Kiddo to die. That was, his boss wanted him dead. With a holy weapon in hand, Chu Yan felt stronger than ever. He wished he could fight 50 people at once. Outside the villa, Meng Hao and Ah Ding, who had just been affected by the spreading of the holy ripple and had lost half of their health point, looked at the huge pillar of light in the distance and fell into silence. The two of them were somewhat shocked. Meng Hao was stunned for a long time before he finally understood. He muttered, "What a guy. He actually used the magic array of the Holy Court to overclock the frequency?" Hearing what Meng Hao said, Ah Ding also just came back to his senses. "Boss, are you saying that this magic array was also created by the mysterious person who controlled the vampires behind the scenes?" Meng Hao said resolutely, "Absolutely." But Ah Ding scratched his head, puzzled. "There's such a trick? Then why haven't the people of the Holy Court used it before? Are they stupid?" Meng Hao also frowned. "That's right. So many of the branches and nodes of the magic array of the Holy Court had been destroyed. Why hadn't the people of the Holy Court used this trick before? Or was it because the people from the Holy Court didn't know how to use it? That mysterious man had too many tricks up his sleeve. How did he do it?" When Ah Ding saw that the vampires were being massacred, he asked carefully, "Boss, do you think we should go up and help?" Meng Hao almost rolled his eyes when he heard this suicidal suggestion. He said snappily, "Help? Are you sure you're not sending yourself to die?" The vampires inside the building were affected by the overclocking magic array and instantly lost their strength. When they faced the Holy Caste Knights, they instantly became a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. A one-sided massacre. Count Kiddo's expression changed drastically. Under the huge illumination of the pillar of light, his strength was less than 1/10 of what it was before. Meanwhile, the Holy Caste Knights charged forward with shining holy light armor. "Let's go. Evacuate immediately." "You still want to run?" Seeing that the vampires were trying to evacuate, how could the players and the Holy Court let the vampires get what they wanted? After being tortured for so long, the players could clearly see the words contribution reward written on the faces of the vampires. The players' eyes were red as they charged forward to kill the vampires. No one noticed that Feng Heng had sneaked into the basement of the villa while the outside world was in chaos. Chapter 712, solved in the basement hall. A large number of zombie clones were gathered around a sealing stone in the center. How is it? Boss, I told you. After my modification, isn't the sealing stone now full of artistic beauty? Sandy looked at his masterpiece excitedly with a proud face. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time. If I had a few more months to perfect it. Is it really beautiful? Fang Heng looked at the sealing stone, feeling a little tired. At that moment, a large number of zombies gathered around the sealing stone. The sealing stone was arranged in 2 circles. The zombie clones had one hand on the sealing stone in the inner circle, and the other hand on the sealing stone in the outer circle that had just been moved from the sewer. In short, Fang Heng listened to Sandy's suggestion. It was probably to use the zombie clone's body as a temporary storage passage to absorb the energy from the original sealing stone and send it into the empty sealing stone that had just been moved. After all, Sandy didn't need to make any modifications. He just added more sealing stones. Then, he instantly activated all the stone pillars around the original stone pillars. By analogy, he directly increased the power to increase the power of magic array nodes, and release a power dozens of times higher than before. The speed of energy consumption had also become hundreds of times faster than before. The most basic use of the sealing stones was a huge waste of energy. If the people of the Holy Court were here, they would definitely be so angry that they would explode. It would take months just to collect the energy, but it was actually wasted just like that. It had only bloomed for 5 minutes before it was completely used up. However, to Fang Heng, the effect he wanted to achieve had been perfectly displayed. Not bad, I will give you credit. Sandy chuckled. Then, Fang Heng, what do you say about the matter of remodeling the temple? Yeah, it's a deal. Sandy waved his fist excitedly and said, Ha. Fang Heng. You're good. The god of art didn't misjudge you. That's true. But now, we should prepare to leave. Fang Heng walked to the side and controlled the zombie clones to move the holy water that Chu Yan had brought into the sewer. This time, they did not incur a loss. After getting rid of the troublesome vampires, he helped Chu Yan obtain a mission, took away the sealing stone, and also obtained holy water. As a large number of vampires were killed by the holy court, the remaining vampires scattered and fled. A mission hint popped up in Chu Yan's vision. Ding, you have defeated the vampire team led by Count Kido of vampires. You have obtained 12,289 merit points from the Holy Court, 23144 contribution points from the main mission, and your reputation in the Holy Court has increased by 5,521 points. Ding, your merit points have reached the requirements of the next tier. Please look for any bishop to upgrade. Ding, you have killed Kido. Your animosity with the vampires has reached its peak. Ding, your current mission rating, A+. Ding, after flipping through the game log 2 or 3 times, Chu Yan felt as comfortable as if he had drunk a Coke with ice on a hot day. His entire body was exuding a sense of satisfaction. This wave of farming was too exhilarating. Nearly 3/4 of the vampires had been wiped out. The Holy Court's contribution points increased rapidly, directly rising to A+. More importantly, he had obtained a significant amount of merit points. He had joined the Holy Court for so many years and had worked hard for so long. All this time, he had only accumulated over 3,000 merit points. He did not expect that after including the bonus merit points obtained from completing the missions, he had earned a total of 30,000 merit points. Chu Yan was so excited that he was trembling over. He felt as if he had become rich overnight. At this moment, he was very glad that he had made the decision to cooperate with Fang Shao. He was even more determined to continue clinging to Fang Shao. Captain Chu Yan, we have cleared up the casualties and completed the treatment of the wounded. Okay. Chu Yan took a deep breath and calmed down. He began to think about what to do next. The remaining vampires had already scattered and fled in all directions. There was no longer any to continue pursuing them. Yes, bring our people. We will immediately return to the Holy Court to report to them. Yes. The captain of the Holy Cast Knights team cupped his fists and agreed. He then asked, Captain Chu Yan, don't we need to send some people to stay here and guard the magic array's central node? No need. We just received news that the Holy Court headquarters is in trouble. They need us to rush back immediately to support them, Chu Yan said and waved his hand. Let's go. We will go back and report back immediately. We don't need to bring the holy water back either. We will leave it here for now. The matter had developed to this point. Although Murray was a little suspicious of Chu Yan and felt that this operation was very strange, they had defeated a large number of vampires after all. Murray did not say anything more. He immediately nodded and said, Understood. Captain Chu Yan. As the people from the Holy Court quickly retreated, the pillar of light that rose in the hall gradually dimmed until the entire pillar of light disappeared. It seemed that the magic array had completely lost its effectiveness. Chu Yan did not leave with the people from the Holy Court. Instead, he deliberately stayed where he was. A moment later, Familiar footsteps sounded behind him. Thank you for your hard work. Are you satisfied with your harvest? I am so satisfied. Chu Yan turned around with a bright smile on his face. Boss Feng, thank you so much. Then, Chu Yan made a transaction application to Feng Heng. Ding, player has made an anonymous transaction with you. Ding, you have accepted an anonymous transaction. You have obtained 2,219 pieces of evolution crystal fragments, 340 pieces of complete evolution crystals, 175 pieces of Tier 1 evolution crystals, 75 pieces of Tier 2 evolution crystals. Ha! Sensible. Under the mask, Feng Heng smiled and nodded at Chu Yan. He had earned this much by killing vampires. He could earn so many evolution crystals in one go. It was much faster and more convenient than killing people from the Holy Court. I've said before, as long as the people I've worked with are trustworthy, they won't suffer any losses. Feng Heng's tone was gentle. It seemed that Chu Yan was still more reliable. In that case, it was time to carry out the next step of the optimization strategy. So, Chu Yan, are your merit points now high enough? Hearing this, Chu Yan's mood became even better, and his tone could not help but become a little excited. Yes, with your help, my merit points are sufficient for me to be promoted to the rank of Tier 1 Deputy Commander of the Light Caste Knights. If things go smoothly, I will be able to advance once I return to the headquarters of Victoria City and report back. When that time comes, I will have the authority to temporarily mobilize a portion of the members of the Holy Caste Knights. Feng Heng nodded. He asked, I don't know much about the Holy Court. I have a question. Based on our current situation in Victoria City, if the Bishop of the Holy Court, Chen Li, was unfortunately killed in the battle, who would have the authority to command the Holy Court? Chapter 713, Inherit in theory. The Deputy Bishop should be the temporary bishop, but the Deputy Bishop of our region is vacant, so it will continue to be so. We should be choosing from one of the presiding judges, so it will either be Judge Eleanor or Judge Luo who will get the command authority. I see. The crisis management of the Holy Court was similar to the structures of other gaming organizations. Feng Heng had some understanding of it before. Now that he had confirmed this from Chu Yan, Feng Heng touched his chin and continued to ask, what can be confirmed is that Judge Eleanor is dead now. What should we do if Judge Luo is also dead? If that's so, then the commander of the Knights of Faith will take up the position. After all, the commander of the Knights is lower than the presiding judge in terms of administrative level. From the practical considerations of Victoria City. As he said this, Chu Yan's face turned cold. His heart, which had just calmed down, was beating wildly again due to excitement, and a surprised look appeared on his face. He had realized what Feng Heng meant. Boss Feng, you mean? Ha, you guessed it right. Feng Heng patted Chu Yan's shoulder and said, give me a list of all the people in the Holy Court in Victoria City who have higher achievement levels than you. Also, do you have any way to lure Bishop Chen Li out? And the higher-ups of the Holy Court around him. Chu Yan was so excited that he could not control himself. He had never thought that Feng Heng would actually have this idea. If everything went smoothly, he would really be able to control the entire Holy Court in Victoria City. Even if it was only temporary. Then the benefits he would gain would be unprecedentedly huge. Thinking about it carefully, the feasibility of this plan was extremely high. Right now, the entire Holy Court in Victoria City had already been destroyed. The biggest obstacle in front of him was only the regional bishop, Chen Li. Once the regional bishop was killed. Considering the strength that Fang Shao had shown all this time, Chen Li was just a regional bishop and his strength paled in comparison. The success rate of this plan was definitely high. Chu Yan couldn't hide his excitement. He took a deep breath and nodded. Biz Fang, don't worry. I will think of a way to lure out Chen Li and the higher-ups of the Holy Court in Victoria City. Okay, good. We must act quickly. Feng Heng nodded. He didn't care about the regional bishop, Chen Li. Without the support of the Magicare in Victoria City, the regional bishop only had the combat strength of a normal Marquis of the Vampires. He had killed so many Marquis of the Vampires. As long as he could lure Chen Li out of the headquarters of the Saint Court, killing him wouldn't be a problem. However, Feng Heng preferred playing dirty. After sending a batch of holy water outside of the game, Feng Heng went online again. Sandy brought the zombie clones to transport the sealing stone back to the sewer, while Feng Heng blew up the villa and destroyed all traces of it. Then, he transformed into a bat and flew to the rendezvous point with Liu Ma Oxu. Halfway, Feng Heng hovered on the roof of a building and reverted to his human form. Another bat, which followed Feng Heng halfway, also stopped and hovered in front of Feng Heng. Marquis Venerate reverted to his human form and kneeled on one knee. Count Kiddo encountered an enemy's trap while leading the vampires to attack the central node of the magic array of the Holy Court. The vampires suffered heavy casualties, and Count Kiddo died in battle. I have already gathered the remaining strength of the vampires in the city. Please lead us to resist the Holy Court again. As soon as Kiddo arrived, he was immediately annihilated, and more than half of the vampires in the city were wiped out. To let a self-centered and arrogant person come and order them around and ruin a good situation in the city, Venerate was extremely dissatisfied with the clan. You want me to go back? You wish. Feng Heng rubbed his neck and smiled, so when the clan sends another count, I will still be chased out? Please don't say that. The clan will remember your kindness. Is that so? Feng Heng sneered, are you not going to pursue the matter of me destroying the vampires building? Venerate wanted to say more, but Feng Heng raised his hand to stop Venerate from continuing. Alright, I will not argue with you. Continue to investigate. If there is anything, report to me immediately. Yes, Marquis. Venerate heaved a huge sigh of relief after being able to convince the Marquis to return and continue hosting. Please take revenge for your dead kin. I will. Go. Feng Heng once again transformed into his bat form and flew towards the next point where the holy light pillar of light shone. At the same time, Ding and Meng Hao, who were in the middle of a mission, received a game hint. Ding, your team has been temporarily taken over by an unknown vampire. You can choose to leave the team. Ding, you have triggered the current side mission Scout Victoria City. The two of them looked at each other. Unknown vampire? Could it be the person controlling the vampires from behind? Well done, Chu Yan. Your performance was worthy of your oath, and you didn't disappoint me. After receiving the news that Chu Yan had successfully defeated the vampires, Chen Li's gloomy face finally eased up. Since last night, he had been receiving bad news frequently. This was the only good news he had received. The morale of the entire Holy Court, which had been depressed for a long time, finally recovered. Chen Li looked at Chu Yan with approval. You have joined our Holy Court for 3 years, and you have already proven your ability and loyalty. Now that the situation is urgent, I have made an exception to promote you to the rank of Second Deputy Commander of the Holy Cast Knights. Are you willing to accept this honor and responsibility? I am willing. Thank you for your trust, Bishop Chen Li. Ding, you have received Bishop Chen Li's approval. You have been promoted by an exception and successfully promoted to Second Deputy Commander of the Light Cast Knights. For more details, please click here. Chu Yan was even more surprised when he received the game hint of merit promotion. He had actually leveled up by 1 more level and reached Second Deputy Commander. However, it was not enough. As long as he clung tightly to Feng Shao and acted according to his plan, the entire Holy Court of Victoria City would fall into his control. Chu Yan steadied his mind, cupped his fists at Chen Li, and began to carry out the plan. Lord Bishop, currently, there are still a large number of vampires in Victoria City, and because the magic array's effectiveness is decreasing, we are still in danger. Yes. Chen Li nodded. He was still troubled about this situation and was thinking of how to reverse the situation around. Suddenly, a disciple of the Holy Court knocked on the door and rushed into the room to report. Lord Bishop, the central node of the magic array number 1 is being attacked by ghouls. It has sent out a message for help. In addition, not long ago, the central node of the magic array number 5 exploded. The structure point has completely lost its effectiveness. It was happening again. It was the ghouls again. It was so rare to get good news, and now bad news came one after another. The central node of the magic array number 5 had just repelled a wave of vampires, and then it was completely destroyed by the undead. They worked for a long time, but it did not work at all. Chapter 714, Fallen into a Trap. Chen Li could not hold it in any longer and knocked on the table heavily. Why did the ghouls appear again? The believers of the Holy Court could not answer this question at all and could only lower their heads, ready to be reprimanded. Chu Yan said, Lord Bishop, when we fought with the vampires previously, we did not find any traces of the ghouls. Chen Li held back his anger and waved his hand to signal for the believers to leave. What should they do? What should they do now? The vampires were severely injured, and so was the Holy Court. There weren't many means to support them now, and there were only a few teams. What else could they do besides passively defending? What was even more hateful was the trap they set at branch node number 6. Until now, the ghouls hadn't stepped into the trap. Seeing the hall fall into silence, Chu Yan said in a low voice, Bishop, I suggest that we consider ending the plan ahead of time. Chen Li suddenly turned his head, looked at Chu Yan, and said coldly, What did you say? Chu Yan had already made up his mind. He said, Bishop, the enemy is very strong. More and more vampires will come to act as reinforcement. In addition, the central nodes of the magic array have been destroyed one by one. We don't have enough power to suppress the vampires anymore. If we continue, we won't have the advantage. I think we can choose to give up on the central nodes of the other magic array branches and gather the existing personnel. We can think of ways to obscure and preserve our strength. In addition, We have already eliminated a large number of vampires and a count of the vampires. Our operation is not considered a complete failure. Oh right, we've also obtained important information about the vampires and the undead. This is of great strategic importance to the Holy Court. Chen Li stared at Chu Yan. Indeed. With these gains, he could also report to the headquarters of the Holy Church. He had really done his best. But he was not willing to accept this. Chen Li was not able to reconcile with this result. After spending 10 years of planning and so much effort, he had only killed one count of vampires. Moreover, the vampires in the entire Victoria City had not been completely cleaned up yet. The result now was far too different from what he had expected. Lord Bishop, no matter what your choice is, we need to make a decision as soon as possible. It's not the end yet. Don't say such words in the future. I will get Luo to bring some people to support branch node number 1. We will shrink the defensive line. Let Emma come in for a moment. Yes, Lord Bishop. Chu Yan clenched his fist as he spoke. Chen Li saw that Chu Yan was still standing where he was and asked with a frown, Chu Yan, is there anything else? If you still want to persuade me to give up, there's no need to say it. Lord Bishop, if you insist on continuing, I have another method that can completely reverse the situation. Oh? Chen Li's eyes lit up. He leaned forward slightly and asked, what is it? I have just learned of the undead's next move through the Inhumans under my command. They have already joined forces with the vampires. We think that we can set up a trap in advance and eliminate all the undead and vampires in one fell swoop, but the prerequisite is that we need you to personally participate. Me? Yes. Chu Yan explained in detail. The undead have already learned that the central node of the magic array number 6 has been ambushed, and they are closely observing it at all times. We know that their next target is the final structure point of the magic array number 4. If you are willing to trust me. After listening to Chu Yan's general arrangements, Chen Li closed his eyes. Chen Li frowned, but the main magic array needs to be controlled. Once I leave, the effectiveness of the magic array will be greatly reduced. Lord Bishop, forgive me for being blunt, but we have nowhere to retreat. This is already our best chance. Moreover, the magic array has no effect on the ghouls, and only you have the ability to seal a large number of ghouls. If we can successfully defeat the vampires in one fell swoop, all the disadvantages to us will be completely reversed. Chen Li was a little shaken. What's the success rate of your plan? If it's just me alone, it's less than 10%. But with your help, the success rate will definitely be 100%. Chu Yan said in a deep voice, I swear in the name of the Holy Light that my plan will definitely succeed and we can kill all the ghouls. Chen Li thought for a while and nodded. Alright, I will go with you to meet those ghouls. I won't let you down, Lord Bishop. Hearing Chen Li agree, Chu Yan felt completely at ease. He could already feel that he was one step nearer to getting the position of the regional bishop. At the large warehouse area by the sea and at the periphery of the pillar of light that soared into the sky, a large number of bats circled around the surrounding area. Meng Hao and Ah Ding were waiting in ambush in a high-rise building at the edge of the building. They had received the game mission half an hour ago, and had waited for more than 30 minutes without any movement. Ah Ding couldn't help but put down the binoculars in his hand. Big brother, we've been waiting here for a long time. Why is there no movement yet? Could it be a cover? Don't worry, it will come. Meng Hao was very confident. From the point of view of the mastermind behind the scenes, what would the other party do next? The Holy Court and the vampires had fought to such an extent that both sides had already suffered heavy losses. If it were him, Meng Hao would have gathered all of the vampires' forces and attacked a single location. He would have relied on his hard power to gradually erode the other party, destroy the other party's magic array, and take one step at a time to choose the most stable method of fighting. As they were thinking, both of them received a hint from the game. Ding. Player has triggered a mission. Attack the target node. Mission requirements: attack the central node of the magic array in the area. It's here. Upon receiving the mission hint, Ah Ding was instantly surprised. Boss. It's really happening. Don't rush over. Let's wait a little longer. When the main group arrives, we will go in together with them. Remember, think of a way to find that big brother. Connecting with him is our main mission target this time. Do you understand? Ah Ding replied excitedly, yes, I understand. Through the binoculars, Meng Hao stared at the building in the distance. Within a short period of time, all of the vampires in Victoria City had gathered under Fang Heng's guidance. They once again circled high up in the sky around the Pillar of Light. Following that, the vampires received orders to launch from the sky and attack the warehouse from all directions. The believers of the Holy Church in the warehouse raised their guns and fought back. The flames of war broke out instantly. In the basement of the warehouse, Chen Li was leading 2 high-tier judges and 2 teams of high-tier priests to guard around the second floor of the sealing stone. At this moment, Chen Li heard the commotion outside. Just like Chu Yan said, the remaining vampires in Victoria City attacked the central point of the magic array in the warehouse by the sea. However, the ghouls that they really wanted to lure had yet to appear. Bishop. A believer barged into the basement and reported loudly, "We found a large number of lickers barging into the warehouse from the east window area. Our people can't stop them." Chapter 715, appeared. Chen Li's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. They were finally here. Just as Chu Yan had expected, the ghouls sneaked into the warehouse through a secret underground passage and directly invaded the warehouse from the inside. Chu Yan immediately turned his head and looked at Chen Li. "Lord Bishop, the person controlling the ghouls from behind will definitely come as well. As long as we can get rid of him, we will be able to completely solve the problem of the undead and defeat the vampires in one fell swoop. As for the warehouse and the magic array's central node, please leave it to us. We will definitely protect the warehouse to death." "All right." Chen Li waved his hand and immediately led all the NPCs in the basement towards the right side of the underground warehouse. After everyone left, Chu Yan nodded toward the remaining players in the room. "Let's go." The players immediately retreated towards the exit. The underground warehouse was on the right side of the abandoned building. The regional bishop, Chen Li, rushed over with the Holy Court's team. He focused his attention and saw a large number of ghouls running out through the sewer passage. The two teams of Holy Caste Knights led by their team leaders were doing their best to resist. "Ghouls. We finally meet you." Chen Li was raging with anger. He opened the Book of Creation in his hand and raised his hand to open it. A golden light flashed. Golden chains immediately appeared on the bodies of a few lickers who were about to pounce on them. They immediately fell from the air. They were firmly trapped on the spot. Kai kai kai. The lickers struggled and continuously roared. Most of the teams that Chen Li brought were high-tier priests of the Holy Court, and there were also 2 high-tier judges. Almost at the same time, the team of priests released purification on the group of lickers, speeding up the completion of the expulsion and purification. The number of ghouls was originally not many, and in almost a moment, the Holy Court's side had taken control of the situation. After cleaning up a few ghouls in succession, Chen Li frowned slightly and swept his gaze across the entire backup warehouse. That was strange. The ghouls no longer appeared from the sewer. However, the mysterious person Chu Yan had mentioned who was controlling the undead behind the scenes still did not appear. Was there a mistake in the plan? It was not completely a mistake. At the very least, they had dispelled and purified a large number of ghouls this time. But for some reason, Chen Li had a vague premonition that something bad was about to happen. Why didn't that person appear? A diversion? "Emma, you stay here. The rest of you, follow me back." Seeing that the team had taken control of the situation, Chen Li left behind a high-tier judge and the Holy Caste Knights to continue purifying the remaining ghouls. He brought the remaining Holy Court team members and immediately returned to the underground hall of the warehouse to check. Just as he entered the door, Chen Li's pupils suddenly constricted. A young man wearing a mask was stepping towards the ceiling stone step by step. He was really luring the tiger away from the mountain. Chen Li shouted, "Stop!" Feng Heng, who was walking towards the ceiling stone, stopped and turned his head to look behind him. He could not help but frown. "Oh? What a coincidence. You came at a bad time." The regional bishop, Chen Li, used his scrutinizing gaze to observe the masked young man in front of him. He could sense the aura of vampires and undead from Feng Heng's body at the same time. What was even stranger was that there was actually a hint of the Holy Light's aura. "You are the Marquis of the Vampires, Feng Shao, right? To be able to barge into this place alone, I admire your courage. Even now, you are still unwilling to take off your mask?" Chen Li stared at Feng Heng warily, extremely confused. How on earth did he get past the layers of guards of the Holy Court to arrive at the central area? Also, where were the guards that were supposed to be here? Where was Chu Yan? Where did they all go? It had only been less than 5 minutes since they left just now. The guards who remained here would not be completely wiped out without even making a sound. Chen Li was very glad that he had seen through the enemy's plan of luring the tiger away from the mountain and returned one step ahead of time. Everything could still be salvaged. "Hey!" Feng Heng chuckled and turned his head to continue walking toward the ceiling stone in the center. "Why? Are you surprised to see me here?" Half an hour ago, Feng Heng had already been treated as a prisoner of the vampires by Chu Yan and brought openly into the abandoned warehouse. Then, he prepared an empty room in advance and called all the people of the Holy Court to leave the room. After setting a time with Chu Yan, Feng Heng went offline. After that, the bishop of the Holy Court, Chen Li, rushed over with his people and thoroughly checked the entire warehouse to ensure its safety. In short, Feng Heng admitted that there was still a little time error in his plan. He had not calculated the time properly. He had just logged in half a minute ago. That was why he had coincidentally bumped into Chen Li, who had rushed over. However, it was not a big problem. The holy caste knights and high-tier priests at the back carefully spread out in all directions, trying to surround Feng Heng. Chen Li said in a deep voice, "Indeed, I am very curious. How did you get here? Why did no one notice? If you are willing to give me an explanation, I would be extremely grateful." "What do you mean by grateful? You people of the Holy Light are all hypocrites." Feng Heng stood in front of the ceiling stone as he spoke, facing Chen Li. "Stop, don't go any closer. Accept your repentance, undead." Chen Li's expression was extremely grave. He took out the Book of Creation with his right hand and stared at Feng Heng. "You have been completely surrounded. You will definitely not be able to escape. Even if you can destroy the ceiling stone, you will still not be able to leave this place." "Hee, is that so? I don't believe it." Feng Heng took out the Book of the Dead with his left hand and gently pressed his right hand on the ceiling stone. Seeing the Book of the Dead in Feng Heng's hand and seeing Feng Heng's actions, Chen Li instantly realized what Feng Heng wanted to do. A terrifying thought arose in Chen Li's mind. He was controlling the ceiling stone. How did he know how to control the ceiling stone that had been passed down since ancient times? "You actually..." Realizing what Feng Heng was doing, Chen Li's pupils constricted. He was suddenly startled, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. "Quick! Stop him!" Chen Li shouted. "I am sorry, it's too late." As Feng Heng spoke, he sucked out the deathly aura from the Book of the Dead and fiercely poured it into the ceiling stone. Almost at the same time, all the holy caste knights rushed towards Feng Heng. The high-tier priests all pointed their hands at Feng Heng. More than a dozen spears condensed from the holy light stabbed toward Feng Heng. Feng Heng stuffed all the aura of the undead into the ceiling stone and turned to look at Chen Li. "Goodbye." In the next moment, a red magic ray appeared under Feng Heng's feet. Kai kai kai. The magic ray spun rapidly, condensing into a blood pool. The blood pool under Feng Heng's feet suddenly exploded, completely enveloping Feng Heng in the rising blood screen. Ka. The holy light spears stabbed into the blood screen. Boom. The blood screen and the holy light spears suddenly exploded at the same time. Where was he? Looking toward the center of the blood screen again, Feng Heng had already disappeared completely. Chapter 716, Explodes. He's gone? Chen Li was stunned. What special ability did the other party use? He actually completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Lord Bishop!" The high-tier priest behind him shouted. Chen Li turned around and looked at the ceiling stone in the middle of the warehouse. After being infused with the aura of the undead, the ceiling stone began to shake violently. It kept spreading out golden ripples. Not good. The power of the holy energy and the power of the undead clashed within the ceiling stone. It was going to explode. Cold sweat broke out on Chen Li's forehead and his hair stood on end in an instant. He had a premonition that death was rapidly approaching him, but he could not think of any way to stabilize the ceiling stone and prevent the explosion from happening. The only thing he could do was probably that. Chen Li's body was covered in a layer of golden holy light shield. He shouted, "Run! Leave quickly!" "Hey, boss, are we still going in?" In a building outside the warehouse, Ding was a little anxious. The holy caste knights were not afraid of death. Large groups of vampires also launched suicide attacks on the warehouse. Both sides were rapidly losing power. What's the rush? Let's wait a bit longer. Are we going to be cannon fodder now? Let's wait and see. As Meng Hao spoke, he suddenly let out a soft exclamation of surprise. Eh? From the top of the tall building, he could clearly see a group from the right side of the warehouse charging out from the Holy Court's side. This group was very strange. They had no intention of dealing with the vampires. Instead, under the cover of chaos, they charged out of the warehouse. Furthermore, they didn't seem like the regular army of the Holy Court. That's right, they were players. Meng Hao quickly made his judgment. The player team was fleeing the warehouse area at top speed. They ignored the surrounding vampires. Even when they were hit, they rarely fought back. Instead, they worked together to charge out. Why did it feel like they were running for their lives? These four words appeared in Meng Hao's mind. At the same time, a wave of suspicion rose up in his heart. Why were they running for their lives? Could it be that they had discovered danger? Was that big brother in the dark starting to show off again? Boss, what's going on? Why are they running? Ding had also noticed that something was wrong. He was stunned, and could not help but rub his chin. Puzzled, he asked, could it be that this place is going to explode again? Meng Hao's brows were tightly knitted. Another explosion? No way, right? Was there a need for that? Didn't the vampires have the upper hand? Or was it the Holy Court instead of the vampires who had set off the explosives? It doesn't seem like it. Meng Hao was in deep thought when he suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. This familiar feeling. Meng Hao turned to look at Ah Ding. Ah Ding's face was also pale. Jump. With that, Meng Hao gulped down a short-term injury-resistant potion. Together with Ah Ding, they turned and ran toward the window behind them. With a leap, they broke through the window and jumped out. In the next instant, golden light bloomed behind the two of them. The enormous golden sphere gradually condensed with the original point of light as the center point, and slowly spread out. The sphere contained a destructive strength. Its power gradually became stronger as the sphere spread out, swallowing everything in its surroundings. It spread out until it was more than 100 meters. Boom! The golden sphere suddenly exploded. The shock wave that spread out with great strength pushed Meng Hao and Ah Ding, who were falling from the sky, out of the way. Not far away, Chu Yan and the others, who were leading the players in their mad escape, also felt the violent tremors coming from the ground. The players from the Pious Gaming Guild turned their heads, looking at the exploding warehouse in shock. The players were stunned when they saw the dark golden mushroom cloud created by the explosion and the dyed golden sky. They were speechless for a long time. Chu Yan also raised his head and looked at the distant explosion point. He took a deep breath. I must succeed. Chu Yan prayed secretly and opened the game log. Ding! Victoria City's regional bishop Chen Li has died. The morale points of the Holy Court team in Chen Li's national region have been greatly reduced. All players from the Holy Court camp have their attributes reduced by 20%, lasts for 72 hours. Ding! You have become the acting bishop of the national region. It worked. It really worked. Chu Yan's heart could not be more excited. Under the joint arrangements of him and Feng Heng, all the remaining judges in Victoria City whose achievement tier was higher than his were all destroyed in the explosion. Next, he only needed to quickly return to the Holy Court to take the position of acting bishop of Victoria City and take control of the Holy Court of Victoria City. Everything that he had dreamed of in the past was now within his grasp in less than half a day. This was possible because of Feng Shao. Chu Yan clenched his fists and controlled himself, or else he would tremble with excitement. Liu Mao Xu gulped and said, Commander, with such a huge explosion, is Boss Feng Shao alright? Chu Yan took a deep breath and said, Don't worry, he won't have any problems even if we die. Mao Xu, you stay here and wait for Feng Shao. Keep in touch. Yes, Commander. Bah. Meng Hao lifted the shrapnel covering his body and shook his dizzy head. In front of him, the entire coastal warehouse district was once again reduced to ruins. The building they had just been in had been completely destroyed by the explosion. What a terrifying person. The explosion this time was far more intense than the one that had occurred in the vampire's building. Thankfully, the building had protected them from the large impact. Otherwise, the two of them would have been even more miserable. They might even have been buried alive in the building. As far as the eye could see, everything within a 200-meter radius of the Pillar of Light, including the members of the Holy Court and the vampires, had been instantly consumed and vaporized. Not even their bones were left. The person who played the vampires and the Holy Court in the palm of his hand. Ah Ding also emerged from the ruins. His heart still pounding with fear, he gulped down a mouthful of healing potion. Turning to Meng Hao, he said, Boss, what happened to not using one move twice? What the hell do you know? Meng Hao was already in a bad mood. He hadn't even managed to get the mission and was now covered in dust. He pretended to knock Ah Ding's head lightly. You can eat all the fresh meat in one move. Eh? Boss, look. Look over there. Meng Hao's heart stirred as he looked off into the distance. At the center of the explosion, everything had been reduced to dust, leaving only a deep pit. In the center of the deep pit, they could clearly see a person crawling out of the sand. He wore a mask on his face. Meng Hao's heart was filled with extreme astonishment. After suffering such an explosion, there was actually someone who could survive at the center of the explosion? Ding! You caused destructive damage to the team led by the Bishop of the Holy Court's Victoria City region, Chen Li. You killed the regional bishop, Chen Li. You killed the chief judge, Luo. You killed the high-ranking judge, Hume. You killed the captain of the Light Caste Knights, Ding. You have destroyed the central branch structure point of the magic array, Ding. You have obtained 33,441 contribution points. You have obtained 3,200 reputation points from the Elders' Council. Your friendship with the Holy Court has greatly deteriorated, Ding. Current player contribution level, 103,767. Current main mission evaluation, SS, Ding. Current evaluation reward randomly binding an S-level reward, 1 out of 3 options. Feng Heng struggled out of the sand and patted his pants. He felt that his mouth was filled with the smell of sand. Chapter 717, Connections. Feng Heng quickly glanced at the mission hint. Very good, the completion rate of the mission has been raised to SS. If everything goes smoothly, Chuyan should be able to settle everything quickly and recall the remaining holy court guards at the magic array's central node. At that time, he could quickly run to retrieve the sealing stone and complete the mission while at the same time, raising his main mission's contribution points to SSS level. Therefore, he could buy Chuyan some time. First, he would go to the next teleportation point and wait. Feng Heng was pondering the next step of his plan when he caught sight of two people walking toward him from the corner of his eye. Feng Heng looked up at the two of them. Player? That's right. Meng Hao pointed at himself. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Meng Hao, and this is Ah Ding, from the vampires. Oh? You two are looking for me? Meng Hao was a bit reserved in the face of this person who had so many tricks up his sleeve that he could easily toy with the vampires and the Holy Court. He cleared his throat and introduced himself. We're from Ding Yufan Gaming Company. We represent the company and would like to work with you. We have a lot of connections with the vampires. We will definitely be able to help you take control of the entire Victoria City. Trust us, we're willing to work with you. I see. Victoria City. Feng Heng whispered and looked up again. Venerate hovered down from the high sky and came in front of Feng Heng, kneeling on one knee. He had received an order from Feng Heng not to participate in the attack on the warehouse. Instead, he was scouting from a distance. Marquis, are you okay? Not good. We fell into the trap of the Holy Court. Our losses this time were a little tragic. Many of our races died in the explosion. Feng Heng shrugged. He didn't show any signs of misery. He continued to ask, what about the Holy Court's situation? Please don't blame yourself. The Holy Court has also paid a heavy price, Venerate said in a deep voice. We've detected that the Holy Court hasn't made any major movements for the time being. Only a small portion of the Holy Court's teams are heading here. We concluded that they're just a scouting team. Got it. Keep scouting. Yes, sir. After Venerate left, Feng Heng turned to look at Meng Hao and Ah Ding. He thought quickly in his mind. Victoria City was already a foregone conclusion. There was still a bit of finishing work to be done, and it would be done very soon. If he wanted to go on to level 22 and gather all the evolution crystals, the Holy Court wouldn't have enough people to kill. He still had to think of a way to start from within the vampires. He had to make some preparations beforehand. Cough cough. Seeing Feng Heng's gaze, Meng Hao coughed lightly and continued to increase the investment stakes. Our union is very sincere. We are willing to give up a portion of the company's shares. We hope to get a partner to cooperate. After entering Victoria City, Meng Hao's experience confirmed that this person in front of him was definitely worth cooperating with. I can consider cooperating with you, but... Feng Heng turned to look at Meng Hao and nodded. Victoria City is too small of a goal. What do you think of standing at the peak of this world? Meng Hao and Ah Ding were both stunned when they heard this. Their pupils constricted. You mean? Hey, you guys say that you know a lot about vampires, right? Feng Heng quickly came up with a preliminary plan. He nodded and said, I don't want any shares. Help me investigate something first. Meng Hao said seriously, please speak. The vampire's holy weapon. Feng Heng's gaze focused on Meng Hao. It is rumored that the vampires have a total of 13 holy weapons. I need you to immediately find out what the 13 holy weapons are, who has them, where are they, and what is the ability of each holy weapon. I want to know everything. Meng Hao frowned as he tried to guess what Feng Heng was thinking. I got it. We will start investigating immediately. How are we going to find you? I will find you. Also, I am Feng Shao. After he spoke, Feng Heng transformed into his bat form and flew off into the distance. Seeing Feng Heng leave, Ah Ding said, Brother, this big brother seems a little cocky? The 13 holy artifacts of the vampires belong to each clan in theory. It's not difficult to get most of their whereabouts. Meng Hao pursed his lips. He said, let's take some time to gather all the information. The more comprehensive it is, the better. This is Big Brother's test for us. Just treat it as a pledge of allegiance. The Fallen Quarter. Last night, under the influence of the power leakage of the Shrine of Bones, the power of the Central Seal once again accelerated and spread out. A large number of high-tier vengeful spirits were resurrected. With no other choice, Pushi led the players to retreat again and again. Now, they had completely retreated from the inner layer of the Fallen Corridor and arrived at the third floor area of the middle layer. The situation was much worse than Pushi had initially expected. If they continued to retreat, it would be equivalent to losing the entire middle layer of the Fallen Corridor. The more areas where the energy of the Shrine of Bones spread out, the more difficult it would be to clean up the area later on. 70% of the energy of the Shrine of Bones has already been released. After exiting the door of bones outside the middle layer, Pushi gave an order to the player, set up on the spot and disperse the soul power. Make sure to control the vengeful spirits within the middle layer. Yes. After receiving the order, the players dispersed one after another. Taking advantage of the time when the players set up the formation, Lee Kingren walked to Pushi's side and suggested in a low voice, "Teacher, everyone is already very tired after fighting all night. If we continue fighting, the impact on everyone will be even greater." Pushi frowned when he heard that. He turned around and looked at the situation of the team behind him. Indeed, it was just as she said. The players were already very tired. If they forced themselves to fight, they would not be able to unleash 70% of their original combat strength. It might even increase their fatigue. "Yes, I know what to do." Pushi knew that he was a little anxious, but the situation before him did not allow him to take things slowly. The ceiling situation is still worsening. The power of the Shrine of Bones is still dissipating, and the strength of the King Guards in the center is also gradually increasing. Lee Kingren pursed her lips and tried to persuade him again. "Teacher, we really can't continue. Everyone has been fighting for more than 10 hours. This is a long battle, and fatigue will only increase the chances of getting injured. We don't have enough holy water and other materials. Everyone needs to take a breather and reduce the consumption of materials." Pushi sighed in his heart. "All right. With the current state of the players, the success rate of forcefully defending was probably not high. Tell the players to retreat from the central area and return to the periphery to defend." "All right, I will immediately make arrangements. Teacher, you should dress too." After a while, Pushi led the team to retreat to the outer area of the fallen corridor. The players immediately split into two groups. One group started to build a defense net, while the other group found a place nearby and sat down. They leaned against the wall and took turns to rest. After fighting the undead for an entire night, they could finally catch their breath and recover some of their stamina. Chapter 718, Liver Pain. "Teacher? Where are you going?" "I am going for a walk." The low morale of the players made Pushi upset. He wanted to calm himself down and think about what to do next. The biggest problem was the supply. With the help of a few demi-human races in the team, they could bring a small number of materials into the world from the game every once in a while. However, this was far from enough. It was foreseeable that the strength of the entire team would gradually weaken. They could only passively defend and rely on the people outside to come to their rescue. However, how long could they last? Was there any better way? Fight to the death? No, they couldn't. They didn't have the ability. Pushi thought and slowly walked forward. Suddenly, in the darkness, he caught a glimpse of a figure quickly passing by at the corner not far away. A player was being chased by two low-tier souls. Upon closer inspection, Pushi recognized that person. Dongjai. He was clearly a player who had mastered the middle-tier necromancy. Even if he was facing a high-tier soul, he could still use the bone whistle to chase it away. Why was he still being chased by two low-tier souls? Was he playing at this time? Pushi was already in a bad mood. At this moment, he said in a deep voice, "Dongjai. Stop. What are you doing?" "Oh no." When Dongjai heard this loud and clear voice, he was instantly stunned. He turned his head stiffly and looked in the direction where the voice came from. "Teacher Pushi?" It was as if he had seen a ghost. Why was he here? Under Dongjai lead, Pushi was momentarily stunned when he saw the small-scale fortifications and large-scale temporary military tents erected on the spot in the empty area of the fallen corridor. What was going on? Pushi asked. "What's going on?" Seeing Pushi's gloomy face, Dongjai didn't know how to explain himself. He was just a worker. Facing this bad-tempered mentor who could explode at any time, Dongjai immediately sold out his second boss, Li Shokian. "I am not too sure what exactly happened." It was Li Shokian. He arranged all of this. Li Shokian? Pushi frowned. Wasn't Li Shokian a member of their federation? When he thought about it, he immediately recalled Fang Heng, who had been hanging out with Li Shokian a while ago. He immediately understood. It was during these few days that Pushi had even reminded Fang Heng to slow down a little and not to cause trouble in the fallen corridor. He had even found an opportunity to mention it to Fang Heng's teacher, Dicky. It couldn't be helped. Dicky was famous for protecting his children. He would get angry if he said something terrible. In the end, Pushi simply turned his back on them and closed his eyes. They could do whatever they wanted. Therefore, during that period of time, they had moved so many things to the fallen corridor. They had actually unknowingly built a small base here? What were they trying to do? For a moment, Pushi even had this thought in his mind. Had Fang Heng already predicted that this disaster would happen, so he had prepared for a long-term battle here in advance? Pushi's face darkened a little when he thought of this, but he did not know whether to laugh or cry in his heart. So, yesterday, he and a large group of players had not slept for the entire night, fighting desperately against the undead, while they had been eating, drinking, and sleeping here yesterday? If he had not confirmed that the incident at the Fallen Corridor had nothing to do with Feng Heng, he was almost certain that Feng Heng was the main culprit behind the incident at the Shrine of Bones. Pushi turned his head and looked at Dong Jiakan. With a dark expression, he continued to ask, "Where are the materials? Did you bring in a lot of materials?" "Oh, right. Dong Jiakan said everything he knew. Boss brought a lot of materials over. We don't lack food, water, and compressed biscuits. We should be able to use them for a long time. As for the specifics, you will have to ask Li Shoqian." Dong Jiakan felt bitter in his heart. He thought to himself, "I am just a part-time worker. If there's anything, hurry up and ask Boss Li Shoqian." Pushi's expression softened a little. It had to be said that having a tent and sufficient food was the best news they had received since they entered the Fallen Corridor. Pushi pointed at the huge metal boxes piled up on the right side of the open space. "What are those things?" I am not too sure." Dong Jiakan scratched his head. "They're all materials brought by the boss. I am not too sure what's in them. I heard from Feng Heng that they're called container rooms. They've just been custom-made not too long ago. As for the specific ones, they haven't been used yet." Pushi frowned. Container rooms? Was he playing tricks again? "Where are they? Bring me there." "Okay, Teacher Pushi." Dong Jiakan felt terrible. He lowered his head and looked like he had done something wrong. He brought Pushi to Feng Heng's monster farming spot. As soon as they arrived at the monster farming spot, Pushi's expression changed slightly when he saw Feng Heng, who was constantly spreading undead ripples from the corner of the wall. "Ripples?" Pushi fell silent once again, his eyes revealing a surprised expression. What a powerful talent. He was only at elementary level in necromancy and he could release such powerful ripples. No wonder Dicky was willing to accept him as his disciple. Pushi had to admit that Feng Heng did indeed have an extremely powerful talent in necromancy. Coupled with his special ability, he was able to withstand the attacks of the undead. It should be an ability that he obtained after completing the main storyline during the zombie apocalypse. The Federation's intelligence department guessed that Feng Heng had acquired a passive skill that had a powerful recovery ability and damage immunity. Pushi had quite a lot of authority within the Federation, and he also had some information about Feng Heng. However, Pushi's gaze shifted to the higher ground. Looking at the holy water that was continuously falling from the higher ground through the sprinkler system, Pushi felt the veins on his forehead throb. At such a critical moment, he was wasting such a large amount of holy water? Pushi took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Tell them to stop for a moment." Dong Jiakan hurriedly shouted at the crowd, "Stop! Brother, stop for a moment! Stop for a moment!" The players looked in Dong Jiakan's direction. When they saw Instructor Pushi, they immediately stopped one by one. They looked as if they had done something wrong and were trembling. Feng Heng was currently forcing himself to focus his spirit on controlling the Book of the Dead. It was tiring. Last night, he had been running around in the vampire apocalypse, fighting with the vampires of the Holy Court. During the day, he still had to focus his spirit to continue absorbing souls to earn money. Workers really had a tough life. Originally, Feng Heng had thought that he might as well mess things up today. However, after he went offline, he saw the eager eyes of Li Shoqian and the others. He felt that doing so might arouse suspicion, so he could only force himself to continue counting the King of God's points. Seeing that Teacher Pushi had come over to stop everyone, Feng Heng instead felt a sense of relief. Savior. He really felt that his liver was not working. Chapter 719, Wrapping things up. Feng Heng absorbed the two elementary souls into the Book of the Dead. He looked at Teacher Pushi enthusiastically and said, "Teacher Pushi, it's you. Why are you here? Is the situation of the seal in the center of the Fallen Corridor better?" Pushi's mood became worse when he mentioned this. He stared at Feng Heng with a gloomy face. "This is a wartime emergency. I need to requisition a portion of your holy water and materials. When we get out, the Necromancer Association will pay you back twice as much." "Materials? Holy water? Of course. We still have a lot of spare tents and food. We can provide anything that can help." Feng Heng shrugged. He did not take Pushi's stiff tone to heart. Pushi had always had this ugly face which he showed to everyone. He was not targeting anyone. The only difference was the degree of his ugly face. From the degree of his ugly face, it was likely that the situation of the seal was not good. There was no need to be angry with Pushi. Feng Heng was still hoping to rely on Pushi's strength and help him get out of the Fallen Corridor quickly. Hearing Feng Heng's words, Pushi nodded and his expression softened slightly. He had never liked Feng Heng, but now he felt that this kid understood the big picture. "Disperse." Pushi waved his hand to disperse the crowd. He already associated this group of people to be Feng Heng's people. He nodded at Feng Heng and said, "Keep an eye on your people. I will get Li Qingren to help you with the materials." Li Qingren? Fang Heng blinked his eyes. My disciple. Oh. After Puji left, Li Shouqian ran over with a bitter face. Well, Boss Fang, we can't continue with the work this time. Fang Heng thought to himself that he had wanted to stop work long ago, but he looked regretful and said, well, Teacher Puji said that they will reclaim our holy water at a high price. After careful calculation, we actually didn't lose anything. We still made a small profit, right? Li Shouqian sighed silently in his heart. That's right, it was the same principle. It was just that he didn't earn enough, so it was inevitable that he would feel a little disappointed. There's no rush. After we get out of this predicament, we can continue to work and earn money. Fang Heng patted Li Shouqian's shoulder and said with a rather enlightened tone, life is a long run. There's no rush to earn money. Li Shouqian looked at Fang Heng with puzzlement and thought to himself, are you serious? Then why do people always say that you're greedy every time? As he spoke, Fang Heng felt a wave of sleepiness hit him and could not help but yawn. He was a little tired. He had to think of a way to bring out a box of coffee from the game. Judging from the time, Chuyin should have finished dealing with the Holy Court, right? It was time to finish up the game. Fang Heng pondered in his heart. Don't think about it. Get ready to welcome the refugees. I just saw Instructor Pushi. The situation at the Central Seal is probably not too good. Fang Heng raised his head and whispered, if it's convenient, it's best to separate us and their people for resettlement. Yes, okay. I understand what to do. I will go make the arrangements now. Li Shouqian nodded. Although he was complaining, he still understood the priorities. Oh right. Fang Heng stopped Li Shouqian who was about to leave. Also, what is the thing that our camp lacks the most right now? Huh? Li Shouqian was stunned for a moment and looked at Fang Heng suspiciously. What was the thing that they lacked? What did he mean? Was the boss going to do something? I reckon that Teacher Pushi's side is not very reliable. We have to be prepared to be isolated in the Fallen Corridor for a period of time. Can you estimate what else we lack now? It can't be that bad, right? Is the situation that bad? Li Shouqian was puzzled. He got an affirmation in Fang Heng's eyes. He lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying, we should be able to support ourselves with food and sufficient water for about a week. It's just that there's a problem with the toilet. It's inevitable that it will pollute the environment. Let's divide the toilet area. Okay, you take care of it. Fang Heng patted Li Shouqian's shoulder. I will go take a walk alone. 2 hours later, at the central node of the Magic Array in Victoria City, Fang Heng's zombie clones had absorbed the holy attribute energy in the last sealing stone. At this point, all the branches structure points in Victoria City had fallen. Ding! You have successfully stopped the central node of the Magic Array of the Holy Court. You have obtained an additional 2,470 contribution points. You have obtained 240 Elders Council reputation points. Ding! The strength of the Magic Array of the Seal in the city has been weakened. Affected by the Magic Array of the Seal, all additional attribute points of your vampire bloodline have been reduced by 3%. Ding! Current player contribution level, 121,001. Current main mission evaluation, SS+. Ding! Current evaluation reward randomly bind S-level reward, 1 out of 7, can randomly draw a hidden S-level skill reward. Ding! All the Magic Array nodes in Victoria City have been destroyed. There are still 6 hours left until the end of the mission. Fang Heng looked at the game hint and his thoughts came to life again. The mission had already reached SS+. He could go one step further. He could reach SSS. If he guessed correctly, he would have to destroy the central Magic Array in Victoria City in order to complete the last step of the mission. With Chuyan's help, the last step was not difficult. Fang Heng controlled the zombie clones to dig a tunnel and move the sealing stone. Then, he walked out of the basement with Sandy. Boss Fang, Zhao Nan and Liu Ma Oxu had been waiting outside the door for a long time. When they saw Fang Heng, they immediately came up to him. Liu Ma Oxu was too excited. A few hours after they reached an agreement with Fang Heng, their guild actually controlled the Holy Court of a national region. Liu Ma Oxu was so excited that he trembled when he spoke. Boss Fang, Commander Chuyan has taken control of the Holy Court in Victoria City, and almost all the members of the Holy Court are gathered in the branch of the Holy Court. Commander Chuyan hopes to meet you as soon as possible to discuss the follow-up actions. Okay. Fang Heng nodded. The liquors were already taken away when the sealing stone exploded. He didn't want to expose his zombie clones, so Fang Heng's combat ability was greatly weakened. However, he didn't need to fight now. He only had to destroy the central magic array at the Holy Court headquarters with Chuyan's help. I have time now. Take me to see him. Tell him that I want to complete the mission and destroy the central magic array. Tell him to get ready. Okay. Liu Ma Oxu nodded excitedly. The car is outside. Boss, shall we drive there now? Wait. Me too. Me too. Sandy followed him with a big smile on his face. There should be some artwork at the headquarters of the Holy Court, right? Do you mind if I go there to have a look? Of course not. You're very welcome. Okay. Feng Hang hummed and glanced at Liu Ma Oxu. He thought, aren't you afraid that your home will be robbed? Let's go. Under the close surveillance of the vampires in the sky, Liu Ma Oxu drove back to the headquarters of the Holy Court with Feng Hang. Chapter 720, choosing 1 out of 7. Half an hour later, Liu Ma Oxu led Feng Hang and Sandy through a hidden path into the headquarters of the Holy Court. They directly followed a secret passage into the periphery of the central magic array inside the Holy Court. After more than 10 minutes of zigzagging underground, Feng Hang finally met Chu Yan in a basement. After the initial excitement, Chu Yan had mentally prepared himself and calmed down a little. Who was the acting bishop of the national region? Was this the peak? No. The game had just begun. Next, he had to cling to Feng Hang's thigh and climb up step by step. Chu Yan took a deep breath. Unconsciously, his vision was improving rapidly. Boss Feng, I didn't fail you. I've completely controlled the forces in Victoria City, and it's all thanks to your support that I am able to do this. Mutual cooperation, Feng Hang said calmly. It's my duty to help you. You don't have to be so polite. There is still a player team in the Holy Court that survived. I can sense that they are suspicious of me, but they will still listen to my orders on the surface. They have no evidence, and they are only suspicious. It's not a big problem. After Chu Yan calmed down, he immediately analyzed the current situation. He was only temporarily in control of the Holy Court in Victoria City. There was still a long way to go. Feng Hang calmly nodded and said, okay, I understand. The central magic array of Victoria City is in the circular hall at the back. Chu Yan raised his hand and pointed at the door at the back. I have already sent everyone inside, but with my current identity, it isn't convenient for me to enter. If I accidentally trigger the mission, it will be a little troublesome. Yes, I understand. It's okay. They were from different camps. If they went in together and triggered the opposing mission, they would lose one. There was no need for that. Feng Hang nodded to show his understanding. You stay here and wait for me for a while. I will be back soon. Let's go together. We will study it together. Sandy was very interested in this magic array. He quickly followed up, wondering if he could find a high-tier item related to the sealing stone inside. They entered the round hall. The sunlight had been refracted by special refraction. Through the hollow dome of the hall, it scattered down from a high place and gathered in the hall. The magic array slowly flowed and occupied 1/3 of the entire hall. Due to the lack of people to activate it, the magic array that rotated on its own was extremely slow. Feng Hang stood at the entrance and observed. The core of the supersized magic array, which was built in the whole of Victoria City, was very complicated. He couldn't understand it. The game hint also appeared. Ding, you have found an unknown special magic array. Ding, you don't have the relevant skills, so you can't get any more information. Entering the hall, Sandy looked around curiously. After hesitating for a while, he took out his camera and took pictures of the magic array in the center of the hall. Sandy, did you find anything? Sandy answered while taking pictures, Boss, those stone pillars are not bad. They are old and can be sold for a bit of money. Do you want to take them with us? Forget it. It's too troublesome to sell them for money. Feng Hang asked, what about the magic array? Did you find anything? Sandy put down the camera, lowered his head, and carefully looked at the dense magic array patterns on the ground. He shook his head and said, I don't understand it. It's not that I can't do it, it's just that the knowledge points in those books are not comprehensive enough. It's hard to understand. There's definitely something wrong with the author. Then he should do it the hard way, to forcefully destroy it. Ignoring Sandy's nagging, Feng Hang walked to the front of the magic array. With a flip of his wrist, the Book of the Dead appeared in his hand. There was not much energy in the magic array, so it would not explode. Feng Hang squatted down and stretched out his hand to gently press on the magic array. The aura of corrosion gradually spread to the magic array through his palm. A large part of the golden magic array was instantly corroded. The patterns quickly disappeared. The magic array that was slowly operating gradually came to a halt. A row of game hints rapidly appeared on Feng Hang's retina. Ding, you have destroyed the Holy Court's master magic array. You have received mission contribution points, 19,999. You have received 3,000 vampire reputation points. You have received 500 Elders Council reputation points. Ding, you have completed the mission, Victoria City under the Holy Light. You have entered the settlement stage. Ding, player's current contribution points have been increased to SSS, highest. Player has received the final mission reward, automatic random matching of an S-level reward that is suitable for the current player. Choose 1 out of 7. Ding, Player has destroyed the conspiracy that the Holy Court has been planning for many years. Player has received an additional 8,000 Elders Council reputation points. Ding. Player can currently choose one of the following rewards. All rewards, except for special descriptions, are bound after obtaining 1. Intermediate Sacred Study Upgrade Book, can directly advance the skill level after the Sacred Study experience points meet the upgrade requirements, and when it reaches the Intermediate Sacred Study, additional skill experience points can be gained. 2. Intermediate Necromancy Upgrade Book, click to see the details. 3. Intermediate Sealing Art Upgrade Book, click to see the details. 4. Powerful Vampire Bloodline Upgrade Book, only used when the Vampire Bloodline is upgraded. After using it, the next stage of the Vampire Bloodline can be unlocked directly, can be upgraded to King level Bloodline at the most. 5. Random 122 Skill Upgrade Book, allows the current player's skill level +1 randomly, limited to skills that have not reached the top tier. 6. Skill Book Elementary Academic Integration, S-level Hidden Skill Prerequisites for Learning. Player must master at least 4 academic skills, master at least 2 elementary and above academic skills, master at least 1 intermediate and above academic skill. Player must have met the prerequisites for learning. Description: academic skills include normal academic, bloodline type, and special modification type. 7. Random acquisition of other S-level skill book, no binding after acquisition, so many great rewards to choose from. Feng Heng was a little dizzy for a moment, and he checked them one by one. First were the Sacred Study, Necromancy and Sealing Art upgrade books. With these books, it was equivalent to having no worries before the skill reached a high tier. All he needed to do was to crazily fight for experience points, and when the experience points were full, he could level up. This was definitely a good thing. Coupled with the fact that the zombie clones could gain skill experience, it was practically cheating. Feng Heng roughly thought about it. As for which one to choose, first of all, he had to eliminate Necromancy. After all, he was using Necromancy now, and Teacher Dicky had already paved the way for him. Wouldn't it be easy to learn it in the future? There was no need to choose it here and waste an opportunity. Comparing the remaining Sacred Study and Sealing Art, the Sacred Study was obviously more difficult to learn. After all, he was currently in a rather unpleasant relationship with the Holy Court. Feng Heng stroked his chin. He might as well wait around to see if there were other better options. Chapter 721, Switch. Then, he continued reading. The level-up skill of the Vampire Bloodline was not bad. But after thinking carefully, as soon as he found a way to wake up Angitas in the prison, coupled with his large number of zombie clones and the Undying Body skill effect, by then, he would rely on the zombie clones to crazily suck the blood pool. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to level up his bloodline. He could even be a little more reckless. He didn't even need to wait for Angitas to wake up. He could just run to the Elders Council in the world of the vampires to look for Angitas in District 9 and directly absorb the strength of the blood pool to level up his bloodline. In this way. Random Skill Book Pass, Random Draw Pass. Feng Heng's gaze focused on the new Hidden Skill Academic Integration. It was a new skill. Moreover, after comparing it with his brain database, Feng Heng could confirm that this was a new skill that he had never seen before. A hidden S-level skill. Albeit the extravagant list of learning prerequisites, the moment he learned it, he would be at the elementary tier, and he would have the possibility of further improvement. Seeing this skill, Feng Heng immediately felt that he could make his decision already. This was it. It might be very difficult to advance a Sacred Study skill, but he was more or less confident that he could find a way to achieve it. Moreover, the King of God system had determined that it was a good match for him to obtain this S-level hidden skill. If he missed it now, it wouldn't be so easy to obtain it through other means. Thinking about it, Feng Heng immediately chose option 6 to obtain the hidden skill. Ding! You have chosen to obtain a reward, Skill Academic Integration. Ding! You have met the skill learning requirements. You have mastered the Skill Elementary Academic Integration. Feng Heng quickly looked at the skill description. Skill Elementary Academic Integration Level, Max. Description: the ladder to academics never ends. Description: this skill is not an academic skill and cannot be upgraded. Player can find other ways to upgrade the skill. Additional attribute: for every academic skill that the player master, all basic attributes plus 0.5. For every academic skill that the player master that is high tier or above, all attributes plus 1. Additional description: 1. Player can reduce the additional experience point requirements when learning some conflicting academics. Reduction of the attribute is related to skill tier. Additional description: 2. Active use of this skill can change the player's current main status, causes the current status to appear as a certain main status, academic, bloodline, special modification, and hide other statuses at the same time. After switching statuses, the player will receive the corresponding status enhancement or weakening effect. Description: the hidden status additional attribute is still in effect. Very few hidden status-related skills cannot be used. Skill cooldown time, 1 minute. After carefully checking the skill, Feng Heng roughly understood. God. This skill. It was indeed a suitable option matched by the system for a knowledgeable player like him. Not to mention the additional attribute, the more academic skills one learned, the higher the tier, and more basic attributes would be added. In the future, learning skills could also reduce academic conflicts and increase experience points. Feng Heng was ecstatic. Previously, when he absorbed the sacred study energy, the absorption rate of 1826-1 turned him off quite a bit. If not for the help of the people of the Holy Court, who knew how long it would take for the sacred study skill to reach the maximum level. The most crucial thing was this active switch form. It seems to be a little interesting. Feng Heng looked at the game hint and pondered, trying to switch the skill form to the necromancy form. There didn't seem to be any difference. He carefully checked his personal attribute. There doesn't seem to be any difference in the additional attribute value. Feng Heng tried to take out the holy cast spear from his backpack again. As soon as he touched it, a familiar stinging sensation came from the holy cast spear. Feng Heng immediately switched his skill to holy attribute. Suddenly, the holy cast spear in his hand became obedient and subservient. There was even a kind feeling coming from it. Putting away the holy cast spear, Feng Heng stroked his chin. He roughly understood a little. The most intuitive thing was that if he encountered another vampire magic array in the future, he could switch his academic integration to the sacred study state. At that time, he would be completely immune to the magic array's weakening of the vampire bloodline skills. He could even enjoy the magic array's bonus to the holy attribute. It was a skill that was very suitable for hiding one's identity. It was a big win. This trip to the world of the vampires would definitely not be a waste. At the same time, all the players who participated in the main mission of Victoria City received a hint from the game. Ding! The main mission of Victoria City under the Holy Light has ended. Entering the settlement state, outside the Hall of the Magic Array, Chu Yan was flipping through the game log. The main mission of the Holy Court had failed, but he had also obtained a random A+ level skill book as a reward. He had earned it. Chu Yan slapped the bound skill book on his head and was about to read the skill description when the door of the hall was pushed open from the inside. Chu Yan looked at Feng Heng and Dicky, who walked out of the hall, and asked, "Boss Feng, is everything going well?" "Yes, everything is going well. The mission has been completed." Feng Heng nodded. "Boss Feng, I've just received some troublesome news." Chu Yan said in a deep voice, "The latest news from the headquarters of the Holy Court is that the Holy Court has received the news of Bishop Chen Li's tragic death. The bishop has asked us to hide quietly and stay low. The Holy Court will immediately send a new bishop of the Holy Court and a few judges to take over all the matters in Victoria City. I have received news that the new list of regional bishops and judges is still being drawn up. It is expected that after a period of time, they will come to Victoria City to take over everything." Listening to Chu Yan's description, Feng Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. Based on his performance during this period of time, he felt that Chu Yan was still very sensible. As a partner, he was very good. After thinking for a while, Feng Heng asked, "What about you? What do you think?" Chu Yan took a deep breath and said, "I am not willing to give up on Victoria City just like that." "Very good, me too." Feng Heng nodded in satisfaction. After thinking for a while, he said, "So now we have two things to do. First, find out the identity and schedule of the new regional bishop team as soon as possible. After that, leave it to me. I will think of a way to intercept them halfway and kill them completely." Chu Yan's pupils constricted as he thought of something. Feng Heng said the words intercept and kill casually. What a terrifying person. "Of course, we are only doing this to buy time. The second thing is the most important." Feng Heng raised two fingers and looked at Chu Yan again. "We need to find a way to help you earn merit points quickly so that you can secure the position of Bishop of Victoria City." Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes lit up with a strange light. "Boss Feng, is there really a way to do it?" Chapter 722, Oracle Hall. "Of course, but before that, I still need some." Sandy suddenly jumped out and interrupted Feng Heng's words by speaking first. "Chu Yan, before that, we want to go to the Oracle Hall. The Holy Court branch has the Oracle Hall, right? You're already the supervisor now, you should be able to bring us in, right? Right? Oracle Hall?" Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. He turned to look at Sandy, wondering what kind of place it was. Chu Yan frowned slightly and turned back. "Indeed, Mr. Sandy, you're right. There is indeed an Oracle Hall in the branch, which is convenient for believers to advance and receive the blessings of God, but..." Sandy asked, "But what?" "The Oracle Hall is very special. but neither vampires nor the undead can enter it. If you force your way in, the entire Oracle Hall will be unstable. The only outcome is that the intruders will be destroyed by the Oracle Hall or the hall will be destroyed by the intruders. In addition, the Oracle Hall has always been guarded by the Knights of Faith. I can use the Oracle Hall, but the hall is not under my control. There's such a thing? Sandy blinked. Obviously, he didn't expect such a situation. Chu Yan had heard from the people of the Holy Court that they sensed a strong perception of vampires and undead from Feng Shao. He felt that if Feng Shao went over, they would have to fight with the Knights of Faith before they entered the Oracle Hall. It would be troublesome if he triggered the invasion mission. Chu Yan tried to persuade him, Boss Feng, I don't intend to stop you, but it's risky to break into the Oracle Hall by force. It's okay. I just want to try. I won't force my way in. Feng Heng waved his hand. Oracle Hall? Upgraded, receive the blessings of God? It seemed to be very powerful. However, after listening to Chu Yan's words, Feng Heng realized that the Oracle Hall was incompatible with vampires and necromancers. If it was in the past, he probably couldn't do it, but now, it was hard to say. After learning the new academic integration skill, he could try to switch to the sacred study form and enter the hall. While he was thinking, Feng Heng switched to the holy attribute mode through the skill. Chu Yan thought for a while and said, alright then. Boss Feng, please give me some time to prepare. Okay. After watching Chu Yan leave, Feng Heng turned to Sandy and asked, Sandy, what does the Oracle Hall do? Well, I am not sure about the details. The books say that the believers of the Holy Church can communicate with God in the hall and get some enlightenment, Sandy said with a chuckle. The main thing is that I heard that there are many high-tier artworks left behind by the Holy Church. Feng Heng's eyelids twitched. Damn it, all this time it was for the artwork. Holy Court. The Oracle Hall was set up on the other side of the branch building. Deep underground, under Chu Yan's guidance, Feng Heng and Sandy came to the corridor outside the hall. The Oracle Hall can increase the experience points of holy skills, obtain record skills, and advance the tier of holy skills. As they walked toward the door at the end of the corridor, Chu Yan introduced the specific situation of the hall to Feng Heng and Sandy in more detail. The more troublesome thing is that the Oracle Hall is directly controlled by the headquarters of the Holy Court. In this situation, even if I have complete authority over the Holy Court branch, I will still lose contribution points when I use the Oracle Hall. While they were talking, they reached the end of the corridor. In front of them, Feng Heng saw 2 rows of Holy Court Knights standing on the left and right of the wide corridor respectively with spears in their hands. It's the Knights of Faith of the Holy Court. They report to the Bishop of the Holy Court. I cannot order them directly. Chu Yan was a little nervous and he whispered to Feng Heng, Boss Feng, be careful. They might see through your identity. If there is an accident that leads to a conflict, please don't resist. I will think of another way. Okay. Don't worry. Continue to lead the way. With that, Feng Heng strode past the Knights of Faith who were standing guard on both sides. Huh? Chu Yan was surprised. It was different from what he had expected. Why didn't the Knights of Faith react? Did they not sense Feng Heng's aura? That's not right. The Knights of Faith should be more sensitive to auras. The Knights of Faith on both sides of the corridor saluted Chu Yan, then looked at Feng Heng with a scrutinizing gaze. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Chu Yan continued to lead Feng Heng and Sandy forward. When they reached the entrance of the hall, the last 2 Knights of Faith reached out their hands and blocked their way. They all looked at Feng Heng. Please take off your mask. Chu Yan said, I brought him here, he's not a suspicious person. The Knights of Faith stood still at the entrance. They did not make a sound, nor did they move aside. They still stared at Feng Heng with vigilant eyes, as if they would not give up until they achieved their goal. Feng Heng flipped his wrist and took out a book of creation that he had taken from the judge from his backpack. A holy light bloomed from the book of creation. Feng Heng looked at the crowd. Is this okay? Seeing this, the faces of the Knights of Faith softened a little. They exchanged glances with each other, then each took a small step back to make way for them. Phew. Chu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. They had passed through the Knights of Faith, but after that, they were about to enter the Oracle Hall. Chu Yan became nervous. He pushed open the door. Then, he saw Feng Shao step into the Oracle Hall without hesitation. At that moment, Chu Yan was extremely vigilant. He had thought of dozens of emergency plans. Once the Oracle Hall was triggered, how should he deal with it? However, what was going on? Chu Yan was a little stunned. Everything was calm. He saw Feng Shao walk into the Oracle Hall easily. At that moment, Chu Yan was extremely suspicious. What a joke. Wasn't he a marquis of the vampires? He really broke through the restriction of the Oracle Hall so easily and entered the hall like that? How did he do it? Sandy stood in the hall with Feng Heng. He turned around and waved to Chuyan. Hey, Chuyan, hurry up and close the door. Okay. Chuyan, who was standing at the door, came back to his senses and immediately followed. Bang. The door was closed. Fang Hang glanced around and looked at the layout of the Oracle Hall. It was similar to the Hall of the Magic Array that he had seen before. The round hall had white walls that looked solemn and serious. Holy light was reflected through the gaps at the top of the hall. The stone pillars in the 12 corners of the hall were carved into the prayer poses of young maidens. Their bodies were at an angle of more than 70 degrees to the ground, aiming at the small raised platform in the middle of the hall. Other than that, the most eye-catching things were the stone statues and the paintings on the wall that were placed around the hall. Chapter 723, The Way of the Sacred Study. Wow! Amazing! They seemed to be authentic? Seeing the stone statues and paintings around the hall, Sandy's eyes went blank. He couldn't help but shout and ran over to check the paintings and stone statues. Fang Hang frowned slightly. A row of game hints appeared on his retina. Ding! Player has entered the special building, Oracle Hall, Level 5. Ding! Player has been detected to possess basic sacred study. Player has been bound to the Book of Creation. Ding! Player can randomly select 3 spells from the Holy Basic Spell Library and select one of them to record in the Book of Creation. After recording the spell, the player can use the Book of Creation to cast the spell. If the Book of Creation is destroyed, the spell cannot be used. Ding! This is the first time the player has entered the Oracle Hall. The first skill draw is free. Each subsequent draw, Basic Skills Library, will cost 10 King of Gods points. After the draw, the player can choose whether the new skill will overwrite the spell recorded in the current Book of Creation. Ding! The player's current sacred study level can only bind an elementary skill in the Book of Creation. Ding! Player can only bind a Book of Creation. Ding! Player does not belong to the Holy Court camp. He cannot use the Holy Court merit points to exchange for Holy Skill experience points and receive additional random draw +1 reward. Fang Hang carefully read the description and had a thought. An initial skill can also draw a recorded spell for free? This was not bad. Fang Hang walked to the high platform in the center of the circular hall, raised the Book of Creation with one hand, and whispered, "Draw." Ding! Player randomly draws skills from the basic spell library. Radiant, Calm, Holy Word, Solid. Please choose one to record or give up recording. Fang Hang looked at the skill attribute. Perhaps because they were all basic holy skills, Fang Hang felt that the skills drawn were all trash. The effects were not that good. Ding! You can spend 10 King of Gods points to draw an additional King of Gods points. Try again. Only 10 King of Gods points was not too expensive. Fang Hang was a little overwhelmed. Perhaps it was because the basic skill library was not that good to begin with. Fang Hang spent 50 King of Gods points and did 5 random draws before he saw a skill that was considered decent. Skill, Elementary Purification. Skill description: purify the target's body by releasing a skill, purifying the target's current elementary magic effects, such as electricity, ice, curse, bind, and so on. This was good. Elementary purification should not be at the level of the priest of the Holy Court who was able to purify the liquor, but it was very suitable to deal with the low-level souls in the Fallen Quarter. At least he would not rely on holy water so much, and he could complete the purification on his own. It was a decent skill. High up in the sky, a streak of holy light sprinkled down. The light shone directly on the Book of Creation in Fang Hang's hand. Ding! Your Book of Creation has recorded a skill, Elementary Purification. Fang Hang closed the Book of Creation. He was just about to leave the center of the high platform when suddenly, streaks of holy light sprinkled down from high up and continuously condensed on his body. The 12 praying maidens' stone pillars in the hall emitted gentle holy light. For a time, Fang Hang became the focus of the entire Oracle Hall. Ding! Player's basic sacred skill has been detected to have reached level 10. Player can use the Oracle Hall to level up his skills. 800 King of Gods points will be consumed, huh? After receiving the game hint, Fang Hang suddenly turned his head and looked straight at Chu Yan. Can the holy skills be upgraded? Chu Yan also saw the abnormal phenomenon in the Oracle Hall, and he was shocked. What's going on? Did Boss Fang know about the sacred study? Isn't he an undead or a vampire? After thinking about it carefully, he realized that Boss Fang could use the Holy System's Book of Creation, and he could also use the Light Cast Holy Sword and the Holy Cast Long Spear. It was reasonable for him to have the holy skills. Seeing Chu Yan standing there without answering, Fang Hang frowned and urged, "Chu Yan, can you do it?" Chu Yan came back to his senses. He nodded and said, "Yes, you're right. The Oracle Hall in the branch can upgrade the sacred study to the elementary level. If you want to upgrade from the elementary level, you need to go to the headquarters of the Holy Court. The Oracle Hall there is more complete. Then what about now? Can I proceed with the upgrade now?" Chu Yan had just mastered elementary sacred study not too long ago, so he was quite familiar with this. He nodded and said, "Yes, you can, but I need some time to prepare. The upgrade of the sacred study requires the priests of the Holy Church to come over and hold a ritual. I can't do it by myself. Only after completing the ritual can you proceed with the upgrade of the sacred study. I am in a hurry." "How long will the preparation take?" "Very soon. I will go make the arrangements right now." "Oh right, completing the advancement requires the King of Gods points. That's a total of 800 points. I got it. Hurry up and get ready." "Okay." Chu Yan nodded and quickly left the oracle hall to gather the priests to prepare Feng Heng for the advancement of his sacred study. "Hey, Feng Heng, come over and take a look." As soon as Chu Yan left, Sandy waved excitedly for Feng Heng to come over. Feng Heng was puzzled. He walked to Sandy and asked, "What?" That. Look at that." Sandy excitedly pointed at the top of the maiden's stone pillar. As he spoke, he jumped a little and tried to grab onto the top of the stone statue. He raised his head and looked in the direction Sandy was pointing at. There was a pendant on the neck of a praying maiden's stone pillar facing the center of the hall. From its appearance, this pendant looked like the one Sandy had lost not long ago. Feng Heng frowned. Looking carefully, there were a total of 12 stone pillars in the hall. 2 of the maidens were wearing the same pendant on their necks. "Yours?" "I don't know." Sandy shook his head. Then, he thought of something and nodded frantically. "It doesn't matter. It's going to be mine soon anyway." Feng Heng was speechless. "Wait a minute." As he spoke, Feng Heng lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. His body lightly leaped to a high place. He took off the pendant from the maiden's neck and threw it to Sandy. "Hey, that's right, it's this one." Sandy held the pendant in his hand and quickly checked it, then excitedly pointed at the pendant on the neck of another girl statue. That one, help me take it as well." Feng Heng was helpless, and quickly and lightly tapped the ground again, taking off the other pendant from the maiden statue. Ding! The current level of the Oracle Hall has been reduced to level 4, huh? Feng Heng had just taken off the pendant, but before he could throw it to Sandy, he saw the game hint and exclaimed in his heart. Sandy also felt something and looked around the entire hall. Well. Seeing that Sandy was deep in thought, Feng Heng couldn't help but cough and ask, "Ahem, what did you find?" Sandy lowered his head and thought for a moment. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he turned his head and asked Feng Heng, "Where are the ancient books?" "Feng Heng, where are the ancient books we collected in the basement?" Chapter 724, Bad Intention. Which one are you referring to? The one with the green cover. Feng Heng took out 2 books with green covers from his backpack and threw them to Sandy. Sandy opened one of the books and quickly flipped to one of the pages. He looked down at the book and compared it with the layout of the hall in front of him. Then, he looked enlightened. "So that's how it is." "Why? What have you discovered?" "Feng Heng, this is a miracle." Feng Heng's pupils constricted. "Miracle?" "Yes. To be more precise, it's a replica of a miracle. It was built according to the description of the Temple of Zeus in the Holy Realm in the ancient books. I was thinking about it just now. Why do I feel that it looks a little familiar?" Sandy stroked his chin and looked around the entire hall once again. "Feng Heng, I've checked just now. Many of the things in the hall are replicas, but they are also the ones with excellent workmanship. They are of great artistic value. And in the words of the books, they have all been baptized by the holy light." Feng Heng raised his eyebrows and looked at Sandy. "Huh? Ahem." Sandy coughed lightly and continued, "It's too dangerous to leave them in this place." "You mean?" The two looked at each other, and their eyes revealed a greedy look. "I think as believers of the God of Art, we have the obligation to protect these precious artworks from being destroyed." Feng Heng nodded in agreement, "So sending them back to the prison for safekeeping is undoubtedly the best choice, right?" Sandy looked as if he had seen his kindred spirit. "You really know me, Feng Heng. Believe me, after my adjustment, the artwork here will definitely be more real than the real one." I hope so." Feng Heng pondered in his heart. If he moved all the things here back to the prison, would it still be effective to build an oracle hall in the prison again? Why don't I create some sort of church that believes in the light in the zombie apocalypse? For a moment, Feng Heng felt that his IQ was not high enough. He thought, who cares? What's the point of thinking so much? I will take it one step at a time. Let's move everything out first. If he was lucky, he might be able to level up his sacred study in the zombie apocalypse prison. After making his decision, Feng Heng began to think about how to move all the things back. "Sandy, we still have to wait a bit. I will think about how to move all the things back after I complete the advancement." Of course, it's good that you have this plan. There's no rush now. I still have a little less information on hand." Sandy continued to flip through the books in his hand. "Wait, I have to look for more ancient books and see how to move them without breaking them. Also, Feng Heng, the people of the Holy Court are a little stupid. They can't restore them well. If we can find the authentic ones, they can be upgraded more or less. Feng Heng suddenly thought of something. Hey! Feng Heng interrupted Sandy and turned to look at him. Do you think there are higher-tier imitations in the headquarters of the Holy Court? Or are they authentic? Sandy's eyelids twitched and he showed a surprised expression. Boss, don't tell me you want to. Feng Heng patted Sandy's shoulder. You think the same way as I do, but don't be too excited. Take it one step at a time and study it carefully. I need to think of a way to transport them back first. You're right. Let's take it one step at a time. My good brother, leave the research to me. After exchanging a few words with Feng Heng, Sandy seemed to feel inspired by the god of art and was instantly full of motivation. Feng Heng and Sandy had just finalized a plan to move the Oracle Hall, and Chu Yan soon came over with a group of 12 high-tier priests of the Holy Court. Under such circumstances, it was not easy for the Holy Court to gather 12 high-tier priests. Let's begin. Soon, following the priest's guidance, Feng Heng stood in the middle of the hall. All the high-tier priests of the Holy Court lined up in front of the 12 stone statues in the hall. At the same time, they opened the Book of Creation and whispered incantations. Under their control and guidance, pure holy light sprinkled down from the top of the hall and fell on Feng Heng's body. The stone statue of the young maiden released an even more intense light. Surrounded by a gentle aura, Feng Heng slowly closed his eyes. After a moment, the light gradually dimmed. A game hint appeared under Feng Heng's retina. Ding! You have been deducted 800 King of Gods points. You have successfully advanced to elementary level Sacred Study. Your original skill Basic Sacred Study of Oblivion. Ding! You have mastered the elementary level of the Sacred Study. Skill, elementary level of the Sacred Study, level 1, skill description, initial skill of the Sacred Study. Through this skill, you can use some items related to the Sacred Study to learn related sacred skills. Skill description, this skill can be upgraded to level 15. Feng Heng opened his eyes again and looked around. The high-tier priests in the room had been chased away by Chu Yan. Chu Yan asked, Boss Feng, how are you feeling? Very good. Feng Heng clenched his fist and felt the mark on the back of his hand that was slightly warm. The game hint swept across his vision again. Ding! Player has elementary level Sacred Study detected. Player can choose to spend 50 King of Gods points to randomly obtain 3 spells in the elementary level skill library and choose to record them. Ding! Currently, player can only record 1 basic sacred spell and 1 elementary sacred spell in the Book of Creation. Feng Heng flipped open the Book of Creation in his hands. After leveling up to elementary sacred study, he could record 1 more elementary spell. But it actually required 50 points to be drawn once. That was a total of 5 times the amount. Sacred study really used up a lot of money. Previously, he had spent 800 points to level up his skills, and the King of Gods points he had on him was no longer sufficient. In short, since he had already completed leveling up his skills, he might as well pick one randomly. Otherwise, he would feel like he was losing out on something. Feng Heng silently chanted in his heart, draw. Ding! Player has consumed 50 King of Gods points, and randomly obtained a spell, Mantra Strong, Basic Spell, Prayer of Pain, Elementary Spell, Production Holy Water, Elementary Spell. The elementary skill library can even contain basic skills. What a scam. Eh? Feng Heng was cursing in his heart when he suddenly let out a soft exclamation. When he saw the random skill description, Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Production Holy Water. He could actually randomly draw this. Feng Heng immediately opened the skill description. Production Holy Water. Description: place an item with holy light energy into normal, clean water. Normal water can be purified into holy water through a skill. This process will consume a small portion of the item's holy light energy, and the amount of holy light energy consumed by the item will slowly recover over time. Description: holy water can dispel a portion of curses, and it has a weak purification effect, causing a small portion of life forms to receive a small amount of damage. Description: the effective duration of holy water depends on the strength of the holy light type item, and can be maintained for 720 hours. Very good. This was it. Feng Heng immediately chose to record the skill and enter it into the Book of Creation. Chapter 725, Production. Ding. You have recorded the following skill into the Book of Creation. Production Holy Water. The harvest was bountiful. Closing the Book of Creation, Feng Heng turned to look at Chu Yan. I still need to deal with the matters left behind by the vampires during this period of time. I think you should have things to do as well. In short, the vampires won't disturb you at the moment. We will keep in touch at all times. If there's any news from the Holy Court, inform me immediately. Okay. Chu Yan nodded in agreement. He was very confident in Feng Heng. During this period of time, he could deal with the players of the Holy Court in Victoria City. There's more. Sandy hurried over. The Holy Court still has a lot of books and information here, right? I want to take a look. I want to see all of them, including those historical miscellaneous records and fantasy books. I want to see all of them. Chu Yan frowned and said, Mr. Sandy, we have a lot of books here. The former regional bishop, Chen Li, also has a private study. There are a lot of books in there. Are you sure you want all of them? Of course. I will stay here today. That's good. Feng Heng said to Chu Yan, Sandy will stay here to read during this period. Make sure he's safe. I will come to pick him up later. Okay, leave it to me. I will arrange it. Feng Heng turned his head to look at Sandy and asked, do you know what an item with holy light energy is? Huh? Sandy was stunned when he heard that. He subconsciously touched the pendant that he had just retrieved in his pocket. The Fallen Corridor. Under Li Shouqian's lead, Li Qingren brought a group of high-tier players who were doing shifts to the camp. The players did not expect that there would be such a temporary resting camp in the Fallen Corridor. There was actually food and drinks. After using holy water to remove the curse left by the previous battle, the players entered the main tent to rest. Don't worry. Boss Feng Heng might seem to be ruthless at first look. When I first met him, I was quite jealous of him. Later, I found out that he's a good person and would never cheat his own friends. Li Shouqian brought Li Qingren around the camp and gave a general introduction of the camp. Strange, where did boss go? In short, let everyone stay here and rest in peace. Boss Feng Heng said that he can provide food and materials. If you have any other needs, you can also ask. It's okay. Li Qingren nodded and said, okay, when you find him later, help me thank him. The existence of the temporary camp greatly alleviated the team's terrible situation. However, the prospects were still not optimistic. Li Qingren's brows unconsciously knitted together, and she was very worried. The enemy's plan to destroy the seal of the Fallen Corridor had been carried out so thoroughly. It was obvious that they had come prepared. It was even more difficult for Teacher Pushi to complete the restoration. Moreover, even if they had completed the restoration, how would they face the king guards who remained in the central ceiling area? As time passed, the remnant soul absorbed the power of the Death Realm, and the king guards would only become stronger and stronger. In order to stabilize everyone's emotions, Teacher Pushi had never told the players this news. As his disciple, Li Qingren was very clear about this. Right now, all they could do was try their best to stabilize the situation and place their hopes on the outside world's support. They had to persevere as long as possible. As she thought about it, Li Qingren raised her head and asked Li Shouqian, by the way, how much holy water do you have left in your camp? There was originally a lot of it. We didn't know that the situation in your central region was so bad. We used a lot of it yesterday. The rest is now in the preparation warehouse. I will bring you there to take a look. Li Shouqian explained and brought Li Qingren to the warehouse. Actually, there are still a lot of them, but the problem is that the holy water has a time-limited effect. It can still be used for a few days, but it will expire soon. At that time, it might lose its effect. As he spoke, Li Shouqian opened the large tent where the holy water was stored. As soon as he opened the tent, Li Qingren raised her eyebrows. She noticed a faint dark golden light flash past. The light only flashed for a moment, so much so that Li Qingren thought it was an illusion. Li Shouqian did not notice the flash of light. He saw a figure in the tent with his back to them. Feng Heng? Feng Heng was studying the production of the holy water in front of a vat of water with his back to the two of them. He turned his head when he heard them. It's you. You gave me a fright. You are the one who gave me a fright. I thought there was a thief. What are you doing here? I've been looking for you for a long time. Li Shouqian introduced Feng Heng to Li Qingren. By the way, this is Li Qingren, Teacher Pushi's student. This is Feng Heng. Li Qingren sized up Feng Heng with her bright eyes. He was Feng Heng? Teacher Dickie's disciple. A very strange person. He could actually get so many materials in advance to enter the Fallen Corridor. Oh, hello. Feng Heng covered his mouth and yawned. I am sorry, I didn't sleep well last night. It's okay, I would like to thank you for the materials. Of course, of course. There's no need to be so distant. I am Teacher Dickie's disciple and also a member of the Necromancer Association. I should help. Feng Heng casually waved his hand. He felt that Li Qingren was a little easier to talk to than her teacher and asked, is the situation over at the seal very bad? I met Teacher Pushi earlier. He was not in a good mood, so I was too embarrassed to ask. Li Qingren smiled bitterly in her heart and said apologetically, I am sorry, Teacher Pushi's temper has always been bad. Yesterday, when we entered the central area, you were also there. The general situation was just as Teacher Pushi said. It's just that the situation of the subsequent seals yesterday was more severe than we imagined. The rate of the undead aura leaking out from the Shrine of Bones was faster than we imagined. With your help, our supply problem has been temporarily alleviated, but we are still very short of materials, especially holy water resources. Without holy water, the team's combat strength will be greatly reduced, so I will have to trouble you again this time. I want to discuss with you whether you can provide all of the holy water available to us. As she spoke, Li Qingren looked behind Feng Heng. Huh? What are you doing? Oh, nothing. I am trying to make some holy water. Li Shouqian was stunned. He suspected that he had heard wrongly and blurted out, Boss, what did you say? I am producing holy water. Why are you so agitated? I noticed that you've been acting all jumpy lately. Feng Heng moved half a body aside as he spoke, gesturing for the two of them to come over and take a look. I will try to learn how to make holy water myself. After all, looking at Teacher Pushi's expression, I feel like I will still be stuck in this damned place for quite some time. I can't just sit around and wait, right? Chapter 726, Marketing One's Own Product. Feng Heng shrugged and looked at Li Shouqian, as if he had a bad memory. Hey, did you forget? Weren't you the one who suggested yesterday that we didn't have enough holy water? Li Shouqian was at a loss for words for a moment. Indeed, he did not sleep well last night. He spent the whole night thinking about how to make money with the holy water. He was woken up by Feng Heng halfway and asked some inexplicable questions. But, make holy water himself? Li Shouqian felt that the solution proposed by Feng Heng sounded a little unreliable. With that thought, Li Shouqian and Li Qingren, who were full of doubts and curiosity, walked up together and looked at the large vat of water behind Feng Heng. This. Boss? Can you do it? Can you really make this thing yourself? It's not a big problem. Actually, I've been thinking about it for the past few days. After all, we're all in business. If we can reduce the cost, then we should do that, right? In the future, if we can make holy water ourselves, not only can we greatly reduce the cost, but we can also effectively solve some problems such as the transportation of holy water, the efficiency of circulating logistics, and so on. Li Shouqian was stunned again when he heard Feng Heng's explanation. Wow, he was talking about making money again? So boss had been thinking about this since a long time ago? Were capitalists so money-driven that they wouldn't even let others earn money from selling holy water? Boss Feng is right. I've learned a lot. Li Shouqian felt that he still had many shortcomings. In terms of making money, he was only a few levels below Feng Heng. However, could it really work? Li Qingren listened to the conversation between the two of them and immediately thought of the holy aura that she sensed when she first entered the tent. The undead element was also more sensitive to the holy element. So that aura just now was produced when he was testing the production of the holy water? Although it sounded very incredible, if he could really produce the holy water. Li Qingren couldn't help but interrupt. Feng Heng, how was the situation when you tried to produce holy water? Did you succeed? Yes, I was just testing it. I don't think it's a big problem. You guys came just in time, you can help me try it out. As Feng Heng spoke, he picked up the Book of Creation that was placed on the table next to the vat. Book of Creation? Seeing this golden-edged Book of Creation, Li Qingren's eyes lit up again. She looked at Feng Heng with extreme confusion. The Holy Book of Creation? Outside of the game, the difficulty of obtaining the Book of Creation was much higher than that of obtaining the Book of the Dead. How did he get his hands on it? Could it be that he had something to do with those guys from the Holy Realm? Li Shouqian was completely dumbfounded. He had clearly only found Feng Heng last night, yet he had already begun to lay out his plans long before he entered the Fallen Quarter. No wonder boss didn't panic at all when he mentioned the holy water to him last night. He had already foreseen this step? Did he really just cheat? Boss, you really made preparations long ago. TSK, how could I lie to you? I told you to save resources. Feng Heng continued to turn his back as he spoke. He took out the pendant that he had just taken out from the game and threw it into the vat. His left hand pressed on the Book of Creation, and a weak holy light emanated from the Book of Creation. Gulp gulp gulp. The vat immediately reacted and a series of bubbles appeared. Seeing Feng Heng control the Book of Creation, Li Qingren was utterly shocked. A necromancer actually knew the way of sacred study? Dual element cultivation? The difficulty of dual element cultivation was more than doubled, not to mention that the undead element and the holy element were two completely conflicting elements. It was extremely difficult to practice at the same time. It would get increasingly difficult in the later stages and would take thousands of times more effort. Why would Instructor Dicky allow his disciple to make such a choice? Li Qingren was completely confused. If only he could put all his energy into necromancy. Li Qingren opened her mouth, wanting to persuade Feng Heng to specialize in one area. Just as she opened her mouth, she realized that something was wrong. Instructor Dicky was a visionary and should have his own arrangements. She was not clear about the specific situation, so it was better for her not to think that she was causing trouble. Ding! You have completed the production of holy water. Effect duration of holy water, 12 hours. After casting the skill, Feng Heng withdrew his hand. The pendant in his hand did not seem to be of high quality. The holy water could only be maintained for a relatively low 12-hour limit. Thinking of this, Feng Heng took out a small bottle from the vat and handed it to the two people behind him. How about it? Do you want to try the effect? The two of them looked at the bottle of holy water in a daze. Under normal circumstances, although holy water was not very precious, it was still in the hands of the holy scholars. The people from the Necromancer Association would pay a price and think of a way to go to the middleman to buy the holy water. It would take a long time to go back and forth, and it would also cost a price. After all, holy scholars disliked the necromancers more than anyone else. They were always hostile toward necromancers and were unwilling to trade with them. Necromancers, on the other hand, were more indifferent. You hate me, I will ignore you. I will live longer than you anyway. A necromancer personally made holy water? It did not sound very convincing, but it really happened right in front of their eyes. Boss, you're amazing. Li Shouqian quickly came back to his senses. He sighed and took the small bottle from Feng Heng. I think this holy water is definitely the real thing. I will let the people outside try the actual effect. As he spoke, Li Shouqian rushed out of the tent with the holy water. Only Feng Heng and Li Qinggren were left in the tent. Li Qinggren looked at Feng Heng and nodded. Classmate, do you mind showing me? Feng Heng moved aside. Of course, please do as you please. Li Qinggren walked to the front of the vat and put her hand into the vat. She carefully sensed the holy water in the vat. Indeed, it was holy water. The quality of the holy water was considered to be relatively poor. It was estimated that the effect of the holy water would not last for long. The quality of the holy water could be attributed to the low level of the holy item in his hand. Li Qinggren raised her head and looked at Feng Heng. First, it was a temporary camp, then a large number of materials, and now even holy water was produced. Li Qinggren suddenly had a strange feeling from the bottom of her heart. Although she felt apologetic to Feng Heng, she really felt very lucky. Fortunately, Feng Heng was also unlucky this time and was trapped in the fallen corridor. Without Feng Heng, she really didn't know what to do next. Cough, cough. Being stared at by Li Qinggren, Feng Heng coughed lightly and scratched the back of his head, feeling rather embarrassed. Classmate, don't stare at me. Even though we are familiar with each other, we, as suppliers, still have to collect money. Previously, Instructor Pushi agreed to double the market price. We will settle it after we leave, right? Hearing Feng Heng suddenly say this, Li Qinggren could not help but burst into laughter. PFFT, what are you thinking? Instructor Pushi will definitely pay you the money. Li Qinggren nodded and said, thank you very much, Feng Heng. With the holy water, we can last for a very long time. Feng Heng said politely, you're welcome. It's just making money. It's what we should do. As the two of them were exchanging formalities, Li Shouqian, who had gone out just now, hurriedly ran back. Chapter 727, Start Work Boss Feng Heng. We've tested it. Boss Feng Heng. There's no problem at all. The quality of the holy water is absolutely perfect. Li Shouqian was full of excitement. He nodded to Li Qinggren beside him, then looked at Feng Heng and asked, Boss, may I ask if we can continue to work? Previously, they had stopped working to reduce the consumption of holy water. Now that the holy water could be produced by themselves, they had nothing to worry about. Since they had been idle for a while, would they need to start working at full capacity from now on? Feng Heng thought about it. Originally, he was prepared to sleep for a while. But not long ago, advancing to the elementary sacred study had consumed the few King of Gods points he had left. The pressure of living made Feng Heng unable to raise his head. Sigh. Feng Heng sighed in his heart and nodded in agreement. Get ready. We will continue working in the afternoon. Alright, I will contact everyone right away. There's nothing to do here anyway. Everyone is bored and will definitely be willing to earn some money. Li Qinggren blinked her eyes and looked at Li Shouqian, who seemed to be on steroids. Huh? Still working? They were already in a life and death crisis, and they were still trapped in this dangerous place, not knowing if they could get out. How could they still be in the mood to work? She really did not know whether to be angry or laugh about it. Li Qinggren turned her head to look at Feng Heng. A sense of powerlessness rose from the bottom of her heart. Forget it, let them do what they want. Feng Heng had already helped them too much. After all, they were facing a higher tier soul, so Feng Heng and the others couldn't help them. Let's just work. After returning to the game, Feng Heng set up a new gathering point in Victoria City for invading District 9, then set fire to a building that had been used as the central point by the Holy Court not long ago. He also completed the suicide of the normal zombie clones, and finally, he brought Sandy back to the prison. In the mechanical repair room of the prison, after listening to Sandy's description, Victor could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Sandy, I am sorry. We really can't do what you said now. We can't be sure whether the teleportation passage will repel the sealing stone that you just described. Most importantly, just in terms of size, the sealing stone is too big. It can't pass through the basic mechanical teleportation disc. Sandy looked disappointed. The sealing stone was his treasure. It was not safe to leave it in the sewer of Victoria City. Sandy wanted to place it on the ground as soon as possible. Victor, you are also a genius in mechanics. Even you can't do it? Victor agreed with Sandy's words, but he could not do anything. Not yet. If we continue to level up the teleportation disc, we can think of a way to do it. Sandy, you're tired today. Go and rest first. Fang Heng patted Sandy's shoulder. We will continue to go to the vampire apocalypse tomorrow. I will think of a way to build the sealing stone. Now I need you to focus on building a temple of Zeus in the prison. Sandy's eyelids twitched. He said in surprise, really? You can bring the sealing stone back? It's not a big problem. Fang Heng nodded. The sealing stone was a very useful thing. Before he left, he had communicated with Chu Yan, who said that he would find a way to figure out how Bishop Chen Li had poured holy energy into the sealing stone in the past. Fang Heng was looking forward to it. If everything went well, he could bring the sealing stone back for Kaiyu Yokeng to study, and then think of a way to mass-produce the sealing stone, and then find a way to inject holy attribute energy into the sealing stone. At that time, it would be the same as having a semi-controllable high-density energy bomb. The power of the bomb was enough to easily destroy the Marquis of the Vampires. In this way, he could complete the suicide of his fusion tyrant form in the future and bring them to various game worlds. Unlike now, although he had the fusion tyrant forms, he could not let them commit mass suicide due to the fusion tyrant form's high health point. As for how to move the sealing stone, Fang Heng already had some ideas. Just like when he was dealing with Hyla's tissue sample. The next time he went back, he would think of a way to use a sealing spell to wrap the sealing stone in more than 10 layers. Then, when he returned to District 8 of the zombie apocalypse, he would put it into his backpack and bring it back. He would bring one set at a time. At most, he would bring it back a few more times. There were still quite a lot of sealing materials left in the basement room used for sealing spells. The next time he went back to District 9, he could directly bring some finished products there. This is great. As expected of a young man who has been favored by the god of art. Sandy trusted Fang Heng very much. He reached out and knocked Fang Heng's back heavily. Then, he turned to look at Victor with a burning gaze. Genius architect, I have a genius architectural idea. I want to build an unprecedented temple of Zeus in the prison. I think that in this world, only you can complete this great idea. Believe me, we will definitely be remembered by future generations. Ha ha ha, Sandy, just tell me how to do it. I will follow the blueprint that you described. Sandy was in high spirits. He put his arms around Victor's shoulders and said, I already have a plan. If you want to do it, then do it to the best of your ability. We might as well do it in one step. Don't think about saving money. Fang Heng. Big brother. Fang Heng turned his head and saw Mojai Ai running into the hall in high spirits. You're the one who created District 9 of the vampire apocalypse, aren't you? Haha, that's awesome. Now, the vampire apocalypse forums are all talking about Victoria City. They're bragging about it. Mojai Ai hadn't slept well for most of the night. Now, he was extremely excited. It was as if he was the one who had created a wave of presence in District 9. Last night, he received the zombie apocalypse news in District 9 in the middle of the night. Then, he got up and saw the live reports on the forums that he had been reading for a whole day. When he saw the picture of the masked man, Mojai Ai felt that it was a little familiar. Then, he saw a screenshot of a blurry ghoul that was circulating on the internet. He immediately thought that it was Fang Heng. He looked for Victor in the game and asked around. Sure enough, Fang Heng went to Vampire Apocalypse, District 9. Therefore, Mojai Ai immediately ordered his people to block the news from the outside world, and they also continued to watch the show. I knew it. That damned place, the Fallen Quarter, will definitely not be able to trap you. As Mojai Ai spoke, he gave Fang Heng a you-know look. Don't worry. Other than a few of us here who know that you went to District 9, the rest of them are ignorant. Uncle Mo has already taken care of me several times. As Mojai Ai spoke, he chuckled, Brother, you didn't think about me. It's such a fun thing, why didn't you bring me along? I haven't gone out to play for a long time. Fang Heng looked at the excited and expectant Mojai Ai and couldn't help but spread his hands, feeling rather helpless. Don't mention it. Talking about this gave him a headache. Chapter 728, The Impending Danger. I want to say, I originally just wanted to get some holy water, do you believe me? At first, Fang Heng really just wanted to get some holy water and then return. After all, this was the first time he had gone to the vampire apocalypse. At that time, his main thought was to first do some scouting and pave the way for the follow-up work. Of course, if possible, he could also level up or something. He really did not expect the matter to blow up so big that it could not be resolved. Ahem, let's not pretend anymore, brother. Mojai Aoi expressed his disbelief. Next time there's such an exciting matter, bring me along. Even if I am sleeping, you have to wake me up. And let me tell you, our family also has businesses in the vampire apocalypse. We can also help you. Huh? Fang Heng raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Right. He suddenly remembered that a large part of North River Heavy Industries business was set up in the vampire apocalypse. In fact, Mo Yongxiao had once invited him to go to the vampire apocalypse, but it was Zombie Apocalypse's District 9 that invited him first. That's good. Next time, we can go to District 9 together. Fang Heng nodded and agreed. After thinking about it carefully, the game in District 9 had just begun. He hadn't gotten the holy weapon of the vampires, and the level-up plan hadn't been completed yet. He hadn't even come into contact with the blood pool of the vampires, and he hadn't found the method to wake Angitas up. With a trustworthy player entering the world of vampires with him, many things would be more convenient. Moreover, Mojai Aoi was a lucky guy. He could rub off some luck from him. Fang Heng felt that he did not plan well for this wave. If he had brought Mojai Aoi to the vampire apocalypse from the beginning, with Mojai Aoi's good luck, he probably wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. He could just flip a coin and get the holy water. Great. Mojai Aoi waved his fist excitedly. I will go and gather information about District 9 for you, and contact the people in District 9. Although Mojai Aoi claimed that he was a spoilt rich kid waiting to die, he actually really wanted to contribute to the family's business. Going to District 9 made those uncles look at him in a new light. Wait a minute. For safety's sake, the prison has been closed to the outside world recently. Other than the few core members in the prison, don't tell anyone about me entering the game. After thinking for a while, Fang Heng instructed again, also, it's not convenient for me to show my face now. I need your help. Later, go find Kaiyu Yokeng and ask him to help with the transformation of the liquors. I need about 100. It's very urgent. Try to finish it before we leave for District 9 tomorrow. Fang Heng felt that he still needed to improve his combat strength in District 9 of the vampire apocalypse. The liquor was the most suitable combat creature at this stage. Kaiyu Yokeng and Ding Minutes had started to study the evolution of zombies, which was to turn the evolved liquor back into a normal zombie. He believed that there would be some preliminary results after a while. Therefore, he was not afraid that the liquor would be eliminated in the future. Mojai Aoi put away the laughter on his face and took note of it seriously. He nodded and said, no problem, leave it to me. Ha. Alright, I will leave it to you. I am going to catch up on my sleep. Fang Heng yawned, stuffed 3 boxes of coffee into his backpack and went offline. Victoria City. The destroyed city gradually recovered and order was restored. Under the leadership of the vampires, the humans began to rebuild the buildings of the vampires. Ever since the incident of the 12 magic pillars of light, Venerate led his subordinates to search the city carefully, but they could not find Fang Shao. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. On the clan's side, ever since Count Kido's sudden death, the clan had chosen to remain silent. It was as if they could do whatever they wanted. After all, Victoria City was just a small city that could be dispensed with. Everything seemed to have returned to peace. However, there were huge waves within the player community. It was too terrifying. Everything that happened that night was really magical. Victoria City was affected by the Holy Court. 12 pillars of light rose up and almost wiped out all the vampires in Victoria City. The unforeseen appearance of the undead, the sudden collapse of the vampires' building, the violent explosion and the pillars of light that shot up into the sky. Everything sounded unbelievable. The players were all discussing who was behind all of this. They were also thinking about how to profit from it. Beneath the calm surface of the water, there were turbulent undercurrents. Many people thought that the decisive battle between the Holy Court and the vampires would most likely start early. Some even guessed that this incident was the work of Bright Star River Gaming Company. Many veterans who were involved in the vampire apocalypse knew that the Bright Star River Gaming Company was a large-scale gaming company secretly controlled by the 12 corporations. They joined the game as soon as the server opened. With the support of the 12 corporations, they joined the vampires. They were extremely powerful among the vampires. At this moment, the higher-ups of Bright Star River Gaming Company were holding a video conference. The incident that had happened in the city last night had almost no effect on the game guilds and the entire vampire population. Not to mention the fact that the central building of the city had been blown up. They wouldn't even frown if more than 10 or 20 cities were blown up. Ever since they entered the vampire apocalypse, the main storyline mission had been progressing smoothly. Although the various large guilds in the game and the various federal regions were giving them pressure, everything was under control. If things went smoothly, they estimated that within 5 years, they would be able to take down the main storyline and completely take control of District 9. But now, they kept on receiving shocking news one after another. Undead forces? A player that could possibly come from a higher realm? Or was it a marquis of the vampires who possessed the holy weapon of the vampires? After synthesizing all sorts of information, Bright Star River Gaming Company detected a dangerous aura. Especially the holy weapon of vampires in Feng Shuo's hands. The company's supervisor, Lin Nuo, swept his gaze across the people present. The higher-ups' intentions are already very clear. We need to confirm as soon as possible if a high-tier player has appeared. We need to confirm if he will affect the revival plan of the realm of vampires and what exactly is going on with the holy weapon of vampires in his hands. Lin Nuo knocked on the table heavily with his fist and reiterated word by word, the plans of the higher-ups absolutely cannot fail. Currently, the video information we have obtained is extremely rare. We are unable to confirm the identity of our opponent. We only know that the other party's name may be Feng Shuo. It is most likely an alias. In addition, we have discovered that someone is covering up the traces left behind by the incident of eliminating the magic array in Victoria City. Who is it? We are still investigating. We can confirm that it is not a player from our western jurisdiction. After comparing the database, we did not find anything. Lin Nuo revealed a thoughtful expression. Continue to investigate? From now on, I will have full authority to take over the matters in the game. Lin Nuo continued, the Elders' Council hopes to use Feng Shuo's strength to investigate the matter of the loss of the holy weapon. I've already proposed to the Elders' Council to send him an invitation to test his attitude towards District 9. If he accepts the invitation, I believe that we will soon find out his true identity. Chapter 729, Elders' Council's invitation. The next day, Feng Heng got up early. He first worked in the Fallen Corridor for an entire morning to earn King of Gods points. He only went online and returned to the game when it was close to noon. Together with Mojai and Sandy, who were ready to go, they entered District 9 of the Vampire Apocalypse. They worked non-stop. It was really hard to be a worker. A faint light flashed. Feng Heng and the other two appeared in the sewer. At this time, a large group of resurrected lickers had gathered in the sewer of Victoria City. After 18 hours, the number of zombie clones had increased by 3 times due to the proliferation skill effect. In another 6 hours, the lickers, which had just been upgraded by Kaiyu Kang, would be resurrected again after the suicide, increasing Feng Heng's combat strength. Now, wait here for a while. I am going to take care of some things. I will be back to pick you up soon. After saying that, Feng Heng switched his academic form to the vampire's bloodline. He transformed into a bat form and flew out from a sewer exit, flying into the air. Mojai opened his mouth and looked in the direction where Feng Heng had left with envy. Hey, Sandy, look. That move was pretty cool. I want to learn. No, you don't. Soon, the vampires entrenched in Victoria City noticed Feng Heng, who was hovering in the city. Feng Heng stopped at the height of a building and looked down at the entire Victoria City. In a few minutes, Venerate flew to Feng Heng's side after hearing the news. He transformed into human form and knelt on one knee. Marquis, it's great that you're okay. We've been looking for you. What is it? My lord, the Elders' Council wants to see you. Feng Heng's gaze shifted to Venerate. Elders' Council? Following that, a row of game hints appeared. Ding, player has triggered an optional mission. Elders' Council's invitation. Mission name, Elders' Council's invitation. Mission description, your Elders' Council reputation points have reached the limit. You have attracted the Elders' Council's attention. Mission requirements, the Elders' Council invites you to enter the Elders' Council. There may be a mission for you, but you can also choose to ignore the Elders' Council's invitation. Mission reward, none. Mission punishment, none. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Vampires. Elders' Council. If he remembered correctly, Entitas was firmly controlled by the Elders' Council of Vampires. Apart from that, the Elders' Council was also responsible for distributing the holy weapons of vampires from the beginning. In the vampire apocalypse, it was known that in order to maintain the balance among the major clans of the vampires and control internal competition, the Elders' Council distributed the holy weapons of the vampires to the various clans. At the same time, the Elders' Council reserved the right to take back the holy weapons of the vampires at any time. From a certain perspective, The Elders' Council was the true central authority within the vampires. So if one were to follow this train of thought, the Elders' Council should know how to wake up entities, right? Feng Heng remained calm. At the very least, the Elders' Council should have some clues. Yes, I understand. What about the clan? The clan has learned of everything you have done for the vampires and the protection of Victoria City. They are very grateful for the help you have provided to our clan. If you are willing, the clan is willing to hand over the full authority of Victoria City to you for safekeeping. Yes, thank them for me. Venerate bowed his head respectfully once again. It is our honor, Marquis. Ding, you have obtained the control rights of the vampires in Victoria City. Your reputation among the vampires has increased. Ding, you have unlocked the control panel of Victoria City. Click here to see the details. Feng Heng glanced at the game hints. He had already controlled the entire District 8 of Zombie Apocalypse, so he was not interested in the small Victoria City at all. He quickly looked into the distance. Currently, there was no news from Chu Yan at the Holy Church. He could find some time to go to the Elders' Council of Vampires to explore the way. In the meantime, he could also borrow the Elders' Council's blood pool to complete the next tier of the vampire bloodline upgrade and increase his strength. No matter what, it was always necessary to increase his strength. Unfortunately, the central building of the vampires was destroyed, and the teleportation passage was also gone. Otherwise, he could directly teleport there, which would save a lot of time. After thinking for a moment, Feng Heng asked, I want to know where Meng Hao is. He thinks that he should belong to your clan, so help me find out as soon as possible. Yes, sir. I will go investigate immediately. 2 hours later, in Elgino City, where the Elders' Council of Vampires was located, a Rolls-Royce was driving on an empty road. Leading the way herd was a group of vampires and bats. Ding was driving the car, carefully following the group of vampires who were leading the way. He was slightly excited. Excited. He had never dreamed that he would be on the way to the headquarters of the Elders' Council of the Vampires. That was the Elders' Council. They had actually come into contact with the core of the vampires. The big boss sitting in the back seat was really amazing. He was simply unfathomable. In comparison, Meng Hao was much more composed. He handed over the information that he had meticulously organized for 1 full day to Feng Heng. Boss Feng, this is part of the information we've collected. We're a bit pressed for time, so we haven't collected all the information yet. If we have more time, we can improve it a bit. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. Feng Heng thanked him. He took the file from Meng Hao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and began to examine it. The 13 holy artifacts of the vampires. Meng Hao listed them in great detail. Currently, in District 9, 6 of the holy weapons of the vampires were in the hands of the Marquis of the Vampires of the various clans. 2 were in the hands of the Dukes of the Vampires, 1 was in the hands of the Prince of the Vampires, and the remaining 2 were in the temporary custody of the Elders' Council. As for the last 2, their whereabouts were unknown and were currently not in the hands of the vampires. Feng Heng quickly browsed through the file. Thinking carefully, he already had 9 pieces of the vampire's holy weapon set in his hands. 2 left and right boots. 2 left and right gauntlets. Belt. Pendant. Spirit cane. Wrist guard. Blood right eye. A total of 9 items. In addition, there were 2 spirit canes that belonged to different servers of the world of vampires. In total, there were 10 items. Among them, the most valuable item was the blood belt that dropped after killing the Duke of the Vampires. It was the most difficult item to obtain. The remaining 4 items were the blood cross, the blood ritual, the blood headdress, and the blood ring. In the current District 9, the blood headdress belonged to the Prince of Vampires. The prince was still in a deep sleep. According to the information, it was rumored that the prince was sleeping in the Elders' Council, but the details were unknown. It was also not clear if the headdress was still on the prince who was still in a deep sleep. The blood ritual was currently in the hands of the Duke of Vampires. The whereabouts of the blood ring were currently unknown. According to the information, it was likely that it was still in the hands of the Elders' Council, or it might have been lost. These 3 items were rather troublesome. In comparison, only the last blood cross was easier to obtain. Currently, it was in the hands of the Marquis of the Ravnos clan. After reading all the information, Feng Heng raised his head and asked, have you heard of the rumors regarding the holy weapons of the vampires? Chapter 730, Security. That's right. It's said that the holy weapon of vampires contains a huge secret about the vampires. As long as we can gather all the holy weapons, we can uncover this secret. Ding, who was driving the car, had heard a lot of gossip, so he raised his hand to answer, but boss, if you ask me, I think these rumors are all false. They're just to fool us newbies. Why do you say that? Because the holy weapons of vampires were originally distributed by the Elders' Council. Ding said with certainty, If the rumors were true, wouldn't the Elders' Council have already known about the secret? What's the point of putting in so much effort? Fuck. Brother, you have a good point. Mojai Oi, who was sitting next to Fang Heng, exclaimed in realization and gave Ah Ding a thumbs up. Ah Ding smiled smugly. Hee hee, not bad. Brother, you flatter me. Mojai Oi did not wear a mask. He announced to the public that he had just met Fang Heng and that he was here on behalf of the North River Heavy Industry. It was not easy for him to connect with them and work together. When Ah Ding saw Mojai Oi, he immediately realized that another big brother had joined the team. This wave was confirmed to be stable. Fang Heng also nodded. He felt that Ah Ding's words were quite reasonable. However, the game had already given him a clear hint when he obtained the holy weapons of the vampires. The holy weapons contained a secret, and he could obtain it once he gathered them. What secret could it be? Fang Heng was still quite interested in the matter of decrypting the secret, especially when the reward was sufficiently generous. As he thought about this, Fang Heng looked at Meng Hao in the passenger seat and asked, Meng Hao, what do you think? I don't think so. Meng Hao turned his head and analyzed seriously. I heard that the 12 corporations have been secretly collecting the holy weapons of vampires. They even asked for the exact location of a few lost holy weapons. The price offered by the 12 corporations on the black market is ridiculously high. I don't know if they succeeded or not, but the people from the 12 corporations are definitely not idiots. If the rumors about the holy weapons were false, they wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to collect them. So I think that it's very likely that the Elders' Council of Vampires has already known about this secret, but due to certain conditions that cannot be triggered, or because the Elders' Council does not have the qualifications to pry into the secret and so on, the secret remained a secret. Fang Heng nodded again when he heard this. He secretly opened the system notebook and wrote down the objectives of the strip. They were divided according to the priority of their importance. Firstly, find out the method to wake up Angitas. Secondly, find the blood pool and increase the vampire bloodline skills. Thirdly, think of a way to gather the holy weapons of the vampires and find out the secret of the vampires. Fourthly, think of a way to trick the vampires and get more evolution crystals to level up. Fifthly, find a way to figure out the conspiracy of the 12 corporations and trick them. After listing them in detail, Fang Heng realized that he had a lot of things to do at the moment, and they were all quite difficult. He would have to do this one step at a time. Fang Heng slowly looked out of the window into the distance. As the car gradually drove into the suburbs, a giant-sized villa complex soon appeared in Fang Heng's line of sight. Kai Kai Kai. The vampires transformed into human form in front of the car and guided the driver, Ah Ding, to park the Rolls-Royce in the parking lot at the back of the villa complex. Marquis, I am very sorry. The Elders' Council is the holy land of the vampires. Vampires are only allowed to enter. We will take your friends to the resort next door to rest, or they can stay in the car and wait. Fang Heng and Mojai Oi exchanged a short look. Mojai Oi waved his hand and said, forget it. I am too lazy to move. We can just wait in the car. Thank you for your understanding. With that, the high-tier vampire led the group to the interior of the giant-sized villa. Marquis, your arrival is very unfortunate. The elders of the Elders' Council are having a weekly meeting. The meeting is expected to end in an hour. I will take you to the lounge to rest for a while. Is that okay with you? Fang Heng was about to answer when he suddenly raised his head. He noticed that a few vampires on the steps of the periphery of the villa had gathered consciously and blocked their way. It seemed that they had come with ill intentions. Fang Heng raised his head and looked at the entrance in front. A vampire's gaze was firmly fixed on Fang Heng as he questioned, You are Fang Shao? Why are you wearing a mask and hiding your face before the Elders' Council of Vampires? Fang Heng raised his brows and examined the person in front of him. Player? This is the first time we've met. I've heard a lot about you, Fang Shao. The young vampire stared at Fang Heng with an unfriendly expression. My name is Tai. I am from the Bright Star River Guild and I've come to the territory of the vampires. I suggest that you follow the rules and take off your mask to show your respect. As long as you take off your mask, I will let you in. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. Information about the Bright Star River Guild appeared in his mind. Bright Star River Guild. It was a large-scale company controlled by the 12 corporations. The matter of the vampire apocalypse had given Mojai Oi a boost of energy. Early this morning, Mojai Oi had already copied all the information he had collected about District 9 into the game. After he had printed it out, he showed it to Fang Heng. Thick piles of paper occupied half of the desk. He had been working all morning and was already tired. As an underachiever, Fang Heng had a headache when he saw the dense file reports. He randomly picked a few and roughly skimmed through some of the basic content. When Ah Ding and Meng Hao saw Tao Ai, they couldn't help but looked at each other and thought, this is troublesome. It was obvious that the people from the 12 corporations were targeting Feng Shao. They were looking for trouble. Feng Heng's gaze shifted to the high-tier vampire who was leading the way. He had an inquisitive look on his face. The high-tier vampire frowned and said, "Marquis, they are the security team of the Elders' Council." "Hey, they are just the security team." Feng Heng's tone was filled with disdain and mockery. He turned around and walked out of the villa. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, please relay this to the elders on my behalf. Since they don't welcome me, then I will leave." Tao I was stunned. What the hell? Why did he leave? His idea of probing Feng Shao was at the spur of the moment. In Tao I's opinion, as long as he could make the other party take off his mask and figure out his identity, it would be of great merit. He had thought of many possibilities, but he did not expect the other party to just leave. Tao I panicked and shouted, "Wait. Stop." Feng Heng slowly turned around and looked at Tao I coldly. "What? Is there anything else?" Tao I gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "You want to come and go as you please? What kind of place do you think the Elders' Council is?" Swoosh. Tao I was stunned. A red light flashed in front of his eyes. He clearly saw Feng Heng disappear from where he was and reappear in front of him in an instant. Kai. In the next moment, Tao I felt that his neck was tightly held by a hand. His entire body was lifted up high by Feng Heng's hand. Tao I raised both his hands in an attempt to resist, but he realized that he could not shake the hand that was firmly holding onto his neck. The strength of the hand that held onto his neck was continuously increasing, strangling him until he could not breathe. Chapter 731, Adding Insult to Injury. Feng Heng stared at Tao I, his eyes flashing scarlet under the mask. Tao I felt that he could not breathe. He could only watch as his health point dropped drastically. At the same time, he felt a burning pain in his body. The blood in his entire body accelerated uncontrollably, and a faint red color appeared under his skin. His heart beat violently. It sped up again and again. Bang! The blood exploded from Tao I's body. The surrounding vampires watched this scene silently, and strange expressions appeared on their faces. Patter. Feng Heng let go of his hand. After advancing his bloodline, he could feel that his ability to control blood had improved even further. This was especially true when dealing with ordinary people. Even if his opponent was still alive, he could still affect his opponent's blood. Did he die just like that? Meng Hao and Ah Ding looked at Feng Heng in shock, astonishment rising from the bottom of their hearts. He did it so swiftly and efficiently. Tao I was a member of the 12 corporations. By killing him, was he declaring war on the 12 corporations? Damn it, Big Brother is Big Brother. He's so ruth. Ah Ding muttered in a low voice, excitedly clenching his fists. The other two players who had followed Tao I were also panicking. For a moment, they stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what to do. How can such a low-tier race serve as a guard? Feng Heng once again shifted his gaze to the vampires leading the way. "I will take care of it for you. Do you mind?" "My apologies, Lord Marquis." The high-tier vampire bowed. "Please don't mind. I will take you in." The high-tier vampire didn't care at all about the death of a low-tier race. "Lead the way." The three of them followed the high-tier vampire into the villa. The grand hall on the first floor of the villa was different from what Feng Heng had imagined. It was very modern. Feng Heng had just taken 2 steps forward when he stopped and said, "I've changed my mind. I want to go to the blood pool now." The high-tier vampire frowned. "Can't I?" "Of course you can, Marquis. But please don't stay in the blood pool for too long so as not to delay the schedule." "Okay. Please come with me." Hearing Feng Heng's words, Ah Ding secretly glanced at Meng Hao and was overjoyed. Great. The blood pool of the Elders' Council. The blood pool could be used to increase the experience points and advanced skills of the vampire bloodline. The high-tier blood pool in the Elders' Council was obviously more efficient than the normal blood pool. Ordinary players would have to spend at least a few months risking their lives to complete missions again and again in order to gather enough contribution points to enter the Elders' Council for a single visit. They actually relied on Feng Heng to easily come into contact with it. As expected, staying up late last night to get information was not a waste of effort. The high-tier vampire led them to a side hall from the main hall. Finally, they turned from a small path to another building. Finally, the group stopped outside a large door. The row of high-tier vampires guarding outside the room knelt on one knee. "Marquis. The blood pool hall is built in the room. Other than the guards, there are currently no vampires inside." The high-tier vampire pointed to the door of the room in front. "Marquis, I will wait for you here. If you need me, you can summon me at any time." "Okay." Feng Heng answered and pushed the door open. The architectural style of the blood pool hall was very simple. Apart from the surrounding pillars, there was only a supersized blood pool in the center of the circular hall. The ceiling was densely packed with high-tier vampires standing on their heads. Feng Heng walked to the side of the blood pool in the center, squatted down, and reached out to touch the blood pool. A two-line game hints immediately appeared. Ding. Player has come into contact with the blood pool. Ding. Player's current vampire bloodline has reached the high tier. The blood pool cannot continue to condense the player's bloodline. Player, please look for a blood pool that contains greater strength. TSK. Troublesome. Feng Heng muttered in a low voice. His own vampire bloodline skill had reached the high tier. The Elders' Council's blood pool level could no longer provide energy for him to continue leveling up. It seemed that only Anjita's blood pool could level up his bloodline. Feng Heng shook his head inwardly. Needless to say, the high-tier vampires outside the door probably didn't have the authority to let him go to Anjita's. Seeing that Feng Heng was silent, Ding and Meng Hao's hearts skipped a beat. Boss Feng, is there a problem with the blood pool? No, there's no problem. Feng Heng stood up and nodded to the two of them. You have 1 hour to use the blood pool. Hurry up. Ha. Thank you, Boss Feng. The weekly meeting was taking place in the Elders' Council's meeting hall. Hearing that Feng Heng had killed a guard of the vampires, the intense discussion among the vampires was cut short. The players who participated in the Elders' meeting had different expressions on their faces. They all looked at the supervisor of the Bright Star River Company, Lin Nuo, as if they were watching a good show. Lin Nuo appeared calm on the outside, but there was a hint of anger within him. His subordinates were becoming more and more idiotic, making decisions without his permission. Ukiniai's thoughts started spinning. She had the Southern Federation of District 9 backing her. The Southern Federation had also joined the investigation of what had happened in Victoria City. The feedback they received was very little. At the moment, they only knew that there were at least 2 people on the other side. One of them was Feng Shao, a member of the vampires. The other party had the ability to control the undead. The number of undead he could control might be around 50, but the undead creature was extremely strong and had a powerful self-healing ability. Normal methods would not be able to kill it, so it was very difficult to deal with. Ukiniai had considered the worst outcome. Feng Shao, who had been invited here, was in cahoots with the 12 corporations. Now it seemed that it might not be the case. Of course, she could not rule out the possibility that they were acting. Ukiniai broke the silence and said, I think it's pretty good. An outsider doesn't have so many scruples when doing things. Feng Shao doesn't belong to any clan, so there will not be any conflict of interests, right? What do you mean? A vampire elder had an unfriendly expression and immediately interrupted. Are you trying to say that this matter has something to do with us, vampires? It doesn't matter. Ukiniai was still calm. Feng Shao is only accountable to the Elders' Council. We can leave this matter to him. All the vampire elders expressed their opinions one after another. His origin is unknown. I have reservations. If he can help us recover the lost holy weapon of the vampires, it will prove his loyalty to the vampires. If he can't find anything, we won't be at ease with him staying in the vampires. This is a chance to test him. Lin Nuo, what do you think? Lin Nuo raised his head. Only then did he realize that the Elders' Council was asking for his opinion. Yao Zhu looked at Lin Nuo and said with a smile, Lin Nuo, you are not thinking about taking revenge for your subordinate who was killed by Feng Shao, right? Of course not. Lin Nuo felt disdain in his heart. Yao Zhu was backed up by the interest group of the various guild players in District 9. They also occasionally cooperated with the other members of the Federation of District 3. Especially now when they were dealing with the Federation of the Western Region. Currently, as the control of the entire Federation of the Western Region was gradually expanding, Yao Zhu and Ukiniai were already showing signs of forming an alliance. Yao Zhu spared no effort in creating trouble for Lin Nuo. Chapter 732, The Lost Cross. Lin Nuo looked around at the elders of the vampires and nodded. I am very willing to investigate the incident of the vampires losing their holy weapon, but if the Elders' Council insists on letting Feng Shao do it, I don't have any objections. This matter had been debated within the Elders' Council of the vampires for 2 whole days. Both the Central Federation and the 12 corporations wanted this opportunity. In fact, Lin Nuo was the one who suggested that the Elders' Council invite Feng Heng over. But now there was a bit more risk. Because of his idiotic subordinates, he had a grudge against the other party. No matter what, Lin Nuo felt that handing this matter over to Feng Shao was an acceptable option. All kinds of signs indicated that Feng Shao came from a higher-tier world. This meant that he could not trigger the main storyline mission, so he could not affect their main storyline progress. Lin Nuo felt that compared to the other competitors, Feng Shao was not that dangerous. If everything went smoothly, he could use Feng Shao's strength to investigate the truth of the matter. Seeing that everyone had finally reached an agreement after 3 days of discussion, the 3 arbitration elders of the Elders' Council also discussed for a while. They nodded and said, I am glad that everyone can reach an agreement. We can ask Feng Shao for his opinion. More than an hour later, the door of the hall was pushed open. In the entire hall, nearly 30 vampires turned their heads one after another and cast probing gazes at Feng Heng and the other two who had pushed open the door and entered. Feng Heng also did not avoid looking around at the crowd. Sitting at the front were 3 elderly vampires. The 3 arbitration elders of the Elders' Council were real power figures. As for the others, Feng Heng's gaze swept over the other vampires, and his eyes glowed with a bright red. Then, Feng Heng walked forward and randomly chose an empty seat to sit down. This was the first time that Ding and Meng Hao had seen such a scene. They carefully followed Feng Heng and sat down next to him. "Welcome, young descendant. The Elders' Council already knew about what happened in Victoria City. Not only did you destroy the plot that the Holy Court had laid out in Victoria City for more than 10 years, but you also completely killed the regional bishop that the Holy Court had nurtured for many years. You've done well." An arbitration elder on the left stroked his beard and said, "If it's possible, we hope that you can introduce yourself. Also, we still have doubts about the origins of the holy weapon of the vampires in your hands. I come from another world. As for what you're talking about..." Feng Heng flipped his wrist and displayed the spirit cane of the holy weapon of the vampires in his hand. "Someone gave it to me." "Why? Do you want to take it back?" The elders confirmed the vampire's holy weapon in Feng Heng's hand and began to discuss it in hushed tones. Vampire's holy weapon? Someone else gave it to him? Lin Nuo sized up the vampiric spirit cane in Feng Heng's hand and thought to herself. Had the vampiric spirit cane been lost in another server? He needed to return to investigate as soon as possible. He believed that he would soon find clues. If he followed the clues, he might be able to find out the true identity of the other party. The primogenitor has left behind a race in every world. The spirit cane in your hand did not come from our Elders' Council. We do not have the right to take it back. The arbitration elder on the right, Yates, extended his hand to stop everyone from talking. He looked at Feng Heng. He continued, "This time, we invited you here to ask for your opinion. Just as you saw in Victoria City, there is still the existence of the Holy Court in our world. For tens of thousands of years, the Holy Court has always been our enemy. Apart from the Holy Court, there are also some hidden threats." Yates looked at Feng Heng and asked, "Young descendant, are you willing to stay here?" Feng Heng's eyelids twitched, and he interrupted, "Indeed, I will stay here for a period of time. I want to know, what can I get? As a descendant you can obtain all the rights you have, including a larger fief, allowing your clan to regain its glory, binding your soul under the Angita's blood pool, and so on. I want to use the strength of the Angita's blood pool to upgrade. My upgrade is quite special, so it might take some time. In addition, I still have some questions that I want answers from the Elders' Council. Yes, it's not difficult to use the Angita's blood pool. As for your questions, we will try our best to answer them. I am glad that we have reached a preliminary consensus." The arbitration elder, Yates, stared at Feng Heng and said, "But everything will have to wait until you gain our trust." Feng Heng frowned. "Is what I did in Victoria City not enough to gain your trust? Your actions cannot convince all the clans. There is a more pressing matter in our clan. After the Elders' Council has discussed it, we hope that you can go and handle it. After handling it, we will recognize your position in the clan." "Sure." Yates nodded and explained it very succinctly. 3 nights ago, the whereabouts of the Marquis of the Vampires in Dongying City were unknown. The holy weapon of the vampires, the Blood Cross, was lost. The Elders' Council hopes that you can recover the lost holy weapon of the vampires, the Blood Cross. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. The Blood Cross? It just so happened that it was one of the 4 holy weapons of the vampires that he lacked. Feng Heng was more interested in this mission. He asked, "The Marquis whereabouts are unknown? Is he dead?" Yates shook his head. "I can only say that Angitas did not resurrect his soul." Ding. Player has triggered mission Lost Blood Cross. Mission name, Lost Blood Cross. Mission difficulty, unknown. Mission description, located in Dongying City, the branch of the vampires, Marquis Rodin of the Ravnos clan was killed, and the whereabouts of the holy weapon, the Blood Cross, was unknown. Mission requirements, find the lost cross and return it to the Elders' Council of Vampires. Mission reward, friendship with the Elders' Council, Elders' Council contribution points, survival points. Remaining time limit, 10 days. Feng Heng frowned slightly. The unknown mission difficulty meant that it was inextricably linked to the player. Moreover, this mission sounded like it was mindless, and it happened 3 days ago. It was a bit difficult to investigate. Feng Shao, time is tight. We can wait for you to head to the Vampires building in Dongying City before giving the details. The Elders' Council has already informed the Ravnos clan. They will cooperate with your investigation and temporarily follow your arrangements. Feng Heng glanced at the mission description again and closed the hint. I understand. I will be back soon. I will be waiting for your good news. More than 10 minutes later, Sandy drove the Rolls-Royce back to the city. Feng Heng told Sandy and Mojai Ai about what had happened in the Elders' Council of the Vampires. As a member of the team, Meng Hao and Ah Ding, who belonged to the vampires' camp, had also triggered the mission to find the Blood Cross. The reward was contribution points and friendship points. Meng Hao and Ah Ding were very excited. Boss Feng, I will start with the vampires. I will go offline and check the information about the Blood Cross and the Ravnos clan. I will be back soon. With that, Meng Hao threw a sleeping bag onto the ground. Okay. Feng Heng agreed and looked at Ah Ding. You go and help him as well. Okay. Ah Ding agreed and also threw a sleeping bag onto the ground and went offline. Chapter 733, Demon Hunter. After the two of them left, Mojai Ai hurriedly looked at Feng Heng and said, Feng Heng, don't tell me you want to ask the elders of the vampires how to wake up Angetas? Not only that. I also want to ask them what kind of secrets are hidden in the holy weapons of the vampires. I think it's best not to. Huh? Why? What's wrong? Vampire Apocalypse's combat strength and the level of the hidden abilities are the highest among the three major elementary games. Don't think that our North River heavy industry is nothing much. In fact, we have invested a lot in the Vampire Apocalypse. Mojai Ai was rarely serious as he explained, actually, after you brought back Angetas, I had the subordinates of my family business try to find out about it from the Elders' Council in several districts. Feng Heng continued to ask, the situation is not good? Yes, I found out that they are top secrets of the Elders' Council. Not only did I get rejected, but my players' friendship and contribution points also dropped a lot. It was a bloody loss. As he recalled it, Mojai Ai was quite speechless at the turn of events. He was even criticized by his third uncle for this matter. Feng Heng frowned slightly. He could not obtain content related to Angetas via regular channels, and it would even cause the Elders' Council to be on guard. It seemed like he had to try another method. I got it. I will see how the situation goes then. Alright, big brother, you're in charge. Mojai Ai stuck his head out of the window and then suggested, oh right, I just went outside to take a look. The defenses of the vampires' headquarters don't seem to be that good. Why don't we just be direct? Once the lickers are resurrected, we will simply charge in. How about that? Let's just wipe out the entire Elders' Council of the vampires. When that happens, we will be able to get all their secrets. That's not appropriate. It's a little difficult as well. Feng Heng had never thought of such a reckless method of operation. But thinking about it carefully, the Elders' Council also had a teleportation array, even though it was usually not open to the public. Once the Elders' Council was attacked, vampires from all parts of the world would swarm over, including those vampires created by Angetas. They would be surrounded and beaten up by a large number of Marquis of the Vampires and two Dukes. Most importantly, there was the Sleeping Prince of the Vampires who had the peak combat strength in the world of the vampires. Feng Heng roughly gauged the combat strength of both sides and felt that it would be too reckless for them to fight against the vampires at this stage. He decided to take it slow. He was still good at playing dirty. Anyway, the Blood Cross is what I lack now. I will get my hands on the holy weapon first. Okay. Contact Chu Yan from Pious Guild and see if there are any clues from the Holy Court. Okay, I will be right back. After saying that, Mojai Ai also dropped a sleeping bag on the ground and went offline. Sandy felt that this trip was rather boring and that he had come for nothing. His favorability rating towards vampires was almost at a freezing point. He silently drove the Rolls-Royce toward the center of the city. Since the teleportation passage of the Elders' Council wasn't open to the public, they had to go to the central building of the city to use the vampire's teleportation array. More than 10 minutes later, Meng Hao and Ah Ding got online and returned to the car. Boss Feng, I've gathered some information from the vampires. 3 nights ago, the building of the vampires in Dongyang City was attacked by an unknown enemy. The Marquis went missing and the holy weapon of vampires that he was carrying, the Blood Cross, went missing as well. Dongyang City was originally not under the control of any player forces. After the incident, the Bright Star River Guild wanted to lead the investigation and invade the Southern Federation region. However, the player forces in District 9 and the Southern Federation forces resisted. Both sides have conducted some private investigations. We don't know if they have found anything. Feng Heng thought for a moment and felt that this matter was a little strange. Feng. Boss Feng. A light flashed, and Mojai Ai came online as well. He was so excited that he almost called out Feng Heng's name. Great news. There's news from the Holy Court. Oh? What is it? The people in the car looked at Mojai Ai expectantly. It's confirmed. It's probably related to the demon hunters. Mojai excitedly told them the information he got from Chu Yan. About a few weeks ago, Chu Yan heard that the demon hunters were going to take some action in Dongying City and wanted to offer some help to the Holy Court. Chu Yan tried his best to set them up, but as you all know, the people of the Holy Court were all sanctimonious and arrogant, and none of them agreed. After that, the matter was left hanging there. So this matter might be related to the demon hunters? Fang Heng rubbed his chin. Meng Hao thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. It's very possible. The demon hunters hunt the vampires. They have a special ability in which after killing the Marquis of the Vampires, they can strangle their souls and prevent them from being resurrected by entities. Mojai continued, there's also information about the demon hunters. Chu Yan sent over a top-secret file of the demon hunters. I just got it and haven't had the time to look at it carefully. Everyone, take a look. As a slacker who was stronger than Fang Heng, Mojai felt dizzy after opening the file and reading a few lines. He simply copied 2 sets and distributed them to everyone. Fang Heng took the file and quickly scanned through it. He frowned and said, Blood Glory? Yes. It is a gaming company under a giant-sized corporation in the real world. The mother company is established in the Southern Federal Region. It has branches in all 3 regions of the Federation. After entering District 9, it accidentally triggered a demon hunting-related main storyline mission, so it wants to compete with the 12 corporations for the greatest benefits. Mojai explained, Blood Glory knows that their own strength is limited, so they have secretly joined hands with a few large companies. Only the top management of these large companies knows about this. Coincidentally, Chu Yan's Pious Game Guild is one of the companies involved, so he knows a lot of insider information. Hearing this secret information, Meng Hao immediately gave Ding a look, indicating that Ding should keep it a secret. Fang Heng also nodded and quickly flipped through the file in his hand. As he flipped through it, he saw a familiar company name appear on the file. North River Heavy Industry? Huh? Mojai was shocked. He turned his head to look at Fang Heng in confusion. Huh? You called for me? Fang Heng opened the file and pointed at a line on it. North River Heavy Industry has also secretly reached an agreement with Blood Glory in District 9 to join the demon hunting faction? Eh? There's such a thing? Mojai was also stunned. He blinked his eyes and leaned over to take a closer look. North River Heavy Industry? Holy shit, it was written in black and white on the file. Ding and Meng Hao also turned to look at Mojai with strange expressions. He got the file, and now it's traced back to him? Mojai rubbed his forehead in embarrassment. He looked at Ding and Meng Hao, and laughed. I am sorry. I have too many properties at home. I can't remember anything for a while. Haha, my bad. Give me some time. I will go offline and check. I will be right back, okay? With that, Mojai threw his sleeping bag down again. Chapter 734, Change the second generation of a rich family, and he didn't know how many properties his family owned. Showing off his wealth, right? Ding couldn't help but sigh in his heart, expressing that he was angry. A few minutes later, the car drove into the outskirts of the city, and Mojai logged into the game again. Boss Fang, I've done my research. North River Heavy Industry has indeed made contact with the demon hunters in District 9. I heard that they did take action against the vampires in Dongying City 3 days ago, but I haven't been able to contact the person in charge over there since he was doing a mission in the game. I've already contacted the people over there. We can go to Xinshu town near Dongying City now. The demon hunter camp is over there. I will ask the person in charge to wait for us there. We can go to the demon hunter camp and ask the demon hunters directly. Fang Heng praised him. Good. Well done. In less than half an hour, his thoughts were clear. Find the demon hunter, find the cross. Mojai was innately lucky. If it were him, he would probably have to take another big detour to find the demon hunters. For example, the night before last. Luck. Mojai chuckled. Oh right, there's more. Chu Yan said earlier that the replacement team sent by the Holy Court has also received the news. The members of the Holy Court who have come from all parts of the world will assemble in Russia tonight. After that, they will take the train to Victoria City. Russia? Fang Heng lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then he turned to look at Meng Hao. What do you guys think? Meng Hao became very spirited and he volunteered. Leave it to us, he said. With only the Archbishop and a few high-tier judges of the Holy Court, it won't be difficult to deal with them. With the help of the local vampire forces, as long as they're led by the Marquis of the Vampires, it won't be a big problem to wipe out this team. We can also get a lot of merit points. Can I leave it to you? Russia was not far from Dongying City, but Fang Heng did not want to waste too much time on this. Hearing this, Meng Hao became even more excited. Look! Didn't he just get a high-quality mission? We will do our best. Then I will leave it to you. It just so happens that your vampire bloodline is not suitable for contact with the demon hunters. Feng Heng nodded and said, we will split up to carry out the mission. The two of you go to Russia to arrange for a team to deal with the Holy Court. I will go to Xinshu town first to look for the demon hunters. We will keep in contact at all times. Okay. After quickly coming up with a plan, Ding scratched his head. It's weird. What Feng Heng said was logical, but he was also a vampire. How could he go to the demon hunter side openly? Xinshu town, railway station. Flights were prohibited in the vampire apocalypse. This was one of the means that the vampires used to control humans. Feng Heng and the other two arrived at the city closest to Xinshu town through the teleportation passage of the vampires. Then, they chose to take the train. As soon as they got off the train, Meng Hao's phone call came. Boss Feng, it's Meng Hao. We're in big trouble. What's the situation? The people of the 12 corporations are very powerful in Russia. The vampires guarding the Ocean O region might have been instructed by the 12 corporations. They don't trust us and aren't willing to help us. We can't even see the marquee of the vampires guarding the region. Meng Hao was furious. It was the fault of the idiots of the 12 corporations. Now, all the ducks in his hands had flown away. A free mission and credit, and the vampires actually believed the 12 corporations' nonsense and suspected that there was something wrong with them. Meng Hao now had a legitimate reason to suspect that there was something seriously wrong with the minds of the vampires. Furthermore, this was the first time they had received orders from Feng Heng. They had messed up from the start, and Meng Hao's mood had worsened. Yeah, it's okay. It's not your fault. Feng Heng hummed in agreement. It was not a big problem. He had no time to spare at the moment. At most, he could spend some time thinking of ways to get rid of the people from the Holy Court after they returned to Victoria City. It was the same. He just needed to spend more time. Okay, I got it. Meng Hao was unwilling to give up so easily. He couldn't help but say, Boss Feng, I want to try again. Okay, keep in touch. After hanging up the phone, a group of players walked toward Feng Heng and the others. Mr. Jai Oi. Yi Yong was the team supervisor who was in charge of infiltrating the demon hunters. When he heard that the young master of the host family was here, he didn't dare to be negligent. After finishing what he was doing, he hurried to the train station to welcome him. After waiting for more than an hour, he finally saw Mo Jai Oi. Eh? Yi Yong's heart jumped when he saw the young man wearing a mask beside Mo Jai Oi. That man looked so familiar. What a coincidence that he was also wearing a mask. Could he be the Feng Shao who caused such a ruckus in Victoria City 2 days ago? Yes, you're Yi Yong, right? We don't have much time, let's get in the car first. Yes, Mr. Jai Oi, please follow me. Yi Yong's car was parked outside the station. After they got in the car, they immediately drove to the east of the town. Ahem. In the car, Mo Jai Oi cleared his throat and asked, Yi Yong, tell me about the situation here. Yes, Mr. Jai Oi. Yi Yong roughly sorted out his thoughts and slowly explained, we got in touch with the demon hunting clan about half a year after we entered the game. Before us, Blood Glory Guild was already a member of the demon hunting clan. After that, we reached a cooperation agreement with Blood Glory. In recent years, our team of about 30 people has been cooperating with the demon hunting clan's various operations here, completing some side mission and earning merit points. Mo Jai Oi waved his hand. Let's get to the main point. Okay, I am not sure about your inquiry about the cross. I can confirm that the Blood Glory Guild and the demon hunters were involved in an operation 3 nights ago, but they didn't tell us the details of the operation. Feng Heng pursed his lips when he heard that. He thought to himself, you guys aren't doing well among the demon hunters. How could you not participate in such a core mission? They couldn't even gather the complete information. Mo Jai Oi also felt embarrassed. He shook his head and said, okay, we will investigate the details. In short, take us to the demon hunter camp. We want to contact the demon hunters. Yi Yong looked troubled and continued, Mr. Jai Oi, the demon hunters are not willing to contact outsiders. They may not be willing to talk to you if I take you there. Besides, although I know their stronghold, I have never been allowed to enter there before. We used to meet outside. It's okay. You just need to take us there. Feng Heng said, time is tight. I need to find the demon hunters immediately. Haven't they been looking for help from the Holy Court recently? Just say that you found someone who understands sacred study and use this as a reason. Ah. Yi Yong was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, you're from the Holy Court's camp? Feng Heng quickly switched to the sacred study and took out the Book of Creation from his backpack. I am not from the Holy Court, but it's a coincidence that I've learned a bit of sacred study. Ah, this. Looking at the faint golden holy light that glowed from the Book of Creation, Yi Yong opened his mouth and could not speak for a long time. This was strange. Didn't they say that this big brother was a vampire that knew about necromancy? How did he suddenly become a vampire that knew about the sacred study? Chapter 735, The Bell Tower. About half an hour later, Yi Yong parked his car outside an abandoned bell tower on the east side of the town. Sandy sat in the car and looked at the bell tower with interest in his eyes. Yo, this place is not bad. It looks a little old. I wonder if there is any artwork hidden inside. Everyone, the bell tower is the stronghold of the demon hunters. Please follow me. Yi Yong led everyone to the bell tower and tried to knock on the door. There was only silence. Everyone looked at Yi Yong. His expression was slightly awkward. No one? Yi Yong, is your information accurate or not? Mojai Aoi did not have much patience. As he spoke, he walked forward and pushed open the wooden door. Creak creak. The wooden door was gently pushed open, making a rotten and hoarse sound. It doesn't seem like there's anyone here. Mojai Aoi took the lead and walked into the bell tower. He looked around the dark surroundings and said, "Come, let's take a look around." Yi Yong didn't dare to stop his young master. He could only be vigilant and follow behind Mr. Jai Aoi into the bell tower. Fang Heng walked to Mojai Aoi's side and looked around the surroundings of the bell tower. It was very old. His feet stepped on the rotten floor, making a creaking sound. However, there were obvious marks on the ground. Someone must have been walking around frequently. Swoosh. Suddenly, a shadow flashed in front of everyone in the darkness. Crack. With a soft sound, a shadow dashed toward Mojai Aoi. Back off. Fang Heng immediately noticed the attacker in the darkness. He pulled Mojai Aoi behind him, took out the iron twist from his backpack with ease, and swept it towards the shadow in front of him. Bang. There was a heavy collision sound. The gray shadow that came at him was sent flying. Fang Heng's toes tapped on the ground, and he quickly chased after the shadow that was sent flying. Bang. Bang bang. In an instant, several gunshots rang out. Fang Heng avoided the bullets and rushed to the front of his opponent. He raised his fist, smashed the handgun away from the opponent's hand and grabbed his neck with his right hand. It was a young man in a gray robe. His face had turned pale from fear. Stop. Fang Heng turned his head to look behind him, and a red light quickly flashed in his eyes. In just a few seconds, several more demon hunters appeared from the dark. They surrounded Fang Heng and the others. Seeing that they were surrounded, Yi Yong quickly shouted, "Calm down. Everyone, there's been a mistake. Relax, we're all on the same side. We're all on the same side. Put down your guns, we're all friends. I brought them here. I am looking for Chen Lin. I have an emergency report to make." Fang Heng let go of the demon hunter who was being held by his neck. Cough, cough, cough. The demon hunter fell to the ground and could not help but hold onto his throat and cough violently. Then, a young man with a crew cut walked out from the deep pathway of the bell tower. His exposed skin was engraved with clear black tattoos, and on his back was a broadsword that was as tall as a person. The broadsword looked very heavy, causing the young man's footsteps to be extremely heavy. He looked rather arrogant. Chen Lin. Yi Yong saw the person who came and hurriedly stepped forward to block in front of everyone. He said, "He's my acquaintance, I've brought him here." Chen Lin looked at Yi Yong who was beside him and said, "You brought him here? This doesn't seem to be in line with the rules, brother. This is an emergency. I can assure you that he is absolutely trustworthy. He is not from the Holy Court, and he even knows a little about the sacred study." "Oh?" Chen Lin raised his eyebrows in surprise and waved his hand to stop Yi Yong from continuing. He turned his head to look at Fang Heng again and said, "Hee, you seem to be very powerful. Let's talk about it later. Let's have a fight first." After saying that, Chen Lin lowered his body and dashed toward Fang Heng at high speed. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and tightened the iron twist in his hand. The other party seemed to be proficient in close combat and his movement speed was extremely fast. Swoosh. As he dashed forward at high speed, the beheading broadsword on Chen Lin's back had already appeared in his hand. Ho! The beheading broadsword summoned a strong wind in the air, bringing with it a breathtaking cold blow. Fang Heng also raised his iron twist and used all his strength to counter the attack. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Chen Lin felt his wrist become sore, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. Following that, his pupils constricted. The opponent's physique was clearly similar to his, but the strange thing was that the strength that erupted from the opponent's body was actually even stronger than his. The huge impact caused Chen Lin to retreat uncontrollably.